Chapter 51. Come on guys. We are falling behind in ratings and stones. Here's a bone, I'll drop 2 chapters if we get 1000 stones this week, 3 if we get it before on Friday. And also consider dropping a review of what you think after making it this far. Patreon currently has 25 chapters, so do check it out. Patreon.com/DearAwoltheoManus. Charles Xavier Professor XPOV. He messed up. He failed. In his haste to prevent something that could potentially wipe out the human race, he neglected the opinions of those around him and acted on his own, which ended up in fracturing the trust they once had in him. It was all his fault, and that was a consequence he would bear to lighten the guilt he felt at that moment. But I would do it again. He might have believed that he was too hasty and paranoid, which led him to take the actions he did against Mr. St. Cross, but all that changed the moment he attacked him in his mindscape. He saw it. No, he didn't see it. But he felt it. Something else. It was a glimpse of what laid beneath the human skin of Mr. St. Cross. Chaos given form. It felt unlike a psychic feedback, but more or a premonition. A vision, of what was to come. This was different from the incident with Jean. While Jean's power too great for her to handle that it had to be suppressed, the young man's was entire different. All it did was promise destruction. He was able to watch what happened that night from Scott's memories, and it seemed that his fears were coming true. An embodiment of chaos and destruction was all he saw. He saw how he was able to come out almost entirely unscathed from the combined team effort of all the teachers present, and how he seemed to be able to use Scott's ability in the middle of the fight. All he did was want destruction. If he was being honest, then he was definitely afraid of what this man would grow to become if he was left unguided. He would try and talk with the young man again. No matter how hard, he would still try. What are you thinking about, Charles? He swirled his wheelchair around and saw that his longtime friend had entered the room while he was still submerged in his thought. I was wondering if I made the right choice, Henry. He said. You have to know that good and bad are different from right and wrong. While you might have made a bad choice, I believed you did it for the right reasons. Henry said. But that's not what's bothering you, is it? As intuitive as always. His instincts were always something impressive. No, it's not. Charles started. He is different than the mutants we shelter here at the Institute. He already has his own goals, his own views, his own convictions. And what's the problem with that? Henry asked. There's no problem with any of that. I sense a but coming. Henry said while Charles chuckled. It is his abilities that worries me. Hear me out first. I watched the fight he had with Logan and the others, and coupled with what I felt inside his mind, I could very well say that he is a bad omen. What I felt from his was destruction, Henry. Pure and unadulterated destruction. Charles said seriously. Henry mused for a while before asking Charles. You think his abilities are influencing him? He wouldn't be the first, but it's not like it's a new thing either. All we have to do is help him control whatever destructive urges he has, and according to Logan he has anger issues, so it shouldn't be any different than taking care or advising a temperamental youth. Henry theorized with conjectures. I don't believe it is ability influencing him, and from what we heard from the others, he's an easygoing person even when dealing with hostiles. What are you trying to say, Charles? I'm saying that his abilities are not all there is to him. There is something more to him than any of you know. Deep within his mind, all he knows is destruction. Charles explained. But you know these are just your thoughts. While you might be gifted with a wonderful ability, Charles, you of all people should know that the mind is just a place where we throw most of the things we are afraid to bring out. Just because someone has evil thoughts doesn't make them evil or inherently bad. Everyone has evil thought, Charles, everyone. And it just so happens that our mind is the convenient garbage disposal for it. I can't help but think about how many times the thoughts to kill Logan comes to my mind every time he call me furball. Henry said. Everyone has a form of evil within them, some greater more than others. But if you actively look for this evil, then that's all you'll see them as the personification of your opinion and not for the people they are. But unfortunately for you, old friend, you are rather drawn to who they are deep inside as opposed to who they truly are. Don't think too much, Charles, you are already bald. Wouldn't want others falling off now, would you? Henry advised and joked at the last part before leaving the room and leaving Charles to ponder about what he friend just said. Hopefully you are right, old friend. Hopefully. Clint Barton POV. You know, when people say damn it, it's mostly due to frustration and overall bad luck, but the number of times I've said it the past few weeks had me thinking about what my karma point must be like right about. Probably in the negatives. It's like, everything started going downhill ever since I met that dude months ago. Honestly, if it was just any other mutant or terrorist group trying to mug as.h.i.e.l.d storehouse, then all I would have had to do nick some of the unsuspecting assholes with a few arrows and then job done. But no. I just had to be the guy who wound up in a group that took it upon themselves to tango with one of the most dangerous organizations ever. I'm just a normal guy, how couldn't they see that? The boss got his trench coat with the eye patch thing going on, which apparently is as badass as a motherfucker snowboarding without his shirt on according to the boss. Carlson had the passive invincibility thing going on for him, which according to that bastard lets him blend into the background if you take your eyes off of him for more than 3 seconds. The new girl, Hill, she got what was it again, got it. She got the passive aggro thing that draws enemy fire to her. According to the bastard, she would function as the perfect bait to draw enemy fire. She wasn't too happy when he said that. And then the bastard himself, Drawl, who according to himself I'm a walking tank with nuclear options. What does it mean? It means I'm not something you fuck with. He said that with a straight face while at the same time managing not to be narcissistic about it. Smug bastard. And then there's me. Apparently I'm the bozo who thought it would be cool to play Robin Hood in a gunfight. What the fuck are you going to do when you run out of arrows? Rob them, with no special abilities. I don't even want to start about that part mission. Well, joke's on him if he thought that just because he dodged my arrows from a kilometer out means he could do it from 500 meters. That was a win I got to rub on his face anytime he felt the need to play the jokes on me. And as if he wasn't happy with me being the only normal guy, he brought in the brainwashed super soldier and the capsicle that he had Fury scoop up from somewhere in the Arctic. It took me a while to get that joke, like 2 weeks of a while. I wonder why they don't just say it like it is the frozen captain. It would make a lot of things easier. And like a stupid twist in a fairytale story, the brainwashed soldier turned out to be the best friend of the icicle captain. No, that's not it. Isocap? Capticle? Capsicle. Yes, that's the one, Capsicle. He turned out to be the brainwashed best friend of the Capsicle who the captain thought died but was actually dug up by Hydra as their guard dog while the captain took a chill. God. These jokes are annoying me. If this was a movie then they'd come an arc where the captain and his new team confronts the guard dog and its new masters, and while the captain would want to save him due to past sentimentalities, there were bound to be discontent, since no doubt there would be the cliché scene where the guard dog hurt one of the captain's new teammates in some way, and from there tension would arise and it would devolve into a free-for-all between everyone involved where there would be forced to choose a side. It was honestly disturbing how things would fall into perspective when looking from an outsider's point of view. Drawl was a prime example. The only times I've ever seen him serious was when Hydra was involved, and even then he would still find something about it to joke with. I knew he was traumatized by what happened to him, but he was able to hide it pretty well. Maybe he doesn't even know. It is most likely a subconscious action to protect its host. It wasn't something I haven't seen before. I knew people who could fight well even when they were half asleep or tipsy. Some had even trained themselves and their body to ignore pain to a ridiculous degree. Drawl was the same as them, but his was something he wasn't even aware about. But it didn't matter all that much now. He's healing. Ever since the day we took down Hydra's head, he became more free. His actions, from the way he talked all to the way he even looked, were different. Before, it could be said that he had trained his body to be able to emulate minute changes at will like a professional assassin or martial artist, but now all these came natural to him. Like he wasn't taught but had had them since birth. A frightening second nature. That bastard sure is weird as fuck. Why am I doing all this? Because I'm in an Hydra base in Wisconsin doing cleanup with some agents. Hill, you got 5 targets heading for you. Take the path by your right and follow it until you come across a hatch. There's a blind spot by it where you should be able to take out at least 3 of them before they can react. I informed Hill. Got it. Riley, double back and wait for Hill's signal to help her out. I informed one of the agents. Yes sir. I still don't know why I got this job. Less than a year and I'm already a high-level agent. Gah. Responsibilities. Stro-man, Hill just pulled aggro. She has 17 hostiles incoming, you and Brock go help her out. I commanded 2 heavy shooters. Fuck you, Clint. Ah yes, the aggro puller. I knocked an arrow to my bowstring and pulled back before letting it sail through the air in a projectile of 423 meters before it hit a wall, and a flashbang blinded the incoming aggros Hill pulled. My job was support, which was obvious given my weapon of choice, so Fury had me overseeing these little raids. Hey Clint. Hild called me over on the comms. Yeah, what up? I answered. Is he gonna show up at one of these raids? She asked me. I don't think so. He's probably enjoying his vacation. I replied her as I shot 2 more arrows at 2 snipers. You missing him all of a sudden? I bet he'll be glad. I teased. No. I'm just asking since it'll make these raids easier. And besides, he's not my type. She said matter-of-factly. Oof. Burn. Too bad he isn't here for me to rub it in his face. I said, although I doubt I could get the reaction I wanted from him for something like this. Are you guys a couple or something? I almost missed my shot because of that comment. I'd rather marry a penguin than, date that guy for even a day. What the hell is wrong with your imagination, Hill? I almost shouted back if not for the fact of not compromising my position. Nothing. Just asking. She said in a smug tone. This woman is weird. Are you guys done having your lovers spat? We gotta move Hawks. Stroman said through the comms, putting an end to our bicker. Hey Wade, you have heavy artillery coming from your 9 o'clock. You think you can handle them? I asked one of the new recruits. I didn't even know where Fury picked this guy up from. Wait, was Fury the one who picked him up? I don't even remember this guy joining this raid. Roger that, Leader San. Make way. Pikachu is coming. Who the hell is that guy? A/N, was feeling a bit wonky so I just decided to add a Deadpool cameo. Nothing serious. 53, Chapter 52. Patreon currently has 25 chapters so do check it out. Patreon.com/DearAulTheoMenus. 800 stones to go for 2 juicy chapters, maybe 3 if you are hungry enough for it. Drawl St. Cross POV. I tried to find out where Trask was from the network but my limited skills wasn't able to ping his location. If I were to force my way through, I would catch the attention of multiple parties since I know Trask wasn't working alone. The lack of a satellite was also an impediment on my more extensive vocation. I was tempted to ask Fury for his location but that would just be a clash of ideas and like a wise man once said, it is better to ask for forgiveness than permission. I had a lead however, Trask wasn't in the States currently. The last trail I could find was a plane ticket to Moscow 3 weeks ago. It was pretty old but it was the only thing I got. Regardless of its authenticity, I couldn't just pack up and chase the trail to Moscow. I still had things to do here like the release of the apps which were happening tomorrow. I still haven't heard of how the talk between Bucky and Rogers went. I would wait for a week or two for the release to settle and make sure Marky wouldn't get stumped along the way which I doubted he would, also have a word with Fury about something I really should have done a while back and also see if I can cancel any therapy appointment with Bucky I might have. I was in the midst of thinking when my phone rang signifying that Fury was calling since he was the only one who called with the burner phone. He or Carlson? I picked it up and answered. What's up Nick? Say, what exactly are doing now? Fury asked. I took a moment to arrange my thoughts since I don't think it will be a good idea to tell Fury what I'm about to do. I found an Hydra trail and I don't like where it's headed one bit. I kept it veiled since I knew Fury wouldn't dig too much if it's about Hydra. And exactly like I thought, Fury didn't ask for the details but the tone in which he replied gave me the wrong signals. How about I help you out a bit and you help me with a little pickle I've got on my hands? He said. Oh, this was better. I could use this favor to have Fury track Trask's recent whereabouts for me. I don't see any problem with that. Sure, why not? Good. They'll drop by your house in the evening. Sure, no prob. What do you mean they? Who's they? Talk to you later. He cut the call before I could ask him what he meant. For some reason, I felt I would not like what he was aiming at so I threw the thought out of my mind and focused on whatever information I could find apart from Trask. It was only now that I knew how out of touch I was with this world ever since my Kill Hydra crusade. It wasn't my fault since I didn't have the luxury to focus on other things since Hydra was still hot on my ass at that point. Even if I resolved myself to know about other factions of power present, it didn't mean that I was going to try and get in touch with them. Just a precaution to keep me afloat the river of ignorance. With the Sentinel project out of the way, I tried to find any other important thing I could find going on between Hydra and their associates. There were a few morally unacceptable cases and projects Hydra was involved in, which was all that surprising since they were Hydra, but whether or not the projects were still on, someone had to make sure they weren't. I sighed as I closed the page and went offline, choosing to take a break from all these headache-inducing secrets. I looked at the time and found out that it was already 7:38 p.m., which meant I was on the net for more than 5 hours. As if to tell me I made a wrong choice of getting out too early, I heard the engine of car pulling up to my driveway. Right, Fury said some people were coming. I wonder who they are. They? Jesus, let me be wrong. I was ready to send whoever it was that Fury sent me packing back to whence they came if I didn't see the need of playing host since my schedule was already packed with the recent Trask mission, so I didn't want someone interrupting me on my probably last vacation in a long while before I tracked down Trask. But out of nowhere, I predicted who was most likely the people Fury would send to me and the conclusion did not amuse me. I went outside to see if my fears were unwarranted but unfortunately they were. Steve Rogers and Bucky were walking towards me with Bucky having a helpless smile on his face. Helpless my evolutionary ass. You know, when Fury said he had a pickle, this wasn't what I thought he had in mind. I said to Bucky as the both of them came in front of me. Hi, my name is Steve Rogers. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. St. Cross. Steve said as he held out a hand for a shake, which I did. God. That straightness is unnerving. He really is wound up his ass with that vibranium shield of his. I would say the same for me, but we all know I'd be lying. I said after letting go of his hand and leading them inside. So what the hell am I looking at? If I knew Fury would be sending me the ex-Hydra zombie in the original Frozen, I wouldn't have bothered asking for his help. I asked as we all took a seat. Deal with it, Quacks. Steve here wanted to do something about Hydra immediately after he woke up, and Fury thought since you were the leading expert in Hydra extermination it wouldn't hurt for you to bring him up to speed. Bucky said, which prompted me to raise an eyebrow at Steve. I already knew Steve might react like this since he was shown to have a serious beef with Hydra. Well, everyone who knew about them would, but Steve's was on a whole different level. Probably since they were the main enemy he fought when he was alive. You know he just woke up today, right? I asked Bucky, who at my question displayed that helpless smile of his, but before he could answer Steve did. I am well aware of my situation, but as someone who also suffered at their hands, then you should understand why I'm doing this. Steve said to me with a burning look of conviction which I found uncomfortable. Right? Well, I'm not someone who would spit on a man's convictions, so we are cool on that front, but I just wanted to ask, how do you deal with the cold? I would have laughed at the irony if it were under normal circumstances, but unfortunately I was pretty serious, although Steve looked confused at that line of question. Allow me to simplify. Have you ever been to Moscow? He had a look of realization on his face as he answered with a negative no. Well then, 2 weeks from now is your lucky day, since we'll be taking a trip to Moscow. I informed them. What's happening in Moscow? Bucky asked. I found an Hydra trail leading to one Bolivar Trask who is working on something called the Sentinel Project. I explained to them the outlines of what I found without getting into the specifics, since I only knew the specifics of the project because of what I used to read when I was a child. So we are leaving in 2 weeks then to track down this Trask guy. Why not leave immediately before our only trail runs cold? Steve asked. He was calm even after hearing we won't be leaving until 2 weeks later, when I thought he would be rearing for some action. Looks like I'm the only one who does that. Because I have some things to take care of. Well, more things, now that both of you are here. Hopefully I will be able to come across another lead before our takeoff. I replied with a shrug. Fortunately that also gives me enough time to work on those old bones of yours. I lied. I was only interested in seeing how strong Captain America was. I had no doubt that I could kill him easily if we ever fought, but I wanted to see how strong he was in relative to me. I wonder why he didn't die when he faced off against Thanos in Endgame. Right. Plot. Simply put, the directors of the movie, or in this case Stan Lee, or is it Jack Kirby, didn't want him to die in the hands of Thanos. If it wasn't because of that universal cosmic decree, then Cap wouldn't have survived the first confrontation. There's also that bullshit about how none of the main characters died or were killed during the battle, except for the unclassified mobs. The only exceptions were Natasha and Stark, and those two willingly sacrificed themselves, so they don't count. But I'm sure if something like that were to happen in this universe, then either Thanos wins or more than half of the Avengers are taken down with him. Hell, for all I don't know, this might be one of those universes where Thanos won the Infinity Saga and reigned supreme. Complications. But we can do that tomorrow, so just take the night off and get your first normal sleep in 50 years. I rose from the chair as I went to my room to crash, leaving the two friends on their lonesome. The next day. Huff, huff. I was standing in front of a weary Steve Rogers as he huffed and puffed in exhaustion. How the hell can you do that? Steve asked me in astonishment. The reason for that was simple, I was going all Batman on his defrosted American ass. While I might not be a master of over a 100 martial arts style, doesn't mean I didn't rank high in any hand-to-hand fight I found myself in. Simple things like fighting and learning were easier to adapt to rather than unnatural things like energy manipulation. Not to brag, but if someone were to fight me in hand combat, then they'll just be punching themselves in the face. While they would first have the upper hand due to me not knowing the fighting style they were using, continuous fighting would only work in my favor. The above have been proven true and tested, except if I were to be fighting people like Ra's al Ghul or Deathstroke and Batman. No thank you. These were not people you fuck with just because you have a nifty trick like adaptation. I mean, who the hell Spartan kicks the Flash and goes on to beat the entire Justice League while almost killing Green Lantern? Deathstroke, that's who. Like seriously, while the Marvelverse has its own danger with reality warpers, calamity brewers, cosmic trippers, and multiversal blippers, the DC universe was just a fuckfest of men beating demons and God's ass on a daily. So yeah, your skill set and power level hardly means jack shit in that dumpster of a universe. I mean, take Constantine for example. See where I'm going? Be happy for the little things, hey. I look at Steve, who was getting ready for another go in the makeshift Mortal Kombat themed arena I made, which was just a ring of fire surrounding us that heaved as if it breathed in correspondence to every breath I took. My manipulation of fire was coming along swiftly and didn't end with just making flying weapons. Take the fire for example, with every intake of breath I took, the ring of fire would rise up, only to go back to its previous state when I exhale. And this was me not actively using my own energy to do it, but rather a simple breath. Man, I can do this all day. I said with a huge smile on my face. I know. He whined, which only made the smile become huge, threatening to split my lips. Steve attacked me, Shield in hand, whole I held my frozen axe and parried the flying shield which just spun and went back to Steve's hands. The mechanics of that shield did not follow the laws of physics, I'm sure of that. Fighting hand to hand with Steve was just me beating his ass since I was better than him in every way, so we settled for using our weapons. Steve was good with a shield, like really good, which went without saying since his entire persona was based on him as a shield-wielding star-spangled hero. We fought for a while, with me going easy on him while Bucky sat outside the arena with a bag of chips as he watched Steve get his ass handed to him. "Bucky, get in here!" I called out to him and laughed as he face contorted into an uncomfortable frown. He grumbled for a while before picking his gun and some sharp weapons and jumping through the flames as he shot me straight to the mouth, which I thankfully dodged. "Oh, it's on." And like that I proceeded to hoop the out-of-time asses of two old young-looking men. 54, Chapter 53. Patreon currently has 25 chapters, so do check it out. Patreon.com/DearAwoltheoManus. 600 stones to go for 2 juicy chapters, maybe 3 if you are hungry enough for it. Bucky, Steve, and I trained every day ever since the day they started living with me. I didn't mind the company all that much, enjoyed it even, which was even coupled with the daily beatdowns they both received in my hands, but all good things must come to an end. It's been 2 weeks and today was the day we flew to Russia. Fury obviously had a certain level of pull in the government as they let us pass through without even being checked. It saved us a hassle since Cap had his shield, Bucky his guns and knives while I had 3 axes. We made it past security and our weapons got docked in a different compartment by people I assumed to be S.H.I.E.L.D agents. The flight in itself was silent, which had me dozing off to music blasting through the headphones I wore. We got to Moscow in the afternoon, towards the evening. I had called Fury during the last few weeks and asked if could help me with Trask's location or if he was still in the Russian capital, which he said even he didn't know. S.H.I.E.L.D was an intelligence organization, yes, but that didn't mean they could find anyone on the planet. So we had to personally chase down our hopefully not so cold trail. Fury did ask why I wanted Trask's location though, and all I told him was that Hydra had a connection with Trask and I was investigating. He didn't seem to buy it, but he did give me the benefits of the doubt. "So do we have a lead, or are we just a trio of lost men in Russia?" Bucky asked me after he exited the airport at Moscow and stood at the gate. "No, we don't, but we can find one," I told them. "How?" This time it was Steve who was the inquisitive one. "Good old-fashioned raiding," I said with a smile. 4 hours later, I directed Steve and Bucky in base raiding while I acted as their sniping support from a healthy distance. Bucky was in his standard winter soldier gear with the black face mask while Steve was in something similar. Rather than the stars and stripes with the bright colors, I ordered a suit from S.H.I.E.L.D which was similar to the one he used in the Infinity War Saga movies. Both of them were in black-themed combat gears while I was in a shirt, tie and brown overcoat. I was only missing the cigarette, otherwise I would have been heavily ripping off Konstantine's default outfit. We hit a few bases, leaving no survivors obviously, which between me, a vengeful Bucky and righteously angered Steve was not a hard thing to do, and took any information we could. This was an Hydra base in the capital of Russia, the biggest one I knew of, so they were bound to have an idea of what was happening in the city or know of someone who knew what was happening, but like every other Hydra soldier they were all washed clean them brains, I mean, so they didn't spill, and I wasn't about to go on a torture cycle on everyone of importance in that base, so we did away with them and cleaned off the other 2 bases in the capital city before we settled down and rented a 3-bedroom suite for our foreseeable stay in Russia. Having different rooms would just be cross-efficient since we were on a covered mission, if we could even call it that at this point, given that we just did a speed run through the 3 Hydra bases in Moscow, and staying apart would make us easy pickings if concerned parties were already informed of our arrival, not that we were subtle about it since we took a public transport to the country. So we got nothing? Steve asked while I worked on my laptop. Not really. From what we know, there is something happening in the last week of October, which is next week, so that is our first lead, I said to him, not taking my eyes off the screen I was working on. But we don't know if this Trask guy would be there. He said. That we don't, which is why it is called a lead. Nothing is proven unless it is. Bingo! I exclaimed as my little project finally paid off. You got something? Steve asked as he looked at the screen to gleam at whatever I found out. What's a canile conference? He asked as he saw the file I just managed to unearth from the dust of the web. Dunno what it is, but according to what it says, the key to humanity's next step in evolution is our clue on where next to be. But what I find pretty funny is how likely everyone in attendance will be hardcore mutant haters, which is ironic since the emergence of the X gene paved the way to the next step of the species evolution. I explained as a look of scorn rested on my face. I can see the irony, but where's the real kicker? Would you look at that? Steve is finally getting to know the subtle intricacies of conversation. They are just jealous and self-loathing pics since they weren't among the evolved ones, so they are doing all what they can to paint the mutant race as failed humans with defects while trying to bring about their own versions of evolution. I can bet my whole fortune that 80% of all their evolution-themed research are all based on the mutant's X gene. So basically they are all just bunch of bitter old racists. I just couldn't understand the reason why it had to be like this but gave up when I knew my former world was not any different. Hell, if my former world had something like the X gene present in a particular ethnicity then it would be no different from what was happening here. Change was constant, true. But what was truer was that people hardly change. To change someone's view on something, you have to fully destroy their former belief, which was harder than it seems. Religion was a prime example. People hardly change, hey? It was the same 50 years and to think it's still the same now. Steve said with a low voice. While he wasn't a mutant, he wasn't fully human either. He was a mutate, a physically enhanced being based on their X gene. Different from what you think, 50 years isn't a long time, Steve. It definitely isn't long enough for a revolution. I told him as I went back to hacking away on my keyboard, but instead of digging up some more information I was looking over the statistics of the recently released Facebook and Fmail. While Fmail wasn't as much of a hit as Facebook, it was still garnering a supple activity since it was way different and easily accessible from what was present today. Where's Bucky? I looked around the room but couldn't catch sight of the broody old man. He's at the balcony getting fresh air. It's hard to know what he's thinking nowadays, sometimes he looks as if he's getting over it and other times it's like it killing him deep inside. Steve had a sad expression on his face as his head hung low. That's because that is what is currently happening to him right now. He doesn't know the right way to feel these emotions. When he's happy, he'll think he should be sad. When he's sad, he'll think he should fight away that sadness. These intense changes in emotions are what is eating him up. You think he'd get better soon? No, I don't think so. It'll take time for him to convince himself that it's okay and he's atoned for more than enough. I said as I closed my laptop and got ready to retire to bed. How then are you holding up? Forgive my prying, but you seem to be doing all right for someone who was extensively experimented on. Steve asked with a look of genuine curiosity. How exactly, hey? I'm not exactly doing good from my own objective point of view, but I think you wouldn't agree with that. Let's just chuck it up to the fact my coping mechanism won't allow me to brood about my trauma, doesn't mean the scars aren't there though. I said while popping the joints in my shoulders due to all the typing, not that it was needed but it was the thoughts that counts. So you are still affected by it? He asked, sounding surprised. I didn't know why he was surprised, but realistically speaking, it was not possible for someone to overcome 2 years of extreme torture in just 6 measly months. I was different because of my mind always putting itself in an optimal state, otherwise I would have broken up in depression or gone crazy. Not to the point where it affects my thinking or mental fortitude, but yes, the memories are still there. I answered him. How long do you think it'll take him to fully get over it? He asked but didn't seem to really want an answer, probably because he knew he wouldn't like it. In my honest opinion, give or take 5 years to get over the self-loathe. The depression never leaves, but it'll become very mild to the point of unnoticeable. I said and watched as Steve's face fell in horror, but I continued. That scenario would most likely happen if he didn't have a target to vent it on, which isn't the case. It'll take a few years, but with the right guidance and support he'll be sure to get over it. I said with a smile on my face. You shouldn't be giving people advice like that, Quack, otherwise they'll think you are legit. Bucky said as he entered the room with a weary smile on his face, likely because he heard what we were talking about. And what's so wrong about that? I asked with an amused shrug. Maybe the fact that you are not in the least being professional about it. Oh please. Professionalism is overrated. I said. Says the Quack. He rebutted. I laughed and made my way to my room. Meanwhile in the living room. Seriously? You are being worried about me? Bucky asked with a smile that didn't fit his tone. Of course. I'm not blind, Bucky. Steve said as he looked at the fake smile Bucky wore, which was too obvious to be missed. You are not a genius either. Bucky said. So are you. You never looked like the smart type. Steve said, and they both laughed. So what are we? 2 dumb men on a mission? I don't think I'm liking our odds. Bucky said with a chuckle before the smile left his face. I know you are trying to help, Steve. But there is no help in this, all I can do is lessen the guilt I feel. He said. I know. Drawl said as much. Steve replied. That's why he is a quack. Their entire shtick is all about sounding legit. They fell into silence before Bucky continued speaking. I was thinking that after this mission, I'd tell Howard's son that I was the one who killed his father. He deserves to know that at least. Bucky said, shocking Steve. Don't you think you are being rash? Who knows what he'll do, and from what I've heard about him, he was more prolific than Howard even was. For all we know, he'll just use his connections to order your death or try to do it himself. Steve cried out in disbelief at Bucky's statement. And what's so wrong with that? It's his right to avenge his parents like anyone else. If we were to count the people who'd want to kill me for killing their loved ones, then I don't think there'd be parts of me to go around. he said with a mirthless chuckle. That's your depression speaking and you know it. What happened wasn't my fault? Whose fault it is at this point doesn't matter, Steve. I did it. I crashed their car and killed both of them. It doesn't matter whether it was my choice or not, I killed them. That is the fact, and one I'm always going to live with. Bucky held his head with both of his hands as he brought it to his knees. Fine. You win. It's your fault. Happy now? Steve asked Bucky, who raised his head in surprise. If you want someone to blame you just so you can feel bad about yourself, then I'd do it. But don't for a moment think you are in this alone. You can trust me, and Drawl seems like someone to trust as well. Steve was interrupted at that point due to a voice coming from one of the rooms. No, I'm not. You don't trust quacks unless you are a con man. Drawl shouted. Steve wanted to talk at that point, but he was once again interrupted. And no, I wasn't eavesdropping. The two of you were just too loud, so why don't both of you take your mid-20th century asses to bed since we have a long week ahead of us? Hydra Russia aren't going to kill themselves, you dimwits, we are. He said before he went silent, probably trying to sleep. The two men in the living room were stunned before they burst into laughs. You heard him. This is no time to brood. Steve said before he went to his room while Bucky to his. 55, Chapter 54. Patreon currently has 25 chapters, so do check it out. Patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 500 stones to go for 2 juicy chapters, maybe 3 if you are hungry enough for it. The following day went by with Drawl, Steve, and Bucky clearing all the bases of Hydra in the Russian capital without being able to find any trace of Trask except for that of the so-called Kanile Conference. Do we have a plan for when we apprehend Trask? Steve asked after that got back to their hotel room. We do, but we are not apprehending Trask. Drawl said while keeping the bag in which he carried his 3 axes to the side before corking open a bottle of whiskey. Steve's brows furrowed at the statement, but he didn't need to ask before Drawl gave an explanation to him and the silent, yet inquisitive Bucky. Acting against Trask from the get-go is a sure way to be labeled a terrorist and given the mark of rogue operatives, which we don't want obviously. The plan is to trail him to wherever his hide hole is before acting on him away from viewing eyes. And like I said before, there is no apprehending involved. If Trask is in some shady dealings like we suspect, then I'd be lopping his head off. Steve grimaced at that while Bucky, to his credit, just raised an eyebrow at what was said. You know, you are resembling an awful lot like a vigilante. Bucky said in his own pace, which caused Drawl to pause and shoot him a disbelieving look. You are not seriously insinuating that I have a hero complex or God forbid a for the greater good type mentality now, are you? Drawl continued his stare at Bucky, who just shrugged it off. I'm just saying, that's all. And what's with that look, Steve? Drawl directed at Steve, who had an expression difficult to read. I'm just wondering if you could tone it down a bit on the whole butcher thing with the axe and decapitated heads. Steve said with an awkward smile, at least he found it in him to be awkward because of the nature of the request. Hey. I'm just saying that it's too unsettling, that's all. Steve said, and now even Drawl and Bucky could tell how awkward he was feeling talking about something like this. Well, I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but not every one of us could use a physics-defying shield with such mastery that would make a frisbee look cool. You don't see me complaining about your shield's bullshit every time you throw it at an enemy now, do you? Drawl questioned sarcastically. At least it doesn't make someone look like a bloodthirsty barbarian. Bucky commented quietly to the side, which Drawl heard because of his enhanced senses. You've got a problem with my working aesthetics, Bucks? I asked him with a challenging tone. I don't, but that doesn't mean it isn't unsettling. Bucky took the stare coolly and answered, clearly unfazed. Well, unlike you guys, guns and shields don't just do it for me anymore. It doesn't also help that most weapons aren't to my taste except for that romantic beauty of an axe. Drawl said as he downed his glass of whiskey and straight unpacking his axe to clean them. Which one are you talking about? Steve asked in an uncertain tone. I'm talking of Alice and her sisters, of course. Drawl said in a matter-of-factly tone. The name he mentioned were what he called the 3 axes he wielded, Alice the First to Alice the Third. God, you are going more crazy by the day. Bucky sighed and walked to his room to get a good rest before the D-Day that was tomorrow. I don't know what's his problems nowadays. He looks like he is getting crankier as the day goes on. Drawl said before he went ahead and stated cleaning the 3 axes. Unlike the first axe he used, these 3 were specially commissioned by him from a metallurgist back in New York, but even then, it was still a more highly durable iron. That was why he took care of it and didn't use them every time, since he didn't know when their durability would give out. So what's on your mind? I doubt it's the weapons. Drawl said to Steve without taking his eyes off the little task of wiping his weapon that he was doing. I was just wondering why you started taking the initiative to hunt them after Hydra was destroyed by you yourself, no less. He said. Oh, that? I was always going to hunt them sooner or later down the line, but I figured that it was time I got off my ass and started doing it than letting them grow comfortable enough to fight back. Drawl explained. Is that why you don't want to take any form of prisoners and just kill them all off? You are afraid Hydra would come back? Steve asked, which prompted a chuckle from Drawl. First of all, I don't believe in granting my foes any type of clemency except death, and the fact about me being afraid of Hydra coming back is a half-truth, reason being that I don't think I could ever truly wipe out Hydra since it would require an ungodly amount of dedication, and I'm not about to use my new leech of time to start chasing old wounds, since I would just be stressing myself until I fall into paranoia because of an unnecessary ideal. Drawl said as he finished cleaning the weapons and set the aside. So you are saying that unless you make it your life goal, you won't be able to stamp out every ink of Hydra from the world? Steve asked. In a nutshell, yes. He got up and left for his bedroom since it was getting late and they had Trask as their target and he had to be in top shape to deal with whatever situation may arise. He still didn't know where Trask was with the Sentinel project, but he was hoping it wasn't yet functional because that would suck bad for everyone, mostly the mutant race, since it'll have to wipe them all out first before it focuses on the humans. Stupid, crazy, ego-driven scientists. He gritted his teeth as he thought of what kind of calamity would fall on an entire race just because of a jealous racist bastard. Or in this case a group of jealous racist bastards. The next day, Drawl and his team went to the site of the Kanile conference, but unlike Bucky and Steve who stood wait outside, Drawl got himself put in a nice suit and went inside the venue. He was able to hack into their servers and then added an extra Mr. Kalinkov to the reservations list. They weren't using invitation cards since it was outdated and it could easily be forged. The reason for Drawl's actions were that he wanted to see who would be able to recognize him, stir up the rat's nest a little to see who were rattled, and then he'd make headway on the number of people who knew about him. He walked into the conference room, which seemed like a lecture hall with a little podium at the end of it, a projector to the side with a screen. The room could fit it in up to 200 seats, so it wasn't crowded, as these kind of people were few and far across the globe and they were likely to be of the questionable ilk. His senses were spread to take in every shift in posture as he walked to the front seats so people could get a good look at him, every sharp intake of breath, every increase in heartbeats. He was listening to all of them. He talked to some of the people at the front, acting like he was some unknown name and they were his idols, while also asking them about insights from some papers of theirs he had schemed through by the course of the week. The act worked as he had expected. The scientists and doctors were quick to take on a superior air of authority, while others didn't deign it to themselves to listen or even talk to this gold-digging nobody. After some back and forths, he went back to the back of the room and took a seat where he could see most of the people from his elevated position. His gamble had paid off and he identified 4 people who reacted to his presence. One shifted to hide himself, the other 2 acted casual since they were likely betting on the fact that there was no way he could know them, and the last was Trask. The man seemed like he wanted to be anywhere but here at the moment. He already knew their faces, so there was no way they were escaping him. He already knew Trask and also identified 2 of them, but he didn't know the last one, which wasn't a problem. Even on the off chance that he wasn't on Hydra's servers, then all he needed to do was draw a picture of his face and have Fury run a facial ID on him. His enhanced musculature ensured control over every single bone and muscle fibers in his body, so things like drawing and playing the violin came very easy to him, and that to his eidetic and photographic memory, and he could very well draw a perfect replica of the Mona Lisa after a steady glance. The conference was halfway before Steve informed him that they had armed men securing the perimeter around the conference site. His suspect to that were Trask and the fidgety guy who he remembered as one of Ernst's lab partners, but he didn't act. It was also during the lectures that he was able to know that the gathering he was at wasn't some sort of villains league where all the mutant hate people gathered and plotted their downfall, but rather he was something he could only call a secret society like the Illuminati. There were rules that the people here seemed to follow by, which ranged from the way they welcomed someone onto the stage or some chance they did. He saw some people he could only identify as the Hellfire Club since he had at some point researched them, and even though they were low-key, so low in fact that they weren't on anyone's radar, he was able to find out some information about Sebastian Shaw and Emma Frost, the White King and Queen of said club respectively. The former because he was known to frequent some high-level parties, and they later since she had some kind of academy or was it some company back in Massachusetts. His focus didn't stay on them for more than a few seconds before he rested his gaze elsewhere. He stayed like that as Steve kept of telling him of the situation outside, and since their attackers went into his range, he was able to observe them with his senses while he X-rayed the ones that were at his front. He couldn't help but smile as the 2 likely men to have ordered such a strike immediately calmed down and fully focused on the lectured, although their heart was still beating at an accelerated pace. The 2 noticed his smile, and to make it more worse, he turned to them and waved, and he almost burst into laughter as their heartbeats went through the roof in sheer panic. The funny part was that they didn't know who he was waving at since they noticed themselves, which prompted his smile to widen as they both gained a fuck expression. I wanted to tease them further but had to stop when I saw some snipers aiming at me with my X-ray vision. This never gets old, does it? Honestly speaking, why do I always find myself at gunpoint? I was waiting for the sniper's call to shoot, and the moment I got it, immediately steam poured out of my body in massive amounts, and very soon the entire hall was covered in panicked screams and steam. I got up and started walking leisurely to Trask's location even as the dwarf of a man struggled to run away. Bucky and Steve had already engaged the hostiles outside while the snipers still couldn't get a shot at me. They may have infrared and HEAR sensors, but they would never be able to catch me with that unless I'm actively releasing from my body in an amount that was humanly impossible. With a light tap of my leg on the floor, a freezing beam made its way across the floor to where Ernst's lab partner was and froze him solid in seconds before ice spikes drilled into him, turning him into an Iron Maiden, while I finally got to Trask and yanked up the short man and let out a chuckle as his legs wiggled due to the lack of solid contact with the ground. Come on now. Why run from me when I'm one of your hardcore fans? That breaks my heart, you know. I said in mock hurt to the Peter Dinklage look-alike. Mutant. He hissed out. Wow, just wow. This guy is seriously corrupting my image of the Tyrion. Well, they did say you never want to meet your heroes. Bingo. I'm the big bad of this episode and you, my good friend, just got on the execution block, once again. I knocked him out before he started protesting and made my way to where I could safely escape from with this baggage with me. 56, Chapter 55. Patreon currently has 27 chapters, so do check it out. Patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 400 stones to go. With Trask out of commission, I made my way through the steam and looked for a good place to deposit him that I could keep an eye on while also helping Steve and Co take care of the nuisance outside. I stuffed the man into what resembled a locker and immediately went outside. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't want to fight in public like this since I would soon be a public figure, but given that the people we were facing weren't any type of government agents, I would be able to act unimpeded and I could always count a Fury to ghost me out any interested party's servers. I had already told Fury before we begun the operation today, so he no doubt had his eyes on this location as we speak. Bucky, talk to me. I rang Bucky as I made my way outside. No new developments. But Steve and I are under heavy suppression fires, so I suggest you wrap up with whatever you are doing and help us take out the snipers first. Bucky exclaimed. I activated my X-ray vision and located Bucky's position and also the snipers that were limiting their movements. I formed a blue ball in my hand and shot it to two snipers as it divided mid-air and shot out hails of ice spikes, killing the two snipers and other enemies in the vicinity. That seemed to catch their attention as the rest immediately focused their fire on me. Immediately I sensed something wrong as the ones who targeted me exchanged their guns, and this time what they shot were lasers. I was not a fool to tank what I didn't know what it was made of, so I dodged. I got my bearings immediately and sent out a whip of flames that wrapped 3 more people. With just a thought the whip's color changed from bright yellow to dark red and I drew the rope and watched as it cut through the heads of my targets. Without wasting time I jumped from my position, not wanting to stay in one place lest I was besieged by those lasers that I still didn't know what they did. I called out to Steve as I jumped, and a second later his shield was flying in my position, which I caught mid-air and twisted my body to throw it at a nearby sniper. It ricocheted off the sniper and made its way back to me, but I kicked it, changing its trajectory as it sailed its way back to Steve. I still don't understand that thing. I muttered as I focus on another section of enemy homes. The moment they knew they had caught my attention, they started fire haphazardly to disrupt my approach, but this time instead of sending whips of flames I sent out ice spears at a little distance, a few inches away from their feet. I almost chuckled as we immediately relaxed that I missed as they attacked with more ferocity, but screams started flowing from their mouths due to this long spikes that grew from the ground and pierced their bodies while they weren't paying attention. I ignored them as those ice would kill them in seconds to a minute as it froze anywhere it pierced down to the bones. These were what I had been training for up to a month now, how to use my attacks in different forms. Ice as always was easier to manipulate from a distance, but fire was still tricky, but I finally managed to get the gist of it. I turned to the last sniper located atop a mast some feet away from me, but that didn't deter me as I shot out the lasers from my eyes. The lasers I shot out was fast that the snipers didn't have time to react at the abnormality of what my beams did. They curved. While I wasn't yet closer to ripping off Darkseid trademark with the omnidirectional Omega beams, I was able to make mine curve the moment I picked up how to manipulate energy from a distance. It was what I used to control my ice spikes and flames from a distance and make them change their attack patterns. It was a pretty nifty thing I learned. With Steve and Bucky super soldiering their way through the others, we were able to make quick work of the enemies we faced. I went back to pick up Trask as I kept my eyes on him throughout the fight, never letting my visuals stray more than 5 seconds away for his position. We got him, now what? Bucky asked as I sighed. The plan was to rattle them and trail whoever spooked back to their hideouts, but I didn't account for the fact that their whole entourage would be nearby and the whole place would dissolve in chaos so quickly. The whole fight took over 30 minutes, and if we had followed the original plan, Trask would have surely gotten away since there was no way my X-ray vision covered such large distances, so I had to scrap the whole plan and act on the fly. So much for a week of planning. Let's just take him back. I sighed as I said and walked out of the venue with the still knocked out Trask. You sure he's gonna spill whatever we want him to? Bucky asked. I have ways of making him talk. I simply said while Bucky nodded while Cap just shook his head and followed us to our getaway ride. I drove us to another hideout I procured since I figured out former suite would be compromised if any hiccups were to happen during the X-Stealth mission we just completed. Trask wasn't the only thing we got from the conference, as Steve snagged a few of their weapons so I could know what they did and why they only used it on me. The place we went to was a few miles away from the boisterous Moscow city, since the place would no doubt be crawling with different Russian agencies, both the legal and obscure ones, so we had to get out. I strapped Trask to a chair while I took the guns for testing. While I did know a few things about mechanics, it would take hours if not days to fully understand the internal working of the gun, and that was time we had. Right now, people associated with Trask would know that he had been kidnapped during the chaos and they would be on a move in whatever agenda they had, so I needed to figure this thing out to know what they did before the hot trail went cold. Coming to that conclusion, I decided to test the gun the only way I knew how to use it on myself. Sometimes I get the feeling that my sense of danger and self-preservation is not as high as I imagined it would be after all the shit I've been through. I held the gun while Steve and Bucky watched me with my senses spread out to glean anything I could from this instantaneous testing. Are you sure you want to be doing that? Because that thing looks a hell of a lot like an Hydra weapon. Bucky said while looking at me with concern. I don't want to do this, but I doubt whatever it does would take me down in one shot. I said, trying to assuage whatever worry they had. That isn't a valid reason to test the weapon on yourself either. Bucky countered. True, but it's not like we have much of a choice. I said as I pointed the gun to my other hand. I was not stupid enough to point at my chest. I took a deep breath as I counted, 1, 2, 3. And shot it. Fuck. I groaned and almost fell to the floor while Bucky and Steve immediately came to my side. What's wrong? Steve asked me as they helped me stand back up. The fuck is that? Was what came out of my mouth as soon as I composed myself as the effect wore off. What happened to you? Steve asked me again. Told you it was a bad idea, quack. Hey, at least you didn't blow away your hands. Bucky said with a shrug as he saw that I wasn't hurt in any way. I don't know exactly what it does, but it felt as if I was electrocuted. I said as I tried to remember the feeling. It wasn't like normal electricity at all. But electricity don't have that kind of extreme effect on you. I seen you get shocked by things a lot worse than that beam and you shrug it off, so whatever that thing was, it definitely wasn't electricity. Bucky didn't believe it, and to be honest neither did I. I shrugged off lightning strikes from Storm, and this thing definitely wasn't up on a danger scale of 1,000,000,000 volts. What if it wasn't electricity? We both looked at Steve as he said that. What if it was something like a repellent or an allergy? It would explain why it affected him so much like that. I thought about what Steve just said and couldn't help but find a little proof to what he just proposed. It didn't explain the entire niche about the gun, but it at least gave me something to start with. So what? The guns are like spoiled eggs that makes you sick every time you inhale them? That's concerning. Bucky gave his 2 cents as we all pondered on it before a light bulb lit up in my head. What if it's not just my antithesis but that of all other mutants as well? I told them what I thought, and it didn't even take a second before their eyes widened in realization. An anti-mutant gun. This is definitely what governments would invest in, and Hydra. But if that's true, then he isn't doing anything bad, is he? Bucky asked in confusion. I mean, if we are objectively speaking, then it isn't wrong for the government to develop anti-mutant weaponry, since mutants are hard to stop from committing crimes nowadays. I mean, look at Magneto, that guy could walk in and out of any government facility without anyone having the power to stop him, so it stands to reason that they would want to create a deterrence against them. I agreed with what Bucky said, even Steve did, but unfortunately, that's not what the Sentinel Project is about. How about we ask the man himself? I walked to where Trask was strapped to a chair as he started waking up. He took a moment to get himself a sliver of recognition before he started squirming in his chair. Untie me, you vile thing! He screamed as he saw us. Wow, it's like. Even Steve was taken aback by it. Hydra all over again. Bucky, to his credit, didn't even have the slightest change in his expression. Let's cut to chase, shall we? Tell us all you know about the Sentinel project you are working on. After all, it is your brainchild, isn't it? Trask looked at me with a look of scorn, and if someone could see my mental state, then there would know that just that look was a critical hit to me. Damn you! You budget Peter Dinklage look-alike! You think I'll ever cower to the likes of you? Trask said, even looking smug as he said that. No, I don't expect you to. He didn't expect that as looked at me wondering what I would do. I brought a chair and sat in front of him and looked at him before speaking. Larry, Tanya, they are mutants, aren't they? His eyes widened. What? How? This time he had an expression of fear on his face. Hey, don't you think you are going far? Steve called out to me in disgruntlement. How do you know that? Who told you that? This time he was screaming at me. From what I knew from the comics, Trask was disillusioned because of the powers of the mutant race that made him want to create something to fight against them should they stand against mutants someday. His hate for mutants was misplaced because of his fear, but before his death he tried helping the X-Men to fight against the master mold of the Sentinels. But living in this world taught me that mistakes were to be judged without impartiality. So even if he was lied to or deceived, he was still at fault for what would happen if the Sentinels were released and brought destruction and death to the mutant race. What are you talking about, Drawl? Who is Larry and Tanya? Steve asked me as he saw how Trask was fidgeting as those names were mentioned. My thoughts before was just to dive into his head and fish out any information I want before I killed him, but I figured it wouldn't cost me anything to see if I could change his opinions of the mutants, so that was the reason why I tried this. Bolivar Trask, what is your view on the mutant kind? 57, Chapter 56. Want to read 27 chapters ahead? Patreon.com/DearAultheomenus. Bolivar Trask, an anthropologist who saw the rise of mutants as a threat to the human race. He worked with that ideal to create a way of suppressing or outright eliminating these threats. He had worked with that goal in mind all these years. The hate for the mutant race was what fueled his resolve, but then came the despair. His own son was affected with the X gene. It was a fact that almost drove him to insanity, but he was able to persevere and further strengthen his determination to bring an end to the mutant species. He researched all he could into the X gene and found a way to suppress the gene that was present in his son. Unfortunately, he wasn't to be glad for long before he had his daughter, and she too possessed the X gene. All these were what acted as the inspiration for the Sentinel Project, a way to rid the world of the filth that was mutant kind. He was able to meet like-minded people who believed in his vision and supported his work, while also giving him transparency from the people who would like to put an end to his work. He had worked all through the years, and finally he received information from one of his benefactors about a mutant who could evolve. The information contained within didn't describe what he could do, but there were scientific proofs to back it all up. He would have liked to experiment on that particular mutant, but he suddenly lost all contact with them a few weeks after he got his hands on that data. It wasn't until later that he received a call that told him that he should hurry up with the project and that a mutant was planning to overthrow the government. He dove back into his project, and even his partner, William Stryker, even agreed to use his own son as a test subject due to his psychic abilities, that they were able to make a somewhat working version of the Sentinel Project, the Master Mold. An AI that also functioned as the hive mind of all other Sentinels built. With the Master Mold, they would be able to automatically program it to create new Sentinels while also constantly updating and evolving the Sentinels in real time. It was a marvelous work. The best thing that humanity has ever created, he believed. The Kanile Conference was just a way to meet with the same like-minded people and celebrate this breakthrough of humanity. But who would have known that he would meet the S.H.I.E.L.D.S hunting wolves led by the famed Dragra and what he believed to be two super soldiers. He had been warned to steer clear of anything that concerned S.H.I.E.L.D and its pack, and that was what he did the moment he identified who the man was. He panicked and believed they were here for him, somehow having heard of his project. He contacted Stryker and had him relocate the working Sentinels to another base in the event that he was caught, since that would be humanity's last line of defense. In the end his worry came through, and he was caught by the Dragra and his pack, which was already bad enough, only to turn worse when he heard the names of his children coming from his mouth. He was still processing what underlying meaning that meant when the Dragra asked him a question. "What do you think about mutants?" He didn't even take a second before he answered. "They are the cancer of humanity. Failed product of what could be called humanity's next step in evolution." "And what do you think humanity's next step of evolution would look like?" The Dragra asked him again. What did this mean? Did they think they were the next step of humanity's rise to the top of existence? All they. Why aren't you answering? He looked around and saw the face of inquisitiveness on the Dragra. "Since you deemed an entire species as failure, then for sure you would know what success looks like now, wouldn't you?" He had a faint smile on his face the entire time he was talking to him. Trask didn't know how to answer that, but he knew he had to. Obviously it would be ensuring that we are higher than any other threat that pose danger to us. "And the answer is the Sentinel Project?" Droll asked the still strapped to a chair man. "Yes. So humanity's next step in evolution lies in scrap metals that high school students use in their little science projects? I asked you what would humanity's next step in evolution would look like, not how the technological advancement would look like." Trask couldn't help but frown at that. What was he playing at? "You look confused, so let me clarify. The advent of mutation was said to have started 300-500, or maybe more, years ago based on some historical proofs. Which means that the human race started changing, or rather put factly, evolving at least for the past half a millennia ago. That was long before technology came, way before steam engines and light bulbs were created. The mutant race, as everyone now calls them, emerged before the first battery cell was made, and yet you judge them lower than the scrap metals that started having technological use a little over 200 years ago. How does that make sense?" Trask stared in disbelief as what he believed Droll to be insinuating. Did he think that the mutant race were what humanity was heading towards? Preposterous. "What the hell do you think you are saying, you ignorant whelp?" Trask screamed out in righteous fury. "I'm saying that for the past close to 100 years, humanity has been experimenting on the X gene for their military, scientific, health and biological advancement. The so-called Sentinel Project you are so proud of was made entirely possible by studying the X gene, was it not?" Droll asked calmly, his eyes not leaving that of Trask's for a moment. From the time of the First World War, the US Army and all those who had begun to notice the change in humanity had started experimenting for ways to replicate such evolution in their persons, Captain America was the result of such experiments and he was hailed as the first hero when all that he was came out of a bottle that contained minor success of replicating the X gene. It didn't end there either, they pushed it further after they lost their shield and created the atomic bomb, the ultimate spear, and nuked Hiroshima. With the success of the war hero, the whole world was thrown into a mad dash for power and greed consumed men, and such the mutant race was exposed. But in order to keep them in the spotlight so that they could be experimented on in the public eye without anyone the wiser about it, governments across the world who coveted such power painted them as failed humans, mistakes of evolution, freaks of nature. While at the back, away from society's scrutinizing gaze, everyone experimented on them to gain the power and glory that came with Erskine's success on Captain America. You were no different too. It was all justified under the slogans of safeguarding humanity, advancing science, and the one that ticks me off the most is for the greater good. You tried playing God, forgetting about the devil waiting for the throne, until you devolve the world in chaos with the wake of apocalypse and Armageddon. It could be argued that it is in human DNA to safeguard their own interest, but you'll lose that argument the moment it is brought up. Because of insecurities, people create the things they fear, men of peace create engines of war, invaders create avengers, leaders create soldiers. Designed to supplant them, to help them, end. The room fell silent at that, with its residents looking at Drawl with complex gazes. So tell me, why do you hate the mutant race? Came the question from the man known as the Dragger. They are a virus, a plague. There are defects. Trask began only to be cut off. What you are saying right now is no different from reading out a textbook. What I asked was why you hate the mutant race. Trask went silent at that. His mind running on overdrive as he tried to process what Drawl had told him. You don't know why you hate them because of preconceived notions. A classic example of stereotypes. You couldn't bring yourself to hate your children because you might have deceived yourselves that they were unfortunate to be infected with the disease known as mutation. That's because that's what you think it is, a disease. A cancer, a terminal illness that wants to plague the world. A virus, hence the name mutant. It's pretty derogatory, isn't it, the word mutant that is. Some would say it's racist, because the first thing that comes to the mind when you say mutation is cancer, and when you say mutant, freaks. A subtle way of misdirection. There was a smile on Drawl's face as he said that. What would you call them then? Since you think it's stereotypical to similarize them with a disease, when then do you wish to call them other than call them for what they are? Trask's ferocity had calmed down a lot after Drawl started talking, so he was able to ask that question with genuine curiosity. Meta-humans. That's all what they are. The metaphysical manifestation of the universal laws in humans, hence the name meta-human. Drawl spoke in a matter-of-factly tone. You think a name is all it takes to change how people feel about them? When those mutants are terrorizing the whole of humanity. The short doctor screamed. That's a lie, and you know it. Sure, there are meta-human terrorists, but so also are there human terrorists also, and the number of racial terrorists vastly outnumbers those of meta-humans, like 50 to 1. And besides, if meta-humans were really as big a threat as you made them out to be, then there would have already been a revolution. We are straying a lot off topic, so allow me to reiterate my question, where are you hiding the Sentinels, Trask? That seemed to bring Trask back to focus, as he just remembered that he was still kidnapped despite the philosophical words this meta-human was speaking. I don't know where they are. Trask said, which made the other occupants of the room frown. What do you mean you don't know where it is? Weren't you the one who created it? Bucky, who had been silent for a while, asked. I had my lab assistant move them to another base, don't know which one. He said in a low voice as his head hung low. The conversation with the Dragger he had was chipping away at his conviction. Fuck. The Dragger stomped hard in the floor that it cracked and stood up from the chair as he spat out in frustration. What is it, Quack? You figured something out? Bucky and Steve paid attention to him because of his outburst. This assistant of your, what is his name? Drawl looked at Trask, which led the small man to understand that he wasn't playing around this time, but he didn't know if he was right or sell out his partner like that, so he hesitated. Seeing the man's hesitation, Drawl left the room and came back with a laptop before starting to type on it for a while before he showed what was on the screen to the doctor. Trask read through the document presented to him and his face visibly paled, going a shade darker by each line. This is impossible. Lies. There is no way something such as that is possible. Trask went hysterics as soon as he came to understand what the document he read was Hydra's sponsorship of his research. Sure, he could agree, albeit with a very lengthy argument, that he was bigoted towards the now named meta-human kind, but not even he would knowingly ride on the boat of one of the world's most foremost terrorists. Hydra as organization was well known to everybody after their fall back in 1945, so he wouldn't have agreed to have them sponsoring his research if he knew which party it was coming from. Hydra has been the one funding your research for years now, Trask. So tell me the name of your assistant so I can put a stop to this madness. Drawl said to Trask after the man finished hyperventilating. His name is William Stryker. Steve, seeing Drawl's expression at that name, couldn't help but ask. You know who this William Stryker is? Simply put, he's the Red Skull of meta-human. All he wants is nothing short of racial genocide. Drawl said as he massaged his temples. Do we have any idea where he could be? Steve as the optimist asked. Nada. He could be across the borders for all we know. But we know he isn't. He can't risk it, so he'll have to plan for transportation if he wanted to move them out of the country. Since it's barely been 2 hours, then I doubt he's completely out of Moscow. They all looked at Trask. What are we going to do with him? 58, Chapter 57. Finally was able to fix the visibility problem with my Patreon account. It's now visible on the app. Patreon.com/DeRaulTheoMenus. Sorry for the late post, but where my stones it. We had a deal, so pay up. Drawl Saint Cross POV. What are we going to do with him? I asked them. Let's leave him here for the time being. We'll come for him later. Bucky started arming himself up. Wait, I can help you. I created the master mold, I can help you shut it down. Trask hurriedly said he saw that we were content with leaving him behind, strapped to a chair. And what caused the change of heart? Bucky said sarcastically as he strapped the last of his guns over his shoulders. Trask didn't reply, and while I could easily say no since I was sure I could shut down whatever the master mold was, I didn't know what safeties was built inside it, and I couldn't really leave Cap and Bucky to fight a squadron of sentinels by themselves, so I relented to take him with us. At most, if I smell any funky business from his, figuratively, all it take was a flick of the hand to end him regardless of if he had sentinels protecting him. You know the chances of him pulling one over on us are almost 100% right. Bucky asks me, but from his tone I knew he didn't care. Trask bails, he dies. Simples. So where do we start from? Because I remember you saying you didn't know where Stryker would go like 10 minutes ago. Steve strapped his shield to his back, which I also did a little makeup on. Instead of the blue, red, and stainless color that was the iconic shield, I simplified the entire shield to fit with his dark-themed gear. The blue and red parts were painted a dark grey, which complemented and easily blended with the stainless steel of the shield, giving his entire get-up a stealth Black Ops vibe, which ironically he was anything but. I truly don't know where he took it to, but I can take you to the base we once used to house them. You might find something in there. Trask explained fervently. I looked at the others and they nodded in agreement, so we took Trask with us and had him direct us to his former base. When we got to the place, either because the window William Stryker had was too small, there were still pieces of text lying around depicting that the man left in a hurry with what he could, which also made the suggestion that he wasn't out of Moscow yet plausible. Hey Trask, why don't you try calling him? It would make all this easier than just going on a wild goose chase around Russia. I said to Trask as he went through the systems to see what wasn't scrambled. You think it would be that easy? Steve asked with an expression full of doubt. I doubt it would, but it can't hurt to try. I nodded at Trask as he tried connecting to Stryker, who took a moment before he picked up the call. Stryker, it's me, Dr. Trask, where are you? Oh doctor. Did you manage to escape the mad dogs of S.H.I.E.L.D? Came the voice of an elder man that made the three of us in question raise our brows. What the fuck did he mean, dogs of S.H.I.E.L.D? I was no one's dog. No, I didn't, but that isn't important. Stryker, we were lied to. Our research were to be used as weapons of terrorism towards all of mankind by Hydra. We need to shut it down before they come for it. Trask explained, but all he got was laughter from the intercoms. Ha ha ha. I can't believe you were that foolish to believe such a ridiculous lie, doctor. But no matter. I have already manually activated the sentinels to buy me time before the master mold comes online. Soon all mutants in the face of the earth will be eradicated by me. The call ended there, and the only thing to receive it were grim faces. Well, there you have it, gents. The rise of a stereotypical villain. We need to locate the Sentinel's activity and prevent it from spreading to inner Moscow. Only God knows how many mutants live in Moscow alone. I said to Trask. How do we locate the Sentinels then? Isn't that what we've been trying to do ever since, without little success, I might add? Steve paced around in anxiousness as he heard innocent mutants were going to be harmed. I went to the computer and started hacking the web for any sense to tall robots walking around or attacking people. I triangulated the search to all of Moscow and connected it to my phone. With that done and ignoring the faces they were making at me, I rang a number I didn't think I would ever ring. It took less than 3 seconds before the call was picked. Hello. This is Professor Xavier speaking, may I know who I speaking with? Hey Xavier, it's me Drawl. Mr. St. Cross? I'm surprised that you would call after our last, might I say unpleasant, meeting. The motherfucker said. Save it, Charles. I need a favor. I gritted my teeth as I said that. I didn't have anyone who I could call that would be able to help in such a crucial time. What is it? If I can help, I'll be glad to do so. He said firmly. How long do you think your team can get to Moscow? They are already in Russia. Why are you asking? He asked with an unsure tone while I was surprised that the X-Men were already nearby. Talk about convenience. Someone just released a group of killer robots that can identify active X genes into the streets of Moscow. Haul up for a section. I put the call on hold as both my phone and the computer started giving alerts that had targets if its search identified. I looked at it and I didn't know whether to breath out a sigh of relief that they weren't those things in days of future past but looked more like an old model. I got to work and sent the live video to Charles. You got that? I asked him while I continued typing in the keyboards to know which places the sentinels were spotted. Some had even started attacking people, and videos of some mutant trying to fight back was already circulating the net. Oh my god! What horror! I could hear Hank's voice as I set the phone on loudspeaker. You got that one right. So how long do you think you can assemble your team and get to site? Mine will try to hold them down for as long as we can, but I doubt we'd be making a dent with our efforts. I had already got the locations. They were released in 3 different places and only one area had major damage because of what I could only describe as an underground gathering of mutants. I sent them the location before Hank asked me something. Do we know anything about them? Any information of their weaknesses that'd help me take them down faster because from what I seen they are, resilient. We all looked at Trask since he was the one who made the goddamned things. They were made with thin adamantium layer on the inside to prevent them from easily breaking and also a sparse layer of vibranium coating on the outside since it is the best ore for absorbing kinetic energy. A pity it is too rare that it is almost inexistent. Trask explained as he moaned what he considered an unfortunate loss, but my mind was on another piece of information I got from what he just said. How did you get adamantium and vibranium? I looked at Trask hoping that it was what I thought it was. Stryker was able to procure the metals for the project, but I didn't know how he did it, only that he had a contact. I almost pumped my fist in the air from that confirmation. You guys got that? Basically they are a bitch to destroy since they are super dense and can shrug off most of what you dole out. I said, focusing on the mission and stopping my daydreaming. We copy. The others are already en route, ETA 45 minutes. You guys think you can hold them for that long? Oh shit. I was about to answer Hank before I saw something I didn't want to see in any other scenario except for something like this. Magneto. Right there in the middle of one of the scuffles was the Magnetic Master in all his caped glory along with some members of the Brotherhood. Did Eric know something like this would happen? I could hear Charles muttering to himself, but I didn't have time to pick his psychic head about it as we already short of time and the damages and death were piling up. Let's go. We left Trask there to see if he could stop the Sentinels or access the Master Mold from there while we tried stopping the Sentinels' advancement. None of us had the luxury of worrying about whatever crap Trask could pull. I floored the gas of car and got us there in record time, while ignoring traffic lights, and I may or may not have bumped into a few cars. Just in case of what would happen during the fights, Bucky and I had on some Sub-Zero type face mask to protect our identities. Steve and Bucky jumped out of the car to stop 2 Sentinels from killing a family of 4 while I rammed the car into one who had metal spikes protruding out of its body. Trask talked to me. Do these things die? I had to know. These are the first models we could get working due to the pressure we were under, so we didn't have time to go over all its weakness. Not what I'm asking. Yes, they do. It's in the chest area, but to compensate for that weakness, we made that part of its body the strongest we could. There is a core in there which acts as its central mold or its brain. Destroy that and they'll stay dead. Thank God. Looks like I'll have to test my new powers on you suckers. I brandished 2 axes on my hands, one was frozen while the other had a red coating around it that made it seem as if lightning was cackling around. Even my body with its red cracks had red sparks running across it. Electricity was a bitch to adapt to since it always felt like my entire body was numb to sensations anytime I used it. The other sentinels seemed to deem me a threat as 3 converged on where I was and immediately attacked me. Flexing my 2 axes, I moved with a burst of speed and used the red axe to cleave through the chest section of the first sentinel while I used the other axe to freeze the inside of the other one. I knew that if I tried freezing it from the outside it would be useless since vibranium had a high freezing point and they would just heat up themselves. While these weren't the constantly evolving type sentinels, they still had it in them to prove a serious threat. Using my beams to keep the last one at bay, I jumped into the air and immediately took visual of my surroundings in a fraction of a second before I proceeded with a plan of action. The moment I landed on the ground 20 feet of radius around me froze while ice vines shot out and wrapped around the body of the sentinels, stopping their advance with some of the other mutants that could fight went to town with them. Their weakness is in their heart area. Focus your attacks there. I told whoever could listen, and in another burst of air and fire mixed with lightning, I was gone, hovering above a mutant as my hands glowed bright red before I brought it down with a resounding boom as it crushed it from the back. These things really are hard. I felt that punch just now. Without letting me finish with my thoughts, a sentinel let out a jet of flames at me which I didn't even try to block. I would like to say that I felt that, but then I'd be lying. I said to the robot even as he increased the flames. It stopped after it judged its action futile and stared at me, most likely calculating for my weakness. I let it do what it wanted while a fist-size ball of doom conjured on top of my outstretched finger. It didn't have the time to put up any meaningful defense before the ball destroyed it, a raging explosion of red-tinted flames and force. What the hell are you doing, Quack? Bucky screamed at me. What happened? A whole fuckton of them are coming to your area, and since you are the only one doing all the big explosions, I guess you already know who their targets are. Fuck. Like Bucky said, I could see at least 12 of them coming at me with red glowing eyes. Looks like I'd have to take this very seriously. My expression hardened as they came near me. They were almost 20 in numbers and I doubt I'd be able to take them all on. Who the hell am I kidding? They'll hoop my ass if they all came at me, which if you didn't notice, is exactly what they are doing. Bucks, Cap. You guys steer clear of the area. They wouldn't be able to survive if they were gang pressed by these things. Are you sure? Steve asked. Yeah. Hopefully I've got this. Be careful. Was the only thing Bucky said. With blazing eyes, I rushed at the approaching army of murderbots. 59, Chapter 58. Read over 25 chapters ahead on patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenus. Boom. I sent out an explosion that pushed the incoming sentinels backwards, giving me enough room to wiggle about and form an attack pattern, but before I could act on it, 2 flying sentinels dropped in on me, one with a blazing fist and the other with a frozen one. I was forced to duck under their combined strike, since even if those elements wouldn't hurt me, the force they swung with would. The sentinels were taller than me, which meant they had the reaching advantage, but I had more flexibility, but that could change given that they could copy even my movements given enough time. I swept at one of their feet, disabling its mobility while sending out an explosion to keep the other at bay. The others were already near me, so I had to kill this one quickly. Letting my energy flow through the axes in my hands, I swung at the chest of the downed sentinel, which immediately caved it before a massive burst of electricity conducted into it and frying whatever was inside. I felt something coming near me, so I pulled out my axes and made to dodge, but I was a second too late as a sentinel rammed into me, sending me crashing on the road. 2 flanked at my side as they both let out lasers to my downed form, which I was able to defend against by erecting ice walls over me. I pushed the ice wall outwards and made it slam into the tow sentinels, sending them flying back and crashing into 2 others. I sent out 2 fire whips which grabbed the axes I dropped and pulled them towards me just in time to block a sentinel who had morphed its hands into axes just like mine with ice covering them. TCH. Damned things are already evolving. I shot out a beam but was surprised as it tanked it even as its body glowed red. With a stomp of my feet, I froze the ground around me, buying me a few seconds from the surrounding sentinels, while I made the ice creep up on the sentinel that had me engaged. The moment its skin glowed red to heat up the creeping ice, I let go of my axes as fire whips shot out to grab them and punched at it as it flew backwards. I drew my axes back and threw one at the head of a sentinel, freezing it for a moment while I used the other to cleave it in 2. Before I could take another step, I felt my legs being pulled as I fell down and had the feet of a sentinel meet my face, sending me deeper into the ground. I joined my palms together as electricity formed between them with a destructive orb at the center and let it explode, killing off the sentinel, keeping me down with the impact pushing me further into the ground. Without wasting a second, I sent out a whip of flame and let it wrap around the head of a sentinel and used it to pull myself out of the pit before another stomped at me. I could feel blood in my mouth. I may be bulletproof, but it doesn't mean I'm force-proof. No one is. Not even Superman, as a strong enough blow would make him bleed. I disengaged from my makeshift ride the moment it noticed me and swung at another, killing it immediately. I took a second to scan my surroundings and watch as a few straggling sentinels were converging at my direction. This can't get any easier, can it? Bucks, Cap. Talk to me. We're doing all right here. I heard a mutter of "No, we are not" over the line. Steve and I were talking, which I assumed to be Bucky. Magneto and his posies were in another location engaging the mutant there, which begs the question, what was Magneto and his clique doing in Russia? I didn't have the time to ponder on these thoughts as the sentinels were almost surrounding me. Not letting a path of possible escape be cut off, I shot out electricity from my hands and had it wrap around a sentinel before I pulled him towards me while I swung both of my axes at it like an incoming piñata, scattering it across the battlefield with parts of machinery goodness. 3 sentinels shot out optical beams which I could block as it slammed against me, shooting me backwards before me body slammed against hard and shook it as I crashed forwards with blood spewing out of my mouth. I looked behind me and saw the sentinel that rammed me mid-flight. It was already swinging its axed hand at me. No, you fucking don't. I froze my hands in thick layers of ice and blocked the axe hand with it before immediately sending a kick to its chest. If these were just slightly strong robots I would have had a chance, but the way they could use some basic mutations made it a lot harder, and worst of all, I could already feel my heartbeat steadily increasing. With it came the creeping anger. I couldn't lose control just yet since Bucks and Steve were still in the area and so were other mutants. While I somehow had a modicum of control in that state, I didn't know how I would act towards people I knew, and I didn't want to use such a dire situation to find out. I paused my thoughts there and pushed myself out of the way to dodge another sentinel's swipe and conjured an ice axe and hacked at its chest, destroying it. For what Trask considered a sparse layer of vibranium, it sure was hard to break into. Bullets wouldn't work on these things, only extreme brute force coupled with a very strong and sharp weapon. I had killed 15 sentinels in the last 20 minutes and hacked away some who were still making their way towards me. My face was blooded but without any wound to show for it, while my axes were somewhere around here, lying on the battlefield with only one strapped to my back. Hopefully they weren't crushed. I reached out and drew the last axe on me while I located the others and found them lying a few feet ahead of me thanks to my X-ray vision. I couldn't heat up the axes since the heat wouldn't be able to pierce through their armor in a short time, and it would also affect my axe if I overheated it, so I settled for ice and electricity. What I wouldn't give to have Magneto's power right about now. Unless they knew how to disrupt Magneto's magnetic field attraction, then they would be nothing more than just lumps of metal to the master of magnetism. I groaned as I saw that the number of the sentinels around me weren't dwindling at all, as I could some of them coming out of the woodwork. I was so going to kill Stryker. Trask, where are we with shutting these things down? I'm trying. Stryker changed the code and the master mold is trying to evolve, but I have been able to slow it down, but other than that I'm still out of the system. Trask was frantic, I could tell. Which means we were steadily approaching the worst case scenario. I left Trask to do his own thing as I focused on the small army of killer robots that would have given Ultron a metal hard on. I slashed and hacked, but they continued to trickle in. By now, the area I was in was already covered in thick steam, but it did nothing to me nor the things I was fighting. Somehow I was able to calm myself amidst the mad hack and dash that was me and the sentinels. I used abilities after abilities while I swung my axes, all just to prolong this meaningful-less fight. One of my axe got broken, but I just threw it away and focused on the last two I was still swinging. By now the bodies of sentinels around me were in their 30s, but I didn't pay it any mind. I formed a destruction orb and held it with one hand and used it to punch a sentinel and watched as it flew backwards with its chest caved in, but it wasn't quite dead. I drew back my axe to me and threw it at the downed sentinel while kept it down and dead. I jumped up to avoid the beams they sent and threw both my axes at their legs, which broke it and had them tumbling down. If I were to look at myself now, I would have found that my eyes were shining bright red and the cracks around my body were pulsating like a beating heart, growing bright and flickering with every beat. A sentinel jumped at me, but I froze at mid-air and slashed at its chest as he started falling down. I grabbed one of their head and broke it, which had it walking inconsistently for a second, but before it could fix itself, I jumped it to the ground and punched it twice before it stopped. I picked it up and using my strength, smashed it at the other sentinel near me before exploding where they crashed. I jumped at another sentinel, but this one was smarter as it met me mid-air, and since it had more mass, he collided with me and sent me flying backwards. Schleich. I felt the sharp end of a blade run through my back to my stomach, but I didn't give it any thought and pushed myself off the blade. Immediately I sent a hail of frost that froze it for a second before it started to melt, but that second was all what I needed. Forming another orb, I grabbed it while I held onto the sentinel's shoulder and punched through its chest, which exploded with a boom. I didn't let up as I used a burst of fire to quickly shoot me in an opposite direction as another sentinel crashed where I previously was. My breathing was even, but my heartbeat was almost erratic. My entire clothes was stained with blood and soot coupled with torn parts, but I couldn't bring myself to care. The only good thing about it though was that my red tie was still hanging on. I only had one axe remaining, and even that had started showing cracks in it, and I was sure that it wouldn't last a prolonged battle against the sentinel, so I was going back to the basis using my fists. I punched at the sentinel, whom I punched with one of its own, neither of us letting up. I twisted my arms and grabbed it, and before he could make another move, I flung the 8-feet robot over my shoulders and used enough for to stomp on its chest even as it exploded. Electricity didn't do much to them, so I didn't use them much, although it still stunned them for a second. I got it. Suddenly Trask's joyous voice came in through the comms. Any good new Trask? Steve asked while I continued fighting, since I was facing the biggest onslaught of the damned things in this location. I was able to sever the Master Mold's connection to the Sentinels, so we shouldn't worry about more of them coming, and it should reduce their fight efficiency since they can no longer adapt mid-flight, but they still retained the knowledge and experience they had before I severed their connection. I wasn't able to breathe a sigh of relief before I felt a punch on my face and skid backwards due to the force. Logan and the others have arrived and they're facing off against the Sentinels in the last location. What of Stryker? Have you been able to find out his location? I asked. Yes, I hope. The signal from the Master Mold is from an abandoned railway station east of Moscow. I felt invigorated as I heard that information. The thought to kill the bastard who caused all this was enough of a motivation for me. Let's wrap this up, shall we? I spat out a glob of blood and jumped into the fray of incoming sentinels. With a stomp of my feet, ice spikes shot out in a straight line towards the sentinels as made some tumble over others, but the ones who had enough time managed to jump over their fallen metal brethren. A wise choice if I may say so, but what they did not expect was the explosion that engulfed them, which destroyed parts of their body and outright killed the ones that received it point-blank range. I froze the last axe I was holding and slashed at the chest of the first sentinel I engaged, which was followed by an explosive arrow to the hole I made. Without stopping for a moment, I brought my axe to a roundabout swing and lopped off the head of another, which also received the same treatment as the first. There were less than 5 sentinels remaining and they all had some type of damage to them, which gave me the idea to try something. I conjured up a ball made of destructive energies, and instead of the normal tennis ball size, I flooded it with energy and watched as it grew in size a little, with also getting darker in color until sparks of electricity started running around it, which gave me the clarity to stop, since I already knew instinctually that going further would be dangerous, not to myself but to the others fighting in the vicinity. I looked towards the sentinels and released the energy I had accumulated, and the next thing I saw was a dark, almost blackish, red explosion while lightning danced around. When everything subsided, the only thing that left my stunned lips was, "Holy shit! What the hell, Quack? Are you trying to kill us too? Sigh, Bucky is such a spoilsport." I looked at the crater in front of me with no sign of sentinels on sight. 60, Chapter 59. Read over 25 chapters ahead on patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. I left the site of the destruction I just caused and went to find Bucky and Steve, who were facing off against 3 sentinels. The moment I found them in a deadlock, I used my flames to propel myself forward with a loud burst and then made a large ice blade that covered half of my hand, which I used to pierce into the thick metal coating of the one who was most damaged, killing it immediately. The moment I landed, the ground around me and the other sentinels was set ablaze in a circular radius while whips made of flames shot out and bound them. I sent out a huge ice cone which pierced the through exterior, but it was shallow, which wasn't for long as Steve charged at it with his shield and forced the ice cone to pierce all the way through. We killed the last one in seconds before we all fell down to the floor panting hard. While I wasn't as tired them, this proved to be a heavy workout. I thought Huff we were going Huff to destroy some Hydra bases in Russia. Huff, this wasn't part of the plan. Steve was the first one to talk as he tried to get his breathing in order. If this is what you get up to every time you leave the house, I now understand why you always try to spend most of your time indoors, Quack. Bucky huffed. Oh, you have no idea. They really didn't, but Bucky had a point. The stupid shit always happen when I'm pursuing Hydra's tail. Come on. We are through with this area, let's move on to the next. I brought out my phone and looked at the other 2 areas that were being swamped by sentinels. Magneto's side was almost cleared out while the X-Men were having trouble with their side. The X-Men were still newly formed with at most 3 years to their belt, which kept them behind Magneto's Brotherhood in terms of rep and strength. Who are those guys? Steve and Bucky scooched over to my side to look at the situation. The dude who looks like an 80s caped villain is the world's most notorious meta-human terrorist, Magneto. He controls magnetic fields, which grants his power over almost all types of metal. So it's better if you and Cap steer clear of him. Those with him are part of his group, which he calls the Brotherhood. They are a meta-human supremacist group who believe that humans are to serve under them since they are higher on the evolutionary chain. In other words, a Hitler with powers. Gotcha. Steve said with a light tone, but the frown on his face couldn't be more pronounced. You think it's a coincidence that the world's greatest meta-human terrorists group are in the same country that harbors meta-human extermination machines? I think not. Bucky hummed as he stared at the screen. What about the other guys? Are they still part of the Brotherhood, or are they the group you called? They are the ones I called. My voice wasn't as pleased as I made it to be, which they both picked up. What's their deal then? They help other meta-humans all the world and provide a sanctuary for them. I said. Quite a noble cause if you ask me. Steve nodded. It is. But... Bucky looked at me with a look that said he knew what I was thinking. Their director, or is it proprietor, is a brainwashing extreme pacifist. Dude is psychic and I hate his mug. I said, and all I received was 2 for real's expression. Oh, and get this. Magneto and him are best friends when they were young. Even now they maintain a frenemy relationship. So a hardcore terrorist meta-human supremacist. Bucky said while Steve completed. And an extreme brainwashing meta-human pacifist are friends. Best friends, I corrected. I call bullshit. Bucky exclaimed. Either way, we should go and help since we are through with these parts. I hotwired a car and drove us through the destroyed streets as we made our way to where the X-Men were currently fighting. Somewhere in an abandoned railway station, William Stryker POV. Fools. At the front of a monitor sat a man with glasses as he peered into the screen while tapping away at the keyboard without stop. He was in his mid-40s with little patches of grey adorning his facial hairs. His name was William Stryker. He stared at the screen as he steeled himself. If this worked, then he would have enough time to create the perfect weapons that would wipe out the filth of the human race. Ever since all the heads of Hydra were killed, the funding stopped, and while his former mentor and partner didn't know who really funded their research, he did. Hydra had approached him decades ago when they created the Weapon X program, which unfortunately was busted due to their prized soldier turning on them at the last minute, but the achievement was still there. He had been researching ways to create the perfect weapon for years now, and he finally found it. The Sentinel Project. It was the perfect weapon against the mutant race that his mentor created. He was the one who told Hydra about the research, and as soon as they saw it, they were so happy that they immediately started funding the research in secrecy. And it was all going well until he heard the news that Hydra had been taken down. He started rushing the project, all in the hopes of getting a working model that he would present to other interested parties to get the funding to create his perfect army. With the amount of adamantium he had, he would be able to create an army that was indestructible, not like the fake poser that Hydra called the Dragr. He had seen men who boasted more impressive regeneration than what he was told the Dragr could do. He pressed on the button and released the working sentinels while he prepared to move and have them buy him time. He had started trying to upload the master mold into their system, but that was when he hit a snag. His mentor turned against him and sided with the mutants. He tried to increase the upload speed by bypassing the need for distinction in the released sentinels and make them attack any mutant they saw or anyone who aided them, but his mentor the traitor blocked him at every point. While he worked to gain full access to the system, he also tried to keep in visual what was going on with his sentinels. A few had already been destroyed from the 100 he released. He had settled for quantity over quality because of the time he had or lack thereof. He was surprised when he found the mutant scum known as Magneto and his brotherhood among those who were being attacked, but he immediately took this opportunity to get rid of the biggest stain on mankind. He commanded 50 of the released sentinels to converge on Magneto's location while he commanded 40 to where the dogs of S.H.I.E.L.D. were located. He would kill all of them for setting back his plan by a few years. 40 sentinels should be more than enough to take care of them. It was during this time that his attention was split that traitor Trask was able to lock him completely out of the system, cutting the connection between the master mold and the sentinels. Right now, they were loosed puppets. Since trying to reconnect the master mold with the sentinels back again would a meaningless endeavor, he loaded the master mold into the cargo and prepared to move out, but not before sending the traitor a gift. How fitting would it be to die at the hands of the thing he created? He programmed one of the few sentinels he still had with him with the order to kill anything he came across and sent it to the location of the old base they used since he was sure Trask was there. He had been prepared to leave but was forced to stop when he saw something, or rather a group of mutants, but the mutants weren't what caught his attention, no. What caught his attention was the face of a man he would never forget, a beast he thought he had tamed. He watched as the man brandished the claws he gifted him with in retaliation against the sentinels with a ferocity he would never forget. He still remembered his name. James Logan Howlett. An almost immortal being. He thought deep about what to do with this new finding. Whether to call back the sentinels and have them capture him or leave him be for the time being and collect back his once lost prize. He tried to call back some of the 40 sentinels that he sent to the last location but was stunned when he saw that all of them were dead. Damned dogs. He had no choice but to redirect 10 more to the Wolverine's location. Magneto and his group had already taken down 20 with some other being damaged, which was mostly due to the Master of Magnetism's credit. He wanted to recapture the Wolverine, but he had to finally give up when the damned dogs arrived on the site. The sentinel he sent to Trask would soon arrive and end that traitor, so there was at least no complication on that front. He was ready to go as his sentinels were getting destroyed by the seconds. He didn't feel defeated as this setback only served to make him want to create his perfect army as soon as possible. They may have won this time, but the next bout would be his. Back to Drawl. We arrived at Logan's location and without saying a word to them, began fighting against the sentinels. James, is that you? Cap asked as he saw Logan slashing at a sentinel. You know who I am, bub. Logan stopped for a minute and looked at Steve. Steve for his own part was confused since he was sure no one could live that long unless he had the same experience he and Bucky had. I'm sorry, you look like someone I knew back in 45. Maybe he was your dad or something. Steve said as he bashed a sentinel's head. You don't look like someone who could remember what happened back in 45. Complications. Steve sighed as he threw his shield as Bucky, who caught and used it to block a sentinel's lasers, while I caught it from behind and threw it towards Colossus, who pummeled it to the ground. What's his name? Logan asked Steve with a low growl. Pardon? The name of the guy you knew who looked like me back in 45. This time Logan stopped to look at Cap while the other did the same. James Logan Howlett. He and his brother Victor Creed were part of my team back then. Steve said. Logan drew in breath before he focused back on the fight since some of them were being pushed back. After this fight, you and me are gonna have a talk. He said before he went to help an overwhelmed Bobby. Hey Drawl, do you know what his deal is? Steve asked me as I killed the sentinel I was fighting. If I had to guess? Amnesia. I shrugged. But people don't live that long and still look like that, do they? It's not a normal thing nowadays, is it? Steve was beyond confused given the way he looked. He is a mutant, Steve. There are some who could live for over 100 years and still not look a day over 30. My advice is hear him out, it could be important to him. I told him. He went back to fighting, but not before giving me an affirmation. I was already planning to. I had already forgotten that Logan was part of the Howling Commandos. Heck, I had forgotten a lot of things from my past life, because it had been so long and my boosted memory wasn't helping with what I knew before I got it. And besides, I never really thought much about Logan's situation since it wasn't anything that had to do with me, and besides he would have one day gotten it back down the line. My thoughts were halted when I saw one of the sentinels trying to squash Thunderbird. Really gotta up your game, T-Bird. Ice traveled from my feet to where the sentinel was in a straight line as it shot out ice vines which wrapped around it, which gave John the chance to escape its grasp. I formed an ice axe on one of my hands and used it to cleave off its head, but it didn't end there, as the ice axe turned into a spear with IUs on the neck opening and froze all its internal circuitry before breaking them. I turned around to be met with shocked faces of the X-Men, which was vastly more expressive on Scott's and Bobby's. "What the fuck?" Scott muttered in a low voice, which I heard but paid no mind to it, only for Bobby to shriek. "Oh hell nah. That's it, I'm peacing out." He stomped away as the last of the sentinels were taken care of easily. "What's his problem?" I couldn't help but ask. A/N, I know some of you are not happy with the metahuman, by which, if I'm to be completely honest, neither am I. I just wanted to clarify that there would be no fighting to mutant rights or freedom. MC would be no mutant savior. Heck, I doubt he even has the time to worry about who's facing discrimination somewhere he doesn't know about. I can assure you that it won't be the focus of the story at any point. And that's it. Gotta get to class. 61, Chapter 60. I ignored their faces and went to group up with Steve and Bucky. We had to move to where Magneto was, but that in itself was a problem, since I was 90% sure that the Brotherhood and the X-Men would just clash. Well, it might be a problem, but it was not my problem. They could kill themselves if it helps their metahuman boner. We gotta move now. Bucky gave me a stink eye, but he still took his things, which was only his gun and a morphed Sentinel's arm which looked like some type of blaster. We were prepared to put an end to this grind before we were stopped by Scott and his team. "Hold on for a minute. Don't you think you should let us know how this happened?" Scott stood in front of me with his team behind him. I looked at them and found some new faces, like Kurt, who I think is just 17 based on how he looked, and also Angel. He couldn't be missed with that big-ass angelic wings he had. "Don't you think you should wait for the fight to be over before you ask your questions?" I told him off. "So you expect me to put my team in danger for you and you won't tell us what you know?" Some of his team members frowned at that, while I only raised a brow in amusement. "Who said anything about fighting for me, dickwad? The only reason I called Xavier after that stunt he pulled was because I don't have another hotline for a metahuman-owned charity organization." Not just Scott, but all of them frowned at what I said. "What do you mean by metahuman?" I ignored Storm, who asked that question, as I looked at Scott for anything else he might say. "I hate to break the dick measuring contest, which FYI you are clearly losing, kid, but we still have a metahuman terrorist group and a bunch of metal-ass sentinels to fight. So I suggest you both put it to rest until we deal with the buttload of shit we are down against." Bucky broke up the staring contest, but it looked like Scott wasn't even listening to him. I just sighed and started walking to the car we drove here with, which thankfully wasn't destroyed, and wanted to get in before I heard Scott mutter something that just ticked me off, almost pissing me off in fact. "Stupid fool. The professor should have just left you brain dead." Before Logan could even stop him from completing the sentence, Scott had already eaten a bellyful of laser beams as he flew in a straight line and crashed inside a house. The others immediately got into stance, but I didn't even glance at them. The only notable people in their entire group was Storm and Jean, with Storm being the harder one to deal with since Jean still hadn't unlocked her Phoenix powers. The evidence to this claim was also the fact that Steve and Bucky were still by the car, and apart from the focus they had, they didn't make any move whatsoever that said they were going to join a fight. I will make one thing very clear: don't, and I mean don't, piss me the fuck off, cause you won't like me when I'm angry. I left them there to tend to the knocked out Scott, not like I would have cared if he broke his neck. I didn't want to be the guy who killed a bunch of do-gooders just because they pissed me off, but then again there was limits to my temper, and I didn't want the reason why I blew a gasket and killed some innocent people to be because of a stupid 20-year-old kid who thinks he's a smart ass. It took 10 minutes before we got there, and when we did, to say I was pissed was an understatement. Levitating in the air in all his caped glory and lording over the people was the edgelord of magnetism, Eric Lenscher, or whatever his last name was. He was riling up the people, mostly mutants, with his speech, which I had to say was pretty subjective. The humans have become weary of us, that they send their metal army to kill us in broad daylight. They are scared of us, as they should be, that they resort to such horrible way to kill our kind, genocide. I could hear the gasp of the people as they listened to what he said. No doubt this would be all over the budding internet and even on some news channels. But Maggie didn't stop there. The humans are becoming way too bold in their sinister undertakings that they have forgotten who won the evolutionary war we did. Their envy of our supreme gifts have turned into hate and conceit, and while they bask in such banal emotions, we, their betters, will take our rightful place as their superiors as we show them the error of their ways. Our kind are being kidnapped, killed, and experimented upon every day just so that they can figure out our secrets when we have none. This," he pointed at the scattered sentinels that laid about, "is just their latest attempt. Since they couldn't be like us, they created weapons to kill people like us. Is there any reason we keep listening to this drivel?" Bucky asked me as we all sat inside the car while listening to Magneto. "No. But we would want to know what he's talking about, don't we?" I shrug. "Well, I don't like it. He is planting seeds of chaos in the mind of the people and metahumans." Captain America, the ever-righteous man, cried out in righteous indignation. "Fine." I drawled out and we got out of the car. I walked towards the center while Bucky and Steve stayed back in case it devolved into a fight, which I'm pretty sure it will. Hey Metal Gear! The entire plaza we were in quieted down as my voice traveled to the ears of everyone present while a deep scowl appeared on his face. And who might you be? He asked with a low growl to his voice. Me? I'm just a nobody, I said to him while he floated downwards and landed in the midst of his discus comrades. Then what gave you the right to interrupt me? I didn't even deign to answer that question while someone, a man, walked to his side and whispered something in his ear. I heard what he said, Drawl St. Cross, the Dragger, but didn't pay it much thought since I had already figured out that the dude who talked to me the last time was part likely a member of the Brotherhood, which I just confirmed. Magneto, while he didn't outright display his previous contempt but rather a kinship smile, as he addressed me. A mutant are you? Why don't you join us as fellow mutants as we thrive to make a free world for all of our kind? He said with a smile through his helmet, at least he had the decency not to make it into a crown. At what cost? I cut him off. At what cost will you make your free world? I asked him again after he kept staring at me. At what cost, hey? A good question with a simple answer. At all cost. He said with so much righteousness in his voice that made me want to even follow him. Such was his charisma. And the humans? What about them? Where do they fit in your grand vision? Where they rightfully belong? Under our rule, serving us at our feet as we rule as their king and gods. Survival of the fittest, the rule of evolution has always been, and we won that race. Does that answer your question? He asked me with sheer confidence reverberating through his voice, which was something Charles wholly lacked. So a racist and a dictator? History can stand as proof of how that has never ended well for the people. You know, I would have made a racist joke, but as it is a very touchy subject, people tend to take it too seriously, so I would refrain from it. I looked around the wide plaza we were in, which was occupied by Magneto's posies, while the civilians were either in their houses listening in or some of the brave ones who told out in the open some distance away from the plaza. And what do you mean by that? The frown on his face was getting deeper while the scowl was getting wider. I meant that you are going at it all wrong. Just like Moses took the children of Jacob from Egypt and founded Israel, you should also take your like-minded people and create somewhere away from the people you view as enemies rather than open aggression. Charles has you beat on that front. But then again, Charles is too passive to bring about any change, so you have him beat at that. This was the best way. They founded Krakow in the comics, and also there was Wakanda as well. Rather than the fuck the world attitude he had now, if he lead the meta-humans and created a safe haven like Charles did and expanded on it, then they would no longer have to fear the world, since a mutant army would trump that of humans any day if there was ever war. One word, Juggernaut. But that didn't seem to fly with Eric, and his face contorted into a deep frown as anger spewed out from him. I'll give you just one chance to take that back, or you will regret the folly of your words. Great. Now he's threatening me. Shakespeare much. Listen pal, you wow. My words were cut as he slammed a big metal pipe against my stomach, which sent me crashing out of the plaza. Fuck. That's strike one, and batter's out. The other of his team got ready while I could already see Cap and Bucky making their way here. The first to get to me was a kid who set his arms aflame and sent out a burst of flames to me as I stood up. I didn't even bother to move as the flames collided against me, which shocked the kid. Looks like I just found pyro. His flames aren't hot enough to burn me yet. He stopped the flames after a while and he looked at my still pristine form except some burns to the otherwise ruined shirt and my tee. Oh shit. This fucking kid burned my tie. Hell nah. That's it, the kiddie's gloves are off. The kid didn't even know what was happening as he was still shocked until an ice ball slammed into his stomach and sent him sliding away. I take it the peaceful talks didn't go well. Bucky asked me rhetorically as they reached my side. Do they ever? Was the sarcastic response I gave him. So you'll take care of the mutant Hitler while we take care of his posies, since Steve and I can't confront him? Bucky asked me for clarity as we had discussed the roles and who got to fight who before coming here. Yeah, easy right? I gave him a faux smile. You sure you can take him on? He's a world-known terrorist, you know. Steve asked me with concern. I find your lack of faith in me concerning, Cap. Are you done with your lover's spat? I heard one of the mooks ask. He didn't just, right? He did. Unfortunately he did. I looked at the dude and he outright smiled at me, which disappeared immediately as he saw in front of his ugly mug as a smoking hot fist lodged into his face with crunching cracks before she flew out like a rag doll. I'm 50% sure he's dead, or 50% of his bones are broken the way he crashed into the ground in a roll and bounced up to smash into a pillar with his back as the pillar cracked. That was the punch that started the plaza brawl. Before Magneto could come closer, I used a big burst of flame from my legs to shoot towards him like a rocket, only for him to raise a car with ease and block my incoming. I grinned as my hand shone red and punching through the car as it exploded, which forced Magneto back, barely meeting my punch. I could juggle a car with my current strength, so punching through one was very easy for me. He looked at me with surprise before he started to raise a lot of metals such as cars, steel beams, pipes, tools, and a metal bat. I reacted fast as I saw the magnitude, of what he was doing, which made me realize just how much of a threat he was. I shot an explosive shot at him only for it to collide with one of the many things he had around him as he covered himself in protection of the resulting explosion. He sent some cars flying at me while he still protected himself mid-air, which gave me the idea that he had outdated information on my powers. I wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth, so I formed arrows, spears and javelins and sent them at him, which drowned the surrounding skies in a yellow explosion. I found out that my destructive red energy always leaves traces of radiation in the air, and since I didn't know how it would affect the people still here, I settled for a normal yellow flaming explosion. You dare! Magneto shouted as the pipes and some other smaller things twisted and turned into sharp metallic spears that shot at me with Magneto's rage. Shit just went from 0 to 100 real quick. A/N, I still cringe every time I see the meta-human part, but there's nothing I can do to change it as the story is at chapter 80 in Patreon, but other than that bit, which won't have a huge impact on the story, the main focus on the story still remains the same. Drawls Marvel redo. All I can say is that it was one of those mistakes of a rookie author. Visit my Patreon if you want find out the amazing route the novel takes. Patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 62, Chapter 61. Read over 25 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. I dodged the metal spears while my superior agility, but it soon proved tiresome as Magneto's ability was at the apex of what versatility could do. Spears, blockades, giant arms, etc. Magneto was spamming different range of attacks, and the only thing that kept me on was my explosions. I couldn't use laser beams for long because he would just cover himself while also sending out attacks from my sides to throw me off. I ducked under a car and conjured a destructive ball, fuck the radiations, and sent it out, but like always it was blocked by the two levitating cars, but the force of the explosion did push Magneto back a bit. I left the cover of the car and formed ice constructs mixed with fire constructs while I sent at Magneto, who was still recovering his bearing but was unable to connect with his as he flew higher while covering his flight path with some metals. Eric on his own wasn't strong. Hell, I could one-shot him if my fist connected to his metallic mug, but his ability had an annoying aspect of preventing that. All I needed was to get close to him, and he seemed to know that, which was why he kept his distance and attacked with long-range projectiles. I saw the javelin he sent at me, and without having the time to make solid constructs, I used my laser beams and overcharged the fuckers as it sent out a wide beam way bigger than my head as it pierced through the projectiles and zoomed in on Magneto in a flash. And that was when Magneto did something that surprised me. He stretched out his hands and the space between him and the beam rippled, but the beam didn't through but was redirected. TCH. I forgot he could control magnetic fields and not just metals. Or rather, that doesn't control metals but their magnetic fields and use their polarities to manipulate them in any way he wants. It was easy to forget that Magneto's ability was based on magnetic fields and not metals because metals had more pronounced magnetic fields. I stopped myself from thinking as metals vines shot towards me, which I used my ice to freeze, but it didn't hold for long and they broke free and snaked their way towards me. The fact that he was in the air while I was on the ground heavily handicapped me, and also the fact my modes of attacks were easily nerfed when I was airborne also didn't help my case. For me to win this stalemate, I had to somehow bring Magneto to the ground, but that could easily be me shooting myself in the foot, since I was sure his attacks would increase in potency if he was near the ground to feel more metals. As the cat and mouse game Magneto and I were playing continued on, a bold idea came to my mind, but the downside was that if I so much as missed a step in my calculations, Eric would kill me in an instant. But then again, gamble. I was becoming an addict to that concept, and the worrying part was that the stakes I bet on were always high risk. So with my plan, a shoddy one at best with the chances of success creeping towards the negatives, set, I took in a deep breath with my mouth, and the moment I exhaled, large amounts of steam gushed out as I exhaled. I did not know if he could still sense me within the steam with the iron present in my blood, but I didn't give him that time either as I sent out hail of ice spikes from different directions and rained it on him. With my senses peeled, I jumped onto a nearby rooftop while alternating between the ice spikes and the explosive projectiles. Reaching in high enough altitude, I conjured up another destructive ball and sent it towards him. With the cue of the explosion and with my senses and X-ray vision to help me, I sent out a flame whip and latched it on one of the nearby metal constructs Magneto had near him and pulled it, and it immediately sent me careening towards Edgy McFlighty, while I also used explosive bursts from my legs to go faster. The moment I got near him, he seemed to sense me as the surrounding projectiles started to rattle and point in my direction, but I had already gotten close enough. I cocked my right hand backwards as I directed all the energy in body towards it, making me look like a shooting red star from a distance, and punched at the block the Metal Master hastily formed. It was an explosion followed by a sonic bang as the punch broke through the sound barrier and sent Magneto streaking through the sky and aiming for the ground, but I wasn't done with him yet. I sent a gust of flames that exploded the moment they made contact, which sent Magneto crashing into the ground. I used my flame whips to swing from building to building like a more amazing Spider-Man and used my ice to surf as soon as I landed on the ground to Magneto like the cooler version of Frozone. I took off his helmet and looked at his mangled arms and a broken knee to see that he was fully knocked out with some probable internal bleeding to boot. I was about to freeze him and take him with me when I sensed something entered my perception range. Whenever I was in a fight, I had made an habit of always having my senses spread out, which was the only reason I knew that something was coming, and I was immediately sent flying when something crashed into me. I didn't have to see who was that before I sent out ice lances at it, but he was able to dodge everything and even suckered punch to the face before he zoomed out. He was gone the moment I turned, but wasn't fast enough as I saw the shades of the silver blur he left. Fucking speedsters. I let out a mirthless chuckle before I stood up to see that he took Magneto with him. Fuck. I also lost his helmet, which the little quick thief took with his dick of a father. Hey, at least it's not Wanda, right? Thank God for small miracles indeed. That crazy chick would have folded me like a pretzel. But how the hell is Quicksilver here? Shouldn't he be like a kid or something right now? What is he, like 13 or 14 years old, and he's already running around with Magneto and his little group doing little quick acts of terrorism? I shook my head to get rid of those thoughts as I made my way back to the plaza by walking. When I got there I saw Bucky and Steve, both sat on the floor as they waited for me with some knocked out and maybe killed metas by their side. So how'd it go with Mr. 80's villain? Bucky asked me as I came near him and sat down with them on the ground. You know he's a real 80's villain, right? I chuckled. That's why I called him that. The three of us shared a laugh. I then tried to call Trask, but the line was dead. A pit immediately formed in my stomach, not because I cared for the guy, but he was the one who made the damn mold. We left the area of the fight and made our way to the old base, but it seems like we were too late. All we found was Trask dead on the ground. Nothing of value was taken, and when I hacked into the security cams we saw what happened. A sentinel came to the base while we were out and killed Trask. We were on our way to leave when we saw Logan and Storm coming our way. I wasn't in a mood to humor them, so I just walked past them and plopped myself inside the car. I thought hard about where Trask could be, but I didn't have a damned clue. I knew he had a base of sorts back in the States where he did his experiments on Logan, but for fuck's sake I didn't even know the name of the place or where it was. The only thing that stood to note was that there was a lake, and was it a dam, that Jean had to stop in order for them to escape, which started the whole mess with the Phoenix. The Phoenix might as well not be my problem, but damn if the Sentinels wasn't. The Sentinel event was an X-Men apocalyptic shit and I wanted no part in it, but the fucker knew who I was, so it stands to reason that I would be a top priority target once he made his upgrades on those Doombots. The X-Men were still little kids wet behind the ears, so there was no way of counting on them stop this, and neither were the Brotherhood reliable. I mean, Days of Future Past was a movie for a reason. I wasn't confident, nor was I arrogant enough to think that I could face off against those killer bots that were in the movies on my lonesome. Having allies was not the problem, as those allies could end up dead if they went up against the Sentinels. Killer robots were apocalyptic events, and there were a lot of movies to back up this fact. I was still deep inside my thoughts when someone knocked on the windows of my hijacked car. I raised my head up only to be met by silver hair that adorned a dark-skinned face. I sighed before I opened up the door to let her in. Something wrong? She asked me as I fought back the urge to groan. What makes you think so? You looked like you were deep in thought, plus the look on your face when you left the base clued me so. She said as I let out another sigh. What happened? Nothing much actually. Just that the dude who released those robots has gone under and would one day come out with their enhanced version to end metahumans, no biggie. All in all, it's just another day in Moscow. I said, but the sarcasm dripping in my voice were like diamonds on a rapper's neck. She had the decency not to laugh, since it wasn't a joking matter either. What's his name? She asked me after a while of silence. William Stryker. She hummed at the name before she turned to look at me. I've been hearing you say something about metahumans. Who are they? She looked genuinely curious. It's nothing. It's just what I call mutants. Why do you call them so? It's something that came to me a while back, and also something I decided on a few hours ago. She still looked confused, so I explained my reasoning to her. When I first met Trask, the scientist who's dead inside that base, I asked him why he hated mutants, and he went on about how they were a plague, a disease, and like their name, a cancer to the human race. Just like the way people react instinctually with negativity when tell them someone is a witch, they immediately have what they have been told or read as their first reaction, which is never the case. What I'm saying is that the name is the first step to recognition. Just like how companies give their brands catchy names. You also want us to change the way we address ourselves so as to deviate from the preconceived notions of what mutants are. She completed my statement with widened eyes that made me feel a bit awkward for a bit. Cough, that's the gist yet. The names mutants and Homo superiors have already been sullied, so people who rally under them would be met with the same hatred and disgust their predecessors planted. That's why the elders say that a good name is its own reward. She looked at me with those glowing orbs of hers with what I could feel as admiration. That's a revolutionary idea. She practically exclaimed, which confused me. Sure, I knew what I was saying, and I knew it was something that could be called a revolution, but the way she beamed up at the idea seemed a little too much. Is it? I asked, unsure. Not ever knowing what I was unsure of. It is. If anything, it is at least a step into the right direction. Ah, so that was it. Unlike me, who know how mutants are treated, she and others were the ones who lived through it. The fear and shame of being a mutant I would never have felt if the public one day called me out for being one was what she and others grew up experiencing. And for someone like her who wants nothing more than a sanctuary for the mutant kind, such an idea was a welcoming and inspiring surprise for her. Sometimes all that was needed was an outsider's perspective. We talked for a while about the meta-humans, as she started to call them, and life at the mansion amongst other things which did well to take my mind off the plaguing thoughts I had before she came. Stowe. Aurora was a very nice person to talk to. Okay, out with it. The reason you keep talking about the mansion and the professor is that you want to say something to me, right? I looked at her with a small knowing smile. She looked surprised for a second before a guilty smile came to her face. I suppose I wasn't as subtle as I thought, and for misleading you like that, I apologize. It's all right. No foul done, so what's it? Do you think you can forgive the professor for what he did? She asked me with an unsure tone. I knew she was going to ask something like this. You know, the first person who tried to brainwash sent me out on a mission to Russia where I killed an entire innocent family of 3 just to prove how effective the brainwashing was. I told her the truth mixed with a little lie. Technically I was brainwashed when I took my first mission. The expression I expected was one she had: shock. It was an expression most people would get if they are told something they didn't expect, but I didn't end there. Bucky over there, I pointed at the metal-armed mercenary, was brainwashed for over a decade. The look of horror on her face was shocking, but then I hit her with the real kicker. And you know the funny thing about it, he killed one of his best friends and his wife and made it look like a car accident just because he was ordered to. And that isn't even counting the other lives he's took just because someone had the remote control to his brain. So tell me, do you think I overreacted the way I did, or I didn't react enough? The stones have been coming in sparse amount lately. I'm definitely not feeling good about that, so do something about it, will you? We are at chapter 60 now. I'd hope some of you will consider dropping a review on the story so far. Here's to a fruitful week. Love y'all. 63, Chapter 62. A/N, heartfelt thanks to everyone who took the time to drop a review, I dearly appreciate it. The stones that came pouring in yesterday was amazing, which boosted my ego by a sizable margin. I definitely aced my test due to it yesterday, and the sleep after that was mwah. Some raised the issues of my chapters coming in way too early before their stone refill. Up until now I never knew early chapters were an issue, but you are you, I guess, so I wanted to know if you guys would like me posting at latter time, preferably in the evening, or I should continue with the normal time, 7:30 am 8:30 am. I usually post before I go to classes since I usually turn to a log by the end of the day. Tell me what you guys think. Anyways, enjoy. Read over 25 chapters ahead on patreon.com/DearAulTheomenus. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Was all she could say. No one usually does. Drawl said. They fell into a calming silence before Aurora's curiosity, or was it sympathy, got the best of her, and she once more asked the man who had more to his story than she ever knew. What did it feel like? When you weren't in control, how did it feel? Drawl's first response was to tell her to stop this line of questioning, but he felt since he hadn't spoken with anyone about it, it wouldn't hurt to do so now. Even if she told, what would they do? Taunt him about it? Joke's on them, because he was never brainwashed. But that didn't mean he didn't know what it felt like. It's like drowning in a sea of sand. There is no hope for you to swim, but then suddenly you are given the chance to obey an order in order to survive. With despair clouding your mind, the only thing you can do is agree, but by then you would have forgotten everything that ever mattered, because the first order they gave you was, obey us. And then everything stops. You no longer think, because they'll do it for you. You no longer act on your own, because they'll direct you. He looked at her for a second. You no longer have emotions, because they deemed it unnecessary. Aurora was stunned into silence. She didn't know what to think. Sure, there were cases of hate, persecution, kidnapping and trafficking, and some worst cases like rape and organ harvesting, but this was the first time she had come across brainwashing, so she didn't know how to react to it when the person saying it was so calm, like he was talking about someone else. No. If he was talking about someone else, they would have been some expressions on his face, but it wasn't that either. It looked as if he was telling some boring bedtime story or the synopsis of some lowly rated movie. How do you cope with it then? The trauma, I mean. Drawl pondered on that question for a while, and he couldn't come to an answer. He couldn't say it was because he rewired his brain, as that would just be plain stupid. I don't know. Maybe killing them helped me get some sort of compensation. He shrugged. I know it might not mean much to you, but for what it's worth, I'm sorry for what you had to go through. If before she wasn't sure, now she would do her best to get him some help. But there was a problem with that thought. You don't have to be. I manage fine. At least now you know why I wanted to rip Baldy's head off. She flinched as Drawl said that. This was the problem. You know he's SOR. Aurora, I am enjoying the conversation we've been having, but if you want to defend Charles we'll have to stop it here, or at least you give me a good reason why he never said sorry. Not once. She hung her head down as he said that, not that she expected less from him after she heard his story. I understand your faith and trust in the guy, well not really, but do you really think this was the first time he'd done something like that? This is someone that made a decision to change who I was in less than 4 hours after meeting me. This isn't just brainwashing but psyche remodeling, it's changing who a person is at his base. Let's face the facts here, okay? And if you are going to say he did it for a reason, then I'll have no choice but to yeet you out of the car. If he was all about the greater good, don't you think he would have done so with Eric? He was literally best friends with the guy for years, and you don't think he noticed when his homeboy was going all Darth Vader? The anger could be felt even as Drawl spoke. You can't seriously believe what he attempted to do to me was something he never did, or something he had done a long time ago. I'm willing to bet all my budding fortune that one of your teammates have been helped by Charles. Dra. Aurora wanted to say that he would never do that to someone, let alone them, but she couldn't bring herself to say it with all honesty. There was a budding doubt, a very small one, but one nonetheless. You see. When presented the facts, even you don't fully believe that. While some might argue that he did it with the best interest in hearts, but who's to say that he wouldn't do it over and over again when he finds an ability he's afraid of? Bobby, who came with you, could freeze an entire country if he pushed his ability far enough. Kitty could very well phase between dimensions and time streams. Scott could tear a hole through the Earth's crust if his ability evolved to a higher form. The less said about you and Jean the better. All I'm trying to say is that everyone in your little group is a country-level threat, some even continental. What's to say he hasn't made sure you don't go overboard? There is nothing more dangerous than a man with loose morals. The more Aurora listened, the more she couldn't refute it, and she hated that thought. This was someone she willingly decided to follow, and yet she couldn't come his defense when it mattered. Was her trust in the man so fickle, or was it really? She shook her head. I see it has given you a lot to think about. You could just take it with a grain of salt or the delusions of a paranoid man. For all you know, I just might be bullshitting. Drawl rested his head into the seat as he looked at Logan, Steve, and Bucky having a conversation. But you are not, are you? At least you look like you are sure of what you are saying. She took in a deep breath, digesting what she had heard and suppressing all other stray thoughts for when she had a bed to rest on. What of your team and the little shit? Were they it? He changed the topic, which she seemed to appreciate as the conspiracy theories was becoming more than what she could take. Sorry about Scott. He's a kid. That's all he is. He's what, 20? 21? Maybe if he took his head out of his ass, then he'll realize that the world doesn't revolve around him. Drawl huffed as he thought about the visor-wearing kid. He tried his best to overlook his cub alpha behavior because of how young the boy was. If he had been someone like Logan, then the least Drawl would have done was take an arm. Yeah, but cut him some slack. He's had it rough. Aurora said. Everyone's had it rough, Aurora. It's more true when it concerns metahumans. Giving him the reason to use that excuse because of his behavior is no different than condoning it. If everyone at the mansion started behaving like he does, Logan would have been wanted for multiple counts of homicide. She laughed as he said that. I hear you loud and clear. About you, second question, Logan didn't want another fight between us, so he told them to wait being while we both came to talk with you guys. She said. Nice call on Logan's part. I don't trust to be able to hold back if his smart ass made another not so smart comment. Drawl chuckled. Yeah, we figured. They engaged in small talks before Logan and the rest started walking towards them. Looks like we'll have to cut our talks here. It was nice meeting you, Drawl. Aurora said as she stepped out of the car and left with Logan. You guys done with your talk? Drawl asked as Bucky and Steve got into the car, but this time Steve was riding shotgun. Oh, we are done with ours. Were you done with yours? Bucky asked with what could be called a teasing smirk on his deadpan face. We were just talking, Bucky. Bucky just snorted. What do you mean, When was the last time you had a love life? The car went as silent as a graveyard. Yeah. Thought so. Drawl said as he drove the car away from the base back to their hideout. They were back in the Moscow by the next day after combing through the abandoned railway station Stryker used as his hideout. Fury called. He's expecting us on the next flight home. Steve said as he got off the call with a raging fury. Yeah, about that. Tell him we'll be late by a few days, at most a week. Drawl said as he held a thinking posture with his hands stroking his beard. Any reason for that? Steve asked. Two actually. Second is because we haven't taken care of Hydra Russia. A look of realization struck Steve as he finally remembered why they were here in the first place. Hydra, not Sentinels. And what's the first? Bucky asked. We are going to destroy the Red Room. The second. Drawl said that. Bucky's face changed into a very serious expression. Steve, who saw this, became confused. What's the Red Room? It's an facility where they train and brainwash female spies for the Russian and Soviet government. It was something that started due to you and Bucky's success as soldiers for your respective government. Bucky looked down while Steve was speechless. Any orphaned kids, some even being taken away from their families, are being taken and put through the program when they are as young as 5. Trained in the acts of seduction, espionage, hand-to-hand combat, weapons, acrobatics, tactical knowledge, using everything, even their own bodies as weapon to take down their targets. The weak are killed off, leaving only the best. It was Soviet Russia's answer to the Winter Soldier that Hydra made. You could call them the best female assassination organization on the world. You know that if we do this, we would be risking diplomatic war between Russia and the US. Bucky advised, but he got the answer he expected. And? It's not like we are under S.H.I.E.L.D. or any of their organizations. It might be a bit harder for you two based on your histories, and you can't just say fuck you if the country's forces decides to come for your ass. But I'm different. If you don't want to risk it, then you guys should take that plane so as not to be implicated, and I'll stay back to wreck some femme fatale parade. Drawl offered. The two super soldiers fell silent as they thought about their choices, which didn't take long to make. I'm no longer a soldier, technically I'm dead, which also makes me a free man. The war might be over, but that doesn't mean it ended. It just devolved into meaner scuffles. Steve said as he tightened his shield straps to his hands. Always the soldier, aren't you? Still can't live without a fight, hey? Drawl said, which caused Steve to give him a wry smile since what he said was spot on. They both turned to look at the Winter Soldier, who to his credit only shrugged. No profound reason here. It's just a case of a good deed a month to me. It'll help with the nightmares anyway. Bucky said, muttering the last part to himself, which only Drawl heard, but the latter said nothing. You could have phrased that a little nicer, you know. Steve told his ever-stoic best friend, who just shrugged as if it was nothing. Okay people. Since we've all agreed to the bro code, I don't think there is anything more to say. Steve, do remember to keep your 90-year-old hormones intact. Bucky burst into a fit of laughter as Drawl said that, while the one addressed had a helpless smile on his face. They were going to a facility where everyone inside were taught on the act of seduction, of course he would be the one picked on, were the thoughts that flew through the former American soldier's head. Let's just get this over with, he said as they drove away. So that girl, you planning on going for her? Bucky asked Drawl while referring to the white-haired black woman who was with him in the car. Why would you think that? Drawl asked with a confused face while he steered the car. Nothing. Just wanted to make sure you don't end up like us old men. Single till your 80s. Real funny bucks. But it's not like that, we were just talking about the Dumbledore of a proprietor she had. Drawl told. Seriously? Yeah. Why does it even matter? Steve, Logan, and I had a bet on what you two were talking about. Bucky confessed. And you thought what? That I was flirting with her? And let me guess, Steve bet on that while you didn't. Drawl said with exasperation as he saw Steve passing the brooding soldier a $10 note. How long do you think it'll take for Steve here to get a new girlfriend after he lets go of his former one, which is actually debatable? Bucky asked after a while, which caused Steve to do a spit take. Drawl, 1,000 says 3 years. Bucky, double that says 5. Drawl, deal. Steve. 64, Chapter 63. Read 25 chapters ahead on patreon.com/DearRaoulTheomanus. The facility in front of them reminded Drawl of Hogwarts. It looked like some medieval castle with the big walls and architecture which was proof of its almost century-old existence. At this moment, Drawl, Bucky, and Steve were near the facility, hiding from sight as they cased the surroundings with Drawl's help, since he was the best scoper someone could ever have. He didn't have the ridiculous limitations of not being able to see through lead like a particular underwear-wearing hero from the studio next door. What have we got? Steve asked. Good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Drawl asked after he finished surveying the parts of the facility he could due to the range limitation of his sight. Let's hear the good news first. Steve answered. Bad news, got it. Drawl said with a chirp in his voice that made the two super soldiers roll their eyes. Only Drawl could feel happy in such a situation, but then again only he could flip his emotions to the extremes like pancakes. It was something the two super soldiers haven't been able to understand even after all their time together. Drawl, not knowing what was going through the heads of his makeshift teammates, continued on. Since we are breaking into the heart on enemy territory, 99% of the people we are to encounter are probably enemies, so be advised. Keep your guards up at all time. At all time. Even if you come across children, keep in mind that you are inside an assassination school. Everyone should be seen as an enemy. Steve frowned as Drawl explained the bad news, which his other teammates took notice of. I'm not saying that we go in guns blazing, killing everyone inside along with the kids. Geez. I'm wicked, not evil. We'll try to render them incapable, which would make the mission magnitudes higher than what it would have been if we were diabolical freedom fighters. Steve nodded at that while Bucky just stood silent, his eyes not leaving the facility for a second. What's the good news then? Bucky asked. We can go in guns blazing since they already know we are here. Drawl simply stated with a wide grin, to which Bucky only nodded while Steve fastened his shield to his hands. Whose turn is it to call it? Drawl suddenly asked, killing the momentum which the soldiers surrounded themselves with before going to battle. Bucky and Steve's sweat dropped at this rapidly changing emotions as his face took on a serious expression after he asked that question. Damn bipolar overpowered meta. Both of them thought. I think it's Steve's turn. Bucky coolly said with his expression not betraying his thoughts. Well then, call it Cap. Drawl said as he cocked the gun, and his axes were destroyed in the last fight. Steve just sighed, but he did his part nonetheless. Eyes peeled everyone. The objective is to suppress who we can. Lethal force should be the last option, but it's still an option nonetheless. He then turned to Drawl, the honors if you will. Aye Capitan. The meta said with a Spanish tone as he gave a salute before he formed a yellow orb that floated above his palms as he sent it flying towards the front gate of the facility. Boom! With what served as an opening fire, the facility became rowdy as they could hear the hurried sounds from the panicking widows in training. The trio went in without anyone saying anything, without the two soldiers saying anything. You have two choices. Those who want to fight on one side and those who want to be saved on the other. The entire facility quieted down as that statement was made. Even the two soldiers were not exempted. What the hell are you doing, Quacks? Bucky was able to keep the question in an even tone, but there was no doubt that the bewilderment coming from him was palpable. Trying to see if we can make our work easier. Drawl shrugged. At this point, they were being slowly encircled by the steadily increasing audience of bells who had different expressions of confusion, awe, bewilderment, and hope. All of which were likely faked. Even the way some of them had reddened eyes as if they would start crying any moment soon while they clutched their dress for whatever form of support they could find. Some had eyes that laid within hidden hopes but were smart enough not to show it. Some held impassive faces that didn't betray whatever they felt with their hands to their sides as they stood at the back of the crowd. And then there was the children. Little girls who did nothing but cry and sob, and they struggled within the grasp of the older ones who prevented them from running towards what they identified as hope. Quack. Bucky didn't say anything else, but his intended question was clear. This was getting harder than they thought. How were they supposed to save them when they couldn't bring themselves to not be suspicious of each of their victims' intentions and actions? Yeah, I know. Drawl muttered. To make this endeavor easier on both you and us, I'll advise those who want nothing more than have our heads to please wait while the others in need of help are. The Undying Dragger. What brings you to our humble institute? Drawl's speech was cut short as a man walked down the stairs with a woman by his side. He looked to be in his early 50s while the woman beside him looked younger, but also had the look of an elder woman. If by institute you mean a brainwashing nest for unfortunate children and women, then it isn't really as humble as you said. And pray tell what you thought you would achieve by coming here with such old relics. The man said as he pointed at the Winter Soldier. If you are thinking that this was a thought-out plan, then you are wrong on that front. Heck, I didn't even remember that a place like this existed until the fuck-up that happened yesterday. Drawl shrugged, but his senses were peeled and his eyes scanning everyone for those who had weapons, which turned out to be most of them. A fool's errand then? And I thought you were as wise as you were strong. Kill him. The moment he said that, the expected attack started as an 8-year-old girl who was the closest to Drawl pulled out a knife from the sides of her maid-like outfit and stabbed at Drawl's crotch due to the inefficiency of her height. Without even being surprised by the attack, Drawl grabbed the hands of the little girl and made an ice dome over her, keeping the little child away from the likely gruesome fight. Just because she had been trained to killing at such a young age didn't mean he felt okay subjecting her to the horrors of battle. Bucky and Steve had already engaged with the other girls, but the sheer numbers of the girls were proving to be a problem for the two soldiers, and they couldn't freely use their weapons in a place like this as it was crowded, but the female assassins didn't have that restraint, so they used whatever they could to beat the asses of the two men, which still proved to be a hard task. They opened fire, even if the bullets injured some of their mates or outright killed them. They didn't stop, with some even going as far as to hold down the trio for the others to get a shot in. Drawl was fighting off against 6 women, which was harder as he had to hold back his punches a lot not to outright kill them, since he knew not all of them were doing this of their own choice. They were doing this simply for the reason that they didn't have one. And as much as Drawl would hate to admit it, these women were far better at handling weapons than he was. Their firearms mastery and the way they moved it through their hands was an art of its own. They turned a lethal knife into something more lethal, more ferocious, more deadly. The Red Room truly was a terrifying organization. The man, seeing as how his girls were keeping the 3 intruders at bay, decided it was time to move. The moment he turned to leave was the same moment an ice lance pierced him through his back. He fell to the ground surprised, still not believing the turn of events. The room stopped as the audience all watched the man die. The 3 intruders didn't have much of an expression to show, but that couldn't be said of the women and girls they were fighting. Some looked shocked as they started to process the implications of what the man's death meant. Some looked unsure, almost desperate even, while others made a choice they had wanted to make since the day they were brought here. All it took was someone to make a decision before the like-minded women followed. The first to choose was a young woman who dragged an even younger girl with her. Some were still undecided as they looked between themselves and the two groups that were quickly forming. The woman who came with the man saw the open dissension and immediately lost it. Kill them! Kill them all! The girls who were still on the fence and didn't know what choice to make reverted back to their dominated psyche and immediately carried out the order without even realizing it. They opened rapid fire which would have killed a majority of the ones who jumped ship had Drawl not erected an ice wall that separated the hall they were in into two sides. Are you going to kill them? Asked the frightened young woman who was first to switch sides. The tone she used in asking that question carried an hidden plea for leniency. Although they were part of the same organization which forced them to kill each other at such a young age didn't mean none cared for the others. It was just that they didn't have the luxury to worry about the other's situation when they could do nothing about theirs. The hall descended into a gunfight of bullets and ice as Drawl controlled the ice to form vines which wrapped up the bodies of the hostile widows. Try as they might, the widows in training couldn't resist until they were all immobilized and the hall regained its silence. Couldn't you have done that from the start? Saved us all the trouble. Steve asked Drawl as he saw the restrained girls who were frozen to their waist and had ice vines that held their hands, preventing them from doing anything. And what? Miss the chance of you and Bucks having your asses kicked by a bunch of girls. Drawl walked through the frozen girls and came face to face with the woman who looked like she ran things around here. I'm going to keep it short. I want everything you have concerning the Widow program, files, and everyone who were in it, from the names of officials to the girls who were unfortunate to be a part of it. And you seriously think I would give you what you want? Spoke the woman with her clear Russian accent. Torture me all you want, but I'll give you nothing. I seriously doubt that. Drawl turned to look at the room of young girls who were all looking at him and he grew confused. Didn't think that far, did you? Well, it's not like you ever do anyway. Bucky said, seemingly reading what was going through the Meta's mind. What was Drawl to do with a room full of lost girls? Giving them to S.H.I.E.L.D. was just changing their masters from the worst to bad. Let's just wing it. He shrugged as he came to that answer. If you'll excuse me, I have to question this hag here. He grabbed the woman by her neck as pulled her to a room which he locked behind him. Don't let anyone disturb me. Those were directed to his teammates and also the girls. They were expecting to hear shouts and screams, which some would say they would have been glad if they heard it, but unfortunately no sound came from the room. This silence went on for an hour before a gunshot was heard and the doors were opened as Drawl stepped out looking the same way he did when he went in, meaning that there was no instance of torture. What did you find out? Steve asked. There's another facility that they train the other girls and send them on missions. If this was a training facility to bring out the best of the Widow's candidates, then the other one is where they mass-produce their soldiers by tempering them through constant missions. It has a higher mortality rate than even this one. A gasp was heard as Drawl said that, which prompted the three men to look at the source of the sound. A certain redhead had her hands over her mouth but try as much as she could to compose herself, she still couldn't stop as her shoulders slightly shook. Is this something wrong, miss? Steve asked. Most likely she had someone taken from her and sent to the other facility. Drawl said and both men had a look of understanding. So what are we to do next? Bucky inquired. We go and rescue the others. Steve said since this mission was his call. 65, Chapter 64. A/N, where am I supposed to begin with this shit? Web novel just decided to pull the wedgies on lot of asses. Due to some of you asking me to post this on other platforms, I updated the fanfiction.net post to recent chapters so those of you who use that platform can go there. Drawl the Ominous is the name. I'm still debating posting of Royal Road. But let me know what you think. I'll still be posting on web novel anyway. Patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. A certain redhead's POV. When was the last time she had hoped, was something even she didn't know. It was such a long time ago to her that looking back at it now made it seem like a lost memory. She had promised herself that they wouldn't break her and that was what made her held on even until this point when it looked like giving in was the best choice. She tried as much as possible to hold on to hope that something might happen and she would be able to one day meet her sister and reunite with their family once again, but this damned place took it upon itself to laugh at her at every turn. She tried as much as possible to stay away from the interest of the proprietress but at the end it was useless. No matter how many times she failed or even faked it, all it did was garner more interest in her. And that was when despair set in. She was chosen for the next widow and was made to undergo the graduation ceremony. She would have cried if she could, but with what had been happening to her so far, she didn't think it was a good idea. She couldn't even remember when last she cried, she had always been the strong one unlike her sister. The first few months after the ceremony was spent bringing her to form and having her understand how the world worked. She had been in a few missions since then and she would like to believe that she still had something they had yet to take from her, she knew it was only a matter of time before she lost it too. They took her family, they took her name, they took her being. She had nothing except who they had made her to be, their best weapon. She was the world's best assassin and it was all thanks to them. She still held that hope that maybe they failed to take everything from her, like her sister for example. Maybe she survived. But as the day went on, even that small hope was destroyed. She saw girls die, either by her hands or those of the others. Some were killed because they couldn't continue the program and were deemed as useless. The hope of one day meeting her sister was killed like those unfortunate girls were the story of her life. It was all just one big irony. She had just gotten back from a mission, the target was an arms dealer from Czech, a fairly easy one at that. All she did was flirt here, bat an eyelid there, and the moment he invited her to his room and started taking off his trousers was the moment she slashed a knife through his jugular. She returned immediately after the mission and went to her room to await the next one. She had a few days of rest before she was called and told that they spotted 3 intruders making their way here. They had all gotten ready since Dreykov was adamant that those 3 were a threat. She recalled the information that had been given to her a few months back. It was supposed to one of her targets. The man called the Dragor. He was made by an organization to be the most unkillable soldier they had, but he rebelled and killed them instead. If only that was her. From the files, she knew that he had some type of enhanced physique which was as higher as that of super soldiers, but she didn't pay it any mind since there were a lot of mutants who had such abilities and some were even more impressive. From what she also knew, he could control fire and ice to a certain degree, but it didn't delve into his limits and known weakness. But as Dreykov always said, every man has a general weakness, a woman. She didn't know how true that was, but if she had been sent on a mission with him as a target, then she would do her best to kill him. One more name on her ledger was nothing new. But this situation wasn't what she expected. He came and also brought with him 2 people of interest. The Winter Soldier. She hadn't known about him until Hydra fell, and only then was she told that the Red Room was born due to him and Captain America's success as engineered soldiers, so she didn't know how to feel about the man. The other one bore a striking resemblance to the captain, but instead of the iconic stripes of red and white, his was black with light grey stripes. Even his shield was the same with that of Steve Rogers, except that it still followed the same color tone. He and the Winter Soldier had matching color theme except for the Dragor, who had a white shirt, black trousers, and a red tie, looking the same as he looked in his profile data. It wasn't even a surprise to her that the Americans had engineered another super soldier, and from the looks of it, they had given him the mantle of Captain America. Her thoughts were cut short when the front door was blown apart by an explosion from the Dragor. She had expected them to come in and start killing, but the words that came out of his mouth surprised her, well, not just her but pretty much everyone. You have 2 choices. Those who want to fight on one side and those who want to be saved on the other. If it was before, then she would have been tempted by such an offer, and while she still did, she was not foolish enough to believe it. Even if she was desperate. She watched as the man and Dreykov talked before Dreykov commanded them to attack. She knew instinctively that she might not be a match for the Dragor due to his abilities, but she was sure she could take down one of the super soldiers, the Winter Soldier, with help, but she was proven wrong. While they went in for the kill, she could tell that the intruders were holding back in order not to harm them too much as they fought to quickly immobilize them, but even with such a handicap, the Winter Soldier was still stronger and held an upper hand in the confrontation. The other one with the shield was the same. They held their ground until the Dragor killed Dreykov, and that was when she knew that this might be a chance for her. Even if it was worse, it couldn't be as worse as the Red Room. She saw someone finally give in and the rest followed. She was still on the fence but made her decision the moment she heard Madame B's shout of the kill order, and that was when she made her decision and took a step she hoped she wouldn't regret. The next thing that happened was ice shielding them from the hails of bullets that were fired. The next thing that happened had her stunned. She watched as the organization that had been a source of her nightmares fall before her eyes. He had somehow gotten the information from Madame B, and although what she heard almost gave her a heart attack, she still held on to hope. She hadn't seen her sister for over 8 years now, but she still hoped that she was okay. Even if her sister was a crybaby, she believed her to be strong. Drawl St. Cross POV. The past 2 weeks had been hectic for me, to say the least. Destroying Hydra Russia and rescuing over 50 women, most of which were below the age of 20, was a hard task. We had to move fast since letting the other facilities know that we were coming for them was not a good choice. We had help though. While some of the girls left on their own, which was a good decision by the way since I didn't know what else to do with them, I wasn't worried, not that I had any business to be since they were spies and assassins. They could find their place in whatever part of the world they were thrown into. The others however wanted to help us free the other girls, so that was what we were up to for the past few days. I met Natasha, who had already taken on the moniker of Black Widow, as she joined us in freeing the other girls. She was looking frantically for her sister, who she found, so there was that. Fury however had to stop us, and I'm glad he did since I was already tired and needed to go home. According to Fury, Russia was hot news since the Sentinels, and also the fact that there was someone who looked like Captain America fighting on international soil was creating diplomatic tensions. Fucking politics. While they couldn't sweep the Sentinel massacre, which they started calling it, under the rug since it was all over the internet, they managed to downplay it and focused on the fact that American agents were acting on Russian soil without clearance. Since the world government didn't want to answer to the public about creating racial genocidal machines, they shifted the topic to other things. Bucky advised the other girls to leave the country since they could be hunted down easier on home soil, which then made me call in my favor from Fury to give the girls safe passage out of the country when they needed it. Since I didn't trust Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D with having almost 100 trained spies, and also due to Bucky and Steve's insistence, I gave them a way for them to contact me or Bucky since he was the one who wanted to do this. We sorted out all our things in Russia over the night and boarded the plane that was to take us out of Moscow. We weren't the only passengers though, figures Natasha and her sister would want to leave the first chance they got. All I had to do was call Fury and have him make extra reservations. Just how did hunting in Hydra Trail lead into this? From the Sentinels to the Red Room. It was not even a balanced slope. I hate Hydra. What the hell were you thinking? Was the first thing Fury said to us as we alighted the aircraft that brought us home. We were inside a private hangar, one of the many that S.H.I.E.L.D had when Fury stormed in and screamed in, "Fury! Do you three know what I had to do just to ensure that the council didn't declare you rogue agents and have the Soviet-Russian government hunt you down?" "Nothing. That's what you did, or rather what you should have done." I just shrugged even as Fury gave me the stink eye. He was angry, that I knew, but sometimes he fails to understand that I wasn't one of his agents. You were the one who entertained the council's stupidity and decided that the Sentinel massacre didn't happen, or it wasn't as important as 2 American civilians helping out the victims of a project you and your government green-lighted. I ended up shouting at the top of my voice at the end of my statement. I never liked the government, not now, not ever. I may be as hypocritical as the next person, but even I didn't have the shamelessness to wave off such actions. They knew what was coming. The barrel of gunpowder that was the metahumans had been exposed to the flames that were the Sentinels. It was only a matter of time before it all blows up, and these fools were still playing games of profit. I wasn't someone that would go out of my way to care, nor was I someone that would fight injustice every time I saw it. I was selfish like that. The Red Room mission was a prime example. I only did it because I remembered something about it, not because of some misguided sympathy. It was all on a whim. While I would take care so that my actions doesn't hurt unconcerned people, if someone were to benefit from it, well, kudos to them. You know I couldn't do anything. Fury said in a low voice. Bullshit. That's bullshit, and you and I both know that. You are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D for crying out loud, and you seriously want me to be that there was absolutely nothing you could do? When will you understand that the council are nothing more but pack fools who sit in their chairs and do absolutely nothing but sip some wine and squirt around? I would ask you to take that back, Mr. St. Cross. I was interrupted as some men and women came into view with a whole entourage. Who are you? I already had an idea of who they were, but still. We are the councilmen and women of S.H.I.E.L.D, and you, Mr. St. Cross, are under arrest until an interrogation has been carried out, and until you are judged innocent, you will be under the supervision of our agents. Am I clear? Said a man who looked like the leader of the group. I took in a deep breath, and the soldiers and agents around all held their guns waiting for a signal to open fire, but I didn't pay them any mind. I looked at the man in front of me and asked. What's your name? My name is Senato. It doesn't matter what your name is. 66, Chapter 65. A/N, so I decided to rip WN1 in kind. The fanfiction.net is up to date with web novels. It being 35 chapters since I post there every 2 days with a 2in1 chapter format. I started posting on ScribbleHub yesterday, but I'll take the weekend to catch it up to date with my other 2 platforms. It's at chapter 20 now. Nothing changes with web novel, as I will still be posting at the usual time. Don't forget to visit my Patreon if you think the story is moving too slow for you. Links for the fanfiction and ScribbleHub. Patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. The tension between the 3 parties, mine, which consisted of 2 super soldiers and 2 runaway assassins, Fury, whose party was the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, and lastly the suits, who brought their cronies with them, was very thick that the scrubs around us didn't dare breathe out loud. Everyone calm the fuck down. Fury shouted as he placed himself between the 2 parties who looked like they were just an action away from drawing blood. Are you siding with him, Director Fury? One of the council women asked. I'm not siding with anyone, councilwoman. All I'm trying to do is prevent anyone here from making a mistake that they'll come to regret. Are you therefore implying that our actions today would cause us regrets? This time it was the leaderman who asked that question. Do I need to remind you of who your superiors are, Director Fury? Fury lost it at that point. Excuse me? As a matter of fact, I do not know who my superiors are, you piss-face fuck. That, Director Fury, is an act of treason and insubordinate. Insubordinate my black ass. It looks like you memory is foggy, councilman, so how about I remind you that you and your pale-ass cronies let the same organization that instigated World War II to rule the biggest covert organization in the world for more than 30 years. So tell me exactly how the hell am I supposed to know who my superiors are? The surroundings became quiet as Fury said that while the people from the council looked as if they ate a bug with how green their faces were. You will answer for words in front of a court hearing director. The man straight out ignored what Fury said and turned to me. If you know what's good for you, Mr. St. Cross, you'll come along quietly or risk becoming an enemy of the United States. The soldiers he brought with him raised their guns at my group who weren't idle as Bucky raised his at them while Cap looked like he was just a breath away from swinging his shield. The widow glanced around, no doubt looking for a way to storm off the impending gunfight. Hill, Clint, and the others were confused but only for a second before they pointed their weapons at the group of senates who were surprised at the turn of events. I assure you that you are making a grave mistake, Director. You and your subordinates will face court-martial for this act of mutiny. And you, Mr. St. Cross, you and your group will face the crimes of ignoring state power and infiltrating an allied country with dubious schemes. Also for the crimes of destabilizing the relationship between two countries while at the same time causing civil unrest across the continent, using the symbol of our great country for your selfish propaganda, acts of terrorism, destruction of an allied country's military power. He paused to look at the spy sisters as he said that part, withholding information of weapons of mass destruction to yourself for the purpose of individual benefit, colluding with members of terrorists' organizations, stealing of state property and resisting arrest and interrogation and multiple acts of treason. Each of these crimes are punishable by death, so if you value what little life you have left, I suppose you tell your teammates to lower those weapons. They are as much a victim of the same crimes as you are. Cuff him. The man gestured to us and one of the soldiers brought out cuffs that looked quite enhanced, probably some type of super dense steel, and made his way to me. Turn around with your hands behind your back. The soldier came to my front and yelled at me while Bucky and the others kept their gazes on the remaining ones who still had their guns at the ready. The tension was rising and I could practically see the fast beating hearts of every armed person present. The leaders though were calm, unlike those of the councilmen who were hiding behind a facade of calm and authority. People like Clint, Fury, Bucky, and Steve didn't even bat an eyelid as they remained focused on their targets. Whatever happens next would depend on what I did in the following moments, and the answer was pretty simple. A simple kick and the armored protected soldier flew like a cannonball and crashed into a crate of ammunition. They wanted to shoot at that instant, but the moment they caught sight of my eyes and the red lights that seeped through the shirt I wore, they panicked. I'll only say this once, so listen very carefully. Only come at me when you are prepared to die. The way their heartbeat quickened at that statement showed that they took the threat seriously. Not all of them did, but whoever was foolish enough to come after me would only serve as an example to the others. I turned, bearing my back to them in a dare, and walked out of the hangar. Bucky and the others followed me, leaving only the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government inside the hangar. You know that could have very well been a bad move on your part, Natasha said as we kept on walking. I raised an eyebrow as she said that. And why do you think so? For the simple reason that they are the government. You clearly have someone of a high standing inside the bureaucracy. It would have been best if you played it safe than outright turning them against you, cutting off any possible ties of reconciliation. She summarized. I let out a laugh as she said that, which made her furrowed her brows. Is there something funny about what I just said? No, there isn't. Then. But the problem is that you are basing that scenario on the fact that I cared about thoughts of the political power I could amass. I chuckled. You don't. What objective use would it have for me? Don't get me wrong, I have no intention of becoming the next megalomaniac by thinking myself above the rules, but the dreary fact is that I am above the human rules. What use would it be if I had any political power? Would Thanos care? Would Doom care? Would Galactus and those cosmic fuckers out there care? The answer to all that was a simple no. The human rules were for just that, humans. There was no way for them to expect someone like Thor to bow to their rules and punishments, as he would just fry the fucker that pronounced such blasphemy. The only rules that could bind specific people were if those rules were made by someone like them. Or they could just shove their middle finger to the rules when they surpass the strength of those who enforce it. So you don't mind a war against the US if they tried to attack you? Well, consider me impressed. She said while sending me a sultry smile. Not that I would care if you weren't, but yet, that's what it is to me. I turned to the duo soldiers at my side who had remained quiet ever since we got down from the plane. What's up with you two? Bucky just shrugged, which I accepted since a silent brooding face was his go-to expression. Then I turned to Steve. They didn't say anything about the metas who died. He practically growled out, which made me wonder if he somehow swapped with Logan when I wasn't looking. You are not seriously going to tell me you are that surprised by it, are you? Steve seemed frustrated, but he did nothing but just removed the cowl of his suit. What happened next was Natasha and Yelena both standing rooted to their spot as if they've seen a ghost. Why, you are Steve Rogers? Natasha asked with evident doubt leaking through her tone. Oh. Steve seems to get why she reacted like that, because his existence was not yet known to other people since Fury kept it a secret. Even when we were raiding during the 2 weeks in Russia, Steve always had his cowl on, since his identity was a touchy subject and we didn't want some of the widow trainees to go about and blab to whoever they were spying for. I mean, the Red Room was a spy organization, so it was bound to have some spies in it. Let's just go home. I muttered before I remembered something I forgot to inquire. Where will the both of you be staying? I asked the two runaways. We could always rent a hotel room before we settle down on a plan. Yelena said. I frowned at that. Not the part about them staying at a hotel, I didn't care about that, but the fact that one of those councilmen would try something with them which would end up dragging Bucky and Steve into it, being the righteous pricks they were, which in turn would drag me into it as well. I am not running an Avengers daycare. I couldn't help but mutter. You said something, Quack. Nothing. I'll just leave them be. It's not as if I am entitled to help them further than I already did. I had already secured a safe passage for some of the girls if they were to ever come to the States. That was a lot of good deeds on my part. Hopefully, the Black Widow and her sister could shrug off unwanted attention. We went our different ways as we got into the city while I called in a ride to take us home. You know that one way or another we'll cross paths with them again, right? Bucky asked with me with a small smile on his lips. So you figured I guessed he noticed how I didn't want to bother with Natasha and her sister. Hell, I didn't want to bother with a lot of people. There were only 4 people in this universe that could make me care if something bad happened to them. First was Clint, he was the first friend I made in this life. While the others were Fury, due to our working relationship, and then Bucky and Steve because they somehow grew on me, mostly Bucky. We all did. Even them. He nudged his face towards the direction Natasha and Yelena went in. You weren't exactly trying to be subtle about not wanting to deal with more baggage. Right? Anyways, at least, this way, they wouldn't be drawn into whatever mess we find ourselves in. I said with a shrug. More like whatever you find yourself in and we get drawn into. Steve huffed. Details. You think they're gonna be okay? They could very well be targeted due to being connected to us, you know. Steve asked, concerned. Don't worry about that. If they were targeted, then they'll make their way to us. I closed my eyes as I enjoyed the ride. Why do you think so? Because she tagged him when he was talking with Yelena. This time it was Bucky who answered instead of me. While Cap was a soldier, the best there was, he wasn't a spy, which was what Bucky was, the best there is. I knew when Natasha tagged me since I could see with my X-ray vision where the tracker was. She was just using me as a safety beacon in case she was wrapped up in my troubles. I couldn't find it in me to be genuinely angry about it since it was because of my actions that they could be dragged into whatever the S.H.I.E.L.D. Council wanted to do, and she wouldn't be a good spy if she didn't secure a safety net. This was also the reason I didn't let her come with us since the distrust was mutual. And like Bucky said, I doubt that would be the last time we saw the both of them. I need a long bath before I do anything else. I drawled out. What about the lead you had on Stryker? Steve asked. Like I said, a long bath first. I answered him. We got to the house and I hadn't even slid in the key to the door while another car pulled up to my driveway. Fury, Clint, Hill, and Coulson came out with the second looking as if he too needed a long bath. Couldn't this have waited till tomorrow? I asked them as they walked up to me. Fury didn't say anything and just walked inside my house before I even did with just a sentence. Get in. Now. I shook my head and went in, but instead of going for the couch, I went to the bar and fetched myself a drink. Anyone want anything? I asked but was only met with silence. More for me then. I downed the 5 glasses of scotch I had prepared before going to hear what Fury had to say. You know, this would have all been better if you had waited for just a few more hours, you know. What the hell were you thinking? Yay. There goes my bath. I thought sarcastically. 67, Chapter 66. A/N, so. I failed to get the SH update to be the same as WN, not due to a lack of trying on my part or laziness, but shit kept cropping up. If only real life were as easy as fanfics made them out to be. I'll try, maybe by the end of today or tomorrow, to tally it with WN. https://www.scribblehub.com/series/56368/marvelredo/ https://m.fanfiction.net/s/140925545/1/marvelredo. patreon.com/dearraoultheomenus. Fury was looking at me with an unreasonable expression. I knew he wasn't angry at me, not that I would have cared if he was, but he also wasn't happy about being kept out of what was going on in Moscow. What happened? Fury asked after taking a deep breath in. You already know what did. You are going to have to rephrase that question a bit. I told him. Fine. What happened in Moscow? He asked again, to which I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. What didn't, if not the world government thinking it would be okay to produce meta-human killing machines? I said to him with narrowed eyes. That wasn't what the Sentinel project was about. Fury said with a frown. Of course it wasn't what it was about, since it was Hydra that greenlit the damned project. I could see his eye widen in realization before it went downcast with frustration. The project was listed among the many other projects that have been collecting dusts in S.H.I.E.L.Ds archive. It was supposed to be about something that could temporarily neutralize the X gene in mutants. Fury sighed. Hydra fucked us up, big time. Everyone here could sympathize with what the man was feeling. It was Hydra they were talking about, there was no feeling to be had for that organization other than those of the negative kind. So how did it devolve into the global shit of what happened in Russia was? Clint asked. We managed to track Trask down, but unfortunately for us he was a step ahead and gave his assistant the figurative keys to the city. When we managed to capture Trask and get him to talk, it was already too late, as his assistant, William Stryker, had already released what they were truly working for Hydra for, killer robots who could adapt while fighting meta-humans, which also had the ability to scan people for the X gene, making it the worst meta-human detector. These sentinels had the minor ability to adapt to or nullify the ability of a meta acting on them. He ordered them to kill all the metas they could find in Moscow, in a sick way of advertising it to the world that meta-humans weren't to be feared for their ability anymore, since the perfect weapon to wipe them out was already created. Thankfully he didn't count on Magneto and his group being there, since they were able to help and prevent the sentinels from killing more people. As if that deranged bastard was any better. Steve huffed as he remembered Magneto's speech. We weren't able to get the full video on what happened during the fights since most of the street's camera were down, but from what we could get from witnesses the fight didn't end there. Fury said. Well, it was all going well, not exactly, but then Magneto had to give one of those homo superior speeches he is famous for, which ended with us fighting off against the Brotherhood. I was able to beat Magneto, but... Back up for a SEC. You said you were able to beat who? Fury's eye widened like that of his eye patch. You were able to beat someone country's entire military could do nothing against. You don't seem to understand, so let me break it down for you. Magneto's ability is no doubt stronger than mine, at least presently, but what gave me the edge was that while his ability was more versatile, it was also in its basic form, while mine was versatile and more diverse. I explained, since I didn't want them thinking that I was as strong as Magneto. Well, technically I was, but the thing about strength measurement in a universe like this one was that it was more complex and technical. So basically it was just bad pairing. Clint said, to which I nodded. So what happened to Magneto? I doubt you would let someone like him go if you got your hands on him. Fury had already sensed the complications that were in the little story I was telling. One of his members got him out. A speedster. Damned Flash wannabe. A speedster? That one's gonna be a trouble to catch and also very deadly. You know how fast he can run? Fury asked after thinking for a while. Well, for starters, he's definitely faster than sound, also faster than bullets from how he was able to attack me before I could dodge. I'd say between Mach 2 to 3. I said as I reviewed the way Pietro attacked me in my head. He definitely was fast, no doubt about that. Already that fast, hey? This one might just be as dangerous as the top hitters of the Brotherhood. Fury scratched his chin. So what happened next? Nothing of note. I kinda remembered reading about the Red Room in Russia and thought that maybe busting some bad guy's ass was a good way to distress. Newsflash, it wasn't. So that was the reason why you destroyed the Russian-Soviet spy organization. Because you were stressed? Why not find the nearest brothel and distress there? Fury said exasperatedly. He looked at me for a bit before he asked the question he wanted to ask ever since he came in here. What the hell was that about then? He asked while referring to what happened at the hangar. You know, for a smart guy, you really are slow. Why don't you take a guess? He looked at me in silence, but even I could see the figurative gears turning in his head before his eyes glowed in surprise. You sly motherfucker. You are nuts, you know that, right? He said, but there was a smile on his face. What makes you think something like this is going to work in the first place? This time he asked genuinely. First of all, the Hydra case. While the Council have been trying to get a hold of what Pierce and the others left, they also fail to notice that the agents no longer trusts the Council, since one of its prominent leaders and key figure was a terrorist. That was already the first crack in their authority. Second is you. Although you might not see it, or maybe you do, but you have a steady growing faction under you with Phil, Clint, and Hill. And while you may not mean so, it doesn't mean that the others won't see who their boss trusted aides are. After all, you all did take down Hydra on your lonesome. So as they lose their trust in the Council, they naturally will gravitate towards the one who they perceive is right, which in this case is you. And today's fiasco only helped strengthen that thought. Wait, I'm lost. What are you trying to say? Hill asked. He is saying that unknowingly, the boss has been taking control of the mooks and top agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. without him knowing, or maybe he does, which means that he wants the boss to take full control of S.H.I.E.L.D. thereby giving us a large room for autonomy, or however the boss sees fit. It's a risky call, which conversely is what politics is all about. Clint explained, which caused everyone to look at both of us in shock as we both held our smiles. The bastard knew, oh he knew, and that was why he has been giving subtle flip-offs to the Council. So that means the whole thing today. Phil began. Was just a ruse to see who would be the first to attack this delicate balance S.H.I.E.L.D. has. Clint said and alternated his view between the both of us. Are the both of you some kind of demons? Now you are just been rude, Clint. Anyways, that's the gist, so you already know what to do. I sat back and tried to lose myself to the soft comforting embrace of my couch while the rest were thinking of who knows what. After all that, you still thought it was a good idea to bring the Black Widow with you? Fury asked me with a raised brow, which I didn't know what it meant. She wanted to escape her torturers, so I just extended the invitation you sent out. What's wrong with that? And besides, it's not like we are going to be working with her or anything. I just shrugged off his concerns, whatever they were. While I may have loved to meet the Avengers once upon a time when I was a kid, now I was just, met. I could walk over to Tony Stark's house and kill him, or the Widow, even Cap and Hawkeye. The only people from the original Avengers who I knew I couldn't put up any kind of fight against were Thor and Hulk. Both of them could one-shot me. But the point still stands, if people from my former world were to start having powers, comics and movies of superheroes would be nothing more than a cheap imitation of everyday life. The reason we loved them was because they could do things we couldn't dream of doing. So me living in the same world as them, having powers greater than most of them, killed off any kind of excitement or admiration I would have had. You want to ask anything else, because I have a bath that is getting overdue. Fury didn't ask me anything, so I just left them there and went to take my long-awaited dip. Natasha Romanoff POV. The past 2 weeks were a roller coaster of emotions for her. It was just as surreal as it seemed impossible. She was freed. The other girls were freed. She found her sister, who despite having been gone for long still hugged her and cried her eyes out. She was just 14 after all. The next 2 weeks they spent freeing the other girls from the other facility the Red Room had, while the people who liberated them went around destroying Hydra in the neighboring regions. She was extremely grateful for the help they extended to her and the girls by providing a safety net of travel if they ever wanted to leave Russia. While some had already left since day one, some stayed behind to take care of the younger ones who still knew nothing about the outside world, but she and her sister decided that they would leave Russia the first chance they got because her sister wanted them to find their parents. She had no objections to that, but she knew how hard it would be. It was like finding a needle in a countrywide haystack, but she would do it. It was her family after all. Even if not for herself, she would do it for her little sister. She was able to request from Draal if they could tag along for the ride, and he didn't even listen to her for more than 10 seconds before he agreed. If it were before she knew him, she would have liked to believe it was her charms that did most of the work, but the "I can't be bothered" look he had on his face spelled out how wrong that her thought process was. Still, she was grateful because he genuinely helped them. The flight was quiet, which she appreciated, but that all changed when they landed. She immediately prepared for a flight or fight situation. Immediately they were approached by a tall black man with an eye patch with some trained personnel along with him. The man, who Draal called Fury, exchanged heated words with Draal, which made her understand something. Draal wasn't an agent of SHIELD. On the contrary, he didn't belong to any organization. Just a freelancing mutant, or meta as Draal called them. Things almost got out of hand when the councilman of S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to take him into custody, but all he did was say fuck off in different ways and just walked out. She exchanged glances with her sister and saw that she wasn't the only one surprised by that. This was the SHIELD. This was one of organizations she was advised not to trifle with, and Draal just blew their senates off. Then she realized a problem. She would also be targeted. She had just escaped one hell and she wasn't keen on going to another, not anytime soon at least, so she tried to be subtle and asked him why he acted like that. People feign civility for a reason. But the answer she got was that he didn't care if they came after him. She didn't know if he was being arrogant or not, but she couldn't risk her safety and that of her sister on just assurance of words, so while they were talking she signaled her sister for a momentary distraction and bugged him with a tracker. With this she would be able to know where he frequents and where he lives. A safety precaution. When it was time to leave, he asked where they were going to be staying. She first of all thought that he had some underlying reasons for asking that, but the problem was that she couldn't really know with him. As long as it wasn't a mission, Draal's thoughts and emotions could be read like a book, which bothered her a lot, but she quickly learned not to take it at face value, not when she saw him punch through a person with his bare hands. Fact was, if he wanted something from her, he would have gotten it already, since he could kill both her and her sister without breaking a sweat. With that reasoning, which both sisters shared, Yelena told him they were planning to stay at a hotel until future notice. She saw how his eyes flickered before it settled with his default can't be bothered look. She could tell he wanted to help, but he also didn't care about them in the slightest. Draal St. Cross truly was an odd man. 68, Chapter 67. Read ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. It was currently November, a week after Draal and the others left Russia, and so far Draal had not been able to locate where Stryker might be. Even Fury had no luck, and it also didn't help that some of the council were supporting the Sentinel project. They thought that their work was subtle, but it was either their arrogance or ignorance, as they forgot who was the leader of the world's biggest spy network. All it took Droll and Fury was a few days before they dug up some stunk regarding some of the council members, and they were just waiting for a buffoon to spark the powder before they blew their asses to hell. No attack has happened yet, but everyone involved knew that it was only a matter of time, and they were just adequately preparing because neither Droll nor the two super soldiers at his side were easy pickings. Speaking of Droll, he had also been keeping his eyes and ears down in case somebody else showed up. Magneto. Eric was a vengeful person, so there was no doubt that when he recovered, the first person to taste his vengeance would be Droll, which kept Droll alert for any possible sighting of the Metal Master. All in all, Droll was having a slow but stressful week. Though Droll was not the only one having a slow week either, the same could be said for the other people he knew. Like Fury. Fury was on his toes ever since the plan to take over S.H.I.E.L.D. reared itself inside his ugly head. He thought he was being really subtle, but then again not even he could guess Droll thought of something like that. The Hydra event really rubbed him the wrong way, like the wrongest way anything ever did. And the worst part was that the people who were supposed to supervise S.H.I.E.L.D. did nothing, but the moment Hydra was destroyed, they pounced upon the carcasses like vultures, each with their own agenda of interest in mind. All they did was sit in their imported chairs and plan how to increase their political powers and wealth. The friction between him and the council started when they wanted to destroy a small town with missiles just because they heard word that Magneto and some of the high-ranking mutants of the Brotherhood were there. It was only when he brought up the fact that there was a possibility that Magneto could stop the missile and just redirect it back did they finally relent. It was then that he started keeping secrets from the council. He didn't even tell them when the planet was visited by aliens. He started making his own decisions, one he kept tightly under wraps, but with what was happening maybe he could finally make the call. An initiative he thought up when he first watched Droll destroying an Hydra base with a blazing fist just days after he nuked the Hydra he was kept captive at, and also survived the resulting explosion that was more than enough to kill almost anyone. The idea became more pronounced, more ideal, when he saw how Droll, Captain Rogers and Bucky Barnes thwarted the plans of not one, not two but three different organizations that could boast of world power in just 2 days. Many people might call him crazy, but he knew an ace when he saw one, and now he had 4 people. No, make that 6 if he could convince the 2 female spies Droll brought with him, one a widow above her predecessors and the other her sister. They were a bundle of talents in a box, and Droll just made Christmas come early. The Cold War with the Council could also be said to be an event which was attached the same level of importance as his brainchild initiative. All he had to do now was wait for the fool who would fall for the risky ploy he had set. He wasn't stupid enough to think that such a move, on his part, didn't have a high chance of failure. If he failed, not only would he be incarcerated, but those who followed him would also be done the same. But then again, he wouldn't be Nick motherfucking Fury if he didn't have contingencies. But then again, no one liked contingencies even if they were more important than the main plan. The slow week to him was just akin to the calm before a typhoon. Get your kid inside the house reprieve. He had already gotten what he needed in order to put the council in their place or outright make their decision-making authority null. The first part was already a done deal, but the second would only be possible if he could meet with the president and present a good enough reason to grant him, and in extension S.H.I.E.L.D., such degree of autonomy. He definitely had his work cut out for him, but it was definitely worth it. Other than Fury, there was someone else who had something in store for when the slow agonizing week ended. Magneto. Eric Lenscher A.K. Metal Gear Soul Magneto POV. The Metal Master was livid. He was furious. The event of that day continued haunting him like a nightmare every time he fell asleep. How dare he? How dare a lowly experimental subject go against him like that? He, who was a god to them, was opposed by some mere alpha-level mutant. His name had been sullied since that day. Some even thought of taking his throne for themselves, but how could he let these fools succeed? He skewered them with the very arms they raised towards him. How dare they challenge his authority? But he knew. He knew the sole cause of this hubris, the mutant named Droll St. Cross. He had read his files. A mutant with some type of adaptive mutation, he even held promise for him to climb the ranks of those who were truly strong, but that lowly experimented dog had the guts to bare his rabid fangs against him. The mutant even did the taboo of taking his crown, and had it not had been for his talented son, then he would have lost his crown. What blasphemy! He had thought that with such a lowly past that Droll had, he would have jumped at the first chance to be something greater than himself, but he refused. He refused their offer of brotherhood. Even with that refusal, he still held hope that whatever blinded his eyes would be lifted when he was faced with the scorn in humanity's gaze, but who knew that he would do neither but pick a fight with him? He had thought that Droll was an Omega like him, but he was yet again proven when one of his men who was a censor told him he had the same energy readings as that of Alphas. Eric was outraged. Not only was his authority challenged, but it was challenged by that of a lesser being no less. He would wash out this stain on his name with the man's blood. But first he had to recover. He was not a fool, although his arrogance was warranted, he was no fool. The mutant was strong, and that was a fact. He was able to keep Magneto at bay and even used the disadvantage he had to end the fight in his win. He would get stronger and show them why his might was absolute. In a totally not-so-forgotten place, someone Drawl knew was also having a slow and frightful week. The X-Mansion. Jean Grey was someone who would consider herself a normal mutant as far as circumstances and abilities go, but recently she couldn't help but refute those thoughts. As far as she knew, her psychic ability had always been a source of pain for her ever since she developed it. Unlike the professor who had a thorough clamps on his abilities, hers as a psychic were very different. She didn't know when it started but she could always hear the thoughts of those around her, a very unsettling thing despite what people might think. To her, other people were an open book to the point that just a glance at someone was enough to spoil the entire volume of the life they've lived so far. She had always hated this aspect of her ability to the point that it one day started going out of control. Her psychic ability got so strong that she could use it to affect everything else around her. As if being able to read minds was not enough to break her, the world decided that since she was getting the hang on it then it wouldn't be a problem to throw another at her. She had been scared of what to do if her ability someday went on a rampage when she was out, which it almost did on some occasions. This first time she lost a semblance of control was in school and somehow, everyone knew she was the cause. The words freak, mutant, which were thought that flew through the student's mind every time they saw her. It would have gotten worse had it not been the professor who had showed up and helped her gain control of her abilities. Turns out that all she had to do was learn to not fear her ability, which the professor helped her do. She moved in with him to the mansion since she would just be drawing more attention to herself if she continued going to school, and not to talk of the depressing fact that her parents were scared of her and didn't want anything to her since she was a mutant, but that turned out to be the best decision of her life. She found people who didn't hate her for who she was, and she was finally able to start a real relationship since she could finally block out other people's thoughts. Her life was fulfilled as far as she is concerned. But why? Why was the only thing she could dream of every time she slept was the same burning inferno, which was followed by a call, as something she couldn't make an identity of, rose from the flames. She didn't understand what the sound at the end of her dream meant, but as if instinctually, it came to her. A call to return. One that promised vengeance. One that promised destruction. It was always the same dreams haunting her every night since that day. The day she saw something that no one else should have. The day she saw what laid beneath the human skin of the mutant known as Drawl. Even until now, she still couldn't attach a persona of identification to what she saw. Was it a thing? A being? Or some kind of spirit or entity? Anytime she tried to give it a tag, or label it a name, she'd shiver as if something was warning her against it, and every night she'd dream the same dream of fire and destruction. Maybe it was a premonition? The professor did say that Drawl was someone who relished destruction, so maybe this was some kind of premonition of what was going to happen? The dreams and the fear it brought got to a point where she couldn't fall asleep anymore and was taxing on her daily life that she had to resort to pills and medications from Hank. It was due to her haggard looks which took the notice of the other staff members, who in turn grew worried for her and told her to open up about what she was going through before she finally did. Let's just say not everyone took the news well, especially Scott. To say he was angry would be an understatement, as he almost destroyed the danger room with his lasers. Some of the other didn't take the news too well either, mostly the professor and Ororo. Even when she tried to tell them that the visions might just mean nothing in particular, they didn't listen. Well, most didn't, especially Scott, who outright proposed that Drawl's mental link to his abilities be cut off, which the professor said would be a daunting task even for him, as Drawl's mind was protected more than anything he had ever seen. The professor however said he would get help, which set most of them at ease, again most, not all. Ororo had approached her that day and asked her when she started having the dreams, and she told her the truth. Not like she could have told everybody that she had been having the same dream for months now, which she was sure would trigger them, again especially Scott, who was most likely to go on a revenge kill trip to find Drawl, which was something she didn't want. While she loved her boyfriend and most time appreciated his protectiveness, he usually was prone to lose himself in his emotions. She didn't know the type of help the professor was going to find in regards to Drawl, but she trusted him nonetheless. But she needed one too. She might not have told anybody, but the control she had over abilities were slipping. But she wasn't overly worried, as that could be attributed to the anxiety that was the result of the constant nightmares she had. It was something that could happen to any mutant if their mental state were as rattled as hers has been lately, and it didn't help that she was a psychic, which meant that most of her powers came from her exerting her mental influence on objects. All in all, it was a slow and excruciating week for everyone. 69, Chapter 68. Drawl St. Cross POV. It was the third week of November before I got the location of where I was looking for. Lake Alkali. I had been scrolling past pictures of different lakes that had dams near them before I got to it. It wasn't that I was able to find the resemblance between it and that of the movie, but rather the name that jogged my memory of it. The moment I got the lead, I was tempted to call Fury and see if they had anything on that base, but I stopped such thoughts. Fury already had his plate full with the council, as both parties were watching each other like hawks, so I didn't want anything that would rattle who wasn't involved and have them make it a whole new level of mess. I told Bucky and Steve and had them get ready because we would be leaving in a few days, and given that this was an apocalyptic level threat, I had Steve contact Logan to see if he would want to help. The three of us alone would not be able to defeat the Sentinels, which was more true if they had been upgraded, and that was also not mentioning the numbers we were to face. The best way to defeat the Sentinels would be to use the Master Mold to shut them down, which was easier said than done. It was also for this reason that he didn't want to call Fury. Humans wouldn't be able to do anything to the Sentinels, so having guns, military, and spy training was useless against them, which exempted the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Widow Sisters. It would have also exempted Bucky and Steve, but they were super soldiers. The super obviously stood for something. This fight was going to be very hard. Hopefully Stryker did not have the time to create many of them, but who was I kidding? Since when has anything ever gone my way since I arrived at this world? And while I wouldn't want to jinx it by saying it couldn't get worse, I really hoped it wouldn't get worse. I just realized that I jinxed it regardless. I didn't know who else to call except for the X-Men, since this was as much their problems as it was mine. Hell, it was everyone's problem, but most wouldn't care because of, well, ignorance. What are you working on? Clint walked inside my workspace with a towel around his neck, which gave me the assumption that he had been working out with the other resident soldiers. Not much of a work is being done other than thinking myself to mental close down. I sighed as I leaned back into the chair. The Sentinels. The Sentinels. They are that strong, huh? He asked as he took a seat on one of the chairs while facing me. Very. I don't know what would happen if we were to fail. To be honest, we'll be going in severely undermanned. This was giving me even more problems than Hydra ever did. There was a reason the Sentinels had me this spooked. I knew for a fact that the only reason we were able to win was that those Sentinels were old models, like 20th century old. I also didn't miss the fact that Magneto could control them, albeit with some difficulty, but the problem was that those were the old model. He wouldn't be able to do that with the new ones, that I was sure of. It was also the reason I tried looking for Stryker when we were back in Russia, hoping he was holed up somewhere, but unfortunately he wasn't, or maybe I just didn't find him, but my bets were on the former. It was only the thoughts of fighting those Sentinels that kept me from going to Lake Alkali and separating his head from his body. Oh man! What the hell is this world turning into? And it hasn't even been a whole year yet. Clint whined, which made me chuckle. If there is nothing for you to do here, then it's better to take a break now and cool off your head. Do something else other sitting in here all day. Clint advised me before he got up and left the room. Take a break, huh? Sounds like a good idea. I muttered to myself and left the room. I walked through the streets of New York with a cap on my head along with a black tee and camo shorts. I hadn't been able to do this recently because of Trask and his Sentinels being out there. It was almost like a pattern now. It would take me a few months, actually just one, to rest before I was thrown into one of the DIP's hits of this universe, so I had grown to enjoy these little things. I didn't take my car since it would make the whole thing redundant, as I didn't have anywhere in particular to go and I'd rather not stress myself at the wheels. It had taken me 2 hours of walking in zigzag lines before I found myself in front of a place I remembered, Charlie's Bar. This place filled me with a sense of nostalgia. It was like I could look down the road and see my younger self walking towards the bar, ready to make a small buck and live his life in peace, but that wasn't me anymore. I wasn't filled with great ambitions, nor did I have a glorious dream to fulfill, none of that I had. There was not a wish I wanted grant, nor was there a belief I had with unwavering hope. At the end of the day, I was just me. Nothing more, nothing less. I was still the same man who came here every evening and went to the gym in the morning, but what was different about me was the experience and the powers I had. People change, true. But what was truer was that they hardly do. I was still the same person I was, maybe a little different, both money and power hadn't changed me yet. And while I knew money never would, I wasn't so sure about power. I pushed open the doors to the bar and stepped in. All I received was a few glances before everyone minded their business, and the reason for that was the way I was dressed. With the muscles and get-up I had on, which looked military, I looked like a taller and more kick-ass version of John Cena. I walked to the bar and took a stool as I thought about what to order. "Can I get you something, mister?" I was brought out of my thoughts as I heard a familiar voice. I turned my head only to see Natasha, or was it Natalia, working the bar. "Your order, sir?" she asked again with clear professionalism in her tone, which just made me rub my temples. "Whiskey. On the rocks. Coming right up," she said with a small smile on her face before she turned to pour the drinks. I threw away any thoughts of why she was working here out of my mind, since it was definitely a coincidence that she did. Natasha passed me my drink, leave the bottle, and went to attend to the other customers, some of whom were just trying to flirt with her, scratch that, most. I sat on the chair as I continued chugging on my brown serum until I felt a presence in front of me. "What?" "Nothing. Just figured you could use a talk since you looked like you got something on your mind," she said, a disarming smile on her face which made me call bullshit. "How you figured?" I refilled the glass and took another sip. It's been less than 15 minutes and that bottle is halfway gone. Plus you looked absent-minded. She said with a shrug. I looked at the bottle and found out that what she said was true. Blasted high tolerance. If I was a normal person then that amount would have knocked me over and out. Yet trust me, you don't wanna know. I said while I continued sipping my liquor. Try me. She said before taking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I frowned at her actions. Did she want some kind of information from me or was she just flirting? I just shrugged when I realized that I didn't care for both if it was any of what she was doing. I'm trying to stop a global racial genocide, or is it globicide? I said absent-mindedly. I turned to look at her and she had an indescribable stoic yet disbelieving expression on her face before she just took the bottle, poured herself a drink, chugged it down and left to attend to other customers. Talk about being rude. I just shrugged and continued my liquid ritual. Good riddance. I ended up staying at the bar for more than 3 hours because they had a game on and the joyous atmosphere was something I missed a lot, so I just sat at a table with some other guys and just enjoyed myself as the hours rolled by. I was 10 minutes out of the bar before I heard a call for me. Wait up. I turned to see Natasha walking towards me. And here I thought you were waiting for my shift to finish. She said before sending me a wink. Is there any reason why I would want to do that? The moment she got to me, I started walking. Maybe not, but most people would. She said. Right. But I'm not most people, am I? Are you saying you are different? She asked with an amused smile, but I shook my head. No, I'm the same. Deep down everyone is, but the difference would be that I don't need anything from you. Not even this conversation. I didn't have anything against Natasha, but then again I didn't have anything for her. It was just plain neutrality. She fell silent as I said that even her expression lost the smile she had, and with it gone came calmness, as if all the smile and sunny personality were all a lie, which it was. Why did you save us? She asked, likely referring to the girls from the Red Room. Was that the reason for all the chumminess? You could have just asked, you know. I wasn't that scary that she couldn't ask a simple question, was I? She looked at me for a while before she said. First of all, it is called flirting, at least that's what they call it nowadays. As for the second. Well, that's just for me to know. I snorted at that and kept quiet until she asked again. So? No particular reason. Her eyes narrowed at that and I could tell she didn't believe me one bit. It wasn't a mission if that is what you are wondering, nor did I receive some cry for help like some angel would. I had just fought the Sentinels and because the dude behind it got away and Magneto also got away, so I was kinda pissed until I remembered, hey. There's some big bad organization that targets children here in Russia. How about I take my frustrations out on them, and then that happened. She looked at me for a while, trying to catch any hint of a lie, which she didn't, and I doubt she could if I really was lying, before she let out a breath and asked me again, but with a different context. So there was no profound reason behind my actions other than the fact that I was butthurt. So don't go try looking for one. This isn't a Disney story. It is, but she didn't need to know that. No one did, and definitely not Disney since they exist in this world too. Wait. If Disney owns Marvel and they are still in this world, does that mean they legally own everything and everyone in the entire Marvel multiverse? She let out a deep breath of foggy air since it was getting colder by the day before she looked up to the sky. So the person who saved me and my sister, the person who I should feel grateful to, did it because he was pissed that he couldn't use Magneto's helmet to make a better cowl for Captain America. No biggies. It was just another day in Moscow after all. I said and gave her a smile. Although she was one tough cookie, she was still just 20 years old with 3 years, or maybe less, of being the Black Widow under her belt. While she was definitely the Black Widow from the MCU, she was still younger than her decades-old counterpart from canon. She laughed for a while before she turned to me and said, this time with a genuine smile on her face, I know I've said this a few times before, but for what you did for me and my sister, thank you. No problem. But a word of advice for the future, don't tag your supposed benefactors. It's kind of a deal breaker if they found out. I said to her, but contrary to my expectations she just shrugged off the accusation like a fish in water. A girl's gotta make sure you know. She gave a wink. Damned redheads. We both laughed at that. Read ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 70, Chapter 69. Dral St. Cross POV. Today was the day we raided Lake Alkali, after a week of thorough preparation. Our team consisted of me, Clint, Steve and Bucky. The lineup gave the feeling of fighting a lost battle. Very depressing. I declined S.H.I.E.L.D, or rather Fury's help to send in agents, as that would only be increasing the body count in their favor. What we needed for this battle was quality, not quantity, as that would just complicate things since then we'd have to trust our sides to people who we know would lose. So it wasn't a feasible help. Apart from our courting death crew, Logan said he was going to help and he'd bring in some of the X-Men, so there was that, thankfully. Out of everybody, Logan was the one who could rake up the highest sentinel body count. His adamantium claws was the antithesis to most things, sentinels included. But even with the additional help, I still didn't see our chance of winning, but then again one can only hope for the best. You sure you wanna come? I asked the archer of our group. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can keep up. He said as he strapped an extra pair of quivers across his back while also fitting in some small projectiles around his wrists. I shrugged at his insistence. To me, Clint was worth more than 20 trained agents all rolled up in a bow and arrow. You guys ready? I asked the others who were in the room with me, which was just Steve and Bucky. Yeah. With that confirmation, we left the house for the chopper that was delivered to our backyard a few days back. Fury had been able to find some activity going under the lake, which he confirmed was an underwater base. Do we know who else is coming apart from James? Steve asked as we flew. He didn't say. All he said was that he knew some group who would want to help. I said. Logan and I talked a few times during the week and it was during one of those calls that he told me he might be able to convince some people to help. Who they were I didn't know, but if Logan was the one who was vouching for them then I guess they would be fairly powerful. So Drawl, what are we supposed to expect? Clint asked me while he flew the chopper. If your imagination is very good then the least you should expect is an abomination child born out of an incest relationship between Skynet and the Terminator. I don't get it. We all turned to look at the confused Steve and Bucky. If we get out of this alive, we'll have to spend a whole week catching you two up to speed on movies. It hurts when you try to say something and people don't understand the reference. Steve looked exasperated while Bucky just shrugged. The flight continued for a few hours before we got to Lake Alkali and waited for a few minutes before we saw the Blackbird. I was wondering who Logan brought with him but I definitely was surprised when I saw the entire lineup of the X-Men X2 movie including some others. I wasn't surprised by the X-Men being here but I didn't think they'll all be here. I at least expected Scott, maybe Jean, and Thunderbird, and definitely Hank, to sit this one out. Heck, the only people I expected here were Logan and Storm since they told me they were coming. Hell, I half expected them to come here with a cab. Scott was outright glaring at me, while Jean had an helpless smile on her face but she seemed to be trying to stop him from doing something arguably stupid. Don't know what his problem is but I didn't have the time to stroke a butthurt kid's ego. Another thing I noticed was that the people from Xavier's were giving me wary looks. But then again I would be stupid if I couldn't care less. I turned my focus away from them as I saw a new group of people coming out of the Blackbird. Oh hell nah. I didn't realize that I said that out loud but then again my reaction was an accurate one as the people who Logan brought were all wearing the same fashion of clothing, at least 3 of the 4 were. Drawl, meet Reed Richards and the Fantastic Four. Logan introduced me to the people he brought, who if I had known, would have told him not to bother. I knew Reed Richards was in this universe but I didn't know he and his crew had already been dimensionally juiced. They weren't juiced back in 2001 since I would have known, or maybe I wouldn't have, but then again I would have seen something about the Fantastic Four on the web, which I didn't, making it more plausible that they came into being during my 2-year incarceration. Hi there, my name is Reed Richards and these are my friends, Ben, Susan, and John. Reed introduced us to his teammates only to be cut off by an excitable Johnny Storm. Hey man, name's Johnny, but I guess you already know that seeing as you look like you recognize us. But I'm sorry to say that the autograph will have to wait until after the job's done. You know, biz before pleasure kinda thing. I for my part kept silent because their presence, unlike what others might think, brought nothing but headaches as I kept thinking about one thing. Von Doom. That madman was already mad-y. Hey, you doing okay pal? You just blanked out on me for a section. Try to get yourself together since we got a job ahead of us in. Johnny. Yes sis. Keep quiet. I was still wrapping my head about what it meant for Doom to show up when I remembered that we were going into an apocalyptic event while bringing along the Calamity Four and their leader, the living breathing embodiment of catastrophes. Oh hell nah. They flinched back as I gave them a hard stare, which was focused mostly on Reed. Is something wrong? Susan asked me as she looked at me worriedly. I ignored her and turned to Logan who had his hands crossed as if he was watching a reality TV show. Got something on your mind, bub? Them. Really? I asked, pointing at the 4 of them which made them frown, seemingly taking offense at that. Hey. Okay, maybe I was being a little too harsh on them, preconceived notions and all that, but in my defense, my reality was already as fucked up as it could get and I didn't want any dimensional hiccup anytime soon. And that was exactly what Reed Richards was. But while it could be said that they were a walking time bomb, they, or more specifically Reed, was our best chance at stopping the Sentinels and shutting down the Master Mold. Sorry about that. It's just that. No matter how hard I tried to play it down, I couldn't help but grow cautious at their presence. The saying of the unknown being scary was never truer when it came to the Fantastic Four. But conversely, their presence here was also a boon. As much as I appreciate your presence, Please keep your boyfriend in line and wait till you get back to your lab before you blow up whatever the hell you want to whatever dimension you like. Cool? Cool. I left them with their stunned looks only to face the inquisitive gaze of my team. Cough cough. So, what is the plan? If we are raiding whatever base is down there, then we need to be as quiet as much as possible. Susan asked. Stealth would be useless since they already knew when we arrived. I informed them. The others were surprised before becoming alert as they watched their surroundings, which at this point would have been stupid if the enemies had taken the chance to encircle us. Then isn't us remaining where they can watch our every move a very bad idea? Scott grunted. Normally it would be, but since we already know that they do, all we have to do is force them to the same fighting field as us. Cap said before he looked at me. Can you sense anything? Yeah, there is an entrance a few meters north of here. No sight of sentinels yet. Good, then let's move. Steve said before he began walking towards the direction I pointed him. Hey, why does he get to give the commands? Johnny whined but still followed regardless, not like he had much of a choice. We didn't walk much before we felt the slight tremor on the ground. No one needed to ask what it was as they were all informed about what we were to face or had fought against them personally. Oh boy! I couldn't help but mutter as I saw the mechanical armored beings making their towards us. We have incoming. I informed them. How many? Cap asked. Give or take, 50. They were that many coming our way, and I doubt this was all the Sentinels Striker had. They are probably here to stall us from getting inside the base. Drawl, is there another way to get inside the base? Steve thought for a moment before he turned to me. Yeah, there are 2 other entrances to the east of the dam. What's the play? We'll divide into 3 teams, one who will have the task to spearhead the advancement of the rest of the team. The second would be the people who can shut down the master mold. They'll be right behind the spearheaders. The last would be those holding the defensive line and keeping most of the heat to themselves. Steve explained as everybody listened attentively to him. Everyone should know where they are good at, so get to it. The sentinels were already in view and I could tell that most of them were nervous, which was an accurate emotion. No one said anything as we started running towards the approaching sentinels. I was a spearheader, so like every good spearheader worth his spear? Tib? Header? Doesn't matter, but I did carve out a path for us to go through while the others would take care of the scrubs. I formed a big ball of destructive energy which I sent out, the resultant explosion knocking back most of the sentinels. Hank, Reeds. Try to keep up. I called out to the 2 who were fighting off a sentinel. Ben. Move with us. We had to get inside the base as soon as possible for Reed and Hank to work their magic. Since I couldn't get a strong enough axe for the event since I lost my Alice's due to the last sentinel fight in Moscow, I had to settle for my fist. I punched the ground as waves of ice rolled off my hand and made its way to the sentinels, bursting out in spikes as it skewered some or just outright broke as it couldn't pierce their metal skin. I used the ice surrounding one of the sentinels and trapped it inside an ice-like cocoon and flung him towards the base. The place was a mess. The resounding bangs and booms were enough to paint a picture of what was happening. I could see that slowly but surely, the sentinels were pushing us back with their numbers. We had to break this stalemate. Krakoom! Lightning dance around, Storm pointed her hands downwards and the lightning flowed and struck down most of the sentinels. I could see some of the fortunate sentinels who weren't affected because they were fighting others, start using basic abilities such as laser beams, fire, and ice, and also changing their body to different kinds of weapons. I ran with the others as we got close to the base, which made the attacks more frequent. I activated my X-rays and saw the second of batch of sentinels coming our ways. Without waiting for anyone, I surfed through the ground with the ice I created and they used the small opening to get inside the building and immediately created an ice floor around me that the moment the sentinels stepped inside its radius, it spewed out vines which froze parts of the sentinels it touched. Unfortunately, this version of sentinels just shrugged it off as their bodies turned blazing red with heat. Seeing as how my method of stopping their advancement wasn't working, I went full tilt as red cracks appeared on my body and my eyes turned red. As if my transformation was a signal, the other sentinels broke into a run while they kept glowing red because they were still in my freezing radius. The first sentinel that came up to me with a punch would have had a shocked expression on its face if it could feel, but the way its head turned in incomprehension was a little satisfying to me as its body lost most of the heat in it. Energy assimilation. It was something I haven't had the chance to use due to the fact that while I could use the energy I had assimilated, it took too much time to make it mine. It was like eating a full-course meal. While I will undoubtedly be full, it would take a while for my body to break down the food into energy and other components, but... boom! If it was throwing up the food? That was something I could do and more. Using the energies I assimilated and combining it with mine was a small high temporary boost in strength. Cowabunga motherfucker! Read ahead at patreon.com/DearRaulTheoManus. 71, Chapter 70. Drawl punched the sentinel who came at him and it flew backwards with a boom and crashed into the rushing army of sentinels. Since they were the ones who'd had to face the brunt of the attacks, the others rushed at them with a running beast and Wolverine at the helm. The former jumped into the air with a roar and descended on the fallen sentinels, throwing and punching anything that got in way with beastly ferocity, while the latter brought out 3 pairs of claws from his knuckles, and what followed was a slashing, a hacking as he left claw marks on the already mutilated sentinels. Ben Grimm, the thing, not falling behind, ran and crashing rock hard into a sentinel brought what could only be called a hard fist on the head of the sentinel and continued even as it tried different ways to get the rock hard man, context, off its body. They are no end to these things. Johnny cried out. Keep quiet and keep going. Ben said. Read. Where are we with these things? There is some kind of program keeping me out of the systems. It's almost like it's evolving at every step to bypass my code. Reed yelled out in frustration. Shit. When they said Skynet, I didn't think they meant it literally. Johnny couldn't help but click his tongue as he saw that his attacks were rendered moot against the sentinels. Hey, isn't that guy kinda strong? You think those muscles were for show? Ben huffed and turned to look at the flying boy. That's not you know what? Just forget I said anything, rock brain. Johnny shook his head and flew away. Whatever you say, Sonny. Ben chuckled because he knew what was coming next. Don't call me that. While the two continued their friendly bicker, the others were going hard and strong, in context. Drawl was at the forefront along with Logan, Beast, and Colossus as they fought off the new incoming waves of sentinels. Out of everyone, the ones who had the sentinels focused on them the most were Drawl and Logan, which the two noticed. Looks like we are being welcomed, Logan. Drawl said as he did a leg sweep, falling a sentinel only for Logan to rip it apart. It's a shitty reception. Logan gruffed out. That's not what you say when meeting an old friend, you know. Drawl said, only to be met with a look of confusion from the literal man-beast. Oh right, you still don't remember. Drawl said offhandedly, which caused Logan brows to furrow as he prompted Drawl with a growl. The dude behind this is the same person who gave you your adamantium claws and also the person that caused your amnesia. If the news did anything to Logan, he was sure enough not to show it on his face, but his following actions? Rack. It was like someone stepped on his tail and he immediately turned to bite them. There was no flair to his attacks, no coordination or display of mastery. What he became at that moment was just an enraged animal as he fought with his entire body, not caring about any wound or impalement he received. Drawl, seeing that Logan had lost it, pushed forward with the angry man as they destroyed the sentinels they could while leaving the ones they couldn't for the others at the back. The others too followed as they increased their pace when they saw how those at the front were fighting. They couldn't make this a war of attrition since they would lose faster that way. Not all of them had high levels of endurance, talk less of regeneration, so the best way for them to end this was to end it as fast as possible. Drawl's eyes were like flares as he fought, the cracks pulsating with red wisps as they shone brighter. If he took the time to look at his appearance, he would have known that he had grown almost a foot taller to his height, making him over 7 feet with slightly bigger muscles, but that information didn't matter as he sent out curving beams to help some of the metas who were having a hard time. And while most weren't paying attention to the powers used during the fights, some did, and they were quite surprised. The person surprised the most by this action was Scott Summers. The young man couldn't believe what he saw. His optical beams were said to be linear by him and everyone who had taken a chance to study it, even Hank. But what he saw Drawl do made him think otherwise, if there really was a way for him to control them. Control their curvature and maybe make them omnidirectional, and eventually control their involuntary output. He was curious to see if he could understand how they worked, so he watched for a while as Drawl fought and sent out the lasers, but he still couldn't figure out how he was doing it, and that was something that pissed him off. The feeling of someone taking his abilities and making it better was an annoying thought, and that said person being Drawl only made that feeling worse. He huffed and turned away and focused on helping the others who were under pressure and left the headers to take the brunt of the attack. He had a role, and that was to make sure those at the back weren't facing too much heat. Other than Scott, the others weren't having an easier time either. Well, some were, but those people were very few, and such people were Kurt Wagner and Catherine Pride. For all they knew, they were supposed to fight some mutant-killing robots who apparently Kitty claimed to have fought before when she strong-armed the teachers into taking her to Moscow, where she met the Red Nightmare. It was a name they dubbed the mutant known as Drawl because the news of Ms. Grey having nightmares of him in her sleep somehow circulated the mansion. Unknowingly to Drawl, he had become something akin to an urban legend to the residents of the mansion. It was due to the adventures that his friend had been having that the newly dubbed Nightcrawler stowawayed on the jet. The jet had already taken off before Logan caught his scent and ousted him, but since they were already on their way, he was allowed to come with on the condition that he stayed behind when the fight started. But looking back at his actions now, maybe it would have been better if he had just sat this one out. He and Kitty did nothing other than bait the sentinels while also watching the greatest fights of their lives. They could finally see what their teachers fighting with their abilities looked like, and it was the best movie, if there ever was one, to them. But what truly shocked the young Kurt was seeing the Red Nightmare using 3 different mutant abilities: fire, ice, and optical lasers. He knew 2 people who could use 2 of those abilities, and they were both his friend and teacher. Not to mention he didn't know what those red cracks on his skin were, which didn't make it any more less intimidating on the huge man. And damn was he huge, like 7 feet at least. Truly a red nightmare. Hey kid. Kurt turned to look at the man who called him. Although he loved heroics as every other teen his age did, what he didn't like was the man who was portraying himself as the first hero, Captain America. He didn't even get the colors right. Yeah man, what's up? He asked the faker dude. How far can you teleport? As long as I can see and have a good sense of the distance, then I can teleport you anywhere. He answers with pride. Think you can take me to the front? The faker asked as he held his shield at the ready. Yeah, no problems. Just hold on, it gets trippy if it's your first time. He said and held the shoulder of the man before he warped there. Whoa! He couldn't help but exclaim as he saw what was definitely a war zone. This was not like where he and Kitty were instructed to stay. Stay back, kid. He heard the faker call out to him, but he didn't even register what he said before drowning out in the fight before him. He could see the nightmare firing off beams just like Scott's, but what was vastly different other than the ominous dark red color it had was how it had an almost sea-like path anytime it was fired. He also didn't miss the practically flaming red eye sockets, which was downright scary, even as he sent out red balls that engulfed the surrounding areas in explosions. Heck, the guy even punched harder than Piotr, and that guy was literally made of steel. Whoa! Even the doc too. He saw the smartest teacher and doctor in their school punching and breaking sentinels apart as if they were nothing. He definitely didn't look like the soft furball he was back at the mansion. While he wasn't that surprised when he saw Logan roaring and tearing shit apart like they were nothing, the fight was something he didn't think he could participate in. Even the faker and the archer guy, who he knew definitely wasn't a mutant, could fight more than he could. This fight was a wake-up call for him to get stronger, even if his ability wasn't attack-oriented. Kitty always did say he would make the best ninja in the world, so that was a start. In another location, a man was screaming and throwing everything around him. If they had just waited a month. Just a month, and he could have had the best soldiers ready to fight whatever mutants decided to come for him. He had studied the Dragras X gene and he believed he could replicate it in the Sentinels. Mutation and the X gene could all be explained by science, so if it could be explained, what was there to say it couldn't be replicated? He would have been able to remove the limitations, or at least certain aspects, of the Dragras abilities with it. He hadn't fully decoded the Dragras X gene, but he had at least gained something to work with. The Sentinels of his dreams. If they could have just waited, then he would have had a working new model, but all he had now was just slightly modified versions of the older model, not one fully of his own envisioned creation. But they had pushed him too far. William Stryker made a choice. He already had what he needed to rebuild the master mold and make it stronger, more efficient, and that was all that he needed. He could see that they would make their way here if he kept stalling, so he made a choice. What made him really angry was how someone was interfering with the connection between the master mold and the Sentinels. He thought only Trask would be able to do that, given that he very well built the damn thing, but he couldn't have known that those circus freaks would be here. Reed Richards. He had thought that him and his motley crew were foolishly doing heroics, but it didn't matter now. He couldn't have regrets after coming this far. He activated the incomplete Sentinels and sent them after the invading mutants, mostly Logan, Reed, and the Dragger. As if that was not enough, he activated his doomsday protocols, which would destroy the dams as soon as he made it out of the base, collapsing the entire structure on the mutants and flooding them to death. How biblical. Nothing would save them this time, and he would make sure of that. Drawl and the others were still fighting when some of them felt the minute rumbling on the ground, which made Drawl immediately used his X-ray vision and watch, within its range, to see when was causing the slight tremors. It wasn't until after 10 seconds before he saw what gave him chills and the same reason for why he wanted to kill Stryker. Although they weren't the same as the 2023 apocalyptic Mark X Sentinels, he was damn well sure that he could see the resemblance. These new Sentinels were almost 15 feet tall, and that was just their outer looks. No one knew what they were packing under their hide. Guys, we've got incoming. Reed, how much longer? Someone just shut it down. I can't get inside it anymore. We'll have to do it manually. The reason for him needing Reed was that he wanted to destroy the master mold. He doubted Stryker could build it from scratch, not that he had any chance of escaping if Drawl got his hands on him, but you can't be too sure now, can you? What are getting your panties twisted for? We'll just rip them apart like we've been doing. Johnny said in a smug tone, even as the towering figures of the Sentinels came into view. He flew upwards and blasted a Sentinel right in the face, but instead of it having any effect on the Sentinel, well, it did, but not the type anyone was expecting. The Sentinel caught on fire and flew up, imitating Johnny. One came up and it had two long sword-like protrusions coming out of both its knuckles. A few came up and adapted to the external features of some of the mutants. The others didn't do anything, but no one doubted for a second that they could. You just had to make them angry, didn't you? Drawl couldn't help but curse at Johnny's hot mouth. Read ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 72, Chapter 71. Drawl St. Cross POV. Things just went from bad to worse. We were being pushed back, and from the looks of it, not all of us could keep up. There were 15 upgraded sentinels and so far we've only been able to kill 2 and that was due to me and Logan immediately attacking them the moment they did the supervillain standoff. Their skin was tough and for the abilities they've displayed we all could tell that we were up the creek. Flight, heat lasers, ice, claws, guns, retractable limbs, fire and electricity. The abilities were too diverse for one person to face alone. I got it. I disabled the link between the sentinels. Now they shouldn't be able to use the others' abilities except the ones they took themselves, and I think it should prevent them from taking other abilities. Reed let out a joyous shout which was too soon as 3 sentinels rushed at him, one made of fire, another of ice and the last one had electricity coursing through its body. Some of the sentinels reverted back to their normal forms but while that didn't decrease their danger it increased our advantage. The sentinel I was currently facing was a hard one. It had fire, ice, lasers, claws and heat lasers. Basically I was fighting a robotic and taller version of myself. One of the advantages we had against the sentinels were that they couldn't use different abilities at once. They had to alternate it to suit their opponents, and that was an advantage I planned to use to the fullest. I grinned at the sentinel in front of me as my body cackled with red sparks of electricity running through it. One thing I liked about my abilities was how forward they were. Ice for my defense, if I ever needed it. Fire and explosives for my attack. Electricity/lightning to increase my speed. And while I haven't been able to train with it all that much like I did with my fire and ice, I could use it to boost my speed which was all good except for the slight numbness it gave me. It wasn't exactly numbness per se, it was just that my cells and sense of touch are just supercharged to the point that I couldn't feel light sensations of touch because they couldn't get through the almost minute static field around my skin since the electricity stops it and destroys those small signals which prevents my brain from interpreting them, hence the numbness. Which conversely means that since I can supercharge my sensory receptors, I can feel everything clearer if I focus on them. The sentinel in response to me, coated itself in fire, which I called a bad move, not that I was going to tell it, and brought out its 2 pairs of claws from its hands. Are you ready to rumble? I couldn't help it as the pun just flowed out of my mouth followed by Rumble. Sentinels were fast, yes. They could go up to Mach 1 if they were flying, but on the ground, with a lightning boost? I would blitz them in sheer speed. While I definitely couldn't outrun a bullet at Mach 1 or sound, with my lightning boost, on the ground, I was the fastest person here counting the sentinels. The sentinel couldn't react until my red fist was firmly implanted on its face and sent it flying until it crashed into the wall. I didn't let up as I appeared in front of it again but this time I thrust one of my hands forward in a spear shape and coated it with thick ice and stabbed at its cracked chest near its neck due to its torn head. The force from my thrust sent it back into the wall it was trying to crawl out from as it pierced through its skin. Not stopping there, I formed a small ball of destructive energy on the tip of my finger lodged inside its chest and watched as it blew up from the inside which forced me back due to force. The moment my feet touched the ground I felt something behind me, with my heightened senses which were bothering on the realms, even though severely limited, of precognition made me sense the thing behind me, a sentinel with some kind of long bull horns, swinging a huge spiked mace with lightning running along it. A/N, the OGs would get the reference. I ducked at the last second and watched as the mace swung over my head. I shot out an ice beam that slowed it down which was enough for me to create an ice axe that I swung at its head. It stumbled backwards only to be impaled by the wolverine's claws from its back through its chest. You doing good bub? Yeah, just a little excited is all. Is that a lightning pun? Yeah. It's not too bad is it? No it's not. Can't say I'm not shocked though. He just laughed and walked away. I shook my head at the man and targeted another sentinel and lunged at it. This time though I was facing 2 sentinels which turned out to be magnitudes higher in difficulty which was evident by the number of slashes and stabs I had healed from in the few minutes I fought them for. While the older sentinels we fought outside were stronger than the base models we fought back in Moscow, these newer ones however eclipsed them in strength. Arg! Johnny! I heard Johnny scream and Susan's panicked call only to turn and see a blade running through his sides. Fuck! I used my entire force to stomp on the ground which created an explosion and blasted the sentinels around me, flying them backwards. Ben was already duking it out angrily with the sentinel who stabbed Johnny while Susan and Reed rushed to their injured brother/friend's side. We need to get him out of here. I could get him out the fastest but no, I was not the fastest here. Kurt. And like the devil he was, he poofed over my shoulders. Can you get him to the jet along with them? I asked him while at the same time, holding off a sentinel. I can try. He stuttered as he looked at the bleeding Johnny. Then do it. I gritted my teeth as the sentinel I was facing slashed a cut across my chest. I heard the poofing sound of the nightcrawler behind me and a quick glance told he was already on his way there. Hey Quack, where's the target? Bucky asked me as he came to the area we were fighting at, since they didn't have anything else to do, having already destroyed all the remaining sentinels outside. Still don't know. We haven't broken through here yet. I'll go after him. Wouldn't want to lose him for the second time. Bucky said before he and Steve left to go chase after Stryker. I focused back on my fight, which was getting easier since there were only 6 sentinels left. Our numbers weren't doing too good either since most of our fighters were injured and couldn't fight as good as before, otherwise they'd be risking death, which was a good sign on our part since the whole group was less than 20. We continued fighting for a while until only 2 sentinels were left before Bucky spoke through the speakers of the base. "Everyone get out now. Bucks, talk to me. What's happening?" Bucky sounded way too panicked for someone like him, and that sent way too many wrong signals to my head. Stryker set the dam to blow up in the occasion that he was captured. "We have 5 minutes tops before." Bucky's warning was cut short as the entire place rumbled. Cracks were already beginning to form on the structures of the base. "Everyone get out now!" Logan shouted, which roused the others from their stunned states. We were too far inside the base, so it would take a miracle to get us all out. Reaching that conclusion, I stopped even as the others continued running. I used my X-ray vision on the surrounding structures to see where the problems were coming from and saw that it was a lot. The water had already started coming in due to most of the pipes bursting due to the explosions. Looking through the walls for where the pillars that had broken down were connected to, I erected ice pillars twice as big as the normal pillars to hold the ceiling and prevent it from collapsing early on us. I could already see Bucky and Steve making their way over with Stryker hoisted over Bucky's shoulders. Sending my frost energy through the cracks, I froze the water coming through the leaks all the way to halfway across the base. This should be able to buy us a few minutes before it breaks down. "What happened, Bucks?" I asked the moment they got into view. "The bastard blew the entire thing the moment he caught sight of us, going on about how we should choose if we want to capture him or escape the base, so I just knocked his ass out and dragged him over." From the grimace on Bucky's face, I had a feeling it had not been as simple as he made it out to be. "Well, let's go before this place buries us 50 feet underwater." I made a huge snowboard to carry the 3 of us over as we slid through the base on ice. I pushed us to go faster since I could already feel the rumbling through the floors, and I knew that the pillars I erected won't hold for much more. Something else might have broken, which increased the strain on the pillars, and given the wave of water coming our way, I doubt those pillars could continue standing. As we were sliding through the floors, the entire base shook violently as if something huge just went off before it became still. My heart was already beating too fast for comfort, but now wasn't the time to think calmly, for the simple reason that there was nothing simple to think calmly about. It was a few seconds later before we all could feel the walls vibrating as cracks started appearing on the walls and ceilings. I continued pushing us forwards, and a few seconds later before I could finally see the light from the outside. As we sped through the doors to the outside, I couldn't help but furrow my brows as I saw a small crowd forming over someone. Fuck. It was Jean. I already knew what she wanted to do, but that didn't mean I was going to let her become a cosmic entity in front of me. I would be fine if she did it anywhere else as long as I wasn't there. "Guys, get out of here," I said to Bucky and Steve. "What are you going to do?" "Trying to help her with whatever she is trying to do," I yelled, and made my way over to Scott, who was trying to convince her not to do what she was trying to do. Scott saw me coming forward and hissed before a huge scowl settled on his face. "What are you doing here?" I ignored him for a few seconds to look at the almost completely broken down dam. "What are you trying to do?" I directed the question at Jean, who was looking at me with different emotions on her face, but I could feel a healthy amount of caution from the both of them. "I have to hold out for the others to get out safely," she spoke with conviction. I nodded at that while appearing calm, but my beating heart was an impartial indicator of how I truly felt at the moment. "I'll help." Before they could ask how, I created an ice platform between the two of us, having been ignoring Scott for longer than intended, but no one cares, do they? I raised the platform under us and rose it upwards like a pillar with us at the top. I looked at the young girl besides who had won the cosmic lottery and got a resolved nod before we got started. I jumped away from the platform and blasted myself forward with small bursts of explosions coming from the sole of my feet. I created a small platform like the one I made for Jean and immediately got to work, standing directly in front of the cracking dam. The reason I kept Jean above the ground on a platform was to be able to save her in case the universe decided to play with M. I really have to stop jinxing it. I poured an ungodly amount of energy ice from my body towards the big-ass cracks appearing over the dam, freezing the damn thing, pun intended. I felt some sort of wave wash over me, which was Jean using her powers to try to hold the tide back, but it was barely doing a thing. Even the ice I made were cracking the moment I layered it, which made me pour more energy into it to the point that the frost started creeping all over my body, starting from my hands, but I ignored it and pushed in more energy than all what I've ever used since coming to this world. It was like I was trying to stop the weight of the world from pushing me backwards. The ice coming from my body had already frozen me from my legs up to my neck, but I didn't let up. I turned to look at how Jean was doing and almost cursed as I saw the flickering of the unmistakable glow in her eyes, but I still continued with what we were doing. Could the day get any worse? Damn it. I did it again. Drop some stones to motivate me. Read ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 73, Chapter 72. Jean's eyes had an orange, almost flaming glow to it. Even with her powers we were barely holding on as it were, which was understandable since we were trying to hold back the force of tons on water with our meager abilities. The ground around us were already full with cracks, which made me worry if the jets had been able to fly away. Quacks, the jets aren't turning on. None of them are. I heard the unmistakable voice of Bucky coming through my comms. What? We can't take off, Quack. It looked like Jean got the same message from her comms, as the look she gave me was one of indecision. We were faced with a hard choice: either one of us goes back and help get them out of the incoming wave range, leaving the other to hold back everything, which was impossible, or we hold it long enough for them to get the jets started and fly out of here while we hold on. But none of that route were plausible. The risks outweighed the costs, so we had to improvise and help them take off in a short time until the dam breaks on us. I pressed forth with my abilities, pushing it further even as the frost started creeping up my face. I couldn't let up even for a second. By now the part of the dam facing us was covered in ice, but even I could tell that it wouldn't last a minute if I let up. The only reason the dam hadn't burst was that Jean was holding back the tide as much as she can. I could tell that she was facing a tough choice between the dam and the jets, but not me. Sure, I was worried, but I was sure that I could save at least Cap, Clint, and Bucky with the minute or tens of seconds the frozen dam could buy us. While I wouldn't be able to save everyone, I was sure that I could get to them and erect a strong enough ice dome to protect them from the tide. But then again, that wasn't a choice that I wanted to make. First of all was that it wouldn't sit well with Cap and the others, and second was that I was the one who asked Logan for help and made him bring the X-Men and the Fantastic Four. By now I could tell that my entire body was frozen, even my eyes, but I didn't have the time to wonder what it was doing to me, and I continued to freeze the damn thing while Jean held it back for how long she could. I could tell that she was reaching her limit. Hell, she had reached her limit a long time ago, and judging by the glow in her eyes, what she was drawing power from wasn't from herself but from the damned bird. Was it so much to wish that this wasn't a universe with the Phoenix? Or was it too phenomenal of a wish that Charles didn't play Who Runs the Hood with an entity capable of destroying the known universe? Both the way her eyes glowed and hair flew back, which I was damned sure it wasn't because of the blowing wind, wasn't giving much of an assurance. This version of Jean was young, barely above 20, unlike the mature lady from X2, this one was just a young girl like the one from the Dark Phoenix movie. I had been hoping that Jean wouldn't go to space and set the movie script in motion, but it turns out to be my wishful thinking. But then again, wasn't she too young to be unleashing the Phoenix? I was pulled out of my thoughts when Jean looked and stretched one of her hands backwards. Her being able to cross such a long distance with her telekinesis was enough of an indicator to show how far the Phoenix's influence was over her. She furrowed her brow in concentration before the two jets wobbled before she started raising both of them, while at the same time helping me hold back the dam from bursting. It was surreal to see, at least, how she raised both carriers and moved them to the sides, far away from the path the water would wash over when the dam bursts open. I didn't think she knew what was happening, since she took the two damned things at least a kilometer away. After making sure that they wouldn't be washed over, she turned to me and immediately I knew she was failing. I swore I didn't hear her finish her sentence before I left the dam and shot myself towards her as she fell off the platform she stood on. The moment her hold on the dam was gone, the entire ice casing I made started showing cracks, but I didn't even pay it attention, nor did I pay attention to the fact that I was surfing on an elongated ice path towards Jean with a full crystalline ice body. She was almost near the ground when I caught her and slid for a while before I stopped. Knowing that I was out of time, I immediately created a thick dome of ice, which was way easier in this form as it just covered us before I felt like a ton of metal just slammed against me. The wave of water washed and slammed against the dome I created, and I could see cracks already forming around it. I reinforced the ice and stayed there for a while, almost 30 minutes, for the raging tides to calm down before I covered us in a ball of ice and carried Jean as I willed the ball of ice to shoot upwards. I couldn't connect to Bucky through the comms, but I didn't mind as I pushed myself upwards. As the ice ball broke immediately it reached the surface of the water. I created an ice board and surfed to where Jean dropped the rest of the team. I was almost there before I felt something near me. I turned my head and was greeted with a green explosion on my crystal face. The explosion sent me careening through the lake for a while before I resurfaced again to get a good look at what happened, and when I did, let's just say I wasn't happy. With the full body metal armor and mask on with a green vest and cape, flying above the water surface was Victor Von Doom. That woman's power belongs to me. Hand her over and Doom will let you live. He said as one of his Doom bots, not the Sentinels, flew to my front and held out its hands for me to deliver Jean. I wasn't impressed. I wasn't. The others? What did you do to them? I could hear his grunt as I answered his order with, from his perspective, an unrelated question. Do no try and stall for help, because none will aid you, as they are rather preoccupied at the moment. He said with that echo-y rasp voice of his. Now hand her over, mutant. I didn't listen to the second part of his sentence as my mind was processing what he meant by the others being preoccupied. Hopefully they were fighting his Doom bots and not something else entirely. Now this was bad. I couldn't fight Doom while also protecting Jean from him. It wasn't a feasible plan since I didn't know how strong Doom was yet. But given that the Fantastic Four came into being less than 2 years ago, he shouldn't be all hacks yet. But regardless of how strong Doom was, the fact of the matter was that I couldn't fight, not less someone like him, while still protecting Jean. How dare you ignore Doom? For your hubris, I will take her off your corpse. I didn't wait to see what he was going to do and just blasted him with my lasers and immediately made my way towards the bank that the group was located. I dodged some of Doom's blast while I surfed before I got the group, but what I saw stunned me. Bucky's metal arm was gone while a blade pierced through his leg. Steve was doing okay but was being overwhelmed by the bots. Clint was on the ground, unresponsive. Some of the others had varying injuries, both from the fight with the Sentinels and also from their current fight. Some of the bots tried to come after me but energy spears found themselves lodged inside the bot's body before they exploded into scrap metals. I walked over to Susan who had a barrier around Johnny and dropped Jean by his side. Keep her safe, was the only thing I said before I turned to Doom who had arrived and just flew in the air hole. He watched us. So you wish to die by their sides? Pitiful, but not like I would expect much from a lesser being like you. If this guy knew what was good for him then he'd shut up right this instant. Victor, why are you doing this? Susan Storm called out to her fellow scientist. You left me to die in that place. Doom forgot his calm bad guy persona for a second and roared back. You tried to kill us for the damned thing, you psycho. You deserved what you got. Hell, here I was hoping I'd never see your ugly mug again. Ben Grimm taunted, but the anger in his voice was clear for all to hear. That power was rightfully mine and you kept me from it, but no longer, as I have found something else just as precious. He turned to look at Jean, which made me think if her knew her true identity, but the next second I doubted it. Maybe he read the energies that was coming off Jean when she was exerting herself, holding back the damn form bursting. What it was I didn't know and also didn't care for, but one thing I was sure of was that Von Doom was the last person I wanted near the Phoenix or any cosmic artifact. Any last words? Doom had been far too merciful with you. No longer. Doom W. Hey Doomy, or is it dummy, can you drop the 8th grade speech? We are all adults here, for crying out loud. He stopped whatever he was saying and cranked his neck to look at me. He both held the stare for a few seconds as we let the tension rise, and the moment I knew he was about to cry out in rage like the power-drunk baby he was, I was already in his face with a big-ass ice hammer in my hand swinging at his stupid metal mug. His flew back with a painful cry, but I wasn't about to let him off. I formed a red ball of destruction on my fingertip and sent it flying and impacting his chest, which made him scream as the explosion rocked him further backwards. I was angry, rightfully so. What was it with megalomaniac villains and their thirst for chaos? As far as any Marvel fan was concerned, Victor Von Doom could have been the greatest ruler across the universe to have ever lived. His mind was way too smart for that of a human, even eclipsing the likes of Reed, Stark, Pym, Banner. He was as smart as his strength was terrifying. But like every great man, Von Doom had a flaw. Doom didn't want to rule, no, that wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to dominate. Or rather dominate. He wanted all that his mind could encapsulate under his feet in worship and adoration. He wanted to be the best at everything, the numero uno of all. Be it wealth, knowledge, power, glory. He simply wanted it all, and as far as what anyone who'd read the comics can tell you is that if not for the writers making shit up as they put pen to paper, Doom would have killed the Fantastic Four 10 times over. I didn't feel anything for the man. I didn't care about his kingdom or what he could become because, for what he did to the others, Clint and Bucky. Doom will die by my hands today. Doom shot out from the ground he crashed against and flew straight at me with his hands glowing with green energy which he sent at me. I didn't do anything even as the energies collided against me and exploded. It was just fire, electricity, and shockwaves. It wasn't enough. I could see Doom's face as his eyes widened behind the mask when he beheld the green sparks in my hand as green and red sparks of electricity ran across my crystalline body. Want it back? I could feel the way my voice vibrated, which sounded ominous even as some of them flinched. Cracks started appearing over my crystalline form which changed my body from my silver icy color to sliver red that glowed like ruby crystals. If Clint was awake I was sure he'd say something like it being too flashy. With my transformation complete I moved at a speed I couldn't before and appeared in front of Doom before punching him in his covered face with my hand that contained most of the energy he shot at me with. Don't forget to vote. Read ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheoManus. 74, Chapter 73. Doom was strong, that much was clear to anyone who was watching our fight. He would have won if he were fighting anyone else, but me. The only thing I had to watch out for from Doom's attacks were the shockwaves it produced. It was like I was the Thing and Wolverine put together with a dash of Weapon X. I was both a walking tank and an artillery unit. I could dish out as much as I could take in. Doom figured this out early on and engaged me in close combat as he drew out a long sword from somewhere. He swung at me with the blade which I dodged, and the moment he tried to take to the air for the aerial advantage I froze his legs before a laser beam blasted him into the ground. I could see something flickering on and off which I had earlier identified as a field of sorts. Just as I could take on a lot of attacks from Doom and still be okay, so could he from me. Physically, I was way stronger than Doom, but the numbers of devices he had on him which he could pull mid-battle were too many that it decreased my physical advantage by a lot, so we were both in a stalemate. Doom didn't want me to send out long-ranged attacks, so he chose close combat and used a weapon, and I didn't want him in the air to use long-range attacks, so I welcomed his sword with a bow staff of mine. Doom had the edge since whatever metal his weapon was made out of was legit stuff, as it kept breaking my ice constructs, forcing me to constantly reinforce, which wasn't a problem to me in this state. I thrust forward with my bow staff, which he tried to counter by jumping backwards, but was in for a surprise as the bow staff grew in length with bursting speeds and slammed into his chest. However, it turned out that Doom was ahead of me in thinking, as I was suddenly hit from two sides with a constant barrage of sonic waves. Due to ice being solid, do you know that it conducts sound waves better than the human body? A brute like you wouldn't know something as simple as that. Doom said as he walked towards me. Of course I know, you bastard. The pain I was feeling was the most intense I'd felt, but there was something to it that just made it worse. It was like all the nerve sensations in my body was heightened, and afterwards they were all been slammed by hammers. It was like that screeching sound that was produced when you scratch two steel together, but multiply that by 1,000 and throw it inside someone's body. That's how I felt. All the sound around me was amplified, that all I could get was the static of what Doom was saying, which somehow was clear in my head. You should be grateful and feel honored that you were able to push Doom this far, but like all other adversaries Doom has faced, you are destined to fall at Doom's feet, defeated. That was all he said before he rammed the blade through the middle of my chest, breaking through my icy exterior as the blade vibrated with what I could recall as a plasma coating. I couldn't move a single finger of my body as the after effect of the sound waves left my nerves in a constant state of flux, wriggling and spasm as I tried to get them to send whatever signal they could to my brain. Doom, like the very arrogant villain he was, only spared me a look before he walked away and took to the air and flew towards where the others were. My body was still vibrating as I laid there on the floor without being able to pull out the sword from my chest to fully heat it. I managed to close my eyes and tried to absorb whatever energy or try to learn what kind of frequency my body was vibrating in order to adapt to it. I could have cancelled the cold energy running through my body, but what Doom said made me pause. Since ice could conduct sound better than human flesh, if I were to change back it would mean losing a lot of the vibration running through me. I laid there for a few seconds as I immersed myself in the feeling I was getting and tried to connect to it. All I needed to do was have my body synchronize with the vibrations still coursing through it, then I would be able to create such phenomenon within myself at a later date and also project them if I knew how they worked. I was in a hurry since I didn't trust Doom not to pull a shit move and fuck up everything for everyone. My eyes were still closed when my fingers twitched. I couldn't help but smile as the familiar sensation of having back my bodily control. It took me 10 seconds before I could stand, and I immediately dispersed my frosty exterior and exhaled as the last of any of the leftover vibrating energy quickly left. I first of all burned whatever blood was on the ground and on the blade. This was Doom, so I wasn't taking a chance. Before I popped the stiff joints of my neck and ran for a while before I took a long and high jump, which was followed by bursts of explosion from my feet. Seeing that I wasn't still fast enough, I let myself free fall and created an iceboard and surfed over the ground, leaving behind me a trail on frozen ground. I still wasn't fast enough, so with both hands stretched behind my back I pumped out huge flames from them that acted as propulsion. I was on Doom after a few seconds, which he seemed to notice and turned to me with surprise on his face. How did? Regeneration? He hissed out. Surprise, motherfucker. What he received was punch to his stomach that sent him upwards, but this time I was prepared. Using ice to create a lifting up platform, I sped on the tracks with my snowboard with flames shooting behind me and made my way to the airborne Doom, who was finally getting back to his senses. You will pay. He lost it as he clasped his hands together and formed a beam of green energy around his hands, but I wasn't having it as I fired exploding javelin at him, which thankfully stopped whatever it was that he was doing. With a few bursts of flames I reached where he was and pulled out the sword he stabbed me with and swung it at his head. Unfortunately he was able to react at the last second as used both of his hands to block the slash, breaking parts of his already damaged armor. He crashed into the ground with a resounding boom. When he stood up, his entire form was bloodied as blood gushed out from his mouth and the different cuts in his body. There was also some pieces of metal piercing his skin. A part of his helmet fell off, making his disfigured wrathful expression visible to me. Doom will make you rue this day, mutant. I wasn't interested in his villain speech and rushed at his wanting to end this episode once and for all, but it seemed like the universe wanted to pull one on by all means possible as two Doom bots appeared out of nowhere and pulled him before diving to the lake. He was smart to do that because he knew I would have shot him down and outright chased after him if he took to the air, so he made the water play. It was a brilliant move, but... Splash! I jumped inside the lake and without even bothering with covering myself with ice, I controlled the water around me and used it to torpedo me way towards the speeding Doom. I could control ice, what made you think I couldn't control water as well? While it was nowhere as strong as my cryokinesis, it was way easier to control. Hydrokinesis and cryokinesis went hand in hand, but like its frozen counterpart, it was harder to generate in its neutral form but was easier to control when there was a small body of water in range. Doom's bot were putting all they could in getting away, so I was having a hard time catching up to them quickly. I was so focused on Doom getting away that I forgot that I had been underwater for far longer than what was possible for a seasoned swimmer. Due to the waves and heaviness of being underwater, it was hard to get an accurate shot at them, but I was getting closer. The chase continued for a while until I was right behind Doom, who was downright panicking. He shot some explosives at me which I effortlessly dodged, but the shockwaves still pushed me back a bit. I didn't know how far we had gone, but I was getting angrier as the chase went on, so without thinking much I pushed in as much energy that I used in creating my orbs of destruction into my eyes that all I saw was red for a brief moment before I looked and saw blood, and then an explosion that pushed me backwards for a few hundred meters before I stopped. I searched around the area for Doom, but I didn't see anything. I was about to blast the whole place undersea to dust before I saw the glow of metallic silver. I swam towards it and saw the amputated arm of Doom. Fuck. I cursed as I held the arm, but that turned out to be wrong as I suddenly started feeling a little dizzy, which made me realize that I had been breathing underwater for more than 15 minutes. It didn't take me a second to form an ice ball and shot towards the direction from whence I came. Doom getting away rubbed me the wrong way. Doom was someone that if you couldn't kill him the first chance you get, you wouldn't be able to get another. He was like a super-powered version of Batman mixed with the Joker, the Batman who laughs. But instead of laughing, he was an emo egoist with brains too big for one person. I shook my head, ridding myself of such thoughts as I surfaced from the water and started surfing towards when Clint and the others were. The others were surprised to see me, especially the Calamity 4, as they looked at the amputated arm of Doom in my hands. Is he dead? Susan asked me with a shaking voice. If it was before, maybe like 30 minutes ago, then I would have asked why she sounded worried for him, but then again when I remember the superhero hypocrisy that was abound in this verse as well as the one next reality, the only answer I could give her was ignoring her, them, altogether. How is he? I asked Steve while looking at the still knocked out Clint. He's all right. She said it's just mild concussion and 2 broken ribs and a fracture on his shoulder blade due to the impact. He'll be in top shape in a few weeks to a month at most. I sighed in relief at that since I was already expecting the worst. I turned to look at Bucky, who had a bandage covering the stab wound on his leg. You good, Bucks? I asked him, to which he just grunted. I'm fine. And besides, she's got a real degree unlike a certain quack I know, so that's a plus. You know I have a real degree, right? I asked him with a raised brow and a small smile on my face. He was about to answer, but the look he gave indicating behind me made me turn around only to be grabbed by the collar by the visor-wearing boy. What did you do to her? She isn't waking up. What did you do? He screamed at my face as the surroundings became eerily quiet as I looked at the scowling boy. I'll only tell you once. Hands off. I stressed out the words as a serious expression clouded my face. What did you wa? He couldn't react before my hands held his visor and broke it, which instantly caused his lasers to crash into my hands, but I didn't back down but held his face even as the lasers blasted into my hands. I could feel the heat from it and knew that if he could release something twice as hot as this, then he'd be able to burn me in my base state since my heat resistance was already high. But what about him? Scott screamed out as the heat from my hand burned his face. Drawl, stop, you're hurting him. I cooled my hands as I heard Steve shout. I looked at Scott, who was still held up by my hands, and I could see the shivering on his body. He was just a kid. A little cocky, but still a youngling. He already had his eyes closed when my hands started burning him, but the heat still did a number on him. I looked around and saw both Logan and Beast growling, both only a breath away from attacking me. Aurora looked conflicted, but I could tell she would have attacked me the moment the others moved. Sigh. All this fight had been feeding my anger, and the poor sap took the brunt of it. A/N, all I would say is that I have a reason for making Doom escape. It would be too easy a death for someone of Doom's character if Drawl was to do away with him for just one chapter. Don't forget to vote. Read ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenews. 75, Chapter 74. I dropped Scott on the floor while Susan immediately came to his side to tend to the burns his face suffered. What the hell? Beast was the first one to growl out as he saw the burns and attacked me. Logan tried to tell him to stop, but the angered doctor, who was already in my face, struck out his hand in a straight beastly jab only for it to stop against the palm of my hands with a small thud. Calm down. I told him, but seeing the impassive gaze on my face angered him more, so he struck out the other fist and also with a leg sweep, which made his blow go low. I raised my legs a little with the sole of my feet facing his sweeping feet and used the outstretched palm to divert his second blow while stopping his leg sweep at the same time. Calm down, Hank. I told him again, but this time, seeing how I could calmly take him on, relented and rested his arms with a grunt as he stared at me with clear hostility. I looked at Susan and found Reed by her side beside Scott. He brought out what seemed like miniature pilot goggles and gave them to Scott as Susan tended to his burns. How is it? Even I felt a little bad for hurting the kid due to my dislike for him. The area on the side of his head are the only part affected. The parts around his eyes are not damaged, which is likely due to the fact that his body has some certain level of resistance to his own lasers, and also because the heat from his eyes protected him from the heat of your hand. Reed said as he stared at Steve while Susan continued her self-bound duty. I had almost thought that I had disfigured Scott, so what Reed said did put my mind to rest at least. Not to be confused, while I didn't like the X-Men and would kill them the day they started coming for me, starting the fight was not something I was positively inclined to do. Me and the rest of the X-Men continued staring at each other until someone asked the question that if Scott had asked, none of us would have been in this situation. What's wrong with Jean? I looked at the petite girl, Kitty, who asked the question and didn't miss the flinch she did when I looked at her for a second. She just overused her powers. Should have gotten Hank to finish his check on her to make sure before letting Boy Scott over there to lead the charge. Was all I said before I started walking towards the chopper we came with. That's not an apology. Hank outright growled. I wasn't giving one. Was all I answered with until someone else asked the question. She is all right, right? She will be. Don't know if it's a good one or a bad one. I placed my hands on the ship and tried to see if I knew what was wrong with it. Knowing Doom, he was probably the one who did it. What do you mean you don't know if it is good or bad? Is there something you know that we don't? This time it was the silent Piotr who asked. Let's just say she broke free of an artificial mental shackle. Was all I said, which made the frown on their face deepened. I could simply just tell them about the mental blocks Charles put in her mind and also the locked memories and the little remodeling he was famous for, but that would put me in the middle of the X-Men debacle and I wanted to be far away from where they were when the Phoenix decides to wake up from its nap. I continued searching our chopper until I found what I was looking for under it. It was a little device shaped like a hockey puck that was attached to the bottom of the plane. When I tried destroying it with my electricity, the small amount of electricity I created almost fizzled out immediately. I looked at the small device in my hand and felt the small vibrations it was making. It is constantly releasing some sort of transient electromagnetic disturbance which is shutting down the engines of the jets. Reed said beside me as he also had found another small device on theirs. So an EMP. Doom. So it seems. I went inside ours and turned it on and sat there on the pilot's seat as the chopper came to life. I went outside to carry Clint inside, but he had already woken up and was already dragging his way in. You good? Yet? Nah, not really. Took an explosion from the side. I'm pretty banged up as is. He said before he walked inside and sat on a chair and just closed his eyes. I walked outside of the pane and saw Steve already helping Bucky and while also carrying Stryker on his shoulders. I turned to the others for a while and then looked at Jean. To be honest, I didn't know what to do with her. Maybe just let her go be the Phoenix and be eternal until another rebirth, which meant she would live for thousands of years at the minimum. That was the ideal choice and it was one I took. But maybe helping her a little would be paying her back. I saw. I still remembered the apology she gave, so it was only right I tell her that her apology was accepted. I'm getting soft. Ha 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 ha. No, I'm not, I'm just being sentimental. I shook my head and made my way to her even as everyone was wary of what I'd do. I wasn't doing something spectacular or phenomenal, but something to at least smoothen the process of her apotheosis. A sort of farewell. I knelt beside her and used one of my hands to touch her forehead and projected myself inside her subconscious. It was a risky move on my part as the Phoenix could just vaporize me and do everlasting damage to my psyche, but I continued nonetheless. When I entered her mindscape, what I saw was the most beautiful of scenes I'd ever seen. It was a dark starry sky with different colors of flames dancing through the universe. And at the midst of it all was something that looked like the sun, but cracks were all over it, and it was from it that the beautiful flame seeped out. I spread my senses further and found a young woman in front of the burning sun. There was something like a liquid flame flowing into her body and merging her with the sun. It was like it was funneling the sun inside her body. I didn't want to dally anymore, so I projected my thoughts and let my intent flow with it all as it spread through every corner of this universe. All I did was send out suggestions, nothing more. It was nothing more than what I thought Charles did to her, an assurance that they'll be fine even if she left. If this Jean Grey only had a fragment of the Phoenix, then it would have all been right, but what I was seeing told me otherwise. Rather than have the Phoenix go all annihilus on us, it was better for it to just focus on its revenge and zilch the fuck out of here. Would Charles die due to what I was doing? Most probably, yet. Then again, it was his fault for making the Phoenix go dark with revenge. I had to get out of there after I was done sending out my mental pulses, since the heat there was unbearable. Even as I upped my imagination to the best of defenses, the heat still got to me. I didn't wait to see how it would react when it got my message before I exited her mindscape. What did you do to her? She asked me with concern as she stared at the still sleeping Jean. Just a small mental nudge. Nothing much. I shrugged. Wait, you are a psychic too? Hank asked as his furry face morphed into shock. No, I'm. It's complicated. Will she be alright though? I released a sigh at that. It's complicated. Scott, who had been silent for a while with bandage around his head, asked me, but this time his tone was a notch lower. What do you mean? Is something wrong with her? She had an old mental wipe stamp on her. I decided to be vague about it. Didn't want to spoil the show for Charles now, do I? What do you mean by a mental stamp? Ororo asked with a frown on her face. Looks like she already figured it out. It means that someone did something to her mind when she was young. And I think you all know who has that kind of habit. He wouldn't. Scott shouted. Maybe he didn't, but you'll have to ask him yourself now, wouldn't you? I said before walking away from them, and the frown on all their faces. You sure this Charles guy did it? Bucky asked as soon as I sat on my seat while Clint was on the pilot seat waiting for takeoff. 100%. Any reason why? She's too strong. Bucky and Steve frowned at that, not understanding the scale of strength I was talking about. That isn't a good enough reason, right? There are bound to be people stronger than her around, especially in the kind of world we live in. Steve said. True. But when I said she was strong, I meant she is stronger than everyone on this planet, be they immortal or gods. There were some specific exemptions to that claim, but they didn't need to know that. The looks on their faces said that they easily didn't believe me, but I just shrugged as I laid my head back to rest. With the X-Men back at the mansion. Why? Scott shouted out in rage. Around the med bay were all the teachers and Xavier, and they watched the sleeping Jean. It had been 2 days since the Sentinel mission, and Scott finally decided to break out what had been eating on his mind for a while now. You do not understand, Scott, I was trying to help her. Charles said with a soft voice and sad expression on his face as he caressed the face of the sleeping Jean with the look of a loving grandfather as he looked at her. Seeing this, Scott calmed down before he asked again, but this time the edge to his voice was gone, and so was most of his hostility. Why did you do it? Her powers were You better not say they were too strong for her, Charles. Logan said threateningly. It's the truth. Her abilities were out of control from a young age, and it was the only way to stop them from going out of control. Charles tried to explain. But that wasn't the only thing you did to her, was it? Ororo asked with a barely vocal voice. The entire room fell silent except for the sound of the heart monitor connected to Jean that continued its rhythmic beating as everyone turned to look at Charles. It was for the best. Charles said in a low voice as regret washed over his face, but Ororo wasn't having any of it. What else did you do? I locked away her potential. If I didn't, she would have. Crack. Everyone turned to look at Logan, who punched a crack into the walls. So Drawl was telling the truth all this while. Who knows who else in this room you might have brainwashed because you thought our abilities are dangerous. I would never do something like that, Logan, you have to believe me. Charles was met with unbelievable looks from his teachers as they alternated their gazes between him and Jean, which caused him to sigh. You know what's funny? Ororo asked after finally looking at Charles. You never once said you were sorry. Not then. Not now. She walked out of the room after she said that, leaving the others to think about all that had happened. What about Magneto? The silent Piotr asked. What about him? If you could use your abilities like this on those closest to you, why didn't you stop Magneto from ever hurting anyone the few times he was captured? I didn't want to use my abilities like this. It would breach my own moral code. Charles lamely defended. I don't believe this. Logan said and walked out the room following after Ororo. Charles thought about where he had gone wrong. Sure, his actions were morally grey, but that didn't mean they were that wrong. The others didn't know how high her power scales, that's why they were questioning his actions with such impunity. Hers was different from all those who came before her. Her potential eclipsed the mightiest of mutants Charles has seen in his long life, said to be unmatched since the advent of the X gene by Eric. But then someone else came along. While Charles didn't know what Jean's power foretold except its all-encompassing strength, he definitely saw what Drawls promised. Even till now he still couldn't describe what he saw. It was as if his brain couldn't completely process that specific information. Anytime he opened his mouth to define it, he'd find himself staring at nothing for minutes before he would regain control of his faculties, and when he tried to remember what happened, it would be as if his brain went static. Such thoughts scared him. Read ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 76, Chapter 75. Drawl St. Cross POV. It has been a week since the Sentinel battle and I was still jumpy. Bucky lost his metal arm, so I was working on making him a new one, only that my skills were still lacking in order to create a neural to cybernetic implant that would come with the new arm I wanted to make for him. I also didn't have sufficient materials to create what I had in mind. While I would call myself a genius just below the likes of Stark, it still wasn't enough to get what I needed done. Tony Stark became an icon in both warfare and welfare because of his Iron Man suit. But what really made him that iconic, that public figure, was that no one was well versed enough in mechanics to rival him. The hammer guy from the second Iron Man movie was proof enough. He definitely was smart. No matter how Tony insulted his work or downplayed his intelligence, for his name to be known and also chosen to spearhead the weapons division of the American Army, he had to have had, at least, a certain level of competency, but the only problem was that he wasn't Tony Stark. When it came to the mechanical and AI branch, Tony was at the forefront, ahead of anyone else. His suits were a marvel to everyone. That was why I took my studying harder. I wanted to at least make something that, I don't know, was better? I wasn't trying to be the best, gods no. But I didn't want to make something that I would have to fix after every usage or oil once a month. And another reason for me doing this was Bucky himself. Dude was a depressed bear on his best day. But losing an arm only made it worse. He didn't whine about it all day. He did complain though that using only an arm was way harder, but I just couldn't bear the sight of a depressed Bucky with only one arm. It would take me a long time to be able to create a new arm for Bucky, so until then he'll have to make do with the mechanical prosthetic. Fury said S.H.I.E.L.D. had. I wasn't the only one who was affected by the events at Lake Alkali. Steve, even since Bucky lost his arm, pushed himself into training. The dude was acting like his dog died with the never again expression he had on his face. I was tempted to tell him that I was working on building a new one for his girlfriend, but I decided against it, seeing how driven he was. Something tells me it wasn't Bucky that had him on the edge, but rather the fight we had. The fight got to everybody, mostly the older ones like me, Logan, Hank, Bucky and Steve. Reading about it was one thing, but seeing someone hell-bent on killing off an entire race was something else. And not to mention the thing about Doom. Even till now, anytime I think about it I get skittish. Doom wasn't some random villain in the Marvel comics that was only portrayed in a couple of issues before fading out. He wasn't some pathetic villain that only served to give credit or popularity to the heroes. Doom was a real threat. The reason I was on my toes in regards to Doom was that he was an unrelenting bastard, which was the reason I wanted to kill him as soon as I saw him. If I was to rate the threat Doom possessed, I would rate him no lower than Thanos. He was like the mythical legends of the cat having 9 lives. Always coming back and getting stronger for it. My saving grace during the fight was that he had not learnt magic, because if he had, then the fight would have gone differently. I was on my toes in regard to learning magic, since I didn't know what the Ancient One would have seen in regards to my being here. Because I doubted the other me's in the multiverse were this strong or were even mutant to begin with. As far as I was concerned, I was a paradox in this universe. Or maybe I'm just on the edge, since the clearly pseudo-omniscient master of the mystic arts was already aware of my presence and had their magical eyes on me. But then again, there was nothing I could do if they ever did decide to come for me, so there was no need worrying about it. When the idea of fighting against people who dedicated their life to fighting eldritch monstrosities and cosmic demons comes to mind, it bled out any sort of contingency I could form. Ignorance is bliss. Innocence is ignorance without power. Unfortunately, I am neither. Apart from Bucky and Steve, Clint, who was the one who took the most damage, was recuperating fine. Fury even gave him a month off to make sure he was in top shape, which I could guess he was spending with his girlfriend who nobody knows about. So all was good on his end. As for me, I was staying cooped up inside my workstation all day. I haven't even had the time to train during the week, because I was either in front of the screen or there was a book in front of me. While I wasn't trying to gain more power from the Marvelverse, I was doing all I could to get smarter. Not for any vainglory reason, because let's face it, the moment you leave this blue ball of a planet or reach a certain level of strength, all what you've learned, mostly science, becomes meaningless. I could always get stronger like I've been doing for months, and I didn't want to be that guy who went around taking everybody's power and trying everything he could just to be supreme. The reason I was spending my day in front of vessels of knowledge was just to see if I could cram all I needed for a neural cybernetic relay, but so far books haven't been helping me. See what I mean? How is someone supposed to write a book about how to connect your mind to a piece of machine when they don't even fully understand how the mind works? Sure, everyone knows that the brain sends and receives data in the form of electric signals, and sure they have mapped out the brain, but if they really understood how it worked, then they would have made something like what I wanted to do years ago. I wasn't talking about the steel arm that Bucky had before. The arm that Bucky had was connected to a chip which acted like a receiver that was connected to his brain, which interpreted the signals from his brain in real time. In all honesty, it was a marvelous piece of science and technology, but then again, they would be damned if they ever released something like this to the public. What I was trying to do wasn't all that revolutionary, as it was different. It was almost the same thing that Tony did by implanting a receiver to the brain, but what I wanted to do was to make it long-distance controllable. It would make attaching and detaching the hand easier, and also making him able to control from distance, and who knows, maybe I could give it some crazy upgrades later in the future. While I wasn't into tech and all that savviness, it didn't however mean that I don't find them impressive. I do, but not when I'm using it. I couldn't even imagine myself in an Iron Man suit of armor. Heck, even Steve's costume gave me the cringe anytime I imagined myself wearing it. It was the reason I always went with a simple outfit anytime I was fighting. That, and also the fact that my durability was high and my resistance helped me in shrugging off most damage. I stopped the program I was coding and went downstairs to grab a light snack before resuming my work. I saw Bucky sitting in front of the TV with a remote on one hand and toast on the other. S.H.I.E.L.D. issued prosthetic. It was nothing like his broken arm, meaning he couldn't fight with it, only enabling him to do simple things. I had scanned the hell out of that arm when Carlson brought it to remove anything that came from S.H.I.E.L.D or another party. I even went as far as rewriting the motion code for the entire thing. It only took me 2 days, but I was able to not only fix and upgrade its functionality but also work on the prosthetic itself, making it more fluid in its movement rather than the buffering metal hand Fury gave to me. You finally left that room, and here I was thinking you'd be halfway dead by now. He said without talking his head away from the screen. I just wanted to grab a light snack before going back. I'm almost at a milestone, so it's better I finish up the quota before doing something else. I answered him all the way from the kitchen. Where's Steve? I can't sense him around the house. I asked Bucky after spreading my senses around the house, thinking he would still be training at this time, but he was nowhere in the compound. He wanted to clear his head and took a jug into town. I came out of the kitchen and the image I had of Bucky was that I was turning him into some kind of recluse or shut-in. He almost never leaves the house, with him doing either training or watching TV. Granted, there was nothing else to do as Bucky himself was kinda antisocial, but anytime I saw him sprawled on the couch, the image that came to mind was that of a lazing panda. What? Bucky asked as he caught me staring. Don't you have anything else to do? I unintentionally blurted out, but thankfully the lazy super soldier took no offense and just shrugged. Like what? I'm a trained killer, it's not as if there is a social club to share such hobbies with everyone. I walked around and looked at Bucky in the face just to make sure he wasn't depressed. A depressed Bucky was hard to deal with. Thankfully I haven't seen what a depressed Steve looked like, hopefully I would never. You could always find a new one, you know? Maybe tennis? A lot of people like tennis, right? Do I look like someone who could play tennis? He raised his prosthetic and waved it around. Although I fine-tuned it, it still didn't have the strength and necessary speed to keep up with such a game. But that would be if he was left-handed, which he wasn't. You could always try a book, you know. I gave a suggestion. Oh look. The quack knows what books are. He said sarcastically, which I just ignored. Why don't you just take a walk outside rather than sitting here all day, since you can't really train with that busted arm of yours? Wouldn't want to lose those muscles for pounds of flesh. I said and took a bite out of the muffin in my plate. Bucky paused for a moment, a very brief one that I would have missed if I wasn't paying attention to him, to look at himself before playing it off and just focused back on the screen. Maybe I'll do that later, was all he said as I took a seat. Wasn't this supposed to be Steve's movie week? He said he didn't understand the story. Isn't that more of a reason why he should have watched it till the end? Bucky just huffed. You know that that's Steve's muffins you are eating, right? Bucky said after a while, still not peeling his face from the screen. I paused as he said that and just stared at the remaining muffins in the plate, which was just one. I only looked at the muffin for a second before I took a bite out of it. Figured you'd do that. So how's the program going? I had a thinking expression for a hole before I answers truthfully. Honestly, not going well. Is there a reason you are in a hurry? He asked. I have to be prepared for the next time Doom decides to show himself. You really think he'll come back after you tore off his arm? Oh, he will. That was more than enough reason to make me his lifelong enemy. He definitely will. He is a very vindictive person. Sounds like you know a lot about him. Research? Was my smooth reply for that question. HMMNMHN. Bucky just hummed. I could tell he didn't believe in my research answer, but he dropped that topic nevertheless. If it's any consolation, I don't think he'll be coming back anytime soon. And if what you said about him is true, and also given the fact that you beat him and cut off his arm, if he is a little smart, then he'll know that he can't attack you anytime soon until he's sure that his strength eclipses yours. I nodded at that and continued munching on Steve's muffins. Read ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 77, Chapter 76. The following days rolled by with me doing nothing more than research and study in a repeating cycle. I sometimes left the house for fresh air, and sometimes I found myself at Charlie's and spent some time talking with Natasha and Yelena. Both of them decided to work at the bar, and I still didn't know why they decided on that. Yelena was 15 this year, but with them being spies and all that, faking an identity was just like breathing to them. With all the time I spent coming to the bar, I had hoped that Charlie would remember me, but then again I only worked here for like 2 months before ghosting for 2 years, not to mention that I looked completely different than I did 2 years ago. The difference was like that of pre and post Captain America Steve Rogers. The days went by with little to no difference, which was something I dearly appreciated. Since I wasn't making headway with the program I was trying to create, I focused most of my time on training my abilities. Somehow I had been able to get the ice form of Bobby Drake and also the fire form of Johnny Storm. It was just a situation of multiplication and division. I didn't use the fire form since, well, it burned my clothes a lot. Like every time. It did make controlling the elements way easier, so I wasn't complaining much. Electricity on the other hand was very hard. It was like swinging a slippery snake, no a fish. It was bound to leave your control and then mess up everything around you. When I reviewed all the fights I've had to so far, they were either too close or my abilities were too diverse for the enemy to keep track with. Sure, I was stronger than most of the opponents I've faced so far, but there would come a time when I would be rendered helpless in front of a terrifying foe. It was a fact that I acknowledged. There was always going to be someone stronger than me. Especially in this universe. It was for this fact that I took the training of my abilities to a new level. Combining elements. So far, I've gotten various degrees of failure. It was so jarring that I was forced to stop that facet of training. It was just impossible that I could very well feel it. Besides, I didn't know what would happen if you mix fire and water conceptually. I couldn't form the results in my mind, which was one of the reasons why I didn't have any form of progress. Fire and water had way too many concepts in both of them. Different religions and teachings had how they described fire and water, and all those concepts stuffed inside just two elements made true mastery of them impossible. All the superheroes I knew who could produce fire or lasers only used them for burning and cutting, also flying. My point is, if that was all I could think of fire, all my fire would do was burn, and if I tried to add water to it, then. So instead of trying to fuse two elements, I tried using one to influence another of my ability. This was a more successful venture as it was something I had already done before, although to a smaller scale. Using my body's electricity and amplifying it, I was able to spread out my senses in a way that my superhuman body could never do. It was what I used against the Sentinels back in Moscow and also at Lake Alkali. Electricity increased my active sensors by folds while also decreasing the capacity of the lower passive minute ones, but this problem was solved as all I did was let my brain focus on every part of my body, and I easily bypassed the thin field, stopping small impulses from traveling to my brain. While it wasn't a power-up, it was a huge qualitative increase. With the electricity part taken care of, what I then used in influencing it was my supercharged brain waves. Using the energy in my body to amplify the reverberating power of my brain waves, and then combining it with my bioelectricity, I was able to create a small imperceptible room with myself at the epicenter that I could directly influence. It was like a zone or domain where I was always at my best. It boosted my reflex and sensory abilities and also made manipulating my abilities easier. I felt that I could fight without my eyes anytime I expanded my senses with this application. It was like a rave, but I was the only one invited as well as being the host. I was elated by the prospects of this discovery because it was the first time I had been able to use my brainwaves to directly affect the surroundings. Maybe with more training I would be able to use only my brainwaves to affect things rather than intertwining it with another ability. The only downside of this ability was that psychics and any other arcane master would be able to sense the psychic field around me, because that was what it was basically. Meaning they could disrupt it, but then again it didn't have any disadvantageous effect on my abilities. While these findings didn't have any attack potential to them, it was an entirely different case when using it in conjunction to others. They were multipliers to my ever-increasing arsenal. All I could say was that my training paid off in full. Then came the business. Marky was over the moon when we made over $1 million, but was just as stumped after he realized he just sold 57% of the company to me. He didn't let it get to him since he thought I'd sell it when the time came. Due to Facebook's monumental success, Fmail also started gaining traction. I was also debating whether to release ViewTube now, and with the Christmas holiday by the corner gave me the thumbs up. Sure, there were other apps which had the same function as ViewTube, but none of them had the easy accessibility that mine had. And also dark mode. In fact, that was my selling point. The company would run on its own with Mark at the helm until I decided otherwise, which Mark seemed to know and was doing a very good job to make me not think otherwise. It was funny seeing him work that hard, but was also understandable because the company was essentially mine since I had higher shares than him, and also most of the aesthetics of the app came from me, and while he could pull a smart-ass move and try to break free, Facebook would still be mine while he'd have to start anew and at the same time try to give it the same popularity as its predecessor had. Apart from that, I also had a program hidden in the Facebook servers that alerted me of any change, which in fact was an anti-embezzlement ping. No one was stealing anything from me anytime soon. I've been too poor for far too long to let something like that happen. So while Mark ran around as the face of Facebook and got all famous with connections and shit, I'll just be chilling and fighting whatever the universe, or whoever brought me here, throws at my face. Life is good when you know how to get what you want. Apart from what was happening in my daily life, I had also called Fury to see if he could help me track down Ulysses Claw. Although I wanted nothing more to do with Wakanda and most of the main characters of the Marvelverse, there however were some pretty little things scattered around the planet that no one would miss if I took a few, or a truckload. I had important use for the vibranium ore. Well, everyone did, but then again I was the one getting it. I figured I could use it to make Bucky's new arm, and given that the Lake Alkali base was sunk underwater, I would have to find a new source of adamantium. While I would never try to fuse adamantium with my skeleton, its denseness however was very important to me. In my personal opinion, I'd rather choose adamantium than vibranium. Although the latter does indeed have some nifty tricks like its shock absorption and redirection, it still wouldn't do to make a full weapon out of it. But adamantium was different. The denseness of the material alone and the fact that it could not be remolded after casting was such a priceless feature. Although vibranium would be the go-to ore for a suit of armor, unfortunately I wasn't looking for a suit of armor, but I would reconsider if it came in a custom-made tuxedo or designers. I wanted an axe while Bucky needed an arm. Mine was solely for attack while Bucky's could function in versatile ways. I mean, it was an arm. It was the very definition of versatile. As far as I know, Dr. Myron MacLean was already dead, which meant I couldn't know the formula for adamantium since proto-adamantium was a fluke, and also the fact that it was a top secret of the US. And that's where Hydra comes in. They already had a place where they stored some adamantium, but according to the files, it was a really small amount. That's why I was not already on my way to hike it out. I could leave Ulysses Claw alone for a while since no one was coming for his ass anytime soon, and it would stay like that for more than a decade, but then again, itchy fingers. I could just turn off that emotion off, but that would just be mean to myself. Fury for his part was highly skeptical about me looking for a notorious arms dealer, but the perks of knowing a super spy was the fact that he could turn his one good eye and let me do my thing. I was still waiting for council to do something stupid, but I doubt they'd want to do it now anyway since the tension was still high in S.H.I.E.L.D, according to Fury, and I also doubted they were fools. Sure, they were to me, but that could just be my bias since I hate the government, and there was no way they could get that kind of position if they were all not above a certain level of competence. I took my mind off the council for now and went back to thinking about what kind of features I wanted my weapon to have. URU was a no-go since I have no hope of getting it, and also the fact that I couldn't use magic since URU without some kind of magic would just be a really strong weapon, but the plus side was that runes and other magical matrices could be carved into it. But the bummer of it all was that not everyone could wield a weapon made of URU. Any weapon made of URU was a top-tier weapon, which also made the prerequisite more strict. So rather than thinking of an ore I had no current hope whatsoever to get, I'd rather think of what I could find with some plane tickets and a bus ride. Though my metallurgy was coming in hand since I had started working on some few things in a little room I built in my backyard, since I very well couldn't study a subject like metallurgy without practice, so I had been working on some small things during my free time. It helped a lot in getting my thoughts in order or just forgetting about some things, which was what I was currently doing. It would be a good idea to mix in some vibranium with the adamantium structure of my axe, like what I wanted to do for Bucky, since I would also be using the axe for defense as much as I would be using it for offense, and having its shock-absorbing property would enable me to tank stronger attacks that I couldn't defend against. The reason I was pushing for the weapons was because the fight with the Sentinels had me seriously underarmed, and then the fight with Doom. While I could always use my fist, having a weapon was just a good way to cleave through nuisance. If I had a strong enough weapon during the battle with the Sentinels, then we wouldn't have waited until Stryker blew up the dam. And talking about Stryker, well, he's dead. Although there might have been an argument between me and Fury about whether killing him was a good idea, and giving the smug look he was giving me and the shit that was happened, I just couldn't take a chance and let Fury's oily hands get him to work on some weapons for S.H.I.E.L.D, which prompted me to laser a hole through his chest. Fury might have been mad, he still was, but like I'd been saying for a long while, I didn't care. Sure, Fury was a friend, but that wasn't enough of a clearance for me to just let him go with someone who clearly had a massive hate for meta-humankind. What does he think would happen when the aliens come? Giving Stryker alien tech was just dooming the world. Read ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomanus. 78, Chapter 77. Definitely I had to kill Stryker. Steve was okay with it, dude was a soldier. His entire life was about killing racist enemies, so there was no objection there. Bucky was Bucky. His face was impassive, making him seem like he didn't care what happened to the dude, which he didn't. Hell, Fury didn't care about whether the guy lived or died. His only care was the weapon prospects they would have had if he was taken into S.H.I.E.L.D, but a reminder from me about the council and he was lost for words for a minute. There was nothing stopping the council from playing king of the castle now that Pierce was gone, and all they needed was an order to Fury and they'd have Stryker relocated, since some of them were his benefactors. While Fury was fighting a cold war with the council, he still couldn't directly disobey a direct order, backed up by votes, from the council. Doing that would just flip back whatever advantage he had and then find himself inside a black site or dead. Although he was still sullen about what I said, he was at least smart enough not to argue over a dead man. With Stryker gone, I didn't have to worry about the Sentinels because, unlike Days of Future Past, it was not a government-approved program but rather one based on illegal dealings. And due to the fuck-up in Russia, there was no way the meta-human community wouldn't fight back if such a thing was revealed to the public. Russia had been a hotspot for riots and meta-human protest after the Sentinel massacre, such that some mutant-friendly countries started name-calling them because of the barbaric acts that was performed on Russian soil, which most of the higher-ups were privy to. There would have been no way such an army of racial-killing robots would have been made if at least someone of vast authority didn't give them the go-ahead or shielded them. With all this I should have been able to rest, but unfortunately I still had to keep an eye out on things. First of all was the Phoenix, who I was still keeping a flimsy hope of it not coming to pass. But hopefully I had nothing to do with it. Second of all was Dr. Doom. I honestly didn't know where to start with this guy. For all I could tell, Doom currently had his sights on me and the Phoenix, but which had his most priority was something that I would like to know. With this being the Marvelverse, all it would take is just a few days to a few months before he would attain unbelievable power. An herb here, a stone there, a relic down below or a weapon up above. It was just that simple. I mean, look at Thanos in the Infinity War movie. All it took Thanos was just 2 days to go from an everyday but slightly stronger Eternal to a universal being capable of matching the likes of Galactus. So yes, it is very well within my right to be worried about what Doom was doing. Maybe I should just go learn magic? I had been putting off this thought for a while now because I didn't want to. I knew what I was, an outsider. And given the mysteriousness of the Ancient One, whoever they were in this universe, I wouldn't be too surprised if they already know of my life, and death. So yes, the reason I haven't gone to the Sanctum Sanctorum was because I haven't yet seen the need, but my present options were very limited and I didn't have the luxury I once had in choosing my power path. While the masters of the mystic arts of the Sanctum weren't that strong, like really that strong, heck most of them were no different from a normal human, but what set them vastly apart was the versatility that magic and the arts gave to them. From a normal neurosurgeon with broken hands to being capable of standing up against universal entities. Magic really earned its place as the most versatile of powers. Okay, that's it. Add learning magic to the to-do list. With plans for my weapons and learning magic added to the list, I left my smithy. You are doing that thing where you are thinking too much. A glass was placed in front of me, but I didn't raise my head at the redhead who did it. This was one of the few places where I could unwind and just watch normal humans going about their day only thinking of the next payday. Ignorance truly was bliss. If they knew what kind of powers laid aground on this blue planet and the threats that laid outside of it, then I doubt they'd be this carefree. Even if I told them that half of the population would be wiped out in 15 years, I doubt they'd take me seriously. Though they'd laugh, that's for sure. You are doing it again. The same familiar voice brought me out of my musings, and this time I finally decided to humor her by picking up my drink and gulping down the whole thing and waited for a refill. Natasha just gave me her trademark sultry smile and refilled my glass. Remind me again why you are still working at a bar. It really did baffle me for a bit, since I was sure she could definitely pull off working at almost anywhere except maybe some high-leveled establishments. What can I say? Free drinks or just waiting for someone to buy me one? She said it in such a low voice that the dude next to me stilled on his stool and I could catch his subtle, not really, glances at Natasha as she leaned towards me. I would say you already have much of those every single day. I said as I sipped from my refill. I wasn't actively trying to resist whatever Natasha had going on, since all of our talks always had a flirty atmosphere, but I just wasn't feeling it. I was sure 99% of men would fall or get interested, since she was one hell of a conversationist. Even I would if it were the me from 2 years ago and further. But it was just a lack of interest. Not in her, but just about anyone. I didn't feel like I was ready for a relationship with all the shit I had going on, and I'd have to get a somewhat stable life before I was ready to put myself out there. True. But most aren't impressive. She said as she served a customer. Then why don't you try stop being picky? I always enjoyed this type of back and forth we had. I didn't know what really was the reason. Whether it was because she was that good at talking or that she was the first friend? I didn't know what our relationship was, but she was the first female I could have such pointless talk with. Ororo and I had talked a few times, and while I could call her a friend, our conversation wasn't really about how unimpressive the guys trying to hit on her were. Ours would most times settle around certain topics, and while I definitely could talk to Ororo about a lot of things, it was not like I could meet with her in a bar almost every day. But a girl's got to be focused, right? Wouldn't want to be played and hurt by the wrong guy just because she let someone in, you know. She threw me a quick glance over her shoulders and got on with her work. Yelena wasn't here yet. Maybe she went out because she and Natasha ran the same shifts. But you know you're gonna have to give someone a chance, right? I did a double take as I said that and looked at her to see her sporting a seductive smug smile. Don't know what that smile was, but it was definitely what was crossing through her face. She'd been leading me on with the conversation, like always. I'm giving him one. She whispered, and I could practically feel the gaze from the dude at my side, but I ignored whatever he was trying to tell me with his eyes and just shook my head. It had gotten too flirty and pink for my taste, so I just turned and focused on the game some people were watching. So what are you doing out here? She still didn't leave me alone even after that, which made me sigh. Can't a man come get a drink when he feels like it? You could, but I doubt someone like you is lacking a drink at whatever cabinet you have at home. She said and refilled my glass again. Which means you either came here to unwind or catch the atmosphere. Is that your way of building up a character profile? It's spotty. I scoffed. Like I said. Someone like you. The way she laid emphasis on the last word earned her a raised brow from me and nothing else. And is there any reason why you would want to build a character profile on me? She paused to look at me for a while before she answered. Yes. It was short and concise, and if I wasn't already aware of her identity and skill set, then I would have showed some type of reaction. But then again I didn't care even if she was so. I just shrugged and asked nonchalantly. What for? She went back to working the bar and answered, but I could feel the slight pause she had before she did. Just to be sure. I could feel her full attention on me, but once again I didn't react. I didn't know what kind of game she was playing, but I'd appreciate it if she kept it non-lethal. Wouldn't want to lose my second female friend. You know, you could always ask what you want to ask. I said. I wondered why people always like to beat around the bush when they want something. She stopped at that and stared at me while I kept watching the game. I'm just trying to understand you, I guess. She said, but even I could tell that she was unsure by what she said. You are confused. Excuse me. You're confused. I repeated. And what do you mean by that? She asked with her arm folded under her bust. It's exactly what I said, you are confused. Or putting it more apt, you don't know what to do when presented with so many options. Sure, she could build profiles and investigate backgrounds, but she wasn't a shrink. I could see the interest in her eyes, which she didn't know was showing any time I came to the bar, not for me obviously, but for being someone who knew who she was. And seeing as I was able to have a somewhat normal life after all the killing and all, she wanted to know how. But I doubt she knew. She had been raised to be an assassin, someone who could live different lives at the drop of a costume, but that was under order, under duty. She was to take the path that was most efficient when undergoing her missions, that she didn't have the thought to stray or try to enjoy things herself which were not part of her directives. But now, not only did she not have any orders, but also she was given her freedom in a day. All the choices she couldn't make or didn't think of making were presented to her at once, and because she wasn't used to choosing herself, she picked up where she was most familiar with, a bar. A place to gather information and also to lower the inhibitions of targets. She acted subconsciously. These were things I had hoped someone had pointed out to me in my past life, because if they did, then I was sure that I wouldn't have lived such an empty yet ephemerally fulfilling life. And you know so how? She asked. Simple. Because I was once like you. Having all the options one could ever had, and I chose to be nothing. Do nothing. You don't look like nothing to me. She said earnestly, but I couldn't help but hear it sarcastically. Bet I don't. But I'll bet you that you wouldn't have hesitated to kill me if you saw me 2 years ago. I let out a mirthless chuckle. What changed? The world did. She was confused by that, so I turned to face her. I found out that I was a meta. A late blooming one. Hydra caught me and tortured me for 2 years. Poisons, fire, ice, cut and gun wounds. They inflicted it all on me just to see how I healed from it. Tried brainwashing, but I just blew up their base and went from there. And now here I am. I told her. What Hydra did to me was no longer a touchy subject that I tried to run from. It was a lesson, that was all it was at this point. I still don't understand. How does that help me? It's simple. Natasha, what do you want to do? She looked at me with a hurt expression, as if telling me not to poke at that particular wound harder. Start small. If you wanted to try cardio for the hell of it, or just show off your flexibility to others, do it. For now, just wing it is what I'm trying to say. You don't need much planning at this stage. Try anything new that you didn't have the chance or option to do before. Hell, date a loser, steal some kid's candy, crash a cop's car, promote gun violence. She burst into a fit of laughter as I said those words, which also made me laugh for a while. It's simple really. Just a small step is what you need, and if you can't find it anytime soon, you can always visit me. I have 2 lazy bums at home who are out of time and way too old to be young, despite the irony. The grateful expression on her face was worth my day. But then. Really bold there, Tiger. Inviting me to your house like that without even a dinner date. I'm afraid I'm not that cheap. She winked at me and sashayed off to pour some drinks. Really? I thought we were having a moment, Nat. She turned to me with a raised brow before a real smile graced her lips this time. Oh, we were. Damned redheads. Damned redheads. We both spoke at the same time. Yeah, it was definitely worth it. Don't forget to vote. Read ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 79, Chapter 78. The X-Mansion a week after the Sentinel raid. She's not waking up. It's been a week, Ororo. Scott could be seen in a room with his head held between his hands while looking haggard and weary with a very pale countenance. It's going to be all right, Scott. Hank said there was nothing wrong with her and she most likely just acclimating to her new powers. Ororo consoled the panicked young man. But she hasn't so much as twitched a brow or flexed a finger. It's like she's just frozen. Scott was distraught. They had tried all they could to try and wake her up, but she was unresponsive. In his nervousness, he had asked the professor to see if he could wake her up from within her mind. It was all going good before the professor screamed out like he was being burned. He was even under the impression that he was in an oven at that moment, and the looks they all shared was proof that they all felt it. It had been a form of psychic attack and the professor had taken the full brunt of it. He was hospitalized for a few days before he regained consciousness, which was yesterday. The atmosphere had been tense as even the children were able to pick up on the atmosphere surrounding the teachers and went with it. Logan was not around. Jean was asleep with no one knowing when she would wake. Scott was worried that it had started affecting his health. Piotr had never been one for conversation. Kitty and Kurt had been solemn and not their usual fun and outgoing self since that day. Hank was a nerd through and through and he was overseeing both Jean's and the professor's health. Although the professor had regained consciousness, he was still slipping in and out of it. According to Hank, the professor was the strongest psychic he's ever seen, so he was bound to be fine after a while and would probably come out stronger for it. Although John was still around, he was too affected by the professor's moral breach that he was seriously reconsidering everything that had happened since he came to the mansion, and the worst part was that he couldn't trust himself. Although he believed the professor didn't tamper with his mind or his personality, there was still that little doubt whispering into his ears. Only she was left alone in making sure that the academy functioned as properly as was intended. The recent events really opened her eyes on who the linchpin of the academy was, and she wasn't happy about it. No organization or gathering should be focused around a sole person. She had to pick up the slack left by the others, and although she could tell that they were affected by the aftermath of their last fight, she still found them too pitiful. She could sympathize with Jean and the professor's incident, but the others had to know that they also had a whole multitude of lost children who were looking up to them for guidance. Save for Kitty and Kurt, who saw what they shouldn't have that day, the others heavily disappointed her. She was really hurt and felt betrayed by what the professor had done, but that wasn't enough of an excuse for them to drown in sadness and distrust that they forgot the other children at the mansion. Logan she could somehow understand, because he was chasing the Sabertooth's trail hoping to sniff out what the Brotherhood was up to, since they couldn't count on Xavier when the professor woke up since Charles went offline, according to his words. She would have to wait until either Jean or the professor was with them before she told them what she thought. She couldn't risk straining the already tension-held atmosphere surrounding the mansion. She left Scott, who was still stricken with worry that he was neglecting himself to harmful degrees. Although she could somehow understand that his worry was founded since his lover had been in a coma for over a week and may come off as hard-edged and apathetic, but Scott's behavior only left her more disappointed. He had people who were trying to assure him that it would be alright, but all he did was sit there in that chair all day and berate himself with self-hate. Aurora would say that since his significant other was not around, it was his responsibility to be strong and act as a supporting pillar and not as a crumbling bridge. Many might not believe her when she said this, maybe due to the way she carried herself and her lack of voiced emotion, but she was the most affected when she heard that the professor had suppressed Jean's powers. Maybe he really did so because he thought there was no other way to protect both her and others around her for her power, but then he swore. He swore he had not done such a thing to any of the teachers or students in the mansion after he was confronted by them after Drawl left the first time. He had promised. She had believed him then, although some part of her still felt betrayed. She felt betrayed not because of what he had tried to do, but the nature of what his intentions entailed. He had tried to change the entire personality of someone he had just met for a few hours just for the fact that he felt that Drawl's abilities was very dangerous. Although it really was, that wasn't enough of a reason to have warranted such an action on the professor's part. Candidly speaking, if the professor had put in mental blocks to prevent him from using the full potential of his destructive abilities, then although she would have been angry, she would still have found a way to forget that and lie to herself that it was necessary. She would have done all that if not for the fact that they had once again met Drawl in Moscow when they were pursuing the Brotherhood, and although he didn't look as terrifying as that night, he was just as powerful. She could still feel the traces of his anger when he warned Scott, but compared to what he felt like that night, it was nothing. They had wanted to help them fight against the Brotherhood, but then they had seen Drawl facing Magneto and winning, while the other two men with him were also very prominent fighters despite not having abilities. She and Logan had tracked them down after the fight where she had a talk with Drawl, and she could say that he was different from the first time they met. The first time she had met him, she could describe him as a brash and arrogant person who didn't care much about what others thought and just did what he liked. The second time, however, he was calm and his voice was not as strained as it was when they first met. He definitely wasn't smiling the first time she met him. The talk they had about metahuman, a term she had come to adopt since she came back, how he viewed them, how he as an outsider viewed them 2 years ago before he had his ability, how the public as a whole viewed them, which was something she already knew, and how the truly powerful metas weren't actively helping or how they were making it worse. That talk had been like a breath of fresh forest air to her, and then he told her about what happened to him and why he didn't have any plan of reconciliation with the professor. She had been pretty doubtful of what he said, but she couldn't say anything when she couldn't answer the question he put forth. The days went by after their talk, and although she called a few times they didn't talk about much. She had been the first to agree to help him during the Sentinel raid and was fully supported by Logan. Though the others also agreed to help, they weren't very sure about working together with him. The raid had been nothing like the one that happened in Moscow, and she dreaded what would happen to the metahuman populace if such abominations were released into the public like what in Russia. The fight hadn't been easy, and they had to give all they could to push them back and outright destroy them, and them she had seen how strong Drawl truly was. She believed he had some kind of copying ability since she saw him use 4 different abilities to ridiculous proportions. Some were not as strong as their original, like his electricity was nowhere near her lighting, but his lasers and ice were stronger than that of both Scott's and Bobby's. It was both thanks to him and Jean's effort that they were able to escape from having the dam collapse on them. And like Drawl had said, she had overdrawn the limits of her ability and had drawn from what the professor had kept locked deep within her psyche. She had seen him fight the masked man who called himself Doom, and although she didn't know how the fight went, the fact that he had cut off his arm was enough of a proof for everyone to know he won. But then Scott had angered him, and for a brief second she had seen the flash of red anger across his eyes and immediately prepared to attack him, but not before he had already hurt Scott. She could see that he sometimes lost his sense of self to anger, and maybe that was why he was always calm and took most things lightly. It was these myriad of events that made her reaffirm her focus and directive. She would forever dedicate herself to helping others like her, and she didn't need someone to tell her when to do it. She was grateful to the professor, but she didn't think she could fully trust him like she used to do. Just the fact that the teaching body was in shambles the moment the professor was out of commission didn't sit well with her. For an organization like theirs, which focused on charity and shelter for the less privileged metahuman, having just a man to hold them together wasn't a good thing. And given the way the Professor X had been barbaric and morally foul recently, the faith she once had on his leadership had been severely shaken, and she was sure the others felt the same if their actions were anything to go by. With those thoughts, Aurora walked into the classroom full of waiting youngsters. In an undisclosed location, a man in armor and a corresponding full-face mask. Around him, green energy flowed as he floated in the air with legs crossed, but all of a sudden the energy around him fizzled out and he floated down before his feet landed on the ground. Doom already knows you are there, so show yourself before Doom strikes you down. His voice reverberated through the quiet room he was in. In response to his command, a man in dark blood red armor with a corresponding helmet floated in. The man known as Eric Lencher. What does such a presumptuous person like you have to do looking for Doom? The ground behind Doom was covered in a faint green glow before it formed a throne behind him as he sat. To Doom's show of power, the man identified as Magneto did not have any noticeable reaction but still made to speak. A person of interest. Doom gritted his teeth at that and glared at the man with his iris that was seen through the mask glowed in ruthlessness. And who might be this person that you speak of? Think carefully of your next words because it might be your last. Magneto scoffed, but his anger was shown as the room vibrated. Given that you still lost to him, and not only did you lose to him, you also gifted him your arm. The moment Magneto uttered those words, he was flung back so hard that he cracked the brick wall through before he fell on the ground. It looks like your false bravado of king has gone to your head, mutant. Doom raised his hand and Magneto was bound in yellow energy as a circle manifested before his hands. Speak or forever lose the right to do so. He threatened, promised. Drawl St. Cross. Magneto spat out the name of the man Doom viewed as a stain on his legacy. Doom has no need for you in killing such a small bug. Be gone from Doom's presence or risk your death. The energy around Doom's hand fizzled out and Magneto was freed. But instead of leaving, he floated a drive over to Doom, who had sat on his train watching the mutant's every move. Doom took it but didn't say anything as he continued staring at Magneto. In that folder is all the information about what we know of the mutant known as Drawl St. Cross, including his abilities and past. Doom's eyes glimmered with interest before he asked Magneto. What do you want by proposing this to me? I want him dead and also to suffer the slight he caused me. Magneto gnashed his teeth as the thought of the injuries and broken bones he had to perform a personal surgery on just to be able to control those broken limbs. He had to continuously hold all the bones with metal to be able to move once more. For someone who parades himself as a king, you are pathetic to seek out aid to carry out your retribution. Doom mocked him, but the anger within him was higher than that of the pitiful mutant before him. For this information, I want you to help me bring him down while I watch him die, slowly. Magneto proposed, but Doom shook his head. Doom works with no one but for your service. Doom promises you his death. Now be gone before my patience runs out. With a wave of his hands, a circle manifested in front of Magneto and went around and over him before he found himself somewhere else. I'll promise you your death, Drawl. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 80, Chapter 79. Drawl St. Cross POV. I uploaded the ViewTube app yesterday and people on social media were clamoring to it. From the streams and number of uploaded videos in less than 24 hours, I reckon that it wouldn't take up to a month before we are besieged with partnerships from news and media outlets for exclusive rights and anything else they would want to get their hands on. That wasn't my problem as it was Marky's. It was only when something was really important that I would be called in, like maybe a lucrative business deal with Facebook or any of the apps on its chain, then Marky would have no choice but to call me as my decision-making power was higher than his, although not by much as it was still just the both of us holding it down. Marky had called me a few days ago in regards to renting an office for the business and maybe hiring a few people to help with complaints and any other issues customers had been facing when using the apps, and also scouring for any virus or bug trying to interfere with our systems, which was highly impossible. Sure, they are people who could break into our servers with ease, but then either Marky or I would be notified, and besides, even if they did break in, there would be nothing to steal from the archives of data except the personal information provided to us by our customers. Hell, we have up to 10 attempts at break-in every week, so that made for a 24-hour check on the systems mandatory, and now I could see why Marky was losing his shit. The first time our monthly profits from Facebook crossed over $1 million, Marky immediately dropped out of school officially, obviously, given that he had stopped going for a while now. While I sympathized with what Marky had going on and sometimes he'd call me to get a few things done, I couldn't drop what I was doing just because of some company. For all I would never know, it could be that Facebook would have never existed in this universe because Marky choked on soya milk and died prematurely, or he started playing COD on PlayStation and forgot about being a programmer. Right now money was the least of my problems, and while I wasn't a millionaire by any stretch of the word, money was quickly losing its appeal to me. Sure, I very much needed it, but if it was placed on a list of my priorities, it would rate second to last on whatever was on that list. The last thing on that list would be wearing a superhero costume. As I had far-reaching goals, so did Marky. Even though I bought more than half of his company due to his greed and ignorance, it was still his job to take care of the company while I ran around trying to save my life for whoever was coming for it. It was the last week of November and the snow was already kicking in while the temperature fell with each passing day. I was looking forward to my first Christmas on the Marvelverse, which was taking me 3 years to experience. I wasn't the only one in festive spirits, Steve and Bucky were too. I could feel their tensions loosen each day as the holiday came closer. I was already thinking of where to spend the holidays when my phone rang. Hello Drawl, we need your help. Jean just woke up. I tried. I really tried, but the words still came out of my mouth. Fuck. It was only me this time as I drove to the mansion. Why was I putting myself in this scenario again? It was for the simple reason that it might have been my fault that the Phoenix came out too early. If it had gone according to whatever timeline was considered canon, then I was pretty sure that I would not have been part of that event. Well, the second reason was for this not to be any of those timelines where the raging Phoenix destroyed Earth. I didn't know what I could do to help, but Ororo and Logan answered my calls when I called. That alone was enough reason to do my best to help, even if it might have been meager. I got to the mansion and drove to the front of the building, and immediately I entered I could feel some sort of prickling sensation around my body which went as soon as it came. I passed through the kids who were clamoring through the halls and ignored even the ones who were pointing at me and saying something about a nightmare. The closer I got to where they directed me, the more I saw some signs of damage which just made my gut sink deeper, already knowing that this kind of action was already what I was expecting and hoping not to come through. I saw Ororo and the others with a Charles who was bandaged all over with drips and whatnot around him. What happened? I asked Lagan, who was leaning against the wall with a deep scowl on his face. Thought you got the news, Redhead woke up. I'm asking what happened after she woke up. I specified. Nothing much. Just flung Chucks over a wall, flung the boyfriend over a table, broke my neck, and when I came to I found out that she blew a hole in the ceiling and left. I could already feel the headache this was giving me and immediately started scrubbing my mind for anywhere she might be. Is Charles awake? I asked him. Yeah, but... Sigh, they all looked tired as if they were running a marathon at full speed. But what? Things are kind of hot right now and everyone is still out of it. Logan said to me with a look that he wasn't going to talk about the issue anymore, which made me seek out the one who called me over. Can you tell me what happened here, Ororo? She had left the med when I was talking to Logan and I had to catch up with her to know what happened. As you can already tell, Jean woke up, and she tried to kill the professor. She revealed, but I wasn't shocked since that was the normal course of action that any person would want to take against Charles for what he did. What happened after? Do you have any idea where she might be now? It was a long shot, but I had to try. Unfortunately, the response was one that I fully expected. No, unfortunately. Drawl, do you know what might be happening to her? I'm sorry if I'm being intrusive in any way. She asked, and I felt bad for the hope that her tone held. But then again, what kind of help could I possibly have when facing the Phoenix? I let out a breath. Probably trying to come to terms with her new powers right about now. But then she wouldn't have been hostile to us if that was only the case, right? That should have been the case if only Charles's influence on her mind weren't so deep. I said as we branched into another path, not even knowing where we were walking to. What do you mean by that? Ororo was quick on the uptake, so I elaborated. Charles didn't just lock away her personality and some minor memory change. What he did was actually divide her being into two and stuffed her powers in one of those personas and locked them up forever while throwing away the key. The only reason she didn't kill Charles the first moment she got was most likely because her other part, the Jean you know, stopped herself from doing that. I could see how her eyes lit up at that straw I threw. So that means there's really a way to save her, right? Even if she has two personas, there has to be the Jean that we know in there, right? She asked. Hopefully what you are craving for is true. I nipped at her rising hope. What does that mean? How would you feel if someone locked you in a dark room for over a decade? And not only that, he also created someone that wasn't you and let her take the wheel while you watched as your body and actions were controlled by his whims for the best part of your life. She had a thoughtful expression on her face before she visibly paled. That means she is in a battle of dominance over herself. And from the looks of it, your Jean is losing as time goes on. That means we have to hurry up. We need to help her. Aurora was able to stay calm visibly, but I could feel the panic in her tone. She must have had a lot going on, as Logan had said. But we still don't know where she is. I reminded her of the main issue at hand, which deflated her enthusiasm a bit. Sorry for calling you when we didn't have anything on her. She apologized. It's nothing really. You guys did help me when I asked, doing this much is nothing in comparison. I waved it off. Is everything all right with you, Aurora? Everyone seems tensed and I don't think the situation with Jean is the cause. She paused as I said that before a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. I guess you can say that. It's just that with everything happening with you, the Sentinels, Magneto, and now Jean and the professors. I don't even know what to call it. It's just that everyone's mind is very occupied and I think it's affecting our focus. We haven't had a good time to unwind, is all I'm saying, but the holidays are upon us, so that is a good thing as it provides us a chance to do so. Hopefully we are able to save Jean before the holidays kick in. Wow. Just wow. And here I was complaining that I was stumped full with issues ever arising. Sure, I had a lot to deal with, but small problems like these that pulls up into something deteriorating isn't anything fun to deal with. On the contrary, they cause more damage than the monumental ones. Sorry about all that. It was the only thing I could say, since I am pretty sure most of it came with and from me. I'll be out of your hair then. I'll try what I can to find her, and if I have anything I'll let you know. I told her, and after a small light talk, we went our separate ways. As I drove, I thought of all the possibilities that came with the Phoenix. First of all was the epic destruction that came with its rebirth. That was my first worry. This didn't go like the movies at all. Maybe it would have, given that Trask, Stryker, and Lake Alkali were here, but that would have been like at least 5 years into the future, but something happened that made it spiral into a fuckball. Second of all was to look for Magneto. I didn't know why, but Magneto was always able to find his way to collaborate with the Midway apotheosis Jean Grey. And I was the last person who wanted any sort of collaboration between Magneto and Jean Grey. And the other was Doom. I was very much paranoid about this guy. To be perfectly honest, Doom freaked me out just as much as a raging phoenix did. My only saving grace was that I still had a little time before our next tango, but the bad part was that I didn't know how soon that would be, and also the fact that I didn't have a viable way to increase my strength in a short while. I didn't want to distract Fury in whatever he was doing, so I refrained from calling him and asking if he could help me in finding Magneto, which meant that I had to do this the hard way. Which admittedly was way harder than it sounds, since I didn't have any idea where to believe. I drove while I swerved through the traffic, completely ignoring the shouts of reckless driving from the other drivers I overtook. It was during my immersion that a call to my phone broke me out of my thoughts. I looked at my phone and saw an unknown number, but I didn't hesitate to pick it up, knowing fully well that there was a high chance that I wouldn't like what they were going to say. Who's this? And for both your sake and mine, please do not piss me off. Damn, the stress really was getting to me, and I could very well feel the anger trying to rob me of my reasoning. Mr. Drawl, it's me, Yelena. Some people just abducted Natasha and I need your help to save my sister. And just like that the anger bled out, but the stress remained. Where are you? Can you meet me at the bar? I asked her as I made a U-turn, which drew more shouts that I ignored. Yes. Good. I'll be there in a few minutes. Can this day get any worse? Please don't bother answering that. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 81, Chapter 80. I drove to Charlie's in record time, and a few minutes later a woman who I couldn't recognize walked up to me, which made me put up my guard before she peeled off the face to show the young Yelena. Nice trick. Get in. We drove around without aim for a while to shake off any tail we had before I asked her what had happened. Nat thought that we might have some tails on us for the past few days, so she told me to change the routine and route I took so as not to fall inside any net they might have around us, while she continued to put herself out there to draw them out. I frowned at that. Why didn't she just pack it up and move when she found out that your cover had been blown, or rather called me? The young Yelena scrunched her brows in contemplation. I don't know. She only said something about not wanting to run and nailing the problems at the head. It didn't take a genius to realize what Nat was playing at. She was pitting me against whoever was after her and her sister, since she knew I would eventually find myself trenched inside whatever this quagmire was. She knew someone was bound to come for me after that drama with the council, so she took a swan dive, but she couldn't have picked a worse time to do this. Did she tell you anything else? I asked the kid besides me. Sometimes I forget that she is just 15 due to the type of lives we live. No. Nat only told me to call you first and no one else if something ever happened to her. Wow. Didn't figure she trusted me that much. She didn't have much of a choice. It was either that or we spend our whole lives running from people who see us as prospective assets. Right. Do you know where she is? She shook her head. It looks like they were being thorough. All the trackers she had on her were disposed of in less than 15 minutes after she sent the distress call. There was a part I still couldn't wrap my head around. Why didn't Nat just tell me about her stalkers when we met a few days back? I shook my head to get rid of the extra thoughts and drove to my house. I met Steve in the door as we went in, and between looking at my face and the distraught expression on Yelena's, it didn't take him 2 seconds to know something wasn't right. What's wrong? Someone kidnapped Nat. More didn't need to be said as he immediately understood the situation. You think the council did it? They are the only ones with plausible motives and are also aware of Nat's location in the city. It is either them or some special agents from the Soviets, but I don't think it's the latter this time. I explained. How long has she been gone? 2 hours and counting. Yelena answered. They could be anywhere within the city during that time frame, or outside of it. I exhaled. Steve was right, for all we know they might have bagged Natasha out of the city while I ran rendezvoused with Yelena. They got us in a box, and the worst part is we don't see an opening. I dialed Fury and waited for the 2 rings before he picked up the call. What? He still sounded salty after the whole Striker thing. Someone just took Natasha. Could you maybe help us find a trail? I could feel Fury scratching his bald head through the phone for a while before he answered. I could run recognition, but I doubt it'll help any since they did it in broad daylight. Chances are it's a trap and you're walking right into it. We'll deal with any traps that they spring up, just try and get me a location. Drawl. Yes. You know they're the council, right? One misstep on your part and you are wanted throughout the country. I know. He heaved a sigh of relief, which I cut short at the next moment. Hopefully they don't do anything stupid. I hope that didn't sound as arrogant as I thought. I ended the call with Fury and looked at Yelena. What do we do now? She asked me. We don't have anything to do now. All we can do is wait and see if Fury can get a ping on them, and then we'll take it from them. She didn't seem to like that answer as she stood up from her seat and shouted. What if they do something to her like torture? For all we know, she's a breath away from death for every moment of time that we dally. She was hyperventilating. Calm down, Yelena. We don't know where they are from or know where to look from. We have no lead whatsoever, so our best option right now would be to lay low until we find a thread to pull. Steve consoled her. I stood up from the chair and made my way to my workspace. I'll try to see if I can dig up anything from the cams around Charlie's. I guess the universe won't give me a small chance of reprieve. I spent hours hacking into cams and whatever I could, but it looked like the people who were doing this were pros. The cameras around Charlie's and the neighboring establishments all had a 30-minute lag, which was more than enough for a team of professionals to get the job done and hightail it the fuck out of there without anyone being the wiser about what went down. To be honest, I still couldn't understand Natasha's train of thought when she let this happen. Sure, maybe there is merit in not being the first one to draw fire, but they could have very well killed her if she wasn't forthcoming with what they wanted to know. The digital stamps of the feeds made it pretty clear that whoever caused the lags had a back key to the street cams. That already narrowed down the entire suspect list to only a few people. The ones who most likely did this was the council, of that I had no doubt about. But I doubt they would go for such a straightforward play. The people who kidnapped Nat were likely disposable goons or other parties of interest. I refused to believe that those stuck-ups of S.H.I.E.L.D. councilmen would be foolish enough to go for a frontal assault. So either they are in collaboration with someone else or it is an entirely new player on the field. Fury called a while back to tell me he hit a dead end with his search, which was all the proof I needed that it was the work of the council, but I still couldn't get their play. What was it that they wanted apart from me being their personal gopher boy? They seriously didn't think that I'd take it all lying down, did they? Government. I dropped all I was doing and went downstairs to meet Yelena. Bucky was sitting at the front of the TV, as he usually does recently, while Steve sat with Yelena, who was still fidgety. Is there anything? Steve asked me as soon as I entered the room. No. All the cams around the area it happened had lags. I replied. Then that means you are either dealing with a capable group or they had help. Bucky gave his 2 cents. The council is the only one with motive if we remove interested parties from Russia. And right now we are in the blind. I sighed as I poured a drink for both me and Yelena. So you don't know where we can start looking for her? Yelena asked. I could feel like she was on the verge of crying as even her hands were trembling when I handed her the drink. Fury is running another route since there are the ones with the satellite, all I could do was hack into the local cams. But Fury seems to think that they are still in the city since he doubts they could remain under the radar for that long even if they had left. I tried to console her, but I could see that I wasn't doing better. In other words, we have nothing. Bucky said, and the way her eyes went downcast made me give the handicapped soldier the stink eye. I even tried hacking into the tag she placed on me to see if could use it as a locator, but it seemed like whoever kidnapped her was smart, as they didn't leave a chance. Even her phone was gone, definitely broken. We were all in the sitting room in silence when my phone rang. I picked it up and answered it only to be greeted with silence. "Say hello, who's this?" I asked. "Mr. Street Cross, if you want us to spare this woman's life, you'll come alone to the address sent to you." And with that they cut the call even when I tried calling back. That's a pretty nice way to say, "Hey. We made a trap and we want you to jump right in. We'll be good, we promise." Bucky mimicked. He didn't have to tell me, as everyone in the room could definitely see that. But the problem was that I didn't have much of a choice and the current situation was fragile. Sure, killing the council was easy, but the main problem came after. I wasn't that patriotic that I would miss the country or anything like that, but it would definitely be a pain in the ass to run from people trying to kill you on sight. I was still keeping my fingers crossed on them not doing something stupid, even if I was just being delusional. "Where are you going?" Yelena asked as I made my way out of the house. "To whatever location they sent. Sitting here and trying to guess where they are when we've hit a dead end is just wasting everyone's time. Then I'm coming with you." I couldn't fully resist the urge to roll my eyes because they did. "What? You said it yourself, it's most likely a trap." "Yes, and one they prepared for me given that they have some degree of information on what I can do." I shot her down. "But you'll need help." She still didn't relent. "And it's entire plausible that where I'm going is not where they kept Natasha. So it will be for the best if you wait for Fury before deciding on what you want to do." I then looked at Steve, since he was the only viable soldier around. "You sure you can handle it alone?" He didn't even take more than a second before he nodded. "Yelena, you can go with Steve after you've gotten any info from Fury," I told the little girl. Even I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable with sending a 15-year-old girl to a gunfight. If it was my former life, I'd be dragged before a disgusted jury and persecuted my life out straight to jail with 20 as a minimum sentence. But Yelena was a widow candidate, and she had been sent on missions and even killed plenty during her training. This world was definitely as fucked up as it was strong. I drove around for a while before I received the location from another number. Natasha just had to think today was the best day to be kidnapped. I swerved through the lanes and made my way to the edge of the city, because why not? They had to draw me out to such a far place so that any kind of reinforcement I tried to bring along would be delayed and they would know immediately if someone was tailing me. It took me 30 minutes to get to the location they sent me, which was a 4-story abandoned complex. And what do you know? Natasha wasn't here. I mean, it would be the height of stupidity if she really was. I could see through the walls and their bodies and all the people that were hiding while holding some kind of weapons in their hands. Without any tell on my face, I walked inside the building and stood at the center as I waited for them to kick this meeting in motion. Sure, I could just have reversed ambushed them, but I figured this way was better. We stood in silence for a while, me in the open while they kept at their hiding places before someone had to be dramatic with the lights. "Drawl St. Cross. I did not think you would be brave enough to come here on your own. You are as arrogant as you are foolish." I couldn't help the sarcastic remark that flew out of my mouth as he said that. "Not like you gave me much of a choice, did you? So you would willingly walk into a trap even if you knew it was one?" "Like I said, you didn't give me much of a choice. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 82, Chapter 81. Where's Natasha? He went silent for a while before he spoke, not knowing that I could already see his scowling mug as I turned around with seemingly obliviousness. "If you are looking for the spy, then she is not here. Can't say I am not surprised that she managed to ensnare you, the Dragger, with her charms," he said. "That she did. But I'm pretty sure the context of what we talking about is different." He snorted as I said that and made to signal someone who was on the floor directly above me. "So can we get this over with and tell me why you wanted me here?" I asked as I saw that he is still giving signals to his men and ignoring me. "I was told you were pretty smart, so why don't you take a guess? With the exception of the setting, I don't think you or whoever employed you wanted me dead as soon as possible. So why don't you call him here or put him on the phone so we can have a talk like real gentlemen do?" I proposed with my hands stretched apart. It also didn't help that I was in white sleeves and trousers with my now favorite red tie. I could see him pause as I turned around to show my cooperation. He thought it over for a while before he got ready to give the signal to behind whatever they had rehearsed before my arrival. "At least I tried," I muttered under my breath as his hands came down in commencement. Without waiting for them to spring whatever trap they had set for me, I went into motion. First off was a dash of lasers to the meta above me, because that was what I was thinking he was, since he had his hands stretched at me from above and I wasn't in mind to find out what he could do. With that guy out of the way as he was closest to me, I started shooting at them with explosive arrows, no even minding the fact that we were indoors. The dude who was talking to me tried giving orders, but all he did was make it obvious to me since I could hear him clearly with such small distance between us. It took me less than 10 minutes to wipe out the base, leaving me with just 5 frozen people who were shivering. Please make sure you are listening to me, since I'd hate to repeat myself. Who sent you to? A dude tried to spit on me to show his pitiful resolve, which I just sidestepped inside. In front of the others, the ice layer around his legs grew spikes before they became rose red as he screamed. His knees to his feet are now rendered useless. Of course I will kill all of you after I'm done, so you better start fessing up if you want a quick death. I waited for a few seconds before the first victim started screaming and the ice around one of his legs started turning, grating his skin as it blended it to the bones. It only stopped when the ice from his knees and below became blood red like an exotic fruit. I waited for 30 more seconds before I started on his second legs, doing 2 rounds on torture before it came to his knees. The intervals between when I worked on my first victim stretched from seconds to minutes, and before they knew it, 10 minutes had already passed before I moved onto his hands, all the while not saying anything. I could see their brave face slipping every time the torture started, and it only became more pronounced when the 20-minute mark passed and I was still on the first guy. The first one it cracked did so by shouting it all that he knew, and when he saw that my focus was on him, he became more fervent and spilled all that happened since the plan came into fruition. Unfortunately he didn't know who sent that other than the plan to capture or kill me if the former wasn't doable. I rewarded him with a cold decapitation, pun intended, as the ice creeped to his neck and immediately severed his head in an instant. I looked at my first victim as he was crying with blood coming out of his mouth and his face a little pale even when I stopped most of the bleeding by freezing them. But my word was my bond, and since no one else had called me, it meant that they still haven't found Natasha. The first guy didn't last another 10 minutes before he died, and I moved on to the second, third, person on the list. Dude was practically shitting and sweating bricks by the time I got to him, and the way he alternated his sight between the first 2 victims told me that he was seriously considering his choice. But when the end point was death all the same, most brave men would definitely fold. I looked at him for 5 seconds and seeing that he couldn't come to decision yet, I decided to help him by destroying his feet with spiked ice. I didn't have to do it for too long before he folded under the pain, but like the guy before, he didn't know anything substantial, so after he finished all what he had to say, I sent him off to wherever he was headed. Not intended this time. I looked at the 2 remaining guys and they were the ones who remained stoic even as everything was going on. Typical brainwashed soldiers. If you think you can torture us to give out information, then I'm sorry to say it's frankly useless. The leader spoke and I could tell he wasn't lying. I've seen his gaze on different people who were Hydra loyalists and also from those who won't break no matter what. It was a kind of gaze I learned how to put up during my time in Hydra. I know. I was just trying my luck to see if anyone knew anything, because this isn't something I like doing. It honestly makes me feel like shit every time I do it. But what I'm about to do, I'm going to enjoy it. They seemed to be spooked at the way I said that and eyed me warily as I came near, but couldn't do anything due to the icy restraint covering them from their neck down. Since I didn't want to waste any more time than I've already had, I went for the leader and used my abilities to enter his mind. Using my abilities in someone else's mind was very easy. It was like a game of who had the remote. Getting the controls to his brainwaves was very easy since mine easily dominated his, and from there on, it was just a matter of inputting keywords. Stuffs like plans, council, capture, Natasha Romanoff, Drawl St. Cross and etc. were all that were needed for his memories to bring up the related information which I absorbed into mine. I also got information about some few extra things that I didn't know, like them actually being from Russia and making a deal to deal with me for safe passage and exit to and from the country, which meant that their original target was definitely Natasha, who they were supposed to pick up after finishing their part of the deal. I didn't know why they didn't need Yelena, but that wasn't my primary concern. From what I gathered, they had delivered Natasha to their contractors and she was to be delivered after they finished their parts, which made this harder than it already was and took me back to base nothing. I exited his mind and entered the other one with my fingers crossed, but it yielded nothing, so I killed the both of them. I was still searching around the base for any clue I might find, since them holing up in a wasn't a type of decision that they'd make on the go like 2 hours ago, but unfortunately I couldn't find. Hold that thought. I walked to the pile of bodies I had decapitated in cold blood, pun also intended, as the sound of ringing drew me close. I found the ringing device on the body of the last guy I killed and picked it up to listen to what the caller had to say. Is it done? Fortunately no. I replied. He paused as he heard my voice but continued however. Drawl. Damn, I could almost feel the hate from the phone. That's me, but I don't think I know who you are. So care to introduce yourself? I looked around the complex I was in and couldn't find a damn laptop, which was as obvious as it was infuriating, since who the hell in his right mind would bring a laptop to a gunfight? I had a feeling they wouldn't be up to the task. The voice sighed in tiredness, but nevertheless, you won't be able to escape me this time. I didn't have the time to ask what he meant before he cut the call, leaving me clueless again. I was still moping around the base few minutes later trying to find what I could before my phone rang, signaling Fury. Drawl. You have to get out of there immediately. Fury's agitated scream came in through the speakers. Hey. I looked around the base and couldn't see anything amiss even when I extended my sight outwards. What are you talking about? The council finally lost their minds. They are trying to nuke that complex. Fury practically shouted. I stood stunned for a while, but for the first time, I didn't curse but only stood there in bewilderment. What was it about me that everyone couldn't resist but want to throw shit at my face for? From the start, it has always been bullets, but now they've started adding missiles to the mix. My car. Oh hell nah. There was no way I was going to let these idiots nuke my vintage wheels. I ignored Fury's screams and walked outside of the complex and immediately got in my car to zoom the fuck out of there, if only to save my black beauty. I haven't yet driven completely out of the complex when I saw something flying towards me from the horizon. 2 fighter jets. I floored the gas as I drove towards their direction, even as they did the same to me. So there we were, a dude with his car, riding towards the sun, and 2 jets, flying from the sun towards the dude. The moment they got into range, which I could clearly see as the missile compartments opened up, they fired at me while I did the same. Volleys of spear-like projectiles made of fire and ice sailed towards the 4 missiles coming my way. It only took a second before my volley collided with theirs, painting the sky with yellow and black, but it didn't end there as some of the stray projectiles went for the fighters. With me getting in range and firing off a laser from my eyes even as it curved to rip out one of the wings of the jets. The other pilot was quick on the uptake as he immediately turned around to leave, which was a wrong choice as the volley never stopped coming, nor did my lasers. The 2 pilots had no choice but eject their planes and launched their parachutes and sailed slowly through the air as they descended, to the ground where I waited patiently. Although I had to say that the way they were kicking the air, trying to change their trajectory, was definitely amusing as far as it could continue before they landed. One of them however drew out his gun the moment he landed and opened fire at me. To be honest, if he wanted to do any sort of substantial damage to me with a gun at such closeness, what he needed was armor-piercing bullets and not Glocks. So in kind of his cold welcome, I used ice to pierce through his legs as he immediately landed before he could even take a step forward. The other guy though was more cooperative as he immediately raised his in surrender. Who sent who? They both remained quiet as their face scrunched up. Yeah, selling out their bosses wouldn't do good for them when they return, if they returned. Now wasn't that a chilling thought? Damn, I'm killing it with the cold puns. What? Cat got your tongue? I'll have you know that I'm running out of time, so chop chop if you don't want to be on the chopping block. And cue the shivering. They both looked like they'd pee themselves any moment now. How about I make this easier for you? Which of the councilmen ordered the airstrike? I added more stress to my words as a ring of high flames formed a circle around us before converging at the top like a dome. 5 seconds later and I'm walking out of the dome and leaving them there with all their things, devices and all destroyed. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearRaoulTheoManus. 83, Chapter 82. I called Fury to ask about who a councilman Pucker was, since he was the one who ordered the strike, and although reluctant, he did give me some info as well as trying to track him down. If I remember correctly, his name was on some of the files Hydra had on prominent people who voted for the actuation of the Sentinel project. They were senators, councillors, presidents, and even some renowned doctors who sided with the project. I mean, it wasn't that much of a surprise when I saw Thaddeus Ross' name on that list. This, unfortunately, was the problem with the current scenario. Me taking down Pucker could be seen and interpreted in different ways as a mutant fighting against authority, or I could even be linked to the Sentinel massacre as a prime partaker. I could understand why Fury was very agitated about this, it really was such a delicate situation. I thought about my plan of action against what might happen from this seemingly little kidnapping case as I drove back into the city. Steve and Yelena haven't had any headway since I left them, which was frustrating me. Time was ticking and every second more I spent would be equal to dooming Natasha, but I held back that thought since she was the Black Widow. The task of taking her down even when captured would be high for any lesser-trained agent, and though I worried since she was still in her early 20s and didn't have as much experience like that of her comic counterpart who had over 50 years of experience, or her movie counterpart who was a decade older, she still was a tough nut to crack. But that wasn't an assurance I'd like to rely on. The ring on my phone interrupted my thoughts, but I picked up nonetheless as it was Fury who was calling. I got the address of where Pucker is holed up with the Russian spy. I'm sending it to you as we speak. Drawl. He called my name at the end of his speech, which made me listen more attentively. Yes. Please tell me you haven't fallen for a redhead honey trap. He sounded almost pleading, which just made me also as pissed. I hung up on him since I did not deem that question as something worth answering. Sure, I did see Natasha as a friend, but the thought of me falling to her, or anyone else's, honey trap was ridiculous. If this was before my reincarnation, or was it transmigration, or even before Hydra picked me up, then there would have been a 100% chance that it would have worked. But when someone like me, with all I've seen and know, is presented with such motives, it would be the height of stupidity if I fell. Like I once told Natasha, I wouldn't mind going on a date if a random girl asked me out, since humans, or rather any sentient being, are social creatures. We thrive in each other, but that didn't mean I would have to start whipping out my dick at every chance I get. I shook off the rather disturbing thoughts out of my head as I zoomed towards the location Fury had sent me. Steve and Yelena were also en route, so I didn't have to worry much as they'd likely get there faster than I would. Today has been such a long day and it's just halfway gone. The place Fury directed me to was a privately owned hangar, and as I drove nearer, I could already hear the sound of gunshots and fighting. Natasha was in there, thankfully, with Steve and Yelena with her as they faced the onslaught of mutants and mercenaries. Taking a look at them to make sure they'd be okay, I mean, who was I kidding? It was Captain America and 2 Black Widows, of course they'd be fine in this kind of setup. I walked around the hangar to confront the fleeing councilman who was making his way to the helicopter. The guards with him caught sight of me coming closer to them as they fled to the plane and started opening fire at me. Yeah, sorry pal. Not on my watch. It always amazed me how far my abilities had come since having such a paltry resistance against them months prior. All it took was a single thought from me and a pathway of ice immediately burst out from my feet to the taking off chopper and froze it in an elevated position. My body was already crystalline as I made my way towards them while ignoring their bullets altogether. I hated the prickling feeling I always got when I'm shot at. Even if it doesn't penetrate my skin doesn't mean it's not irritating. I yanked the man out the plane as ice burst out from its icy interior and skewered his men. We need to have a talk. I didn't know what to do with the dude, and that was a sentiment shared by the other people in the room. Sure, I could just off the fucker and that'd be it, but the fallout was not one I was ready to deal with at this time. There was still the thing with Jean. The inevitable retaliation from Magneto. And also Doom. Juggling these 3 while also being in the run for the government was a lot of stress for me. I did not want to spend my whole day killing agents and assassins who are after me just because they are ignorant and couldn't refuse an order. Running from the government was not the problem. Heck, I didn't even care what happened to the world's economy or even if I was branded a terrorist. What I did care about though was that my first holiday was on the horizon and I didn't want to spend it anywhere else apart from my house. The terrorist thing could start on the 2nd day of the next year and I wouldn't give shit about it. Sigh. You don't know what you are going to do to him, do you? Steve asked from my side as we all gazed at the tied-up man wiggling from the beam he was hung on. It's just one problem after another. I rubbed my temples and let out another sigh. What to do with you? All the ideas that came to mind was just to decapitate the idiot, but I was saving that as option 2, no option 3, waiting for any good ideas to spring up from my oh so intelligent mind. Nothing. I really needed a nap after the long day. Yelena looked like she was just a glance away from killing the guy, Natasha too. Steve on the other hand was just as confused as I was. Drawl. Yes. Here comes my saving grace for a peaceful holiday. I turned to look at the frantically running Fury and his cliques of Hill and Coulson behind him since Clint was still on his medical leave. Please tell me you've got something so I don't just go ahead and kill him. I said as he made his way near me while looking at all the bodies strewn across the hangar dead. He looked at the bodies and turned to look at Natasha and Yelena while also giving a side eye to Steve. They did all this? Yes. And please? I said, pointing at the wiggling man who increased his wiggling intensity as he saw Fury. Fury took one look at the bodies and then at Natasha and the other 2 before he made his way to the tied-up Pucker. Councilman Pucker, you are hereby detained on charges of domestic violence and embezzlement of government funds. Not just Pucker, but even me and everyone inside the hangar alive, were shocked. Agent Coulson, why don't you take Councilman Pucker away and read him his rights while making sure he's properly detained? Fury spoke with a smile on his face like he just won the Centennial Lottery. Coulson, being the best agent he was, said nothing and just did as his boss ordered and dragged the still confused bleeding man full of holes away. You are not seriously telling me to give him to you on the charges of violence and embezzlement, right? If it wasn't because I knew Fury as close as I did, then I would have blasted his other eye out the moment he said those words. Course not. I just wanted to see the expression on his face when he faces the panel expecting some choreographed trial only to get bamboozled with charades on the likes of state treason, divulging government secret, aiding terrorism on Allied soil, green-lighting illegal experiments and some of the other shit Trask and Stryker did. He said with a small laugh. This ought to give me the room I need to work with and wrestle out S.H.I.E.L.D. from the hands of the Council. Although we can't be fully autonomous since that's impossible, the Senate shouldn't have much say in decision-making on how I run things from now on. So that's the reason why you didn't want me to kill him. You could have just told me that you know. Bitch, please. I had to spend the last 30-something minutes combing through S.H.I.E.L.D. in Hydra's database just to find a link between the fucker and anything I could use against him. I'd say that was a job well done. He huffed before he turned to look at Widow Sisters and I immediately knew what was coming. Miss Romanoff, Miss Belova, I'd like to invite you under my authority as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. as agents. It's not much considering what's already happened, but I can promise you that something like this won't happen again. Consider the offer, and if you've come to a decision, you know how to get in touch. With that said, he swished his coat and bounced out of the hangar. Hey Hill, you're kinda late, you know that? I don't think there is anyone else around that is still breathing for you to pull aggro on. Haha. Real funny. She said sarcastically with an over-exaggerated eye roll. The stuck-up types were always the ones who are fun to tease, but Hill was a tough one to crack. So how's everything been since I left? I asked as we walked out of the hangar with the others following behind us. Left? You make it sound like you were always there to begin with. Need I remind you who was the one running across the country and destroying bases left and right for 2 months when he was supposed to be laying low? She scoffed. Okay, guilty as charged. So what's been going on? Nothing much to say. Though we did run into some hiccups along the way a couple weeks ago. Lost some good agents when clearing out an old base in Washington, Wade, and some others. She played it cool like she wasn't that affected, which she wasn't, at least not to an extent that it affect her in any way, but it'll still suck to lose some of your teammates who you've known for a while. You doing good? Yeah. Why wouldn't I be? It's stupid and it sucks, but you get used to it. She shrugged it off. It would help some if you had decided to just finish what you started, you know. At least in the country, and leave international waters to us. I would, but you should know that I don't exactly have a schedule for these sorts of things. It just comes and goes. I waved my hands in demonstration. Well, I better be off before the boss starts getting fidgety. See you later, Drawl. She said as she walked off. Before, it used to be Mr. Cross. You're invited for the Christmas get-together. I called out. She stopped and gave me a raised brow. Why do you sound like you are expecting Santa this year? I couldn't but shiver as she said that. I definitely wasn't expecting that, dude. Well, it's my first one in 3 years, so yeah. She held a thinking expression for a while before she nodded and went her way. I turned to look at the tag-along group behind me who were giving me various expressions. Steve for one looked confused. Yelena looked like a canary as she stole glances at Natasha while looking as if she knew something. Natasha just held a raised brow with no visible read on her face. So you mind telling me why you didn't tell me you had a tail on you for days? My tone had more edge to it than I would have liked. But she had to understand that she just stressed the fuck out of my day with that move. Couldn't she have waited till on Sunday? Nothing happens on a Sunday, so why not then? She just shrugged and said, felt like the right time to get rid of pests and whatnots. 2 birds with 1 stone. More like 2 birds with 4 stones. I muttered. You know what? Let's just go home, I'm stressed out as fuck for today. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearRaoulTheoManus. 84, Chapter 83. Why? I asked Natasha, who had a towel around her head looking like she just came out of the bath. We were in the kitchen, but I still couldn't wrap my head about what was happening. Why what? She asked, looking genuinely confused. She was the only person I knew who could pull off this look and have me completely stumbled on what she was thinking. Why my house? I clarified as I poured 3 cups of coffee and took some cookies to go with it since it was game night. Bucky somehow got interested in sports and got me roped into watching the games with him. Oh, you mean that? She said as her eyes sparkled in understanding. Yes, I mean this. Well, our previous place is busted, obviously, but then I remembered I got a free invite for drinks somewhere else, and, well, here I am. She said in a way that made it so obvious that it somehow irked me. I am not running an Avengers daycare. I refrained from saying those words as I just took my coffee and walked to the living room and deposited my evolutionary behind on a couch, my couch. Since Bucky was becoming a shut-in, he took claim to the couch nearest to the TV while Steve, as the oblivious grandpa he was who found himself at the end of Gen Z, took the farthest couch near the door. So remind me again why I have to watch the game. I asked as I laid the coffee and snacks at their front before sitting myself down. You have anything better to do? Bucky asked. Sleep for one would be nice. You can do that in an hour. The game's not gonna last that long. Bucky said before taking a sip. The new arrivals of Natasha and Yelena were watching our banter with slacked jaws. I'm pretty sure they thought we lived like secret ops agents every time of the day. Like training till the night comes, everyone having his dorm, timetable, and schedules, security cameras, restricted areas, white lights and walls. I could be wrong, but what I'm definitely sure about is that they weren't expecting 3 bums with coffee and cookies watching a game, and it also didn't help how Bucky could watch a game without showing emotions. To be honest, it was kind of unsettling. But then again, looking at my and Steve's face, I'm pretty sure we all have the same nonchalant and unbothered expression. Jesus Christ. Can you guys at least smile or put more emotion in your voice when you talk about a game? Yelena was the first one who couldn't take it any longer and broke the silence. What? Was the unilateral question we asked with our stares. How do 3 so out of sync people manage to live together is something I'd never understand. Natasha said. Hey, now you're just being rude. What do you mean out of sync? Looks like Steve took mild offense to that statement. It's just, Forgive me for saying but, he's the Winter Soldier. She pointed at the lazy image of Bucky reclining on a chair with a prosthetic holding a remote control and a cup of coffee. You are Captain America. She pointed at Steve who was dressed as a cool youth pastor. And him. He's like a myth, a boogeyman, in the mercenary circle. She said gesturing at me. I had even forgotten I had some infamy in the dark community, which was surprising considering I only went after Hydra and the Red Room. I guess the point I'm trying to make is, you all make it seem like it doesn't matter. Even that S.H.I.E.L.D. director carries some type of importance with him, and even though I don't know him that much, it's not hard to see that he carries that importance with him when he goes to sleep. But the three of you make it seem so baseless. I mean, even the tracker I placed on Drawl was kept on top of the fridge. Looks like she's still finding it hard to accept what a normal life can feel like. The other two looked at her with surprise for a while before Bucky just shrugged and turned back to the TV while Steve just gave an apologetic smile. So what were you expecting? Wires and tapes? You thought the house would be secured to hell and back? We are just three guys who are out of our minds with various degrees of stress and trauma. Why make it harder on ourselves than it already is by doing all that stuff? Bucky's voice sounded over the couch he reclined on. So what is it? Confidence or nonchalance? Natasha still wasn't having it. None. Sure, there are bound to be people who would one day come after us, but that's that, and this is this. You don't expect us to be living our entire lives with an eye over our shoulders, do you? That would just be a one-lane ticket to lifelong paranoia. Sometimes you just have to do nothing. While Newton is correct about action and reactions being vice versa, not all actions require a reaction. You just have to let things be and sometimes find yourself out of sync. I said. Drawl's right. We are not some secret organization or anything like that. It would be pointless if we turned our own house, which is probably going to get bombed in a year or two, into the Pentagon. Bucky was feeling chirpy today since that was more words than he had ever said to anyone that wasn't me or Steve. So in the end it all boils down to confidence. That, and what use would it be installing security devices on a house that we are going to lose in a few years, and not to mention the obvious fact of why should there be security devices in a house shared by three men? I said as I sipped my cup of black. Are we all going to just ignore the fact that they are expecting their house to be bombed in less than 3 years? No one. I heard Yelena's quiet mutter but just flat out ignored it. Word of advice, Miss Romanoff, running and looking over your shoulders for the rest of your life won't do you any good. Natasha seems to take what Steve said to heart as she slowly nodded her head. If that's enough of a counseling session, then can we go back to watching the game? What do you know, looks like it's not only the quack who's got it. Bucky said while muttering the last part to himself. And like that the days rolled by with us doing nothing, while the other did nothing, while I tried finding out where the angry bird currently was. And by some weird twist, Natasha started living with us after Steve made a suggestion about staying with us for a while until she made sure other people were not after her. Well, the house had 8 rooms and 4 were already being occupied when it was just the 3 of us, so I wasn't complaining all that much. I complained, that I did, but not much. I have been receiving information about sightings of a redhead woman and some of the destruction which was always around her previous sighting for the past week, and it had been running around the city of New York almost every day. Jean hadn't reached out to any of those at the mansion since the day she went missing, and Storm and the others were starting to freak out. They were the ones who kept me updated on Jean's whereabouts, as it had everyone, the teachers, at the mansion looking for her. If I were being completely honest with myself, I was starting to get fed up. The chase never ends, and it's been 2 weeks and counting since the raid at Alkali, meaning we were already into the 2nd week of December, and I was getting angsty. No chicken worth their salt was getting between me and my very first enjoyable holiday in years, even counting my pre-transmigration. I was out in the city today, like I've been in the past few days, chasing down one of the soon-to-be cold leads while the X-Men chased down another. I was driving when I felt something entering my range of perception, and the moment I did, before I could even blink an eye, I saw myself in my car flying through the sky towards a certain direction. What scared me most was that I couldn't feel anything until it had already happened. From the moment I felt what it was that I felt, to the moment I tried to react was already too late. Even now, I could feel the restraint on my body preventing me from moving an inch. Another scary part was how I couldn't use my senses like I used to. I was like there was something jamming my senses from being projected to the outside world. I knew that if I were to close my eyelids, not that I even could, but if I could, I wouldn't feel anything. I wouldn't even know that my car is actually soaring through the skies at insane speeds. It was like I couldn't even trust what my eyes were seeing anymore. This degree of power was humbling. I was a sitting duck, and I knew it. Instinctively I knew that there was nothing in my power I could do to ever hope to escape my illusory bindings. It felt like I have been flying for hours when in reality it was less than 5 seconds. I saw my car descending at speeds that would for certain wreck the life out of it, if it didn't turn me splat along with it too, and all I could do was watch as it crashed into the ground with a thud. I could see everything because whoever it was likely wanted me to see it, and what I saw was how my car lost all momentum and landed perfectly in the soft grass without so much as an updraft of wind. I didn't know how to feel with such show of power. Sure, I knew about universal and multiversal destroyers, people who could erase entire galaxies in seconds just for having a bad day, but the problem with that was that it was just my conjectures. I didn't even know how big and wide this planet is, and any time I think of someone who could wipe it all out, all I could picture was a small blue floating ball suddenly exploding. No fanfare, no suspense, just images of my mind trying to interpret what it couldn't comprehend. But this was different. This show of power could wipe out any city in the world, even state, and while it may not be as impressive as it sounds when you think about it in comparison to planetary destruction, it nevertheless was what I was seeing, and the being that stood in front of me was one who could definitely do all what I had mentioned above. Jean Grey, the Phoenix Force. I felt the hold on me disappear as soon as I saw her, her. I didn't say anything. I waited for her to say what she wanted since she was the one who dragged me out of the state into wherever this place is. There was no way I had the mind or courage to speak before it did. You look just like any mortal that has come before me, man from the outer. Wait, what? Fret not. Speak your mind, for your existence matters not to me. She said it in such a way that no one would have been able to pick offense at her wording. It was like her words were the truth of all. A proclamation only those above her could defy. I looked at her, really looked at her, and what I saw definitely wasn't Jean Grey. The human subconscious that identified itself as Jean Grey was gone, not even the skin she wore was that of Jean Grey. 1,000,001 thoughts ran through my head as I looked at the being that represented life and rebirth across the entirety of the Marvelverse, while at the same time thinking of what would, or should be, the first question I asked her and the first thing she said to me came to mind. What do you mean, man from the outer? I was no longer paying attention to how she looked but more in what she could tell me. This was the Phoenix. Trolling some pitiful existence wasn't something she'd do, except maybe if they were Charles. I doubt you failed to understand my words, mortal man. I meant it as I said. She spoke softly, yet the words reverberated in the confines of my head as if they were imprinted on my brain. Does she know? I looked once more at the being in front of me and that conclusion came to mind. She knows. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 85, Chapter 84. She knows. You know where I'm from. I couldn't help but ask. No, I don't. But I know you are not from any of the known universes my flames have spread through. So either you were from the universe that existed before this one, from the void, or the outer. She explained, which only served to confuse me more. Wait, how do you know that? I mean, is it like I'm broadcasting what I am to every powerful being out there? Now this is the part where I start shitting bricks. Of course. Oh God. While your existence is carefully shielded, it by no way means there are not powers who know of your very existential being. This was getting from bad to worse as she continued speaking. Who knew that my day would go from bad to worse? Literally. You said shielded, right? So that means not every powerful being knows about me, right? She seems to take offense to that as she squinted her eyes at me, and for the life of me, I thought I died. You speak of powerful beings, yet you can't even begin to comprehend what power means. What those who shall not be named do with you is of no concern to yourself. Transcending what you call power and wielding that which came first, since before the void was null, if they were interested in you then you possess no right to interfere on how they view your life. That would have been a serious burn if I were talking to someone of my level or someone I could one day hope to beat, but her? It was as bitter as it always is, truth. So it concerns you not what plans they have for you. She finished. The only way would be to exist above them. I let out a self-deprecating chuckle as he said that and looked at her. You think that's possible? It is not a probable impossibility but rather a true one. No matter what sort of existence you become, it would never matter as they would still exist above you. Figured it so. I just plopped down on the soft grass and sat there as I watched the skies. This experience was humbling. An eye-opener. As I sat on the ground, a memory came to me. One of me in a cell, pledging me worthless life to whoever brought me here. Only now was I comprehending the meaning of that choice as she stood near me. She who could reduce this entire galaxy to flames, such a being was the one telling me just how worthless my life was to them. And no matter how I whined or despaired, it was still the truth. What was I to do about it anyway? Rebel? PSH please. I was fine being a pawn, but the least choice they gave me was to determine my worth. And that I was thankful for. So rather than being someone, a piece, who could be moved at any convenience, I'd rather be an important one. They did give me the ability to adapt and evolve after all. I looked at her one more time and asked her. Why did you bring me here? Curiosity. It is not every lifetime one sees a being from the outer. Right? So she drew me out of the state I was in just to satisfy her curiosity. Gotcha. I had wondered what an outer like you would have, since the very few I've seen between universes had something to them, something entertaining, as they judge. But yours seems mundane. She spoke with the same curiosity she told me is the reason they made her bring me here. I didn't ask who the they that she was talking about meant because I for one didn't want to know. I don't know what classifies as impressive to you, but I do have the ability to adapt and evolve. I told her, but the look she gave me was one you'd give to an idiot. Don't all sentient beings have the ability to adapt and evolve? While it is true that yours has a higher chance of success, it does not however make it noteworthy. A majority of this planet is evolving as we speak, some in minute ways not worth mentioning, while others in ways some of your kind would consider monumental. But at the end of it all, they are all still evolving. Adapting and evolving is not what I'd consider an ability but rather a free gift. I didn't know talking with an omnipotent being would be this, face-slapping. Here I am trying to show what meager amount of worth I had to someone who didn't even care if I died the next minute, and here she is telling me what amounts to me breathing and thinking it's a special ability I have above everyone else. But I've never been anything if not humble. What, you think I'm not? Please. Even kings bow. So what you are trying to say is that, my ability is something else. Yes. Though it is either influencing your species' ability to evolve or vice versa. You've been using it for quite a while now, judging by the energy you emit. She clarified. Okay, say what now? So you mean to say I've been using that, my, ability all this while without me knowing? I was flabbergasted. That it would seem. So do you know what it is? My other ability, I mean. I asked her with hope. Telling me wow. Yes I do, but I'd rather refrain from telling you what it is. She just cut down that train of thought as soon as it kicked into gear. Why? I'd rather not want to get involved with someone else's games. Beings like us don't like it when others interfere with our plans. She said. This version of the Phoenix was different from what I had expected. My expectations were ranging from that of an angry bird to a girl suffering from an all-powerful alter ego, but this one was more level-headed. So you just called me over to satisfy your curiosity? Just like that. I didn't know what I was expecting, but I knew it was more validation, as she was the only one who had any kind of clue as to where I came from. I wasn't interested in going back, gods no, but I just thought maybe she could help me. I don't know, maybe point me in a way than me running around aimlessly in this fuckverse. Well, you did beseech me not to destroy this planet. I thought it would be more fitting to meet you in person. She told me with the same indifferent gaze she had since the beginning. Thanks, I think. For not destroying this blue ball. I gave her my sincere thanks. I wasn't planning on destroying it in the first place. She said. This planet has more to offer than what others would think. While destroying it wouldn't have been anything monumental, the fact that you are here and given its history and secrets, I think it would be amusing to watch until it comes to an end in the next few thousand years. I somehow had managed not to show much of a reaction any time she casually talked about destroying the planet nor the planet's imminent demise. Saves my mental health that way. Are you leaving anytime soon? I asked her. Yes. There are places I must be in the vast multiverse. Is she gone? Jean Grey. I just wanted to know even when I knew the most likely answer. There was no way for her to dominate my existence. The consciousness known as Jean Grey is no more. She said in the same flat tone as she had been talking with. Did you have some affections for the owner of this vessel? No. It kind of feels like I owe her. I let out a breath before cursing myself at what I was attempting to do next. Would you mind visiting them, not for anything but just telling them goodbye? She meant a lot to them, you should know that, don't you? She fell silent for a while, which did nothing good for my nervousness. All right. I have seen how they care for her, though I don't understand how. I understand why. Thank you. I let out a breath as my shoulders relaxed. Think nothing of it. Although inadvertently, you did facilitate my rebirth to come this quickly. Take it as my last gratitude. I didn't understand what she meant by that, but I accepted it nonetheless. I felt like I was forgetting something, but since I couldn't remember it even with my enhanced memories, I shrugged it off. How are we going to? I forgot about that. And just like that, she picked both me and my car, and the next thing I knew was that I was in front of the mansion. And not just me, but all the X-Men that were out looking for Jean. It literally took less than 2 seconds and we are in front of the mansion. Even with members of the X-Men scattered all around the state, it still didn't mean anything to her. Jean. I turned and saw Scott running towards her with a look of unquantifiable relief. I wanted to warn him, but this was just the perfect chance to see if there was still a part of Jean Grey left. Scott stopped moving a feet away from Jean, even his expressions were paused. This kind of psychic display was astonishing. It wasn't just his body that she held, but even the blood in his thoughts. The individual known as Scott has stopped working. She could stretch a second of his psyche to eternity if she wanted with just a thought, and this wasn't even a 1/10 of a percentile of what she could do. Jean. Ororo called out with hesitation as she made her way towards her. She only got a raised brow from Jean and nothing else. So no one is going to speak about the fact that we were just zapped from across the state to our home in seconds? No? Cool. Bobby muttered off to the side, but he was elbowed by Kitty, which made him keep quiet. Red, is that you? Logan asked. By this time we had already gathered a small crowd in front of the gate, which had notified those inside the mansion, as I could see Hank pushing a bandaged Charles towards us. Jean, talk to us please. The freed Scot tried calling out to her, but she just straight out ignored everyone and turned to look at me. Is this enough? I resisted the urge to face palm, since I should have known it wasn't going to be this easy. Drawl, what's wrong with Red? Logan asked with a calm voice, but his eyes were saying something else entirely. This is the Phoenix. The alter ego of Jean Grey, the part that Charles locked up. Everyone tensed, some had widened eyes, while some were already on the verge of crying. What do you mean by that? She's still Jean, right? I honestly felt bad for the kid. Too bad this wasn't one of those verses where he had the girl of his dreams. Yes, she is, but she's entirely different. You could say she's an entirely new person. I stopped the Phoenix from saying anything else that would break the boy's mental state further and let him down with a way to get over it. What do you mean, Drawl? The grip Ororo held my hands with told me she had an idea on what happened, and the way her eyes were glossing with tears just made me feel worse, but this was better. At least they had a form of goodbye. She is not the same Jean that you all knew. She is an entirely different person with new memories, new goals, new life, and new feelings. Their faces went pale the more I talked, and it didn't help how Jean's face didn't betray any emotion. She looked as impassive as she ever was. Jean. Charles called out as he rolled himself forward towards his students. I am not ashamed to say that I forgot about the bad blood between Jean and Charles. For what it's worth. I'm sorry for everything I did to you. I should have told you about what I did to you, and for that, I am truly sorry. My short-sightedness deprived you of your choice, and even Charles couldn't help but break down in tears. I'm truly sorry. Your apologies matters not to me. He pleaded with me not to destroy you and everything you hold dear, and I did not. There is no need for such exchanges between us, Charles Xavier. The man broke down in tears as he was brutally shut down by the Phoenix. The others were too shocked to say anything. That alone was proof that the Jean they knew was gone. The Jean they knew would have never said anything like that to the professor. My time is almost up. I'll be leaving soon, outsider. She spoke, but it seems I was not the only one who heard that. Where will you be going? Ororo asked Jean. Jean looked at me for a while before she turned to Ororo. Not somewhere you can follow. Under his pleas, I came to bid my eternal goodbye. A/N, and there's that. Totally not what some of you expected, was it? Drawl fighting the Phoenix, as if, the Phoenix disintegrating Charles, Drawl somehow absorbing cosmic energy, and some other wild theories, etc. I for one think this was the better choice. Enough about that. Quick suggestion, what do you guys think are appropriate/compatible abilities that they can/should get? Steve. Bucky. Natasha. Yelena. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheoMenus. 86, Chapter 85. The Phoenix's arrival and departure changed something around me, but I didn't know what it was. Her arrival could be said to be a boon for me in respect to my ignorance, but it also was a disaster lining that I was only beginning to see. I guess it was highly stupid of me to think that I was a norm in the vast multiverse of Marvel and I could just grow in power at a steady rate while also not having it worry about the big guys at the top. They are freaking nigh omniscient beings, for crying out loud, Drawl. All-knowing means knowing everything, literally. Past, present, futures, alternatives, impossibilities, constants, taboos, these were all laid bare in their cosmic eyes. But then again, what is a Drawl to do? Nothing. That's what. I could find ways to become stronger faster, but would it really make a difference when it came to them? The ugly answer was no. Someone was crazy enough to bring my soul all the way from what the Phoenix called the outer, and I couldn't do anything about it. What would make anyone think that I could do anything about anything they wanted? They've existed since before time was born, and no matter what the comics had to say about some characters like Thanos, Franklin Richards, the Protégé, or even Doom, having a chance at defeating the number one was just plain foolish. Just the fact of the numerous reboots and retcons the Marvel comics had gone through was proof enough that, at least, the top two, could flip the entire multiverse however they wanted. If they wanted to be defeated, then they would be. If they wanted to die, then they would. But the fact of the matter still remains that it was their choice to do so. There are some people you could defeat, but there are some you just don't want to even think about fighting. It is so ridiculous that at the end of it all you might just go crazy. I wonder if this is how Deadpool feels. I don't know if he existed in this universe, but I for sure would definitely like to talk with him, or maybe his girlfriend Gwenpool or whatever her name was. The conclusion of all my thoughts were that while they were things I had power over, they were also things that I couldn't even help with. And to be perfectly and brutally honest with myself, I was fine with that. And although the Phoenix's event was as abrupt as anything I've ever experienced, it was still worth its weight in whatever scale you could scale her with. That said, getting out of the mansion was another headache that almost reduced me to a mess of stressed cheese. It was like someone filtered depressants into their water system and vents and everyone was just oozing it in. Charles? Charles looked crushed. As much as I didn't like the guy, which was an understatement coming from me, the way he looked then was just too pitiful. Sure he was pitiful, which was my dislike for him speaking, but him looking that pitiful just sent me wrong signals. None of the others were doing any good either. In a surprising show of event for everyone, Scott flipped at Charles, shouting at him and telling him how all this was his fault. And while I wanted to see Charles get kicked down his glorified wheelchair at least once, seeing Scott doing it wasn't it for me. I believed that I would have had more of a reaction if it were the other teachers than as it were Scott. Flashback. Scott, stop. Piotr held back the shade-wearing youth who looked as if he was just a degree away from blasting the bald head of Charles open. It's all his fault. She's gone because of him. Scott cried out in a mix of indignant rage as he was held back by the Tin Man. The office, or room, we were in was very spacious but the mood made it seem crowded, like it was stadium packed full. That's not Jean, and she's never coming back, is she? Logan came to my side and asked. I breathed out and looked at the man who seemed to be holding himself back from scowling. I don't think so. I answered him. You knew something like this would happen. Had a hunch, yet. He let out a sigh and deflated while resting his back on the wall as he looked at the room full of people. It's not going to be the same without her here, you know? Only now am I realizing how much her presence meant to the team. It's gonna take a while for everyone to get used to it before they can move on. I smiled wryly at that. What about you? He just shrugged as if it was nothing that couldn't be shrugged off. Not my first time. Was all he said before we fell into silence with the rest of the room. Are you enjoying this? He asked out of the blue, making me do a double take. What? This? He pointed at Charles. Are you enjoying it? I looked at Charles and then at Logan before I just shrugged. Met. Thought I would, maybe I would have, if it wasn't Scott doing the bashing. I replied honestly. He gruffed but didn't say anything else after a short while. You know where she'll be going? I shrugged. Not a clue. Though I'd suggest you give up on searching for her. Yeah, about that. I'm afraid we can't do that, no matter what she says. No matter how long it takes. He said seriously. Well, sorry to burst your bubble of hope, but it won't matter. No matter how long you live, it won't be enough time for you to find her. The way he turned to me told how much he was not expecting that. The hell you saying, bub? You know something we don't. He was up in my face with the most threatening look I've ever seen in my life. No, scratch that, the second most threatening look I've ever seen in my life. The number one goes to the impassive gaze of the Phoenix. His outburst drew the attention of the others in the room and soon we became the center of focus, but Logan didn't care about that. What do you mean by that? I know he was hurting, they all were, but I didn't like when people came in my face like that. Unless you were someone who could breathe my existence out, only then would I have to keep my shit shut. Calm down, man. I know you are all worked up, but you need to step back a lil. I held my hands up in a placating manner as I didn't want this to dissolve into a meaner squabble. He looked at me and then at the knuckles of his hands that were already protruding his adamantium claws. He looked around before taking deep breaths to cool his rising temper. Sorry about that. He said as he took a step back, but his focus was still on me. What did you mean by we can't hope to find her? She is not dead, is she? Unless you can find a way to travel through the universe, then I'll suggest you give up and just continue your lives. So what you are saying is that, she is not on Earth. Now they were the ones looking at me as if I was the crazy one. Yes, she is not on Earth. Then where else would she go? She's just gonna what? Fly through the solar system. Now it was my turn to be speechless. Wait, you are being serious? What else is there to do in outer space? I don't believe this. Aliens. That's what's in space. I ended up raising my voice as I said that. Wait, come again. Did you just say aliens? Logan looked like he was just a punch away from skewering my ass if I turned out to be joking. They exist. God. You guys have abilities that are just plain impossibilities and you are surprised about there being aliens. I was genuinely confused by this. If anything, there should be more accepting of the fact that aliens exist. I know some fools from my old world who did. Whoa. They really do exist, I knew it. Have you seen them? How do they look? Kurt just poofed in front of me with mad curiosity in his eyes. I pushed him backwards a bit as he just appeared in my face. While I haven't specifically met any of them, I however know some people who definitely have. Heck, aliens have been living on Earth for almost 100 years now and only few people know. That seemed to pacify the kid, although a little, as he went back to himself giggling about meeting some aliens and wondering what they looked like. So you mean Jean is going to live with some aliens? Ororo asked me after the surprise died down. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there is a whole universe that she could explore out there and not too many powerful people to stop her. Worrying about her safety would just be stupid on your part. I said. They all fell silent, but I could see that at least their moods had improved more than it was a few minutes earlier. So we really aren't going to see her again? Scott asked. Sorry kid, but no. And if I'm to be brutally honest with you, you all are no more than strangers to her at this point. I figured this way was better than just letting them stew in hope and then finally giving up after a long time. Charles looked like he wanted to dig a hole into the ground the way he kept staring at it. I'll be out of your hair, I said and turned around to leave. Drawl. Ororo stopped me before I walked out of the room, which made me turn only to receive a hug. Thank you, for helping us say goodbye. It's the least I could do. That was the most I could do, and it was thanks to the Phoenix's curiosity in me. I left the mansion after some thank yous. Flashback ends. So she's a flaming bird that came from space that's sort of like a spirit that possesses different people throughout the universe since the dawn of time. One thing I hated more than a depressed Bucky was a sarcastic Bucky. He always managed to make sarcasm sound so bland and off. Wait, so aliens really exist? Yelena tooted. It really was surprising that they all thought that aliens didn't exist. Steve and Bucky played it off in a cool way, but that was just them. I'm pretty sure Steve thinks aliens are the same as ghosts, so that's why he looks like he doesn't get what's going on. The lesser said about Bucky the better. Of course aliens exist. It would be pretty stupid of us to think that we are the only ones alive in this universe, won't it? It was a rhetorical question. So they really do exist. And cue the capsicle. Wait, if they were always here, then why haven't we heard about them? Nat asked. Who says we haven't? I asked back, but just decided to tell them anyways. Fury knows about the aliens, or he should. If Captain Marvel was a thing here, then Fury was bound to know about aliens. Whatever happened to the Skrulls anyway? Meh, that'll take care of itself somehow. Nick Fury knows about the aliens. Give it to Bucky to ask a question and make it sound like a factual statement. I'm saying he should, but even if he doesn't, there is no doubt that aliens exist. I told them what I thought. So back to the bird, you said it was almost as old as the universe? I somehow find that hard to believe. Nat said, tapping her crown. And it's not surprising for you to think so. And why is that? I answered Steve's question with another. What do you think we know about the universe? We barely know everything there is to know about the Arctic, so I doubt there's any factual case study of the universe available. He said. And that right there is the reason. We don't even know anything about ourselves and where we live. What makes us think that we could begin to understand what's happening out there? It sounds arrogant if you stop to think about it for a second, doesn't it? They fell quiet at that, seemingly digesting the information I just gave to them. So what you are saying is, there are beings out there who could destroy planets. And that girl was one of them. This time Bucky sounded serious as he asked that question. Believe it or not, that she was. So you really meant it when you said she was easily the strongest person on the planet? Yab. I said, popping out the pea. Damn it, and it's not even Christmas yet. So does that mean that gods also exists? Nat asked. Oh God. This was going to be a long night. A/N, some people might find it off-putting how calmly Drawl is reacting to him being a pawn in someone's game and him not doing anything about it. The reason for that is simple, there is nothing he can do. It doesn't matter how far he plans or what he does in secret, when it comes to forces that truly matter, if you aren't strong enough then everything is null. Drawl understands that, so he just toss it aside and worry about the present. Sure, he might one day be strong enough to face them, but that day isn't today. In front of true strength, everything else is meaningless. So Hakuna Matata, mate. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomanus. 87, Chapter 86. Odin Borson, the Alfather, POV. I sat there on my throne, trying to understand what that cosmic presence brought with it. In all my years, even before my father gave me the throne, there had always been beings, tenets of existence, abstracts, watchers, that even the bravest of Asgardians would not want to face, and a few days ago I felt the aura of one, and not just anyone, the Phoenix, on Midgard. I had peered into Midgard before even Heimdall could notify me, but my sight was cut off from the location I had sensed the signal. That action of mine, which was nothing more than a precaution, had turned into a cause of worry. Abstracts were not like other beings. Just the sight of one was enough to send the vast cosmos into frenzy, as the sight of one was the same as the herald of great change. And for that reason, I worried. I doubt a lot of people knew what had happened, since Midgard was as well as disconnected from the rest of the universe, but I wouldn't be a fool to think that there are not some who had sensed what I did. Thankfully, it left Midgard after a few days, otherwise I fear what it would have brought upon the Midgardians, and by extension, Asgard and the other realms under it. You have been having that look on your face for the past few days. Tell me, what worries you? I let out a sigh. In my thoughts, I had neglected the presence of my wife until she was at my face. Maybe I am getting too old after all. The phoenix rebirthed in Midgard. Oh my! Thankfully it has left. But that isn't all there is to it, is there? By the fathers, she was a woman any man, any king, would want. The arrival of the phoenix. I can't help but feel like it is the prelude to troubling times. It is called the being of life and rebirth for a reason. I fear what changes its arrival would bring to our corner of the cosmos. I'm afraid troubling times lay ahead of our people and, sigh. My words were stopped as I felt the soft hands of my queen caress my head as she hugged my head. It'll be all right. While the younger generation can't be said to be as strong as those of ours, they do have a bright king to lead them. By Borsbeard, if there was ever a time I doubted my wife's words, it was these. Frigga. She chuckled before she let go of my head and taking along with it all my worries. You are touted the wisest king Asgard has ever seen. Time will tell, and our boys will rise up to the challenges it brings. You can't be Odin Alfithor forever. Her smooth voice were like ministrations of the morning birds around Yggdrasil. Now come with me. I believe you deserve a moment of relaxation before you brood away all your hair. It's not like the 9 realms are fated to end today. What harm is there in relaxing for a while before going back to worrying as a king? Whoever said being king was fun? Drawl St. Cross POV. The days went by without much fanfare after the phoenix left. The days felt somewhat bland after that experience and the others took note of it. The things she told me were as mind-boggling as they were, mind-boggling. All in all, I just didn't know how to feel about it. And then came the part where she said something about my abilities not being what they were. I spent the next few days after that training, trying to find out what she saw, what it was that I had been using since the beginning in correlation with my abilities, but I found nothing. It was just the same since ever. Nothing had changed in the way I used my abilities, so I just decided to forget about it for the time being and focus on something else. I had left the mechanics field for a while to focus on the biological sciences. I figured if I wanted to make a new arm for Bucky, knowing just how the brain works wasn't going to cut it, so I wanted to know how the body as a whole worked, and maybe who knows, I might just turn out to be one of those mad scientist type that create all those fucked up serums in this universe and the next one over. There had never been a time where I ever regretted having such comprehensive intellect as I do now. Even with my mind capable of storing everything I read, it still was a pain in the ass to learn so much about cells and blood and tissues and God, brains, all in one field of study. I had to study on every single branch of the damned subject that was available to me on such short time, but the frustrating part was that I haven't even scratched 10%, heck even 5%, of the damned subject, which wasn't surprising as that was like 10,000 years of human advances in plants and animals. I doubt I could even read and understand everything there was to know about living things even if I were to read non-stop for the next decade, so I just focused on the part that I wanted, needed. No one wants to be a know-it-all, most definitely not me. I focused my backroom research on the only thing that I had in abundance: super soldier serum. What? You thought I was going to use my blood? Delusional. I don't even want to know what type of secrets were encoded in my body. I was of the mind that some things were meant to never be known and I treated my body as such. Now why super soldier serum? Simply because, most, if not all, serum that made 60% of the biologically engineered heroes and villains of the Marvelverse, on Earth, had a trail mark that lead back to the serum Erskine created. It functioned as the best base for any kind of future power-up one might later have. It was a place as good as any to start. Since Fury's, well, my search for Chloe still on hold, I had to focus on other things to keep my mind off everything that had been happening recently. The look Bucky gave me when I told him I needed his and Steve's blood for research was unnerving. If it had been one of apprehension, then I would have quietly backed off and started another project that wasn't based on the serum, but the fucker had this look, like he couldn't believe I could ask something like that. It was like a look you'll give someone who took candy from a baby and gave him a strawberry-flavored poop. It was a mix of disgust, disappointment, and a healthy dose of intrigue. It was as if he was telling, or rather, asking me if I was done making a fool of myself. He seriously went, "Really? You quack? Want to do research?" And here I thought Santa being real was an eye-opener. I had never been so pissed off, not even when I was fighting the X-Men or Hydra, like I was when the bastard said that. I left him to his couch after I had taken some pint of blood from my resident soldiers. Officially I now have 4 lazy bums doing nothing other than working out and eating all day, laying around my house. 2 super soldier brothers and 2 assassin sisters. The look I had on my face when Fury pointed that out must have been amusing to watch since his bald-headed ass took pictures. I definitely wasn't running an Avengers orphanage, oops. Don't want to say that out loud. Most of my equipment came from S.H.I.E.L.D. since, well, You have to use what you have, so why not? I was already running out of space in my house, but moving now was not a good idea. Hell, I haven't even spent up to 6 months inside it. So unless something comes up, I don't think I would be considering moving anytime soon. So with all the distractions out of the way, I finally decided to focus on the task at hand. My first try, and I was proud to say that I didn't understand a single thing about it. Sure, I could tell that it acted as some sort of super steroids given that the mitochondria was shooting off massive amounts of energy than was normal, but other than that, I was still a ways off from understanding and perfecting the super soldier serum. I spent my days locked inside my new lab reading, testing, and experimenting on any route my head told me. If someone had told me that I would be this smart and be conducting such research after the age of 40, then I would have smacked that idiot. It was almost a week into my experiments before I had a minute breakthrough that finally saw me out of the lab. Whoa. Bucky was serious when he said you won't be coming out for days. I met Yelena, who looked like she just had her sparring session with Steve that had been going on since they moved here. I had offered to enroll her in a school just for her to at least experience what normal life was, but she turned it down, telling me that she wouldn't be able to fit in with normal anymore. For a 15-year-old kid, she was pretty mature, but then again, considering what she'd gone through during the most part of her childhood, it was to be expected. If I were to be honest, apart from me, Nat was the only one who behaved normal. It wasn't actually an act on her part, but was how she responded to everything that had happened in her life. Ugh. Can't think too much. Need refill. I staggered to the kitchen counter to make myself a cup of coffee and greeted Yelena with a groan while passing by her. You really should consider coming out every few days. Although you don't look any different, you still stink. That hurts. I waved the brat off and poured 2 mugs of coffee for myself as I sat there on the kitchen counter thinking about my most recent success. Even if it wasn't any huge milestone, it still counted as something. Christmas was like a week away, and I wanted to see if I could make any headway before the celebration. I was deep in my thoughts that I did not realize when the others came out from their closets and joined me in the kitchen. Any progress? Steve's question brought me back to focus and took me off the counter before making my way to the stove to flip some pancakes. Not anything monumental, I said, and took the bowl of whisked eggs that someone passed me. Which means you've at least made some type of progress. That's incredible. I almost scoffed at what he said. Incredible my ass. That thing was like a kaleidoscope of wonders, ever-changing. The only thing I found incredible about it was how it increased the human space potential, like burrowing extra holes for energy storage into the cells of the host. One other thing I was sure of was that it was almost impossible to identically recreate Erskine's formula. I looked around the kitchen and noticed a missing head. Where's Bucks? He's out in town. Said he was feeling stuffy from being inside the house all week long. Between us 4 here, I think he misses his arm. Yelena tooted. Yeah, that gotta suck for Bucky, but unfortunately there was nothing I could do. His former arm was as banged up as it could get and there was no repairing it, so he had to make do with the prosthetic. Hopefully the pancakes will cheer him up. Nat said as she whipped out some cream while Steve and Yelena set the table. This picture wasn't half bad. POV. Keek keek. Looks like things are about to get fun. Maddening laughter echoed throughout the void as he peered through the flimsy film that stupid thing thought would help in shielding its new toy from interested sights. What to do? What to do? He looked at the mortal and peered a little deeper. Wouldn't want to spoil all the fun now, would we? And looked at the interesting events that he could throw a few wrenches in with no one the wiser. Not that there was anyone as wise as he was after all. Even the stupid author who thought he was making a great scenario couldn't possibly have thought of the plan he just put in motion. He just made a bet for a few years and he was about to sit back and watch as his winnings came in full. Oh right. That other guy who saw him. He might make a good addition. For an annoying mortal, he did manage to break through the wall and watched some of the events that he shouldn't have. Let's add him then. Hey, don't you dare let him write shit about me. He heard the unmistakably annoying voice of that mortal. What are you doing here? Amusement bled through his voice as he beheld the gaze of the mortal. As the Green Lantern, oh sorry, wrong university, wait don't. He waved the consciousness away and continued his wonderful plans. Even if slightly amusing, he was still annoying. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 88, Chapter 87. Drawl St. Cross POV. With Christmas just a few days away, I toned down in slaving away in my research. God, still feels weird anytime I say it, and called Fury for a meet. I could have just given him a call and be through with it, but I also wanted to see Clint, who was back in duty after his medical leave. You still haven't found Chloe? We were in a bar since I didn't want to be anywhere near SHIELD. We found someone matching him somewhere around Cairo, but we lost him. Mind telling me why you are looking for this dude? Let's just say he has some things I really need to get off his hands. No way I was telling Fury about the shipload of vibranium that guy had stashed away. Right? Do at least give me an heads up when you decide to blow up whatever his shit is. Fury dropped the topic, but what he said somehow irked me. What do you mean blow up? I asked. He chuckled and then looked at me and chuckled again before he spoke. $50 says you blow up whatever this Chloe guy is doing. Literally and metaphorically. I frowned at that but still doubled down on the bet. I could solve my problems without blowing shit up. I might not look it or act it, but I believe I was more assassin than the Black Widow, though Bucky got me beat hands down on that front. So what are the plans for the new year? I asked him. Fury shrugged with I don't know, while I couldn't help but think about what I wanted to do the next year. My life pretty much has been a day-to-day goal to live by. There was nothing concrete when it came to me. The company was running, the research wasn't for me but just to kill time, while I had uses for the vibranium, it was mostly for Bucky and the girls, GRRH, more projects. I still had Doom's hand to work with but I kept that shelved for later. Damn. I muttered under my breath. There were no goals to aim for. I had money. I had power. I didn't have that much influence, possibly none, but I could get it if I wanted to. I had friends, maybe a family? Though the Avengers orphanage wasn't official yet. I had knowledge. Secrets. It was at this point that I realized that I had been doing was not that different from what I did in my former life. No, there was actually a difference in the fact that I felt fulfilled with this life than I did with the other. Sure, there were surprises to be witnessed in the coming future given the universe I was in, but with that knowledge of surprise came the lack of expectation. God. I wasn't 30 yet and my life was already looking bland. I shook those thoughts out of my head and sipped from my alcohol. Hey Nick. He turned to me with a raised brow since I usually just called him Fury and rarely ever Nick. I don't think I'm looking forward to the new year all that much again. Even I could not help but cringe at how that sounded when it came out of my mouth. What, the, fuck? What the hell is wrong with you? I smiled wryly as I saw his unenthusiastic reaction. You sure you're not getting high on something, cause what you just said sounded like crap. I don't think he understands entirely. I doubt anyone does. Sometimes I felt like a fourth wall character when I look at the people around me. It blurs the line between what's real and what's not and then I'd end up thinking about a million ways their lives would have gone different if it all went according to the script. But then again, the script is written by beings who do whatever they want just for the fun of it. Bending reality down to its last atom of existence on a whim. Reaching thoughts like these make you feel like nothing you do is worth it as all that you did was never truly you doing anything, but rather someone wanted you to do it and you did, without the knowledge that you never had freedom to begin with. Thoughts like these were the ones that made me lose motivation most of the time but the arrival of the Phoenix changed that. She told me, although unimplied, that there were rules. Obviously the rules that held those beings wouldn't take much consideration of those lower mortals but there were bound to be stipulations that safeguarded the interest of all sentient beings. Fairness was out of the question but at least everyone had an illusion of interest and freedom. If there were rules, then there was bound to be someone who could enforce them. The one above and the one below were the prime example. There had to be an antithesis to everything because if there wasn't, only chaos would be left. My situation though was different. I had a charge. I was someone else's pawn. A piece they could play whenever they felt the need. An optimist in my situation would say that there was a chance to turn those around and become the king of the board like chess. But those people would be the first to fall since they based things too much on human analogies. No human analogy factored in omniscience except for the term God. It was something we don't know anything about except that any being who possessed this trait was all-knowing. But how all-knowing, is something we couldn't hope to comprehend. Optimists were most times naive idealists. Pessimists and realists on the other hand were more likely to see what something was for what it truly was. The notion of going against a being such as whatever was powerful enough to pull me here was not a thought that I fancied smart enough to entertain. All in due time, I guess. Fury and I kept talking to pass time before I left to meet up with Clint, who had some sort of reconnaissance mission underway. Just like old times. Remind me again how this is just like old times. I chuckled and kept moving forward, ignoring the smell that was coursing through the warehouse we were in. The place we were at was one of those illegal facilities that experimented on metahumans, and the smell that filled the entire place already clued me in on what type of mission this was. This mission was a solo for Clint, but I had told Fury to let me in on it just for kicks. I had managed to sneak up on Clint, but he caught me when I was like 200 meters away. He had some acute senses which were almost bordering on superhuman. What was supposed to be an infiltration mission turned into an extermination mission. Fury obviously didn't care if these fuckers died, and neither did we. It was a steamroll between Clint and me vs the mooks in here. So what have you been doing all these while? I asked him as I made my way through the bodies. Nothing much. Just hanging around with my girlfriend. He said before pausing for a second, contemplating whether to say the next part. I knew he had a girlfriend off the grid, but we've never talked about her once. You've got a girlfriend? I asked. You don't sound too surprised about it. He said. Because I'm still wondering if you've been seeing a lot of things recently. I heard hawks had such good eyesight that they could see up to a mile. Maybe you can finally see the future. I jabbed. Prick. It was always funny how he sometimes fails to get a joke even after seconds of pondering on it. Let's just get this over with. The snow had been pouring non-stop for the past 3 days, which made the house a lot more cozy than usual. Everyone was in the holiday spirit, even Bucky. We didn't do much decoration around the house since it didn't matter that much, the physical part at least. We all had a reason to be happy with the festive seasons, although none of us were religious. Nat and Yelena were thankful for being free. Bucky and Steve were the same. Same with me. We all became free one way or the other, and that alone was enough to uplift our spirits. I even went out of my way and got presents for everyone. Nat, Steve, Yelena, Bucky, Fury, Clint, Coulson, Hill, Ororo, Logan. Everyone who had an impact on my life so far were receiving a present from me. It was currently Christmas Eve and I was working the eggnog recipe I got from Fury a long time ago. Nat and her sister went out like an hour ago just to enjoy the sights as it was already nighttime. They had invited me, but I refused to get in between such precious moments for the estranged sisters. Bucky and Steve were out, with Bucky having dragged Steve with him to hit the bars, which left me alone to take care of everything else. I had a smile on my face as I hummed a tune and dropped the last of the boxes at one corner of the room. That's a job, WEL. It came faster than I could react as it dulled my senses before the ground rose against me in the form of a sharp slab and pierced right through my chest, almost destroying my heart in the process. My weak body couldn't react before yellow vine-like energy constructs wrapped around my limbs and stretched me out. My head was buzzing so much that I couldn't keep focus, nor could I understand what was happening to me. My thoughts were pulled to a halt when 2 figures in capes and masks floated inside my house. Metallic silver and green. Dark red and purple. I could feel something entering my flesh, but my disoriented mind had no idea what it was. CCAPs. I coughed out mouthfuls of blood as I couldn't even get out a single coherent word. A false bravado. It matters not, however, since this day shall be your end nonetheless. What the fuck was this guy saying? I gritted my teeth as I felt something drilling through my skin and bone and coming out from different parts of my body, making me look like a porcupine. Whatever they used in holding me down was doing wonders as I couldn't even think correctly. Even my regeneration was slowed down. The vertigo that was currently bombarding my head was also not helping. I looked at the dude who had the yellow thing around his arm as he turned them and made the restraints holding me stretch. Doom will make sure your suffering is extended. Metal Gear said, and immediately something clicked in my head. Doom. Victor Von Doom. Dr. Doom. FFUCK. Even cursing at him was a problem. Whatever magic he was doing, because that was what it definitely was messing with my mental capacities. Magneto had a scowl on his face as he looked at me, which deepened as I flashed him a bloody smile. I was still suspended and held mid-air when Magneto raised his hands and some of the stuff from my lab started flying towards him. There was not much in there anyway other than my research on the super soldier serum and my codes. None of them were of value since I'm pretty sure Magneto and Doom would have gotten their hands on the super soldier serum if they wanted to anyway. I was still thinking about the things of value in my house when pain racked my brain as I felt my kneecaps explode. The groan of pain that wanted to leave my throat was struck down as I felt my elbows shatter before being flung to the side like a soccer ball. The moment I left Doom's magic influence, my regeneration kicked up as smoke started leaving my wounds, healing it in the blink of an eye. But the 2 masters before me were not as stupid as I hoped, they never were from the beginning. A metal spike burst out from my stomach while the ground changed into chains that wrapped around my neck. The 2 were obviously here to kill me in the most painful way possible, which was the reason why they were toying with me. Don't think about putting up any pitiful resistance. Although it would be amusing to see you do so, only to increase your torment. Doom's thick and raspy voice echoed into my ears as he blasted me with magic that had me spurting out blood like a geyser. My legs and arms were crushed only to be healed again and again as much as they wanted. The metal Magneto had put inside my body was doing marvelously at damaging me. I looked around my house. The presents I had bought were all destroyed. The eggnogs were gone. The minimal decoration a bunch of lazy-ass adults could do had been lost since the first exchange. The kitchen was on fire. Christmas has been officially ruined. What's the point? Just end it all already. I couldn't help but think that the shadow of a smiling face was looking at me as soon as I thought that. POV. Ha 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 ha. On the first day of Christmas, my true love said to me, "Who wants white Christmas when you can have it in red?" Ha 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 ha. A/N, I'm so hyped for next few chapters. I had such a fun time writing it. I might not be able to post steadily this week. My cuz just lost his mom and everything just went to shit. I can't even write anymore. Hopefully I can get out of this funk I'm currently in, fingers crossed. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 89, Chapter 88. A/N, Don't know if I will be able to post today, so I figure I should just drop a chapter since I missed yesterday's. Doom and Magneto looked at the beaten, broken and battered man as he lay dying on the floor. The numerous holes on his body were still trying to heal themselves, but they were reopened by a flex of Magneto's wool. Doom scowled as he saw the man's hand healing. The man who laid at his feet had cut off his arm during their first confrontation, much to Doom's rage and shame. And although he had wiped off the shame of defeat with the glory of victory, the rage still remained. He was Doom. He was supposed to revel in his enemy's defeat as they laid begging at his boots, but he just couldn't accept this outcome. The man who bested him was not this weakling. He refused to believe that the man who made him flee in retreat and cut off his arm as spoil could be taken down this easily. What then was the proof? What was the proof that he lost an arm to a worthy foe and not just some fool? Where was the validation for that claim? Doom refused to accept his loss to someone who couldn't even put up any single fight. He managed to calm himself down lest he did something stupid, and with a flex of his hand, the transfigured chains grew small sharp barbed spikes and tore his thick skin as they wrapped all around his body. Find solace in the fact that you would be remembered by Doom as one of those who fell at his feet. Doom squeezed his hands and felt as the chains which were now covering the whole of the mutant's body crushed his bones, spine, and skull. Doom waved his hands and felt the last breath of life leave his heart, confirming the death of the man named Draal. He turned to look at the man who did him a little favor, as they both had the same goals. With this I believe our cooperation is. An ominous air blew through the mansion, so much so that Doom and even the magically inept Magneto felt it. Something was wrong. Immediately they both snapped their heads to look at the last participant in the room. The man who they both felt dead was getting up in a slowly ominous way. There was no urgency in his gait for someone who just magically escaped death. The two men immediately erected barriers around themselves and got ready for any confrontation with the still waking Draal. Magneto, being the opportunist and realist that he was, used his connection to the various amounts of metals in Draal's body and manipulated them to skewer his heart. It seemed to work as Draal staggered and started coughing blood. He wanted to push it more and rid the earth of this man, but he felt a wave of something and immediately he lost control of all the metal he had stored in Draal's body. Tap! Tap! The sound of walking echoed through the destroyed room as the two men looked at the man who was dragging himself forward one step at a time. Magic circles appeared around Doom's hands while metals orbited around Magneto's form. You know, all I really wanted was just a little peace and quiet. Just for a little while. Draal stopped when he was a few feet away from them and spoke, sounding really genuine about the words coming out of his mouth, which creeped the other men in the room. If you had waited a week, hell even a few more days, then we'd be cool. Would have thanked you for the reprieve, truly. For the first time, Draal looked at both of them in the eyes with clarity. But you just had to ruin Christmas. He sighed as if it was truly a loss or some kind of unfortunate choice. Quit the rambling, fool. Doom grows tired of the words of a weakling. Doom had had enough of the dismissal the man was showing him and made to strike. The roof of the house crumbled and was transfigured into a ball of spike that fell down at amazing speed to Draal. The man in question didn't move a muscle to show that he was concerned about the danger falling on him literally. Doom and Magneto almost had a smirk wiped off their face, but unfortunately, it didn't completely form as they watched the man's eyes shine red before lasers came out. They had made to block the attack they perceived was aimed at them, but could only stand more shocked as the lasers, as if having a mind of their own, changed their directions at precise angles, making sharp turns before going upwards and skewering the spiked ball. That action of Draal sparked the tension, and immediately, the house devolved into a mad frenzy of promised death. Magneto tried controlling the metal in Draal's body once more, but it felt like something around Draal was preventing his influence, making him abandon that path and used the metals around him, sending them hurtling at Draal. Eric Lehnsherr was a man of few fears. There were not enough Bane things on the earth that would produce such primal emotions in him, but the scene in front of him made the all too unfamiliar emotion flash through him. Everything he had sent at Draal were stopped a few inches around him, with him still having that bored calm look on his face. What he was doing was eerily similar to Magneto's electromagnetic fields, and Magneto would know as no one could sense such fields as clearly as he could. That application of power rang warning bells in the head of the two smart men. Of course they've seen Draal use multiple abilities, but he was always restricted to them. All their information had said that those were the only abilities he had which could be attributed to the experiments he went through. Culturing of X genes had been going on for almost a century, and there had been few successes of the subject having multiple X factors. But this? The omnidirectional beams had been a big news flash, and now this? There had been no mention of him having the ability to manipulate any kind of field. A thought flashed through Doom's head, and the danger and importance of the man before him skyrocketed. Working in tandem with Magneto, he sent a force blast, while Magneto did the same, at Draal, which worked as it pushed the man and flung him backwards, destroying a part of the house in the process. But who cares? Not them. They didn't know why, but the bland look on Draal's face had been sending them the wrong signal ever since he woke up. Even now, the way he got up from the ground with a small look of surprise on his face before it faded away did nothing to assure them. Draal on his part, looked at his ruined shirt and ripped it off, showing his impressive musculature to the two men. His body started looking like cracked clay as thin crack marks appeared all over him. But different from how it was before, the marks on his body now had some sort of direction to it. It wasn't as random as it once was. His eyes were already blood red as his mouth bent into a small imperceptible smile. Without waiting for anything else to happen, Doom brought his two hands together as green energy and yellow magic matrix joined together. The result of his actions were the ground under Dral's feet disappearing, making him fall into the deep burrow and green chains bursting out from the sides of the wall and striking Dral. Dral reached the bottom of the hole as the chains of energy struck him repeatedly before binding him to the floor. Above him was a metal construct that was of the same size as the hole in length and circumference that was heading towards him, intending to squash him against two hard choices. Still the blank expression did not leave his face. But he had to do something. Getting squashed by such a huge thing wouldn't do him any good. What to do? With a small exertion of force, he broke the restraints keeping him aground with ease. The metal was already near him and there was not much space for maneuvering or doing much about it. He braced himself as the metal was a few inches above his head and stretched his hands upward to hold it. He felt like he was holding up 3 trucks a few seconds ago only for it to be increased to 5 as the influence of Magneto increased the weight of the metal due to the force the Metal Master was exerting on it. Dral's senses alerted him of what Doom was doing another spell but he didn't have the luxury to care about it as he thought of what to do with the metal block he was holding. An idea came to his mind which he immediately implemented. He charged a huge amount of electricity through the block which disrupted Magneto's influence for a brief second which the Metal Master gained back but that brief second was Dral needed as he, using the metal as a medium, molded the electricity around the block to the top of it. All it took was a flashing second for a ball of electricity to form near Magneto and another fraction of said second for it to detonate at close range which sent the metal and magic masters flying and crashing into the rubble of the destroyed house. With Magneto's influence gone, the metal black floated above Dral's hand before flying out of the hole. Dral tore a piece of the metal off and made a flat board which he controlled to bring him out of the hole Doom created. The moment he landed, his sense alerted him of something behind him which prompted him to move his neck sideways, avoiding the overhead slash that Doom sent. He hadn't brought his neck back to its former position when high-pitched sounds hit his ears. He glared at the irritation as his lasers shot out and destroyed the 8 devices Doom had dropped. Magneto appeared above him with metals that were contorting in shape before spewing out like tentacles as each of them made their way to him. He dodged between tentacles while sending attacks of his own and at the same time keeping a low head for Doom's strikes. Both of his adversaries were masters of their field and were terrifying enemies to face on their own, talk less of facing them together, but he held his own. This did not faze him a bit. Not a single bit. Compared to what he saw between the veil, that thing, that maniacal smile, nothing else had any worth. The moment Doom crushed his bones he died. But only because it allowed it. It did all that just to see his face. To it, all he was going through, even this very moment, was all a joke. He couldn't remember what it said but he could very well remember the presence and that smile. Entertain me, was all that it wanted. He couldn't even be angry at himself or at such a being because only he knew how grateful he was to it since it decided to give him a new life in a new universe. He couldn't even be angry at Doom and Magneto for long because to his knowledge and that thing, none of them mattered. At the broad spectrum of things, they were all the same with tiny differences. They were all in the same game, just different levels. Dealing with the same hell, just different devils. And oh, his devils were just built differently. His house compound had been completely destroyed and he was thankful of the fact that none of the others were here. This wasn't a fight that they could participate in. He created multiple orbs around his body and sent them at the ones Doom had created while he sent out eyes to meet Magneto's. He jumped up as he felt the lines under the earth start rising up due to the Metal Master's influence but didn't lose his composure even as he was airborne. He twirled to dodge Doom's magic blast and drew electricity around his fingertips in a fraction of a second and sent what was reminiscent of a lightning bolt at Magneto. Magneto tried using his force field but the change was too much as it burned through and struck the Metal Master, sending him a few meters away from the epicenter as he shrieked in agony. Doom, not wasting time, invoked a high-tier space displacement spell that affected an area rather than a single target. He wasn't strong enough yet in his mastery to create an illusory dimension but he could perform a much simpler space displacement. If he were to be facing a master of the arts then such a spell would have been redundant as they could sense when magic is used and reorientate their senses with magic, but a mutant being like Dral would find it almost impossible since he couldn't use magic. Magic truly was the antithesis to all. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomenus. 90, Chapter 89. Dral frowned as he felt something washing over his senses but didn't pay it any mind and sent out jets of flames at Doom. His frown deepened as he saw how the images flickered and how the flames completely missed Doom who was still flying. Sense-warping magic. He could feel that the edge of his vision was stretched more than normal but other than that nothing else was wrong. Fool. He grinned inwardly at the thought of how victorious Doom might be feeling now and rushed at him. He punched at the air with a bang as his frown became more pronounced as his fist completely missed Doom. He didn't just use his senses when he attacked but also the bioelectricity he could sense, which was bolstered up by his brain waves. If it were magic that affected an illusion of senses, then his application of power would have bypassed it, since he did not use his senses but rather something like echolocation. It was like him biting the bait of Doom's bioelectricity and using it to reel himself in, but that wasn't what happened. He crashed back to the ground and did a flip to escape the spells that were sent his way. He thought he had dodged all of them, but one he thought was missing him by inches, defied the laws of space and hit him square in the chest. He had to force himself from coughing out blood as the spell wrecked his innards. Magic really was cheat stuff. It was bypassing 80% of his durability to cause him damage. Something was definitely fishy with whatever spell Doom had cast, as it was not only messing with his senses but also with space. Meanwhile, Doom, seeing as how his spell was having the intended effect, rushed at Drawl as he sent out blasts of energy and spells, alternating between them so as not to give Drawl the edge he had. Midway through his attack, his sensors told him of an incoming projectile, but he didn't relent as he knew who sent it. The metal hit Drawl and pinned him down for a second while Doom sent out a lethal spell that was used for cutting things that were hard to cut. That spell would have taken a limb from the mutant had he not dodged it at the last second and sent out those omnidirectional lasers of his, which caused both of them to retreat. One of Doom's fears became real as he saw Drawl dodging attacks one after another, which made him know that the young man had somehow adapted to the space discrepancy. They had to find a way to kill him now, or he would be way too strong if he ever decides to hunt them down, and Doom is no hunted prey. With a rageful shout of indignance, Doom powered up his spells to an absurd degree that he hadn't mastered yet, and Magneto, seeing the level of importance his teammate took, decided to follow. The earth cracked as dust rose in the air around Magneto while sparks of power and symbols of runes shone on Doom's armor. Drawl wasn't left in this show of dominance as his red pupils changed in flares as wisps of red flames covered his entire eye socket. His body also grew an additional foot as new cracks came into being, looking more like writing than cracks. Red lightning coursed through his entire body as he stared as his two biggest foes yet. Round 3. Start. Krakuom. Nick Fury POV. Nick Fury was not a happy camper most of the time, but thankfully he could at least spare a day to unhinge tomorrow. He had few friends in his line of work that he could relax with, scratch that he didn't have a friend that he could relax with, so the invitation that Drawl sent was one he would gladly accept, not that he would let the cunt know of it. He reviewed most of the papers on his desk with extra scrutiny just in case the council wanted to pull one over his eye. Wouldn't be the first time either. He was reviewing the reports on some missions he had his agents on when someone barged into his office. In the name of whoever was most high, there was not a soul that could step inside his office with such impunity, and the scowl on his face increased when he saw a disheveled Coulson. That was when he started to panic. He had never before seen such a Coulson. His partner's game face was so strong that not even him, Nicholas Fury, could compare, and to see such a face being broken, Fury was prepared to push the big red button. Global warfare. Sir, it's an emergency. Coulson practically screamed. Calm down, Agent Coulson. Now tell me the reason for such franticness. Fury asked with his custom deadpan nonchalant expression, even though his heartbeat was doing reps. Sir, they've been reports coming in from Nauticals about irregular wave activities. Coulson spoke as he regained his calm, but even Fury could see the twitch every now and then. Is that another crap about climate change? Could be one of the different activities that caused it. Why should we be worried? Fury asked. If it were just the waves, then there'd be no need for worry, sir, but NASA, NOAA, and even ESA are picking up these irregularities. Fury immediately stood up and left his office while Coulson shadowed him and continued giving his report. Homeland's report just came in and they said that the plates were shifting, causing typhoons at sea and underwater eruptions. We believe it to be artificial, or the work of a mutant. The magnetic fields around the coast of New York and the neighboring states are in a constant state of flux, heavily changing the weather patterns. Fury's face became hard as he realized that the situation was worse than what he expected. Bells were ringing in his head and it wasn't jingles. He asked Coulson, have we been able to pinpoint the cause? We were able to locate the general location. It's here in New York, but we haven't been able to get the precise location due to the magnetic interference. Electricity and network is down in a quarter of New York and counting. It's like the end of the world out there, sir. Fury grimaced at the irony of what Coulson just said and made his way inside the room full of screaming and shouting geeks hacking away at their screens. Talk to me. A simple order was what he put forth before Hill and Barton came to him to deliver their reports. Sir, Tech picked up the anomaly 15 minutes ago, but it was just negligible as it could have been anything, so it wasn't reviewed on time. Hill said. Fury snarled at that and asked with a dangerous edge to his tone, and how long did it take to devolve into this mess? Less than 5 minutes, sir, and the effect is still rising. Barton interjected at that point. I sent a team to case and cordon the area around where we picked up as the source, but our best reading gave us a 10 kilometers range. It's too wide, and also the fact that communication is down and the storm is picking up at an insane rate, plus the people panicking. It's fuckfest eve, sir. Fury didn't waste any more time and reached for his inner coat and brought out his burner and dialed the only number it connected to, but the signal was cut before it even rang. He tried again but the signal was gone. Only he and those around him who knew who was on the other end of that call frowned as the situation was becoming more dire. Has anyone got in touch with him yet? Fury asked after trying again but failing before he stopped altogether. I tried calling him to see if he could help check out what was going on in the city, but, it's like half of New York is dead, and the brewing storm is not helping. Barton said. What of the others? Fury said as he began to run scenarios inside his head and coming to conclusions he didn't like. I think Bucky and Steve should be out since they invited me the last time we spoke but I don't know about the Widow sisters. Barton and Hill, I need you out there. Get to Drawl or any of those around him ASAP. Something big is happening in the city and something tells me he's at the center of it. Move out. Fury commanded. Sir, we finally have satellite imaging. Someone called out to their attention. Give me my eye. Fury tapped on some screens and enlarged the picture for all to see. Oh my god! Someone exclaimed. It was surprising and terrifying that even Fury paled as he saw the discrepancies of the satellite image and data while comparing it to what it was an hour ago. 3 typhoons were heading towards New York and that was the least of the calamities that was coming for them. Multiple ships and vessels had already been sunk in a span of 20 minutes. Signs of earthquakes were appearing all over the city but what shocked everyone in the room was the reading that said that New York had an elevation of 5% and rising. Smaller magnitude earthquakes had already started appearing all over the state but that recent development would raise such scales to over 7.5 in less than an hour. Everyone get off your asses now. New York is flying and unless today is the end of the world then I want it back on the ground, where it should be. Fury barked out his orders while Hill and Barton broke into a sprint as the situation just got way worse than anything they'd imagined. The X-Mansion. Ororo stood at the balcony with a frown on her face as she watched the night sky. As someone whose domain was the sky, she was among the first of the few people who noticed such anomalies. She could feel it. This wasn't Mother Nature but someone else bending the natural laws to suit their needs. It felt wrong. Even from where she stood she could feel the anger, hate and other negative emotion that was being projected. There was nothing natural about this, someone forced such changes in the atmosphere and it made her feel uncomfortable. So you can feel it too, hey? She looked at her side and saw Logan with a tense expression on his face as he looked straight ahead even when there was nothing to see. Do you know what's causing this? She shook her head and continued staring at the sky for a while before she closed her eyes. Calling forth the power of storms, she floated upwards as the night sky came alive with lightning. Using her connection with the elements of the sky, she spread her power and influence far and wide and used it to trace back the cause of the catastrophes that were happening. Her calm face fell into a frown as she felt the number of accidents and cause of deaths that the disasters had caused. It was monumental to say the least. She was able to find the exact direction it was coming from before she cancelled her powers and flew down. Got it? Logan asked. Yes. I believe it's someone's doing, we have to help. She said resolutely. The recent events had fueled her drive to help others. She didn't want to stand by and let someone suffer when she had the power to prevent that. Let's go tell Chuck and the others. They went inside to find the professor and the other members of the team already in their combat gear which brought a small smile to Ororo's face. They were getting stronger with each experience. Before you all go, I believe there's something you should know in regards to what I think is causing this, or rather who. The professor said and gained their whole attention. Cerebro had lit up like Christmas lights on Christmas Eve which was an acute irony but one the professor didn't want to use. He had identified 3 signatures at the eye of the storm and he was very familiar with 2 of them. The 3 signatures were powerful, extremely so, but one was at the top with the 2 others below. I believe none of you would be unfamiliar with the 3 people I suspect are the cause of this tragedy. He said. Who are they, Charles? The Beast asked. I believe Dr. Von Doom and Magneto are having a rematch with Mr. St. Cross. Charles dropped the bomb. It's a city-wide chaos outside. That it is. And you are saying 3 people are the cause of it. That I am. Charles nodded. Is Drawl the one causing the earthquakes and storms? Ororo asked, recalling the anger she felt through the connection. It wasn't like what she felt sometimes from Drawl. This one felt like it was lacking, merely lashing out. I don't think so. I believe this is Magneto's doing. Is that a joke, Chooks? Since when could Mr. O so important create storms and quakes? Logan asked, not believing that one, but why should he? I don't believe he's exactly creating these phenomena per se. What I think he's doing is manipulating the magnetic field of the Earth and the disruption from his actions are what are causing these tragedies. The room fell quiet as they couldn't help but wonder if this was how strong Magneto truly was. None of them had personally fought Magneto as he always was quick to leave any confrontation. If he's fighting Drawl then he should be prepared to accept the chance of death because I know for a fact that Drawl doesn't take prisoners. Logan said. His feud running with Magneto had put the guy at the top of the list of people he hated. The professor fell silent at that statement while the others left. What have you done, Eric? Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomanus. 91, Chapter 90. Boom. The energies around the three people collided against each other and rolled off in waves of destruction. The land around them was searing with different types of energies that even walking for a normal person was hard. Due to Magneto's power, the gravitational pull around them had increased over 3 times its normal amount, but the three of them shrugged it off. The area around them was so chaotic that some areas had floating rocks while others cracked with lightning. Magneto's power had completely changed the landscape for over 3 kilometers and it was still increasing. Explosions and flashes of different elements danced around as the three of them continuously clashed. Drawl had them beaten in durability as he was able to heal from any type of injury they inflicted on him, followed by Doom who had an enchanted armor with his superhuman physique. Magneto had the weakest physique among the three of them, which was super soldier level. He made up for that deficit by having the most impenetrable defense out of all of them. His force field was stronger than Drawl's and Doom's put together, making him harder to hit than both of them. Magneto drew metal from deep within the earth and formed a giant hand that had multiple hands on each of the fingers and spewed them at the towering Drawl. Drawl formed a red cleaver on one hand and sent a slash at the hands coming towards him, adding on to the cacophony of booms resounding that night. He sent out his lasers and watched as they bent at impossible angles for anything in motion and chased the flying Doom. Doom with 2 clasped hands, brought them together to his chest in AX form and charged a spell and sent it towards the hunting beams of red. The spell collided with the beams and the effect of the collision caused the red to lose its dangerous luster as it turned black as if it was decaying. Those lasers were one of Drawl's hardest to dodge attacks because of its speed and its destruction affinity. Those weren't normal lasers by any stretch of words. Doom could feel them practically eating away at his runes and spells, that's why he tried to dodge them anytime Drawl fired them. Drawl used the small window he got from Doom's absence and descended on Magneto. Magneto was the harder one to reach due to Hack's-like ability. The protective force field around him was harder to penetrate than Doom's armor. They had been fighting in the middle of the storm for minutes, with all of them dealing damage of varying degrees to each other that the fight could be said to last through the night and into the morning if nothing happened. But that couldn't be more farther from the truth. As the fight went on, Doom and Magneto could feel that Drawl was getting stronger and his attacks were becoming more diverse and lethal. His mastery was reaching terrifying levels that one time during the fight, all he needed was a slight tap to the ground and a few hundred meters around him turned to lava in seconds. Doom was racking his mind on how to cope with the increasing slew of attacks that Drawl was sending because he could feel that most of his runes had been destroyed and he was creeping ever so closely to the bottom part of his energy reserves. The thought to cut off his loss here came to him, but he refused to run away twice. He already had the teleportation matrix set up to be activated at any time with his thoughts. Magneto on the other hand could feel that he was off the steep end, but he pushed through. He could feel that if he could push himself further, his abilities would become so terrifying that none would stand against him. Never in his life had he thought he could be capable of such high magnitudes of power. How could the humans not bow before such supreme was something he would never understand. But with the joy of his new heights came the rage that someone could still measure up to him and put him at the back foot. They had been fighting for what felt like hours and yet, he still could not kill this mutant. He is strong. Magneto was as arrogant as he was strong, but even he could no longer deny the fact that Drawl St. Cross was one of the strongest mutants he'd ever seen. But what a pity he chose the other side. If he had chosen to fight for his brethren in Brotherhood, then he would have been a king when the New World Order came into fruition. As admirable as his strength was, so was the conviction to kill him that Magneto had. He would never be at peace if he knew there was a mutant this strong that directly opposed him and his goals. Magneto's danger sense rang like Christmas bells as he saw Drawl raise his hand to the sky. Trusting his instincts, he expanded the field around him and bolstered up its repelling force. He was thankful for his quick action, as no sooner had he done so, a lightning struck from the clouds at him. The force was terrifyingly so that it tore through the layers of his force field without losing momentum, and if not for Magneto covering his entire body with a repelling force opposite of that of the negatives of the lightning, he was flung away from the resulting explosion as the lightning met the earth. He looked at the mutant, no, the monster in human flesh, as the fear he had been bottling down with his rage started seeping out. Drawl had grown another foot during the fight, putting him almost at a whooping 9, making him easily towering over his two foes. He had stopped dodging their attacks midway through their slugfest and he became stronger for it. Magneto couldn't be sure whether he had eyes anymore. From the bridge of Drawl's nose up to the crown of his head was covered in red flames that increased his already terrifying image by extra points. The lightning around his body was so intense to the point that normal attacks did not work anymore against him, as it created a static field around him that bounced back insufficient attacks. Only now did Magneto realize that this was a true death match. None would stop until the other was dead or escaped. He could feel the exertion toll his abilities had on his body. He had taken on too much in too little time, that it was starting to affect his control over his abilities, but he couldn't stop here. They were on the cusp on a new era, he could feel it. He could feel his people around the city, he could sense them fighting. He could not be allowed to fail here. When come the morrow, was a new dawn. He would lead them through. He had promised them supremacy and he would deliver as the true leader he was. With a shout, Magneto tapped into more of his power and the earth around them rose up. He continued to draw into the vestiges of his mutant gene, the endless power his status as an Omega-level mutant gave him. All around the state of New York, irregular storms came into existence in minutes while the bodies of water around the state and its coast raged. News channels around the country and its neighboring borders spoke of the number of earthquakes that were appearing in some parts of the continent while sea guards complained about the number of ships that had been sunk in a night. The state of New York was hit the worst disaster in its history 2 years after the 9/11 bombing. Oh! My! God! Bobby exclaimed as they tried mitigating the damage the city was suffering from by helping the people while Storm tried to calm the weather. They could feel where the eye of the storm was and they could tell that if they so much as neared it, they would die. The reason for Bobby's exclamation was because of the tremble that ran across them which they knew that the entire city felt. Someone's power was affecting the entire city and neighboring states to the point that it was unreal. It became even more improbable when two such people joined forces together to kill one man. Bobby was forever thankful that the Nightmare wasn't so gung-ho about killing them that night. Is there no way for us to help Drawl? The dude who Logan told them was the real Captain America asked. That had been a real kicker to find out that the world's first superhero was still alive and so young. Kitty and Kurt had been so shocked at that they immediately started apologizing which confused the older man greatly. That place smells of danger, even for me. Going there would be no different than suicide, Captain. Logan said. It was the first time ever that they had seen Logan so tensed. They had been fighting the members of the Brotherhood who attacked them the moment they landed which prevented them from going to Magneto before whatever he was doing skyrocketed into whatever this was. Clint, what's Fury saying? Steve asks the marksman of their makeshift team. He's in an emergency meeting with the council and the president right now. We just elevated by another 3.08%. If this continues any longer, the city is going to be split apart like pizza. They could all feel the constant tremors under their feet and the cracks that were steadily appearing on the road was enough for them to tell that it would be incredibly dangerous as the city gets higher above sea level. Do we have any way to slow down the rate of the elevation? Steve asked as he threw a meta over his shoulder and knocked him out with a kick. Reed and the Furball are on it but they said they'll have to get closer to the eye to increase the chance of success and we don't see how that's happening anytime soon. This time it was the Flaming Kid that answered. Present times sure was strange to Steve Rogers, there was a talking rock and a human torch. Since when had living beings and fire become so close to one another except during wars? He sure as hell didn't have the answer to that. We need to find a way to get to Drawl pronto. That's the only way we can hope to stop this before it gets any worse than it already has. Steve kicked a car towards a meta and had it smash him against another car. I'll go. A huge gale of wind struck each member of the Brotherhood before small bolts of lightning struck them and knocked them out. Storm landed on the ground with her eyes pure white with small sparks of electricity running through them. Any progress? She sighed before she shook her head at Logan. I was able to calm the tempest at sea and others around but the ones in the city are constantly recurring. We need to stop it at its source if we want to prevent further disasters. You sure you want to go? It's going to be incredibly dangerous. I would if not for the damned fact that the metal bastard would just toss me around. Logan growled as he remembered the few times he had encountered Magneto. Never had he felt so weak against anyone other than the master of magnetism. I'll be fine. Drawl's been fighting them both for over an hour. He'd be able to defeat one of them quickly if he had someone to help him hold off the other. Aurora waved off his worry but Logan shook his head at her. I'm not talking about Doom or Magneto. It's Drawl I'm worried about. Not even I would be able to keep my cool in such a stressful environment, you of all people should know that. Everyone's face turned ashen as Logan said that, well not everyone. What do you mean? You think Drawl would attack her if she wanted to help? That's impossible. Clint said with a frown. Dude's got some serious anger issues pal. Almost killed all of us the night he lost it. Bobby scoffed to the side. When was that? Steve and Bucky frowned at that as they couldn't remember when Drawl ever seemed out of his reasoning. They could say for certain that they had seen him get irritated, happened all the time, but they've never seen him angry. Certainly not to the point where he loses his reasoning and goes berserk. Regardless, I'm still going. The night has been wrought with far too many tragedies for it to go on any longer than it already has. She said with a tone of finality that also had a regal air to all who heard it. Without saying anything else, she flew up and made her way to the eye of the storm. I know I shouldn't say this given who I am but, damn she's hot. Johnny Storm whistled. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 92, Chapter 91. Aurora flew towards the center of this disaster and only when she was close did she understand the magnitude of destruction that brought about what the cities were currently facing. She was thankful for the fact that the battle that she could now hear was isolated because if it had been anywhere else in the populated city of New York, millions would have been the death toll before the end of the hour. What graced her sight was something straight out of the Bible's telling of Armageddon. Fire, brimstone, disasters, hails, lightning. It was so apocalyptic that it brought phantom pain to her which confused her greatly. She knew she had always had some sort of connection to nature given her abilities, but this was different. She focused on her mission and pushed herself further into the quagmire only to find her flight speed slowed down due to the increased gravity. She scowled and then her body glowed in power, offsetting the increased gravitational pull, and she flew towards her target. She felt as if she was in another domain cut off from the earth as she entered a kilometer away from where the fight was going on. She could instinctively feel something was off about this place. It felt like a mishmash of everything she had seen before. It felt chaotic. She could finally see the three men fighting at the distance, moving at impressive speeds that left after images. She saw Magneto covered by some sort of force field, controlling not just metals but rocks around him. Was this what the professor meant by him controlling not just metals but the very polarity around it? The other person was Dr. Von Doom, who had some sort of letters etched into his armor that Ororo could only classify as magic. She felt strings of power from the symbols on his armor and she could tell which was dangerous by instinct. The last was Draal? She could only tell it was him due to that encompassing anger she always felt every time she watched him fight, but instead of it being bottled up, it was rolling off in waves. The upper half of his face was covered in red flames and his hulking physique, which was way bigger than he ever was, painted him to be the perfect image of a monster any child could imagine. A devil, if he had horns. She felt apprehension when she looked at his form, and she wouldn't be ashamed to say she even felt afraid and uncertain as she saw how he fought. There was no longer any finesse he used to have the few times she'd seen him battle. No strategy employed or wise manipulations. All he did was dole out powerful attacks without making any effort to dodge the ones aimed at him. She only remembered the reason she was here when Magneto held him down and Doom used some sort of energy and struck at his neck. Not even that didn't kill him. The wound caught on red flames and healed in seconds. She made the split decision at the moment he effortlessly broke free of the restraints and attacked Doom with lightning. She had to take some of the focus off of him if they ever had the chance to end it once and for all. How dare you obstruct Doom from his battle, woman? Die! Doom raged and charged his spells while shooting blasts at her. Why are you doing this? Thousands are dead. Do you feel no remorse? Is your hate that great that you don't care about human life? She replied back with her own questions. She wanted to understand how they could be this indifferent to the destruction they've caused. Doom doesn't care for the ants his boot steps on. The megalomaniac in armor screamed out as he sent a wave of magic at Ororo, who called forth a tornado and sent it towards Doom. She would keep him at bay until Draal was done with Magneto or when she was through with him. Either way, they all had their work cut out for them. She didn't plan on talking anymore as it was clear that neither of the men attacking Draal cared. She, with lightning coating her hands, struck at Doom, who with a magic spell, created something like a lightning rod that redirected the lightning as it came near him to another location afar. Ororo didn't let up as she created a huge maelstrom that took Doom by surprise and drew him in. Taking this chance, she engaged him in close combat with lightning-cladded fist. Let it never be said that Ororo Monroe wasn't a master fighter in weapons and close combat. They fought each other, exchanging different strikes, but Doom was no slouch either. He received every attack she put forth and donated a few of his own for free. Sometimes he had no choice but to fall back as Ororo's attack came carrying with it the force of gales and storms. The two continued fighting while moving away from the slam of Magneto and Draal. Magneto was getting weaker, but the same could not be said for Draal. The moment Doom was gone, Magneto felt as if he was figuratively carrying the weight of the world. It was as if Draal fell into a pace that he couldn't keep up with. He knew that the reason he hadn't yet lost a limb was because of the force field protecting him. He could feel himself declining at a steady rate. He was using so much power that it was beginning to take a heavy toll on him. Some of his attacks had created far more damage than intended. He felt like he was a newly awakened mutant, struggling to control his powers like he had done when he was a kid. It would take a while to get used to the new heights and sensations his powers brought him, but who was he? The name Magneto was a symbol of power and authority. He was pushed to the ground by an overwhelming force that he still couldn't identify whether it was electromagnetism or telekinesis. He repelled himself off the ground to avoid the stomp that destroyed his former location, but before he could do anything else, a shadow loomed over him in the blink of an eye and he was sent flying as an axe made of lighting struck his shield with so much force that he coughed out blood. He was given no reprieve as Draal was on him the next instant with a low uppercut that sent his cruising through the air at humanly impossible speeds only to be double-knuckled down back to earth. This time though, he wasn't fast enough to get up as he could tell that some his bones were pulverized by that blow. Blood poured out of his orifices in large amount, but even that wasn't enough to grant him pity, not that he would ever accept it, as a huge hand covered his entire head and grabbed him up. With such close distance, Magneto tried once more to influence Draal's blood in any way, as he was sure that even if the metal was superheated by the extreme heat of Draal's body, there would still be massive amounts of metal inside, but, as if to prove his despair, he felt the same interference from Draal. His actions seemed to anger the quiet Drawl as millions of volts wrecked his body only for Drawl's searing red fist to punch through his protection, destroying this helmet and taking a part of his face. He was beaten. He was humiliated. He felt chagrined. There was no way someone like him would go out, beaten like a fool. His path was supreme and like a king he shall go down, fighting to the bitter end. He refused to let his enemy take leisure with his death. See curse you. He cursed at the demon in front of him but its face didn't change as if all was within expectations. Magneto was angered. He had promised himself that he would make Drawl scream, and he hadn't fulfilled that promise yet. With his indomitable will, he channeled every iota of his abilities and called it forth to himself. He could feel the wavelength of everything around him. The static of Ororo Monroe, the screeching of doom, and then the dead silence of Drawl. His was so orderly that he would have missed it had it not been that his entire focus was on the man. No matter what you are, I have given the promise of your death. I order you to accept this seasonal gift. He croaked out of his damaged throat. He focused his abilities on Drawl and forced his will upon everything his power could touch. His powers trembled as did the space around Drawl. The gravity was increased over 100 times that it collided against its own atoms. The force was so unbearable that Drawl was forced to all fours as he kept struggling against gravity. The red cracks around his body thrummed to life as they widened and flared as red flames spew out in opposition. The both of them clashed their forces together and lightning and thunder roared in the sky while the earth bled red. The ground rose and fell like the apocalyptic visions of a prophet but neither relented. This was their last stand. Whoever won meant the other's death. A distance away, Doom and Storm had stopped their battle as they felt the increasing danger of the chaotic space around the other two fighters. Even in the city, people felt the increased pull of gravity but it wasn't as intense as what Drawl and Magneto were facing. Magneto kept trying to squash Drawl with the collision of the space particles but he didn't know if it was Drawl's body or the force he was using that was preventing him from victory. He watched the huge Drawl got on one foot and then another. It was at that point that he knew his influence was failing. How unfortunate! With his new prowess, he could tell that he would be one of the strongest beings on the planet and at that point the revolution would come to fruition in less than a year. At this point he couldn't help but think if he had been too hasty. He looked at Drawl who was back on his 2 feet with a growing red orb of destruction in his hand. Even if I die, the revolution will still come to pass. He said. Drawl looked at the man while feeling like he was carrying an asteroid on his back. There was no need for second thoughts at this point, not that he could think of any. He took a heavy step towards Magneto even as the pressure weighed him down. His bones were constantly getting crushed under the force with every exertion he made. He stood in front of Magneto and he could see the loss of hope in the older man's eyes and also the iron conviction he held. He didn't care about that as he grabbed the man by the neck but even then the man still held his resolution steadfast. He felt the effect of Magneto's force subsiding as he choked the master of magnetism. He put force into his legs and blasted upwards with a sonic boom with Magneto held by the scruff of the neck. Reaching a high enough magnitude he dropped the man and let him fall down before pointing the accumulated destructive energies he had gathered. There was silence as the entire city saw the sky dye in red followed by the deafening sound of thunder crossing the skies. The entire sky was dyed red for minutes that it could be seen as far as the neighboring states. The seas and the earth stopped raging but the damage had already been done with deaths tolling in hundreds of thousands. The city of New York would be scarred for the next few years by this event but it would later be said by historians as what heralded the change of an era. Drawl landed on the ground with a boom and his senses registered the static of lightning and immediately he flashed to where the person was only to see an apprehensive Ororo. Ororo looked at the towering figure in front of her and she could still feel the waves of rage rolling off him. She prepared herself to fight to lead him away, farther, from civilization if he was still hostile. Doom had teleported when she wasn't looking because of the disturbance he and Magneto had caused which left her here, waiting to know if the battle had really ended. The tension she was feeling started increasing with every step that he took forward. She was not that delusional to think she could defeat him alone when she had seen the type of destruction their battle had caused the country. She could hold him off for a while but eventually she would lose. Drawl-less. Don't bother. A deep voice came from Drawl as he plopped his gigantic body on the floor. So much for Christmas. It was weird seeing such a figure talk in such a way but Ororo had seen some things in her short life not to be surprised by it. She was still shocked on how to reply when she heard the sound of people coming near. She could tell the authorities were on their way, probably had satellites down at this location now that the storm was gone. Hey Ororo! He called out to her. Do me a favor and don't let anybody near me. I'm still feeling the need to rip someone's head off. She hesitated for a moment before she finally asked what she wanted to from the beginning. Are you all right? He just chuckled and replied. Never felt so cheated in my life. I'm pretty pissed off but I think that's just normal given the circumstances. Mildly irritated, which I think is nothing new. Oh right. I need a drink? Fuck. The bar is gone. By then some familiar people came into view with a black man with an eye patch in the lead. She walked forward to meet them like Drawl had asked. She could tell he wasn't trying to be humorous when he said about killing people. She could still feel the killing intent rolling off from him even now. December 25, 2003, 12:03 a.m. The worst tragedy ever to hit the United States 2 years after the September 11 bombings, nicknamed the Red Eve or Red Christmas by news outlets, caused the deaths of 874,049 people in the city of New York alone and over 2 million across the country in affected states. The series of natural disasters took place for over an hour with the red sky lasting minutes which crossed over to the hours of Christmas. The fates and relationship between humans and mutants were forever changed with this event as its fulcrum. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearRaulTheoManus. 93, Chapter 92. The days following the disaster of Christmas Eve were the worst the people of New York, and by extension the country of America, had ever faced in their lives. No joyous bells jingled for the festive seasons as the death tolls were called. No gifts were presented as dead bodies littered the streets in abundance. The laughter was replaced by cries of sorrow. The entire world was in shock that no one knew when the new year came and passed. The fact that something could cause such wide area destruction put all world leaders in states of fear and high panic. The information that it was done by a mutant was even more of a reason for the leaders to panic as up till now, mutants had never shown such monstrous levels of powers. The call for the shoot-on-sight order for mutants was at an all-time high as the people affected were grieving and the world at large was in a stage of insecurity. The mutant race was not only receiving negative reactions but also a healthy amount of positive ones. It all started with a child claiming how a superhero that could fly saved her. That was the impetus needed for the public to remember that it was also mutants who helped avert the disaster. Men of the sea claimed to have seen a goddess controlling the storms and commanding the hurricanes and typhoons to cease. Some had called her a hero while others called her a goddess while some had called her for what she actually was, a female mutant, who against all belief, could control the storms and sky. Some had seen men and women lifting cars and helping people, others had seen people who could fly, some who had wings like those of angels while some with the visage of that of the devil. People had never been this open with the knowledge of mutant abilities except for how the government and the news portrayed them. And while it wasn't enough to offset the damage that had been done, it was at least a step in the right direction of how people saw the mutant race. The idea of superheroes had once again been established, and since that day, there had been numerous sightings of mutants with abilities going out of their way to help people either with or without a mask on. Most took it as a sign of atonement while others took it as a way to prevent further hate of the species of empowered humans, as a way of saying they had more to offer than receiving biased hate from the ignorant public. Regardless of the mixed feelings of the public, the government and its leaders took the tragedy as a sign to step up their game in case something like this was to happen again in their country. And to combat the fear of mutants, they took to the adage of fighting poison with poison, and began recruiting mutants into special task forces. Whether they knew it or not, or if it was done specifically, society was changing, and going by were the days where humans were at the top of the food chain. By doing what they did, they were tying the new species to them with a knot that they hoped wouldn't be loosened in the decades to come. No one wanted a mutant rebellion after what they saw on Christmas Eve. Speaking of Christmas Eve, a few specific individuals had to spend the night outside of their destroyed home, with one of them sleeping through the whole of Christmas on the post-apocalyptic battlefield that was filled with flowing magma. No one, not a single agent or government official, had the courage to wake him up, as not just his size but the way his body shone red as if he was tossed into a furnace. No one knew what was happening to him as he slept, but they had all received orders not to wake him up. No one liked when their sleep time was cut short, no one. And none of the agents were brave enough to find out how the dude that could comfortably sleep in the midst of such environments would be like if his nap was cut short. Fury had told them all to clear the area, which they did even when the officials and news agencies didn't want to, but the tremor that they felt as they insisted and the flowing magma worked as the perfect intimidation. Fury had to put in a lot of effort to keep some parties of interest off the news even when he was opposed in his decisions by the Council and the DOD. He had to explain to the President of the United States and other world leaders in the UN why he was adamant about safeguarding the identities of the people who were involved in the event of the Red Eve. Fury's argument was that these were people they currently had no power over, and you could tell how that hard truth provoked the fragile egos of the shadow leaders. Fury had to cringe on how they always thought that a nuke was their answer to everything. He was only a substantial proof away from betting his other eye that Draal could walk off an A-bomb. He'd seen the man slapping missiles away like they were yesterday's breakfast. He had to hold himself from screaming at the president when his advisor proposed the idea of bringing Draal in under acts of patriotism and using his gifts to serve his country like every upstanding citizen. For the first time since he couldn't remember, Fury's mouth moved faster than his brain. You motherfucking cocksucker. He's probably as patriotic as salt is to an earthworm. If don't want another state-level disaster, then I suggest you shut the fuck up and sit your pale white ass on that imported Italian leather and let those who have any bit of brain power do the talking. The entire conference room fell into silence for a few minutes, with the advisor looking as if someone was asphyxiating him with a 10-inch dildo. What about the Sentinel project? I believe this is the right time to approve of it despite what happened in Russia. I don't think the citizens would remember that massacre when something like this is still fresh on their minds. With the Sentinel project, we would have our very own army to combat the rising mutant threat while at the same time not losing our human soldiers in scuffles against mutants. General Thaddeus Ross proposed, which made Fury scowl. Of course Fury wanted the Sentinel project approved, but what he didn't want approved of was General Ross having authority over it. The man currently had his own small contingent of his loyal soldiers who only took orders from him that not even the president could move them. General Ross was an old name in the army, which was the reason why most of his actions were overlooked. Out of everyone here, no one could boast of being more patriotic to the American flag as General Ross was. But there was something bad about being too obsessed with something to the point that it becomes a poison, which was exactly how Fury felt about Ross. That is entirely another issue separate from what we are talking about, General Ross. Fury had to knock the old man down, but Ross proved to be too much of a big dog to back down. It is, but if it was approved, then what we are speaking of would no longer be an issue now, would it? Ross had said with a sardonic smirk. The back and forth between the two continued on for the next few weeks that followed, with them making no headway in concerns on what to do with Drawl and the arising mutant vigilantes that had been appearing recently, to which Fury said to leave them alone for now, as the wiser choice would be to prepare as much as they can to make sure they could have a proper response when, not if, something like this happens again. While they had the power of information and the public opinion, which they were very adept at in manipulating, they just realized how far they were in might. A fight between three mutants had scarred the entire country and put the world in panic. What then would happen when a group of similarly strong people fought? Would they just sit by and watch as everything was destroyed just because of a scuffle? What use would their wealth and authority matter if they lost their lives to one of these disasters? Whether they cared to admit it or not, they were scared. Scared of the fact that they could be easily reminded of their mortality. Scared of what would happen when the mutants banded together. Magneto's Brotherhood weren't given enough threat importance, and look at what happened when the leader they thought developing rubber bullets to take him down lost his cool to whatever reason that they weren't privy to, and almost sunk the state of New York. Times were changing and they had to have some kind of combat power to put those empowered back in line. While the world leaders were brainstorming how to retain every bit of their power in the changing times, which was laughable if only they knew what would happen in the future, one of the main characters of the disaster took a trip to the country of Latveria and destroyed the compound palace of its monarch with the words "Better hope I don't find you" burned across the entire kilometers of land that Doom's palace was located. Fury almost had an episode of stroke when he saw that on the news at night when he was sipping on his bourbon. Safe to say he had to abandon his drink as they council were getting the jitters like 5-year-olds at birthday parties. This happened on New Year's Day, taking everyone important by surprise at the blatant act of terrorism, but the character in question couldn't care less, as he was still pissed that he was now homeless and the prices of houses had skyrocketed with almost a quadruple-fold increase. He had gritted his teeth before paying almost $10 million for a new mansion that was 4 times bigger than his previous one with double the rooms and spaces. He was placated with the fact that he had looted some of Doom's things as he went around bombing the entire estate, and he had to admit that the megalomaniac had some good stuff. He had been prepared to fight Doom and kill the fucker once and for all as he did with Magneto, but was disappointed as he had to return empty-handed, well not really, from Latveria. That place was like an iron fortress with the amount of technology packed into it, but, while he was never a patriot, he could agree with the American sentiment of bombing things to high hell if they proved too arrogant for their britches. He found some magical indexes on runes and other pantheons of magic, but he couldn't make headway with whatever it meant. Didn't mean he didn't pocket it though. He couldn't take much with him except for, well, a shipload of some of Doom's tech. Gold, fucker had a lot of that, magical tomes for when he started studying magic, which was the next on his list, and finally the piece de resistance, adamantium. He wasn't surprised that Doom had a piece of this thiccy-thighed meat of a metal, well he was, but not that much given whose house he was raiding. He had never felt so much free and unhinged after the battle he had with Doom and Magneto. He could feel he was on the cusp of another evolution, but it felt as if he was missing a few things, and thankfully Doom pointed it out for him: magic. The reason he had slept the whole day after the battle was that the amount of energy particles his body had adapted to and assimilated were astronomical. The fight had been one of a scale he never knew he could contend with, nor had he known that Magneto and Doom would get that powerful in such little time. He couldn't blame it all on his negligence, as the head suspect was the Marvelverse and its penchant for crazy power trips. Doom's magic was what gave him the most trouble, as some of the spells that hit him tore through his defense or just outright negated his durability. Magic was such an hacks that it wasn't even funny. There was no higher point or lower point to the craft except the level of mastery of the user. If Doom was that annoying with magic, then he could only imagine how powerful the head hunkos like the Ancient One, Doctor Strange, the future Scarlet Witch and Morgan Le Fay were. Doom wasn't as old as he was in the comics, which was the reason why he wasn't stupidly powerful, but unfortunately he was still as batshit crazy as he ever was. Being exposed to Doom's magic did something to him, so Drawl wanted to take that chance and see what his next evolution would be like if he added magic to whatever was mixing inside his body. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomenews. 94, Chapter 93. It has been 3 months since the new year, and the people of New York were finally getting back their semblance of normalcy after what happened a few months back. Most of the roads were already undergoing reconstruction, the same with the houses, but the things that were hard to change were the people's feelings. The normalcy they were getting were in the form of the infrastructure. For how they truly felt, the hospitals and psychiatric institutions were the honest tellers. The damage wasn't limited to people and buildings but also to their livelihoods. Corporate buildings fell, so also were different workplaces that suffered from that night. Overnight, the amount of people that were jobless increased five-folds. The president made the right move of directing most of the country's resources in order to get the city back and running, but there was only so much that money could do. It couldn't erect the buildings and workplaces overnight. Nor could it bring back the dead and permanently handicapped. The amount of suicides that followed were astronomical to say the least, as the recently unfortunate handicapped persons and those who lost loved ones and family chose to end their lives as they couldn't live with the grief. So it wasn't entirely true to say they were getting back to normal, albeit very slowly. This was a scar that would forever remain fresh in the minds of those unfortunate enough to witness that night. A lot of people had speculations about what caused the Earth's magnetic field around the city of New York to experience such drastic changes, and the name Magneto had been brought up in more than one of those international debates held. It was also speculated that the US government knew those behind the attack but were refusing to divulge the identities of the perpetrators. That caused a lot of unrest and riots within the state, which most times almost resulted in public lynching of mutants, mostly those with physical mutations, which were stopped by law enforcement, which most times further increased the riots and violent tendencies, as it was seen as the government refusing the justice of the people to favor mutants. The president didn't have much choice but to give out the name of the only identified perpetrator of the incident, which was the unknowingly dead Magneto. A hunt was put out for all identified members of the Brotherhood, and different mutant strongholds and gatherings were busted, which resulted in fights that saw both the deaths of mutants and officers involved. It was truly the dark times for the hunted race. Unexpectedly, it was during this time that mutant campaigns were held. Debates were put forth and different mutants came out and defended their race. Their rights as people and a new species were put forth for implementation in countries all over the world. Most of the problems that the mutants faced was that their race was closely identified with the names of terrorists and criminals such as the recent Magneto and his Brotherhood, which painted a bad picture and some form of bias and stereotype when people and the ignorance at large heard or spoke of them. It was a topic that was discussed heavily before the term metahuman was first heard. It denoted what the evolutionary circle of humans truly were, as it was proven, and also being factual, that a lot of people, over 30–40% of people being born today carried the X gene, although it was dormant in more than 39.9% of those numbers. It meant that almost half of the people born in the last 2 decades, all had the probability of being born, even if it was a minuscule one, as mutants. The new term was put forth by a man and woman named Charles Xavier and Aurora Monroe. The former a public figure and a renowned doctor in psychology, while the latter, unlike the former, was not well known but also was learned given the multiple degrees in literature, history, and language. Their reasoning for the term was that everyone, humans or mutants alike, were all the same race, with the former being the base and with the latter being those who evolution favored. Backed up with scientific claims of humans evolving from apes, they also put forth the acknowledged truth that was wholly rejected, that mutants too, in the same vein, were evolved humans. It wasn't what the government or mutant hate groups made it out to be. The manifestation of the X gene in people were completely at random, and so also were their mutations. Their debate with the senates and other international speakers sparked a war of words between scholars around the world. Ignorance was bliss. But it was also a choice. Slogans like, "Mutants no, metahumans yes," were waved around either on media or in the streets. Different media platforms also supported the notion that metahumans should be given the same rights as their human counterparts. Platforms like Facebook, YouTube, Fmail, and Instagram also promoted this stance and openly supported it, even going as far as to fund some campaigns. The proposition didn't fly freely, with any storms hitting the craft. Hate from humans, and even some mutant society which still believed in superiority, which was true when everyone was being blunt about it, as mutants were in fact superior to humans in more ways than one, rose against the campaign even as it held strong. No revolution started and ended in a day. Due to the passive aggressiveness of the campaigns, the government of countries felt that if it went further beyond what it currently was, a civil war might break out. It was also a little disturbing how people just openly hated something without even trying to understand, with no particular reason for said hate. No one knew the reason for this, or rather someone knew, but said man was currently mourning how much he spent on his house as the dollar suddenly inflated in just a few days. Having spent days trying to come to terms in acclimatization with his new height of prowess, he spent the next few weeks hunting down, or rather tracking down, a man known as John Sublime, who was touted as the most dangerous man the mutant race ever faced due to his powers to possess any life forms except that of the mutant race. Droll had to admit that he had absolutely forgotten about Sublime. Even though the danger that Sublime posed to the emerging race was sky high, he wasn't a very major character, all things considered. It wasn't until he was criticizing some people who actually took to media and said that the race should be locked up and the government should find a way to destroy their mutated genes that he started noticing something fishy. Sure, what happened on December 24, 2003 was as much as a tragedy as any could occur, and he also understood why people would be hell-bent on ostracizing and defaming the metahumans due to the loss they suffered and the time of grief they were still undergoing, given that it was only 3 months ago that most people lost everything. He could understand all that, and also the fact that while this was not a good time to defend metahumans, it was also the best time to make the distinction known. He had been called on by Ororo to know whether he would want to take a more public stance, but he declined. He was happy to be known as the Ghost CEO and owner of the newest media giants. No need to put himself out there for more than necessary. It was something Marky solely agreed on as he wholeheartedly took on the role of acting CEO, wondering why his partner wasn't interested in knowing how their company worked. He wasn't complaining, however, as this was the best chance he had to make connections with those who are the true upper echelons of society. If only he was older and wiser to know that he was being used as the working horse that drove the money to Drawl's purse. Sucks to be him, but that's something he'll never know. Drawl, on the other hand, after a lengthy conversation with Ororo which ranged from states of affairs regarding those at the mansion and metahumans at large to what happened to him that day. He just ended up talking a lot with her during the past few months, mostly about politics, which the dark-skinned woman was amused to see how much he hated it. It was this time, before he had the chance to go virus hunting, that Fury called him, talking about how the president would want to have a word with him. It should have been expected on Fury's part, maybe he did, but nonetheless the eye-patched man enjoyed the stunned look on the president's face when the reply of "Yet, can't be bothered to lose more brain cells on a bunch of idiots in suits" spoke out in loudspeaker. A lot of those in the room had ugly faces, as most of them were in suits. Though Fury protected Drawl's identity, the man himself was not even bothered to do so, meaning anyone with the right connection and a lot of money and power could find Drawl's information. He was a famed name in some circles after all. Drawl's search for John Sublime bore little fruits, which pointed him at the Hellfire Club. He didn't want to tousle with some members of that club right now, hopefully never. The only person he was worried about, or slightly fearful of fighting, was Selene Gallio. As proven with his fight with Doom, magic was an all-encompassing art, easily making it an antithesis to everyone, especially him. Selene, as he recalled, was the Black Queen of the club and a very prominent magic user, plus being a mutant and also an immortal vampire who had been around since way before mankind even started counting the days, made her into a very frightening figure. He didn't know how she compared to the current Doom, but his millions were on her being stronger, and by a large margin at that. He didn't know what Sublime was doing within the circles of the club, but he knew he couldn't go in guns blazing and axe tossing. Sure, he could wipe them all out, but then again, Selene. He already had his things in order and was prepared to take the flight to Nepal to look for Kamar-Taj. He felt it was better that way than just knocking on the doors of the Sanctum Sanctorum. He had already told Bucky and Steve his plans to learn about magic and thus would be leaving the country for an indefinite amount of time. That had been his plan, it still is, but with the remembrance of Sublime, he had postponed the trip. Sublime wasn't like the other people he'd killed, in that killing him was next to useless if he didn't somehow find a way to locate all of the bacteria he's infected people with. He was torn between whether taking care of the infection problem now or waiting until he knew some magic. He didn't even take a second of pondering before he tossed the other option away. The situation with the metahumans was already as dire as it could get, leaving it for however long it would take for him to be proficient in magic was a fool's choice. He didn't have anything against the Hellfire Club, which was saying a lot, not really, as he didn't care about almost anything, so as long as they didn't have anything to do with him, he'd happily go his merry way. But when has things ever gone his way? Nathaniel Essex POV. Astonishing. A man muttered as he looked through the data that he finally was able to procure about a specific mutant that he'd heard about. His sources had told him that Magneto had gone to fight the mutant on Christmas Eve, but no one had heard from him since that day. He presumed the Metal Master had wound up dead, but mourned the loss of material and DNA he could have worked with had Magneto been successful. But all was not lost. This information is gold. I might be able to learn what triggers the adaptive genes and apply it to myself after figuring out how to replicate and diversify its effect. The man said absent-mindedly as he worked on 2 screens while also reviewing the file in front him. I need a recently harvested DNA if I'm to further the test by milestones. Looks like I'll have to earn my keep just this once. How crass. He muttered. What he had on hand, he was sure most wouldn't know its value, held the secrets to the formation and evolutionary process of the X gene. If he could figure out the adaptive properties of the mutant who held these cells, then theoretically he should be able to produce any amount and type of mutations that he could think of, so far as he could calculate their reactive factors. He contemplated on how he would go about acquiring the DNA of his recently favorite research subject, and very soon a smile broke out on his face. Let's go with that. Yes, let's. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearRaoulTheomenus. 95, Chapter 94. Drawl's plan for taking care of Sublime was simple. All he had to do was try and get inside the bacteria's head, or nucleus, or mitochondria, and use its hive-like mind to connect to his other proxies and destroy them from the inside while he'll incinerate the virus like every good doctor would. Nothing a little UV ray can't fix, on the chance that UV can fix it, then he'd have no choice but to use Gamma. Everything becomes simple when Gamma is involved in this universe. Either you die or you become super-powered. He had thought of pointing the X-Men to Sublime, but given how he played them for years in the comics, he wasn't taking any chances. From what he could gather, thanks to Clint actually doing some spy work, the man known as John Sublime had some kind of dealings with some of the human members of the Hellfire Club, Edward Bookman. If Drawl was to be honest with himself, he didn't remember much from the comics. His memories before his transmigration were harder to remember for some reason, and due to the fact that he read those comics when he was a kid and through his teenage years, he had forgotten most characters except those major ones. For one, he didn't know who the fuck was Edward Bookman, but given that he was in the Hellfire Club, the man had to be somewhat capable either in politics, wealth, or personal abilities. He did a little digging on Edward Bookman and he was irked by the fact that he wasn't surprised when he saw the guy's name for those who sponsored the Sentinel Project. He couldn't be, since John Sublime's name was among that list too. He had to admit the fact that Hydra was too competent at what they did, that they even had piles of dirt on their seemingly allies. The files they had on Sublime was that of a human who funded some of their works that they put out as joint project, which wasn't much. Although his target was only Sublime, he had the feeling that he would fighting more than Sublime and his goons, possibly knocking heads with the club's high-ranking members. He contemplated whether to go in stealthily and take out Sublime or just walk in and cleave off the neck of the fool, and no matter how he thought hard about subtlety, the idea of seeing someone's head flying and spinning in the air somehow appealed to him. He hoped he wasn't becoming sociopathic. He had his brain to make sure. "You sure you want to get out there after what happened last year?" Steve asked, concerned about his mental state. Sure, he might have acted indifferent and nonchalant about what happened on Christmas Eve, but the rerolls of the death tolls on Christmas Day got to him more than he cared to admit. Those deaths were, over 2 million, directly connected to him. It could be argued on a losing ground that both Doom and Magneto were the primary cause of the tragedy, but the truth was that he wasn't a victim of the disaster as the victims of it were. He was in top shape minutes after the fight ended, the pain and injuries gone before he even could figure out how to calm himself down. Steve and the others had been concerned about how he'd react when they watched the news at Charlie's since our home was gone. It was the first time he cursed himself for how much control he had over his emotions and expressions. For people who didn't know he could do that, which the exception was just Clint, Bucky, and Fury, maybe even Steve, he came off as unsympathetic and cold. Even Ororo had been put off a bit by his seemingly nonchalant attitude towards the deaths caused by our fight. "Yeah, don't worry about me. I promise I'll be good." Drawl said in a sing-song tone which made the captain sigh in exasperation. "Just keep whatever you are going to do in moderation." His voice had a blurry edge to it that Drawl couldn't interpret if it were concern or regret, and tapped his shoulders before he started getting ready to go help out in the city. "Come in, I can be stealthy if I want." The awkward atmosphere around us bled out with that statement as Steve waved and went his way. With every step Drawl took, he remembered the hate he held for Doom. He lost a lot of things because of the untold amount of destruction their three-way battle caused. My car, my pool, my bar, my couch, my imported pillows, my ties, my imported coffee, and most importantly, my eggnog. No one could say I didn't have my priorities straight. Every one of those things was enough to make best friends hate each other, while the last was more than enough to cause bloodline enemies. Not to mention, since he hadn't been able to procure a new Shelby GT5000, he settled for a Lamborghini Murcielago. He bought 2 Lamborghinis and had to make extra payments for 2 Aston Martin Vanquish S. Who said he couldn't live life fast in the Marvelverse? Bucky had taken the other Murcielago as soon as it hit the new garage, while Nat and Steve had to settle for the Aston Martin. Nat was cool with it, but Steve looked as if he'd rather drive a Camry than whatever the car he bought was. Sometimes his straightness could be annoying. He took his ride and hit the road. He could still feel the change as the ever-moving city of New York had a fast traffic, which was very rare at this time of the day. From his tracking of Sublime's and Buckman's location, he found out that the upper echelons of the club were holding a party on a yacht. The details of the party wasn't known, but there were invited guests who had a certain degree of opulence, which was what the Hellfire Club looked like from the outside. He parked his car half a mile away from the shore and this time just walked, enjoying the scent and feel of the sea breeze. He wasn't in a hurry, since there was no getting off the yacht unless someone had a boat or mutant powers such as flight or teleportation. When he neared the shore, he noticed bodyguards walking around, quarantining the entire shore against visitors of any kind. He looked like a tourist given the Hawaiian shirt and shorts he had on, coupled with the straw hat which solidifies the look of someone looking for a good time at the beach. He was spotted as soon as he entered the restricted area, which prompted some of the bodyguards to bar his path with an advice to turn back as the entire shore was rented for private purposes. He didn't even deign to reply the guards, which immediately put them on alert as some of them reached for their weapons. Without a change in his expression, Drawl walked forward towards the shore even as the guards called up warnings. The more the tourist-looking man came forward, the more the guards felt a sense of danger. This feeling was so thick that one of the younger guards who couldn't take the pressure any longer and fired his bullet. His heart went into his throat as his panic rose, not because of his accidental discharge but because of the floating bullet that stopped inches before the face of the intruder. What do you know? Now I don't have to worry about my clothes being riddled with lead. The intruder spoke with an unfazed expression in his face with only a slight tone of amusement in his voice. Mutant. No one knew who said that, but the moment the term registered in the heads of all the guards, regardless of who the intruder was, they all opened fire and let the bullets defend them against whatever ability this mutant had. They however were destined to be disappointed as the intruder, without moving an inch from where he was, stopped all their bullets that looked like swarms of bees in front of him. Guess I'm able to hold objects traveling at a mile per second without any effort. I feel like I could push it more, but that's up for future trial. The intruder said, more like he was talking to himself. Now then, how about we get to the main reason for today's meeting? Drawl waved his hands and before any of his assaulters could react, each received a bullet straight through their vest and into their hearts, giving them a swift but choking death. The yacht was already making its way to a part of the shore a distance away from Drawl's location, meaning that they had already been contacted by the disturbance ashore and also most likely have heard the sounds of gunshots which clued them that whatever intruder they were facing meant business. Drawl, still having the carefree expression on his face, walked forward towards the sea and stepped on it. He, since the first confrontation, finally exerted force in one of his hands, and the meaning of the gesture was explained as a part of the sea, which was where the yacht was, started rising. He continued exerting force on his hands pointed towards the yacht in an upward manner as the sea carried the yacht higher. He felt 2 attacks on his brain, but his shield deflected them with ease, even as the second was more sophisticated, but the end result was still the same. Feeling content with the height of the yacht, his foot submerged in the sea emitted frost as an entire 2 kilometers from his location on shore to the sea froze over. The ice around his feet swirled and formed a board which he stepped on and surfed towards the ice-risen yacht. He could see some people sliding down the ice he created and stood in a formation waiting for him without putting much of a combat-ready stance. He came to a halt as he faced the 5 individuals who stood waiting for him. A rather crude way of making your presence known, don't you think? Said a man wearing all black with his permed hair going backwards and an impressive beard if Drawl's opinion were to be taken. Drawl didn't need anyone to help him identify the Black King of the Hellfire Club, Sebastian Shaw. The man stood in front of the others with his face set into a cold frown that would have terrified the weak-willed if they had been in Drawl's shoes. Behind him were 2 people wearing some sort of spandex uniform. One had an easygoing smile on his face that looked Spanish, and the other, a male too, stood rigid as his eyes never left Drawl. The other 2 men Drawl didn't know, but he could tell they were somehow strong. Somehow because of the way they posture. Sorry for crashing your party, but I'm looking for someone. I'll be on my merry way once my business with him is concluded. The chilling breeze of the current atmosphere blew against the 6 men who stood in confrontation. Drawl had the small smile on his face that he had since the beginning, hoping that they'd just let him go through with his business and leave him be. I think you should introduce yourself first before asking for such absurd requests. Someone like you should at least be refined in etiquettes to do such small greetings. Shaw spoke in the same no quarter taken tone. Sorry for that. Names. Drawl. Drawl contemplated on whether it was worth telling them his name, but considered that given their influence, it would be easy if they wanted to find out anything about him. His personal information was still in the system after all. Sebastian Shaw, to his credit, didn't show any reaction at all to that name, even as the thoughts inside his head worked otherwise. He had recognized the young man as soon as he saw his face and couldn't help but wonder what the Dragr was doing here. He wasn't ignorant of what happened in Moscow, which was the first place he'd seen the Dragr in action. He had wanted to recruit him to his ranks but had to give up on that thought when he found out that he had some connections to SHIELD. Wouldn't do good to have a double agent inside the inner part of the club, even if they had multiple ways to ensure he didn't betray them. There was no telling that those in S.H.I.E.L.D. would not be able to sense the subtle difference. In the end he had decided against it. The Dragr was impressive in terms of ability, but based on what Shaw knew, his attacks were mostly energy-based with enhanced physique, though the way he froze the yacht and not to mention control that part of the sea at such distance made him weary. Despite his thoughts, he made to introduce himself, hoping that it wouldn't devolve into a fight, as there were some people in attendance that he'd rather them not knowing the full scope of his abilities. One of such persons was the White Queen. My name is Sebastian Shaw, the president of the Hellfire Club, New York branch. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheoManus. 96, Chapter 95. My name is Sebastian Shaw, the president of the Hellfire Club, New York branch. By this time everyone on the ship had scooted to the side of the yacht to watch the confrontation between the club president and what was clearly as mutant or metahuman as the news had started calling them nowadays. Some bold ones had taken their phones out to record the confrontation as well as the view for their anti-mutant campaign, only for their phones to blow up in their hands, injuring some of them. Shaw was thankful for the Dragr's intervention, but that was besides the current point. Pray tell, who are you looking for? He wanted to curse under his breath as he had some ideas as to who would be the Dragr's targets. He knew most, if not all, of the secret dealings of the members, both inner and outer, of the club, and he had found some tangents that brought their dealings sometimes crossing paths with the Dragger. Now that's how gentlemen such as we, converse. The harmless-looking man, if you minus his rippling physique, and the stupid straw hat on his head said. I'm looking for a dude named John Sublime. Let's just say we have a bit of a small difference in opinion, nothing much. Shaw visibly frowned at that. The man Bookman had introduced as Sublime wasn't that impressive if you looked at him from the standard Hellfire Club criteria. Sure, he had money, but so did every one of them. The club even boasted of 2 members who were in the world's top 10 richest. John Sublime has some type of weapons company that Shaw had looked at, and it was nothing revolutionary. It couldn't compare to Stark, Hammer or Reed Richard, though the last didn't focus on weapons but more privately owned tech, with the first dominating the weapons industry. The monarch of Latveria was the topmost contender of weapons if it were to be debated, but everyone was of the silent agreement not to bring his name at such discussions. It was not a surprise how the entire world reacted when his home was destroyed with a warning letter posted on it. Shaw felt a chill down his spine as he looked at the man who he believed was the one to wreck the home ground of Dr. Doom. Is there a reason why you are looking for Mr. Sublime? I have to tell you that he is a guest under my banner, and I'm not in any business of selling my associates. Shaw lied through his teeth. He wanted to fish for more information from the Dragger about Sublime, and this little Q&A presented the perfect chance. Yes, sorry bub. But I wasn't asking if you were okay with it. Unfortunately, Shaw's plan failed spectacularly as the atmosphere tensed. I would suggest you think twice about what you plan on doing and let us settle this cordially. Dragger. He called the man his publicly assigned code name to show him that he knew who he was, hoping it would at least make him prone to more peaceful talks, but he was bound to be frustrated as Drawl didn't even bat an eyelid as his name was mentioned. Seeing as how the Dragger still remained unfazed, Shaw signaled his men to get ready for any confrontation. He started wondering what Emma Frost was doing. She was supposed to find out what the deal with this guy was, but as she hadn't given him a word, it stood to reason that the Dragger had some sort of mental shield keeping her at bay. He looked at the small crowd at the edge of the yacht, looking at them like they were acting some sort of drama. The people that weren't part of the Hellfire Club and were in attendance were less than 10. Even in the Hellfire Club, most of them didn't know that they had mutants in their midst, and Shaw would have liked to keep it that way, but the current situation was proving that unlikely. Well, he had a plan in respect to the club. If such a thing happened, he'll just have to push it forward is all. To be honest, I don't want to fight your club, so if you just hand over Sublime, or better still, wash your hands off this as a private matter, then I'd happily leave after my task is done. The gears in Shaw's head started spinning, and he nodded after coming to the conclusion that such a proposal was indeed the best. The Hellfire Club was all about personal interest, and he saw no interest in fighting the Dragger and becoming enemies with him just for an acquaintance. I see then. With that, he made way for the Dragger, who just floated up to the elevated yacht. He frowned at that, as none of his reports ever mentioned anything about the man's ability to fly. On Drawl's part, he was quite happy that he had no reason to annihilate the Hellfire Club, because that would be the only outcome if there were to fight, and while he didn't like Shaw as a character, the guy had the X-Men to deal with in the near future. And neither was he in the business of looking for a rogue gallery. Drawl had his senses locked on Sublime the moment he hit the shore. His senses had improved to the point that he could see Chinook waves. The mental probe of Emma Frost and the kid with Shaw was a test to that new nifty ability of his. He kept a sight on Sublime in case he pulled any of his mind stuff, and happy that the stupid cell was more intent in watching than taking any action. He landed in the yacht, and the people in it gave him a wide berth. Get out! The ice that elevated the yacht started melting at a visible rate, and in less than 15 seconds the yacht was leveled with the part of the frozen sea. The people in it didn't waste a second and bolted the fuck out of the yacht and ran on ice to the shore. Not everyone did, as one still remained on the yacht. The only one Drawl could identify, not due to her face which he have seen before, but due to her blonde hair, signature white corset and a long trousers that reached her feet, a ridiculously set of high-heeled shoes and some sort of scarf that hanged loosed from her shoulders, all white. Emma Frost, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club. The others he couldn't identify, mostly, with the exception of Bookman and Sublime. Sure, he could have done his research, but he wasn't about to go checking other people's woodwork. It's a syndrome every superhero suffers from, but not him. To each his own. It would be pretty ungrateful if he took the X-Men's villains away without their express permission, wouldn't it? He'll just have to settle for less in that regard. He didn't look at any of them except the initial glance, and made him way to Sublime, who wanted to leave but had his path frozen. Who are you? What do you want with me? John Sublime asked as he looked at Hydra's famed soldier. Oh, what he would have loved to have grafted his organs and used them for his experiments. He had an inkling why the man was here, as he was a shadow sponsor of some of Hydra's projects. Maybe he found out and was cutting off loose ends. He wasn't worried about that, as he could use this chance to go under and work on increasing the hate towards those infected species. He had some few key targets in the parliament that he could control to impose laws that were heavily against mutants. All he needed was a mutant to cause trouble, and the Dragger fitted the bill to a T. All he had to do was play it simple and efficient. Nothing much, just needed to sanitize some massively propagating bacteria. Sublime's heart almost went towards his anal cavity as he heard what came out of the Dragr's mouth. What are you saying? He felt that something was wrong with the way the Dragr came to him, but he was still confident escape. He had some of the Hellfire Club's human members under his control after all. Before Sublime could react, the ice blocking his path dissolved into water and covered him before freezing once again, trapping him frozen inside the ball. The other members of the club moved backwards, spooked by the outrageous control and manipulative prowess the man showcased without even moving an inch. Shaw and the others had frigid faces as they saw the ease at which he incapacitated Sublime, but were happy that now he'd leave. Drawl worked forward with the ball encasing Sublime floating near him to the edge and of the yacht, looking to jump off before he remembered something. Oh, before I go. Drawl turned around with a somewhat embarrassed smile on his face. I'm taking someone else with me. Immediately he felt another pulse slam against his mental shield, this one however held more attack potency to it. He felt the pulse gaining in power as it tried to break past his mental shields. He lost the smile on his face and directed his gaze at Emma Frost, who had a slight frown on her face as her psychic attack kept getting disrupted. Before she could warn the others about his mental shields, the ice surrounding the yacht rose up like tendrils and wrapped around her limbs and neck. She wanted to try another method of attack when the tendrils suddenly grew spikes which sent a chilling feeling down her spine, which wasn't caused by the ice steeping up her limbs. Don't, well you can try, but you'd be risking your head if you do so. Drawl warned. He sidestepped in time to dodge the punch of an all-black young man with some sort of flare around his body. As the punch traveled through his side, he grabbed the arm to the young man, who widened his eyes in surprise and yeeted him the fuck off the yacht into the distance and watched his crash into the ice, through it and into the water underneath. He frowned as he felt another psychic wave, but although this one was milder, it targeted another part of his brain, his emotions. He waved his hands and some of the tendrils holding Emma Frost shot towards the man who tried to control his emotions and pierced his chest. He had already restrained Bookman since the start of the fight, so he turned around holding the straw hat in place and was met with the confusing sight of Shaw holding a bomb in his hands. He had wanted to question the man's mental ability for a second before he remembered his mutant ability, but even then he did nothing even as the bomb exploded in close range. The shrapnel that made their way towards him were all stopped. Shaw on the other hand walked out of the smoke with a relaxed expression on his face. I'm afraid we can no longer be cordial. Drawl was tempted to say something, but Shaw was already on his face throwing his super-enhanced punch, only for it to be stopped by a low thump as it was held back by Drawl. Instead of being surprised, Shaw grinned as he felt more power flowing into his body after absorbing the force of Drawl's block. He didn't have the chance to exercise his new augmented strength before he was sent flying out of the yacht by a backhand from Drawl. SHH. Don't spoil it for him. He turned to the still restrained White Queen and brought a finger to his lips in a silencing fashion. He held his haze for a second before she nodded. He jumped down the yacht, still restraining Sublime and Bookman since the initial exchange. Shaw got up from the ice and was joined by the boy whose skin lacked any color except the slight heat flare around him. Sunspot, be careful. He has a high amount of resistance to heat energy. We'll have to fight him in close range. Shaw spoke to the decolorized boy beside him. Normally I'd drop a sarcastic comeback at that joke, but take your best shot. I really want to see how my strength keeps up with yours. The man with the straw hat came forth with that relaxed smile still on his face that was doing wonders in peeling the ever-cold expression of Shaw off his face. Shaw scowled, but he wasn't a fool. The report said he had super soldier level strength, and the worst part was that all those who fought the Dragr are mostly all reported dead. Shit. Sunspot rushed at the man with Shaw right behind him as both of them clashed with him. The battle, if it could be called that, was just Drawl blocking and deflecting all the attacks that came his way, giving both Shaw and Sunspot enough time to augment themselves to the limit. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearRaoulTheoMenus. 97, Chapter 96. Drawl took a step backward, making Sunspot's attack miss by a hair's breadth while he slammed Shaw with an ice punch. Shaw just grinned, thinking the Dragr didn't know what his abilities were, and continued attacking the man with fervor, taking in the strikes as he stacked up on the strength it gave him. It was a common misconception when it came to those who knew about Sean's mutant status. Though it was in the very minority, since most of them were dead, the ones who knew thought his ability was to absorb force, kinetically speaking, but it was much more expansive than that. He could absorb any type of energy out there, heat, sonic, waves, electromagnetic, sound, as long as they were in large quantities. He could also absorb more obtrusive things like the cutting energy from a sharp object or the pelting from ice. A wondrously universal ability he had. He truly felt that both he and Sunspot could defeat the famed Dragr if they kept at it with such pace, since Sunspot could absorb solar radiations and other heat particles to augment himself to ridiculous degrees that breaking the sound barrier with a reflexive punch was very easy. All they needed was to stall the Dragr until they accumulated enough energy. Shaw jumped at the Dragr from overhead while Sunspot fired off higher condensed solar flares from his hands that were more than hot enough to melt through reinforced steel. As if to mock them, the Dragr used one hand to hold his straw hat in place and did something that neither of them thought possible. He cut Sunspot's beam with a chop that the concurrent beams could not pass through the spot he chopped it. It felt like there was something blocking the beam from going further. While for Shaw, he held him overhead before proceeding to slam him twice on the ground and then flung him towards Sunspot, making him collide into the beam the young man was still blasting. Not yet enough. Drawl beckoned on them with a come-hitherto flex of his hands. Shaw grunted, his body releasing a glow of energy that surrounded him while Sunspot flew up, changing tactics. I think we'll have to take it a little more seriously, sir. Sunspot spoke as he body released more energy to the point that the space around him darkened, making him look like a phantom. Drawl only raised an eyebrow at the words of the youth but didn't say anything else. He looked at Shaw, then at the boy called Sunspot, and had a pensive look on his face before it brightened. Excuse me, your abilities, it allows you to augment yourself proportional to the amount of energy you can take in and release, right? Sunspot looked confused as the clearly, should be, hostile invader was taking his time to ask him if his abilities. He deliberated answering, but given what he's learned from Shaw, he knew that would be a fool's bargain. What makes you think so? He wanted to know the man's observations and know what were the limits of his knowledge in regards to his abilities. Because I can see it. Drawl stated in a matter-of-fact tone. He wasn't lying. He really could see the amount of energy the boy was constantly taking into his body. It was a ridiculously huge amount, and the ease at which he augmented it throughout his body astonished Drawl. With the amount the boy was taking in, he should have been way stronger, like continental level strong. The only person Drawl knew who could presently absorb solar radiations or any type of energy as fast or nearly as fast as Sunspot was Bruce Banner, the Hulk, and himself. From what he could see, Sunspot was using as much energy as he could absorb, but his loss. All I want is to test how far my base strength has grown. Forget about that for now. From what I know, Shaw isn't that far from the limit of energy he can absorb and assimilate, so I'll be focusing on you more in a bit. The two men had different expressions on their faces at Drawl's words. Sean's face completely blanched for a second before he got his disarrayed emotions in control as his mind worked out frantically on how the man knew anything whatsoever about his abilities. Not only that, he was also fearful about the man's scope of knowledge about his abilities' limits. He's more dangerous than I thought. From the way he first subdued Emma, I think he has some form of mental defense, that's why he has her on death's doors, meaning we can't count on her abilities in this fight. Guess it'll boil down to who hits harder, and even if I am not confident to contest with him that regards, he definitely doesn't know what the upper limit of Sunspot's abilities looks like. Shaw could feel a little pricking weight on his body and knew that what Drawl said had some evidence of truth to it. If what he said about seeing Sunspot's energy was true, then maybe he was also right about his limits. Shaw could feel the temperature going down, and it was not due to the ice that they were standing on. Shaw looked towards the yacht and he could still see Sublime, Bookman and Emma still held afloat while he was engaging them in battle. I'm getting the feeling that we should have waited to hear why he wanted Bookman. Shrugging off the trepidation he was starting to feel as the fight went on, he signaled Sunspot with his eyes, and the youth immediately knew what he was gunning for and he acted in accordance. He used one hand to blast the icy frozen sea between them and the Dragor, while he used the other to shoot at Shaw, who was waiting wholeheartedly for the attack. Drawl, seeing all this, only waited for Shaw to be fully charged before he made a move. Cracking his neck, a savage grin appeared on his face. Ready or not, here I come. This time Shaw was able to react as his body's reflex was empowered to a cap below his current limit. Unfortunately, being able to react did not by any way mean being able to fight back. He learnt the hard way that lesson. Drawl crossed the distance in the blink of an eye, taking his sweet time to perform a roundhouse kick to Shaw's brain box. Shaw, to his credit, was able to form a guard at the side of his head to block the kick, but points were deducted as he flew a few meters before crashing into the ice even as he absorbed a part of the force from the kick. Sunspot's surroundings on the other hand looked like a hazy glow of black. The flare around his body lowered in intensity while the glow deepened. The very second Drawl comprehended what his transformation could represent, Sunspot appeared right in front of him with a speed far surpassing that of sound, and punched at his head, going for a full lethal strike. There was no way Drawl could conjure a block made of ice before the punch reached him, nor could he fully dodge as the strike was right before him, so with a grunt, one of his hands blazed red and he caught Sunspot's fist right before it impacted his face. The look of surprise and shock on his face as he saw Drawl react to him at such close range was bare for whoever could see, even on his featureless face. That punch was pretty strong. Looks like I can't keep up to you in my base in terms of speed. What about power at? The red glow on Drawl's hand subsided. Stretching his free hand forward, he attempted to grab Sunspot by the scruff, but the youth was quick on the uptake and released high degrees of scalding heat to discourage the Dragor's action, but that proved meaningless as he was still caught, with the man ignoring how hot he was. Sunspot grabbed Drawl by his collar in retaliation to keep him grounded while the punched Shaw rushed at Drawl from behind. Punching all the ice blockades spawning in front of him on his path to the Dragor, Shaw joined his two fists together in a hold as he jumped up, aiming his locked hands for the Dragor's head. Though was a few inches away from his targets when he saw zooming red in omnidirectional linear paths as they impacted him on his chest. The recoil of that action caused him wheezing as he slid back, his body spasmodic with the booms from the fight between Sunspot and the Dragger. He could feel that he was dangerously close to nearing his limits on how much energy he could absorb. The ice started cracking as the booms and explosions became louder. The sea underneath started seeping through the crevices, foreshadowing the broken roots of the ice. Shaw turned around intending to engage the Dragger in battle, but what he saw gave even him goosebumps. Two of the Dragger's hands were glowing red as he exchanged blow in equal magnitude with Sunspot. The battle was above the realms of what Shaw was comfortable with. With Sunspot, the youth was at his wits' end with the living legend he was engaging in combat with. He and every notable member of the Hellfire Club had been informed on the knowledgeable scope of what his abilities were, and even with the upper estimate they gave him for any observation error. Fighting him now, Sunspot could tell that it was still underestimating him by a huge margin. It was like the guy had eyes everywhere on his body, and those laser beams, God! What kind of beams were those that they could change directions like that? He could shrug them off given that his body absorbed any heat-related properties like a sponge, but that didn't mean that they didn't work as perfect distractions. And his strength. Gadam! The moment his fist started glowing, it felt like the fucking man started wearing tanks for biceps. Sunspot could still keep up with him, but he had the feeling that the man could still go harder, which was proven as the motherfucker drew lightning from thin air and struck at Sunspot. Lightning constructs formed around him, all with different shapes and sizes. Sunspot knew he could shrug off most strikes from the lightning, but that didn't prevent it from doing its damage. Case in point, the lightning around the Dragger dug into the ice, and before Sunspot could react, lightning shot out from the ice around him. Electricity travels through water faster than it does through most states of matter. Sunspot found out that he was wrong to skip physics class as the lightning drew him forward, greeting the waiting fist of Drawl with his stomach. You really are strong, aren't you? You still are not at your upper limit, but I doubt you could push out more power. Drawl, while controlling the water particles on his body back to the ground. And here I thought I could see the true limits of my base form. He muttered to himself, but it didn't escape the ears of Sunspot. Hey son, what's your name? Drawl asked. Sunspot was skeptic as the man was clearly their enemy. He looked at Shaw for instructions only to find the man wrapped in a cocoon of ice with only his head visible. He looked at Drawl and alternated it with Shaw before coming to a decision. He was wise enough to understand that the man before him wasn't fighting him at his strongest, though what that was he didn't know. Da Costa. Roberto da Costa. He answered. Word of advice, kid, don't hang around these parts of the circle. Sure, the money, prestige, and power you get are astonishing, but then someone like me comes along and then... Da Costa watched in shock as the cocoon turned red while Shaw tried to scream, but even his voice was muted. People like you die. Do me a favor, be careful of the circle you choose to align with. Da Costa did not know what to say. The Black King just died like that. Here, give them a call. I'm sure they'd be willing to take in a stray like you. They're big softies like that. Drawl formed a small ice card and passed it to Da Costa, and engraved on it was a line to the X-Mansion. He left the young man alone on the ice and floated to where Emma Frost was held. He could see the terror within that calm facade of hers. What am I to do with you? He looked at her for a while, and all he came up with was nothing. He had no reason to kill her as compared to everyone here, or at least their comic versions. Hers was quite miserable. The number of deaths and betrayals and even distrust she received from friends and foes alike made her easily one of the characters to sympathize with. Speaking of deaths. Drawl looked at the frozen corpse of Shaw, the prick who he could finally recognize as Empathy, the frozen bodies of Bookman and Sublime. Yeah, definitely miserable. He released her and with a squeeze of his hands, killed Bookman. He floated Sublime towards him and prepared to get to work. There was no way he was carrying a frozen virus, talk less of a man in his Mercy Largo. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 98, Chapter 97. Cold Chronicles I. Steve Rogers POV. The world sure was different than everything I ever thought it could be. When I woke up and was told about people being born with superpowers, I was surprised beyond all honesty, but it wasn't something I couldn't get around. Then I was told that them having superpowers meant that there were people who could literally turn to fire and some could control the weather. The scope of superpowers I understood was shattered and rearranged at that moment. That I could also deal with. Then there were some who could control metals. Like, where do I even begin with this SH garbage? Half of the earth was covered in metals, and then there were the classifications. Epsilon. Beta. Alpha. Omega. And it turns out that the dude who could control metals was among the few of the highest classification. But even then, I had still been ignorant of what it truly meant. Even when Drawl told us about the girl, or entity, who could destroy the earth, I had still been doubtful. But then everything changed. The night of Christmas Eve changed everything I ever thought was possible. Drawl had once said offhandedly that there were some children with the X-Men that could very well destroy continents if their abilities continued growing, and although I trusted him, I mentally scoffed at that. I believed I had seen what 99% of humans could not even begin to comprehend back during my time, but Drawl showed me that there was still the 1% that even I would not be able to comprehend even if I saw it or was told about it. The very city of New York shook that night when Bucky and I were hitting the shots. We rushed outside, but what we saw in the sky sent chills down my spine. We tried to help as many as we could because the fights to be had were close to none and our gears were left at home. It was during that time that some kids, meta-human kids, came along and started causing trouble despite the disaster that was already happening. Bucky and I quickly put most of them out of commission until some of the X-Men and Fantastic Four came and helped us in fending off most of the stronger members of what I then identified as the Brotherhood. Clint found us during that time and told us the overview of what was happening. The tectonic plates were shifting as well as the Earth's polarities around New York, which Clint told us was currently 7% elevated. The timely arrival of the Brotherhood members and the current disaster was too coincidental a timing that all of us were quick to realize. After taking 3 shots to the knee from a gun Bucky always had on him, the crippled meta told us what I feared. Someone was behind this. Something that could affect the entire city of New York, and from the reports Clint was getting continuously, it was spreading to the seas and neighboring states. All of this was done by the confrontation of 3 people, mostly coming from someone specific, Magneto. Someone who could control the polarities on not just metals but that of the Earth. The odds of facing off against such a person and powers, even though I never admitted it, had me scared. The amount of destruction they could cause was, exactly like what I was currently witnessing and more. And not to mention the other individuals who could survive such fights. Drawl, and the last person who Clint was guessing was Dr. Doom. I knew Drawl was strong, hell he made it a daily mission before we left for Russia to beat up me and Bucky daily. I thought I had seen the upper strata of what Drawl could do. I thought I had a handle of what the bulk of his abilities entailed. But this was inhuman. As if it wasn't enough, the storms that their confrontation caused had claimed hundreds of lives at sea and a few thousands in neighboring cities. Even though we had Ms. Monroe helping calm most of the storms, it still wasn't enough. Lives were being lost by the second and I had never felt so useless like I felt at that moment. With the responsible departments making their way through the disaster and a few volunteers working to save others, Bucky and I, along with Clint and an agent named Hill, we made our way to where our house was located, but even then we still couldn't come close to it. We were still more than a kilometer away from it, but the evident destruction we saw made us unable to continue. We saw magma spewing out from the ground, ice freezing the entire land only for it to be melted the next second. Rocks flew on their own as if defying gravity, and the ground seemed to discourage their feet from moving even as the air became hard to breathe. We could see the flashes from a fight we knew we would die the second we entered, and I was pretty sure I was not the only one who felt like shit at that moment. Lightning rained from the clouds above only for it to be sent back. The earth broke apart and flew up in the air defying gravity, so did the ice and magma, all flowing upwards. The fight continued for almost an hour before it stopped with a red light blinding the first hours of Christmas with crimson. That light was the proof I needed to know Drawl had won, as minutes later everything started falling back down. The storms had started ceasing, the boom stopped, but the red flames flowing through the ground continued. The air became lighter as it was before while the ground released its hold on them. We obviously couldn't drive through such terrain, so we made use of our feet and raced to where we knew Drawl was, and once again I was speechless. If the landscape of a kilometer and a few out could be ascribed to that of natural disasters, randomly happening natural disasters, then the scene they came upon could only be called destruction. It was as if they entered another place that was entirely cut off from the human world hell. As if their surprise wasn't alone, they found a huge hulking man in the form of Drawl, sitting at the side while Ms. Monroe came to meet them, giving them the news of the ended battle. I wanted to ask how my friend was doing, but the lady gave us an instruction from Drawl himself. He sat there, head held down, over the course of 2 days while we did all we could to stop anyone, military or civilian, from getting even as far as 5 kilometers from Drawl's ground zero. The next few days saw us helping out around the city along with the Romanoff sisters, who thankfully came out of the disaster with a few scratches. The 4 of us, including the young Yelena, had a talk about what type of plans we had going forward. It didn't take a fool to know that from now on, with such calamity as a prelude, the world as a whole would dive into a search for higher powers. Nukes wouldn't do it anymore, nor would they act as the perfect deterrent, and for such frenzied search for powers above what they could possibly control, those with such powers who don't want to be under any sort of authority will come together, and then, a whole new meaning of war will start anew. I don't like this one bit, guys. What are we supposed to do then, Steve? Like Drawl sometimes says, not everyone is lucky enough to win the cosmic lottery. It's all a gamble you never knew you had stakes on. Bucky said as he hit the punching bag, sending it flying across the new gym. Natasha too had a look of frustration on her face as she swung her knives. He is right, Steve. No one likes it, but the truth is that we are just as powerless as most of the people in this country when it comes to the big fights, more than we would like to admit. The fact that what she said was a glaring and painful truth made me bend the barbell I was pressing in an overhead press unconsciously. I scowled as I threw the deformed barbell to the floor and went for a dumbbell. It doesn't mean I'm going to like it one bit. Why don't you guys? I don't know, ask Drawl for help? He was researching the super soldier serum before that whole shindig with Magneto and Doctor Doom, and I think he recently found a lead on this Claw guy he's been looking for since last year. I don't think he'll be against anything you guys ask him. Yelena spoke from where she was sparring with her sister. Seriously, I'm the only one not getting the special treatment despite being the youngest. I want to drive a supercar too, you know? But no. He had the gall to suggest high school. She huffed as an elbow was delivered to her midriff. What she said, the part about asking Drawl, not the supercar obviously, had some merit to it, but I don't think it's the right way. Asking someone for empowerment of any kind, especially considering the world we currently live in, was never a good idea, definitely not to the scale of this. I don't think that's a wise idea. Asking for someth. Gah. Boys. Why do you guys always have to make it harder than it already is? Nat groaned out, whole ducking under a swipe from her sister and swinging her knives for the exposed underarm of said sister. Why they always went for such lethal training was something I'd never understand. I ignored the latter part of what she said since that was not a discussion I would wisely argue with a girl over and focused on the important part. What? By now, all of us had already stopped what we were doing and were now staring at 3 different pairs of eyes each. At my question, Nat looked at her younger sister and looked at her with what I would call exasperation. You want to go first or should I spell it out for them, Nat? Go first. I think the impact would sink in better. Nat shrugged. Bucky and I shared a questionable look before turning to the younger girl who just rolled her eyes. What makes you guys think he's researching the super soldier serum? Why do you think he didn't just whip out a new arm for Bucky and insisted on going for something better? I don't understand where they were going with this line of questioning when they could have just given us their answers straight. Seeing us not answering, Yelena threw her hands up in the air, indicating she was giving up, which made us turn our attention to Nat. Drawl doesn't need the super soldier serum, I think that's a point we all agree on. We nodded as she said that as it was true. Then why do you think he's working on it? Realization hit me and Bucky at the same time, but I frowned the more I thought about it. It could just be that he's trying to research it. I think that was a pretty good valid reason. For what? Do you really see Drawl as something of a scientist? This is the same person who complains all the time about there being too many components inside a cell. Yeah, no. Now that she said it like that, Drawl, although with his questionable wisdom, didn't seem like an intellectual. Definitely not how I would imagine other scientists. So there's really no need for you to get your panties in a twist. Despite all the savagery and axe-swinging kink he's got going on, which personally I think is hot, I rolled my eyes at that, is a big softy inside. That I could agree he was, though in confusing ways. But why would he do such a thing without any sort of prompt? I think you should ask him that when the time comes, and given his bluntness, I think you'll find the answer, mundane. She said. Do you know why he's doing it? Bucky asked. I have an idea. Which is why I think he's a big softy. She chuckled to herself before dropping her knives at the nearby rack. Gentlemen, don't think too much about it. If you still have doubts, then just ask him. It's as simple as that. With that she left the gym. Maybe I was thinking too much about this. She's right. If there was ever anything about Drawl I had doubts on, the best way to clear them would be to ask. He was just as simple as that, that no one would know how truly terrifying he really was. Even after all this time, even after what happened last year, I was not confident enough to say that I knew what his upper limits were. I was brought out of my thoughts as I saw Yelena standing in front of me with an expression I didn't know what to call. So. Can I borrow your car for a ride? While I didn't know what was the point of having an Aston Martin, there was no way in hell I was letting her drive my baby anytime soon. Hell nah. Come on, Steve. Just this once. I promised Drawl wouldn't know. I laughed at that. It was weird how despite what she said about not receiving special treatment, she was the one who had Drawl's eye on. I wonder how he'd be when he's finally a father. If the way he's like a hawk when it comes to Yelena is any given indication, then he'll be like their second shadow. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 99, Chapter 98. Drawl St. Cross POV. So? Sebastian Shaw dead. Edward Bookman dead. John Sublime dead. Empathy dead. Roberto da Costa joining the X-Men. Emma Frost probably taking over the Hellfire Club. Damn. The number of people dead doubled that of those alive. I had been tempted to just end the Hellfire Club, hunt that all their members and set them ablaze, but a memory stopped me. I was no longer on my own. I had people, slightly regular but still regular humans living with me. I couldn't always act with caution because even if I wasn't vulnerable to most conventional means, the same could not be said for those around me. Something that came to my mind during these passing months was, what if Steve and Bucky had been at home? Or what if Nat and Yelena decided against going out? The circumstances of that happenstance terrified me to no end. It wasn't as if I was been too laid back or been ignorant, no. I was fully aware and did my best to prepare for any surprises that sprung up, but the inevitability of consequences reared its ugly head once again. All it could have taken was a joke, and maybe they would have stayed, or maybe I would have joined them in their outings, and then that incident would triple in casualties. It was for these fears that I stayed behind for the past 3 months when I should have been doing my best looking for Kamar-Taj. I had driven through New York looking for the sanctum shown in the Marvel movies, but I couldn't find it. I had spent the rest of my time working on the super soldier serum research that I restarted after I got my new house. I had made strides in it, but it still wasn't viable for live testing, and there was no way I was using any of my roommates, or was it housemates, as experimental guinea pigs. I was hoping about completing my work on the serum before the end of April and wrapping up any more business I had before leaving to hopefully learn magic. I had gotten a lead on Chloe which I would be working on this week, the next few days specifically. I already had a small or rather sizable amount of adamantium that would be enough for limited use, and unless I want to raid the US government for the formula of adamantium. I had sent a message to Ororo about the kid who was with Shaw, so things were fine on his end, and I might have left Emma Frost on the frozen sea along with her former associates. Hopefully she won't be traumatized. What I did to Sublime was not pretty, aesthetically speaking. Turns out that having a hive mind was not a good idea for him. Though he did have some insane level of mental defense, what put against the likes of a mind which was more adaptable and flexible, being able to switch between offensive and defensive. The moment I won the mental battle, Sublime was as good as dead. I used the same link he had with his numerous bacteria spread throughout the eons, and had to actually overpower my psychic abilities by a huge margin just so I could kill them with the link they had to Sublime's main consciousness. The next day saw me on a flight to Cairo, as that was the last place Fury had said the search for Chloe pinged. According to Fury, he was holing down in a place called Manial. I arrived in the early hours of the day at the international airport in Heliopolis, and since I didn't want anyone knowing what I wanted to do with Chloe, I refused Fury's help for an aid. Hopefully it was a quick work with Chloe, as I didn't want to waste more time than I should after I finally exercised the day before. Though Sunspot was strong for his age, and also the edge he had in me in speed, the feeling I got was that he wouldn't be able to fight me at all if I augmented myself. He had a lot of a hard time keeping up with me in my base form. Searching for Chloe was harder than I thought, even with the location Fury had given me. The dude was very good at keeping low that he managed to escape not only the technologically advanced Wakadans but even that of different countries of the world. I didn't know if he was still in Manial or even Cairo, but this was the only lead I had. I spent the entire day going from place to place, looking at spots from the images Fury sent me. Egypt would make a nice vacation spot. Unfortunately I didn't come for the amazing view. I had to spend the next few days casing the city of Cairo while also taking the few hours I could afford to enjoy the place. I had been prepared to call it quits when I heard about some arms deal going down. I was bored, so I tracked down a drug syndicate, which were at an all-time low, almost non-existent, in Cairo. I refrained from using my powers since these guys were just normal humans and settled for the old ways. Guns in hands. It had rather been easy, boring even, as I never seemed to miss my shot. It had gotten boring to the point that I even started counting the numbers of bullets I used and the numbers of criminals killed, trying my best to use one bullet to kill 2 people. It was hard, yes, but it wasn't impossible by any stretch of the word. All I had to do was aim for the throat. Some started crying and begging, thinking I was a hitter from some rivaling international gang, sent to wipe them out to make way for the bidding war that was to go down in a few days. I made quick work of them after they gave me everything I needed. Just the fact that would be a bidding war for arms already had me convinced of Chloe's presence still in the city. I left the now quiet base and went for another one as I was still bored. The location for the auction was an underground establishment which was directly under the stool I sat on, peacefully sipping the Irish ale this wonderful bar had. The bar was a front if it wasn't already obvious for the arms auction which was currently happening. I had already identified Chloe and his men and then went ahead with identifying the weapons that were to be sold. Most of the weapons weren't present, which was obvious the moment I saw a submarine listed on their menu. I wasn't even the least bit surprised when I saw some missiles with the bold emblazon of Stark Industries. Stark's weapons were impressive, which was a truth everyone agreed with, but even his weapons lost out to a submarine and fucking nuclear codes. Where the hell do these guys get stuff like this? I mean, fuck, someone had a chemical mixture that could dissolve both skin and bones in less than 30 freaking seconds. Oh, and there was also half a kilo of vibranium being sold. Most of the sellers and buyers were listed under anonymous, as it would be pretty stupid to have your personal name in books like these when they could use it against you someday. And not to mention being the victim of someone's target. From what I could see, there were different entrances to enter into the location of the auction which were spread through the underground networks of the city. Hotels which have hidden compartments that led directly to the auction, parks with secret passageways, even clothing stores with elevator booths, and then there was the bar. It was a spider web of connections, possibly one of the biggest arms deal in the world. I wonder if my former world had something like this. I highly doubt it. The auction for the most part was boring as people just threw in cash ranging from tens, to hundreds, to billions of dollars. These were definitely the rich and powerful of modern-day society. I was only focused on Chloe, waiting to see who would be buying his vibranium that he put for sale. I had come here just to track Chloe down to his base, but from what I was seeing, I was just being a fool. These guys were literally throwing away billions of dollars, and while my need for money was pretty much non-existent, since I doubt I'd ever get to spend it all in my lifetime. Quite hilarious how money had lost its meaning to me in less than a year when it was one of my top priorities 3 years ago. My net worth was approaching $50 million in less than 1 year from all the apps I made last year. Zuckerberg had looked at me as if I was an alien when he saw me raking in extra commas in months while his was just a few hundred thousands shy of 10 million. I contemplated my option, and my priority was making sure that my identity wasn't known. Wouldn't want whatever political power present here to be wrecking my home on a daily now, would I? I paid for my drink and left the bar and followed one of the underground pathways that led me to the police station. Seriously? I did a sharp 45 degrees and followed another, this one leading to an antiques shop. Good. I definitely couldn't go in looking like your regular salaryman with the suit and tie, since that was a look that was quickly becoming associated with me, so with an irritated sigh, I turned back and made my way back to my hotel room. So much for an enhanced brain eye. My next outing had me in jogger pants, flip-flops and a bathroom robe with a foxy helmet, or was it a mask? Dunno, all I knew was that I was wearing a fox head while receiving weird looks and some funny ones and also being taken pictures of. I walked into the antique store like a lone shark, slamming the receptionist's head on his table before taking his guns away. Old school style. So with 2 guns, one in each hand, and a resolve to go John Wick on these motherfuckers, I kicked away the cliché pendulum clock that a hidden compartment behind it and ran towards the auction with a smiling foxy helmet, a bathrobe, jogger pants, and flip-flops. This right here is pure untapped badassery. What? Nick Fury? PSHH, as if. Headshot and headshot, all with a smile, as I downed the first 2 guards I came across. I holstered their guns to my waist without my pants sagging off and nodded to myself and began my sprint once again. 1 shot was all it took to fall any enemy I came across, sometimes 2 enemies as I aimed for their throats if they were aligned. I was a few hundred meters away for the auction when I heard the transmission about a fox-headed intruder. It must have been my subconscious, but I felt the smile on Foxy's face get wider as I heard that news. I raced downwards, dancing through the bullets of the reinforcements as I returned fire. I was already a door away from the auction before I decided to do something dramatic. Since there were no cameras around, nor was there anybody to see me use my powers, I breathed out a huge amount of smoke, so much that it filled over 100 meters of the path I was on with non-visible smoke. With the preparations, Foxy, being me, kicked open the door and waited for exactly 5 seconds before walking in, making sure my footsteps were loud enough to be heard. Someone tried shooting at me from what looks like a VIP room, but a single bang from me dissuaded him, permanently. The room went still, not for long, as another bang from me ended another foolish attempt at assassination. Everyone stared at me before, bang. The auctioneer fell dead on the stage. Everyone was on edge as most of the men who had made their way inside the hall by now had their guns pointed at me. It never ends, does it? We continued our stare down before someone finally had the courage to ask. Well, seeing as how he was smoking a big fat-ass cigar with a shining bald head, looking as if he was the Marvel version of an obese Top G, I could guess that he thought he was in no danger whatsoever. Who are you? I contemplated answering or just wasting the fucker, but I figured I had a game to play, so I played along. You can call me the Joker. I can definitely see that. I don't know which organization hired you to cause a ruckus here, but that was a grave mistake you made, son. Tell me, are you part of any organization? If so, what do you go by? I should have heard of you if they had someone of your caliber. Before that, mind telling me who sent you? Thomas Shelby did. Said you lot were running ground in his territory without paying him the proper respect. I answered coolly. Thomas fucking Shelby, hey? Never heard of him, but now I do. Given as to how we are having this conversation, I guess this Thomas Shelby sent you here with a message. I could feel the call for blood as he sat there and conversed with me like real gentlemen do. He does. He said, when you all go to hell, tell the devil that Thomas Shelby sent you. I could feel the smile on Foxy getting way wider than it should be. I see. The man said through gritted teeth. Pray tell, what's the name of this organization of yours again? We're the Peaky fucking Blinders. A/N, before I'll ask, let me just say I was high AF when writing this chapter. Had the most wicked cases of hungovers when I woke up. For those who are still pure of heart, let me give you a sincere advice. Stay the fuck away from your college/university friends. They are the devil. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 100, Chapter 99. The chaos that ensued from those words were incomprehensible. I had to use my telekinesis with subtlety to dodge the rain of bullets coming for me as I dived off the stage towards a pillar while simultaneously taking shots at people's head. My head game is still A1. That sounds way too wrong to fit the present theme. I shook my head at my 30th headshot streak. I swapped guns with a fallen one and began another wave of attack. The obese dude already had 2 shots to his knee the moment he got up from his chair. Chloe had 3, 2 to his knees and 1 to his right shoulder. I was busy dodging the bullets sent my way while also parrying some and ricocheting some as strays, killing a few in the process, at the same time doing it subtly, when someone threw a huge cylinder full of some green stuff my way while others shot at it. I already knew what it was, the stupidly dangerous chemical that could melt through bones in seconds along with anything organic. Being the Joker my current character was, I stopped the cylinder from exploding, making it look like the bullets bounced off of it as it was too strong to be penetrated by bullets and dove out to catch it before sending it back towards a clustered group of enemies who mostly looked relaxed since it didn't break when it was thrown towards me. The look of abject horror on their face when the cylinder broke midair with 1 shot from me made me laugh like a fox during fire. I also used my powers to widen the splash area and made it cover more people. The dude who had his arms outstretched to catch the cylinder remained frozen in that position as he shot me the most unfair look. I witnessed firsthand how dangerous that chemical truly was. All it needed was a drop on a person and it ate into their bodies and expanded outwards, giving them the most horrifying death. It ate into their innards, leaving nothing but white smoke as if their very flesh was being erased even as they screamed in pain. I flipped back, 4 shots to their heads, and crouched down, 3 more shots before I switched firearms. I had rendered most of the Big's Hots immobile with shattered kneecaps, a lot of them, and shoulders. I was quick to kill anyone who tried to help them escape, leaving most of them crawling like maggots before another shot from my guns pierced their feet. Some fool tried throwing bombs, forgetting the fact that we were underground and the numerous pillars and stoned walls were the only thing keeping the place from crumbling. I replied in kind either by shooting the grenades before they left their throwers' hands or hitting it back with a little telekinetic blast once it came near me. 20 minutes later, the underground auction was silent, save the groans of the few who were still alive. I walked towards Chloe since he was still my priority and disregarding his pitiful struggle held his head and raised him off the ground. Bypassing his flimsy caution he called mental defense and inputted my search words for his funds and vibranium. My recent gains from my fight against Magneto and Doom saw an increase in the quality of my abilities. Before, to dive into someone's mindscape, I'd have to forfeit my body's outside senses, leaving me completely vulnerable, but now that weakness was no longer there. It was a trippy experience when I did it with Sublime, having 2 different perceptions of time and space. I wonder if that was how telepaths felt? I got what I wanted, and to test my new prowess since Sublime just shut down when I was through with him, I did what made telepaths the bane of every empowered being: psyche remodeling. I didn't have the slightest pang on my conscience given who my target was. It was as if I was deleting his biological codes and inputting new ones that ran on the same program but with different directives. It was way harder than I thought, vastly different from just frying his brain. I deleted memories, then imprinted instincts and thought to fill the gap. Since I didn't know how I would go about creating fake memories without having extensive training in it, I concluded my excursion. Before me stood, although limply as if he was on strings and would fall down the moment my final aid left him, eyes having a new glow. Command me, M. Schlick. I sliced his entire neck off with a blade made of blood as a feeling of revulsion passed through me only for it to disappear the next instant. I would never again attempt a psyche remodeling ever, if I had any say in it. The first thing I felt when I let go of his mind was a phantom feeling of superiority and that everybody was below me. Followed by gut-wrenching feeling to conquer everything I set my sight on. Then came the arrogance. None of which were me. The 3 of those sensations smooched together created something, a feeling that was in vast contradiction with myself, that my brain immediately destroyed that sensation. If I knew it was this revolting, then I would have killed Charles the moment I got my hands on him. Speaking of which, last time I called, there seemed to be some sort of friction between Charles and some of the teachers, mostly Ororo and John. I didn't know how they were doing ever since Jean's death and what happened on Christmas. With my mood worsened, the smile on Foxy changed into a frown as the Joker went about and pillaged the memories of importance from all that were alive. Banks, passcodes, hidden caches, stocks and whatnot. And guess what? Someone fucking had over a ton of adamantium. Chloe had sold his last to the fucker for cheap because he owed him a favor. Shit. I just killed Wilson Fisk. Turns out the fat fuck with the cigar was not the top G but the Kingpin instead. That was a major villain dead before Spider-Man and Daredevil finished senior high. Since I wanted to leave the place as clean as possible, I took the sawn-off head of Chloe and his body and tossed him into the puddle of organic eating acid. I had killed over 100 people, 99% of those with headshots. The Crime and Investigation Department of Cairo were going to have a field day, week, month, before they gave up the case. I swished my bathrobe and left the scene of the crime and disappeared into the night. Having all the bank details from those drug lords and warlords, it was an easy task for me to hack into their bank accounts and disperse the funds through thousands of Bugey accounts that I had my virus run. I was not into Ace, but the flair of hitting corporations with viruses was always a thrilling sensation. All the cases of corporate espionage we've had through backdoors all had the target corporation breaking down due to information leaks such as embezzlements, scandals, or trimming down their stock price. Imagine a company like the Google or Facebook of my former world suddenly having their stock price reduced to $10,000 per every % of stock. I hated being attacked, and those companies served as a warning. Sure, they knew I was the cause of it, or rather they thought Zuckerberg was, but since there was no proof, it sure as hell didn't happen. Classic America. Some of these guys had caches of gold just sitting around across the world, and I would have to hit them quick before their lawyers, since they definitely have an army of them, or relatives starts digging up the spoils. I would personally hit up the adamantium and Claw's vibranium storage, but I'll have to call in home for help. I rang my home line and waited 4 seconds before someone picked up the phone. Hello, Drawl residence. How may I help you? I cringed hard at that response. Yelena. Drawl. Why in 7 hells would you pick up the phone with that response? What else am I supposed to say? A simple hello would have sufficed. I said. And is there a reason why I shouldn't be extra polite to strangers who call? She asked politely, but I could hear the huff in her voice. Because there are only 5 people in this world apart from us who have the number to this line. And what if it was Fury who called? Then picking up the phone would have sufficed. I said with a small laugh. For some reason Yelena didn't like Fury all that much. Is there any reason you called other than checking up on us? She asked. What was she talking about? I never call to check up on them. Is anyone around? Wait a minute. She left the call and went to look for someone, who picked the call 15 seconds later. Drawl. Nat, should I or should I not? I would have preferred Bucky since I didn't want them going back to a life they've left behind, but then remembering what happened on Christmas Eve, would you mind helping me retrieve some caches and treasures in some countries across the world? I waited for a few seconds before a reply came in. Sure. You are okay with that? I asked dumbfounded. From what I knew, Nat hated every moment of being a spy, and also the fact that they made her sister one but just like me. I was afraid they would be dragged into the multitudes of wars coming for the planet, so even if I hated asking her for help, I still wanted her out there and prepared. I didn't want a repeat of what happened to me to happen to her or any of them. Why wouldn't I be? There was a chuckle to her words followed by a faint sigh that I would have missed if I hadn't been listening. Right. I'll be sending you some files with every detail you need for it. Run it over with Steve, and both of you should hit up the ones you can while I cover what I can from my end. What about me? I heard Yelena ask. Didn't she hate every part of her life under the watch of the Red Room? Why then would she under any circumstance want to put herself on the front lines? What about you? Obviously you'll be staying put with Bucky. Did she expect me to put her in a gunfight? She's not that delusional, is she? But I wanna he Yelena started, but I cut her short. Do nothing. Sorry girl, but you'll be staying at home. I'm not that far gone to let you jump into what would definitely end up as a gunfight. I shot her down firmly. But I helped when Nat was captured. When I allowed myself to be captured, there's a difference. Regardless of the reason for the capture, or your involvement at that time, you are still too young to be in the field. I wasn't naive to the point that I thought I could keep her out forever, but she was still too young and she was just human. But. No buts. At least wait for 2 more years, then you'll be free to go out there. We'll have this conversation when I'm back. And that was a conversation I never want to have. You could have been a little soft on her, you know. Nat spoke to me. And you know I can't. Forget about that, why are you agreeing to this? I thought you wanted no part in this side of the world. I asked with genuine curiosity. She let out a sigh followed by a little breath of silence before she answered. I can feel it, you know? The change. Everyone at the house did. Somehow, in a way I can't explain, that fight changed everything. It's like the world we used to live in was swapped with another one. I don't know how to say this, but, it's like a feeling. I feel like if I don't do this then I'll miss something essential. Damn. That's deep. We both laughed at that. Thanks. It's cool. This way you don't have to find a way to convince me to get out there. I could hear the tease in her voice. How did you? You make it too easy to be read most times. Damn. She's got me read to another level. I shrugged at that. It wasn't that bad to have someone who could read me like this, and not just read me, but also understand me to some level. Bucky and Clint were the only ones who I knew could almost read what was going through my mind most times without me even saying anything. Looks like I'm going to start putting walls, wouldn't want anyone reading me like that. I joked. You don't have to. I assure you, not just anyone can read you, they'll need a certain level of synergy to do that. The way her voice lowered over the phone almost made me think of something else before I shook off those thoughts. Natasha was dangerous, in entirely different ways. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheoManus. 101, Chapter 100. Natasha Romanoff POV. Are you sure about this? She smiled at that question. It was only 20 guards inside, she was sure she could take them without breaking a sweat. At the signal from Steve, she flipped through the open window stealthily. She got behind a guard there who was alarmed at the ruckus Steve was causing outside. She swiped a blade through his throat and set him down softly while making her way deeper into the base. The information Drawl had given them had been pretty shabby, but it was not enough to hinder her work. It took her only 2 days to get the required information, make a plan with Steve on which base to attack, and call their cleanup crew and delivery guy SHIELD. She had to admit that while her body hadn't gotten rusty due to the constant daily exercise, her skills had, and she was looking to rectify that. Even Bucky had been jumpy and even took to training like a maniac even with one arm. It had to say something about the man's skill when even with his handicap, she still found it hard to defeat him after their first spar, which she won. But apart from that time, the man was like another person entire when it came to fighting. If she had to choose who was the better between the two super soldiers, she'd chose Bucky. Natasha hissed as someone spotted her, a slight mistake on her part but one she was quick to neutralize with a slide to his position, a kick to the crotch, followed by the snapping of the soldier's neck. The rest part after that was her taking some files which contained shipments of gold, drugs, some exotic cars and also data of different possessions and dummy accounts of whoever owned this place. With a two-pronged attack, the hideout fell in under an hour before agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. pulled up. It was weird how a year ago, she would have shook in her boots if she came face to face with S.H.I.E.L.D. like this, but now? You're late, boys. She had already gotten the specifics Drawl had wanted, which mostly was just bank accounts and some few landed assets overseas. Stuffs like drugs, trafficking and evidence of political backroom deals were stuff she would be happy to dump on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands. Miss Romanoff, remind me again why you are raiding a base of an Albanian drug lord. Nick Fury came out a car and walked towards the coyly smiling Russian spy. I thought you said you were giving up that life to settle down, if I remember correctly. Someone I couldn't refuse called in a favor. She said as Steve walked up to them with his black cowl still on his face. Captain. Director. Any idea where the cause of all this rage is? Fury asked. He should still be in Africa, I think. We haven't heard from him for the last 3 days. Why are you asking? Natasha said. There has been a reports of a bathrobe-wearing man with the head of a fox mascot on flip-flops, killing over 700 people in the last 3 days in 2 different countries. The power vacuum in the underworld is like nothing we've ever seen since the 1800s. And I believe a person of interest between us is responsible. Wow. That's quite a kill count for just 3 days. I don't believe I could rake one so high, but then again his abilities are bullshit. She said with a slight frown on her face. 670 of those people died from headshot wounds, while the remaining 30 all had shattered joints, plus headshot wounds. The director clarified while sounding unimpressed. Well, he could have done worse. The silence was broken by Steve's voice, which was met with a bewildered gaze from Natasha. I don't understand. How could he have done worse? The captain meant that it's only 700 people in 3 days. Drawl once did 1,000 in less than 48 hours. That brings his kill count to over 5,000 confirmed kills in less than a year. Although not as dangerous as he is with his abilities, Drawl can prove more lethal with a gun. Oh, and that reminds me, tell him he owes me $50 when he calls. With that, the director walked away to direct some of his agents, leaving the spy and the soldier alone. Let's go, Nat. Our work here is done. Steve tapped the still bewildered Natasha and gestured ahead. With that, they left another ruined base. Drawl St. Cross POV. I need a private plane. I mean, that was to be obvious when I am to be carrying a whole shipload of vibranium and over a ton of adamantium. And not to mention what else I might pick up in this journey. I was not posing to be putting my spoils of vibranium inside a S.H.I.E.L.D. carriage. That was just announcing at the American Parliament that, look. He's holding weapons of mass destruction. We must take it from him at all cost. I knew that vibranium and adamantium gave off specific signals, and I would be a fool to let that register with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s satellite when I haven't fully secured it. Sure, I could say another fuck you to the government, but greed sometimes made the most wisest of men foolish. Chloe's hiding ground was going nowhere for the time being, so that would get me time to ship everything together once I procured the plane. Some of the guys I killed had private planes, but I wasn't about to use them. No need to draw too much attention to the importance of my current mission than I had already done. One of the perks of having a lot of money was that you could easily skip through a lot of bullshit when it comes to buying shit. It took me less than 3 days to get the fucking plane, the necessary papers, a trip to South Africa, nice place by the way, definitely in my top 5 countries to visit for vacation in Africa, 2 hours to fully learn how to fly the thing just in case, which included learning how to do flips, because there was no way I was buying a plane and not learning how to fly it. So with that procured, I was set to hit up Claw's vault. Like I said, greed sometimes made the most wisest of men foolish. Claw's crew, who I think might have gotten news of their boss's disappearance, tried to make off with parts of his spoil. It would have been fine, it was the higher-ups that only did so, but some of the underlings were emboldened by the head hunko's death and took arms against the higher-ups. No one knew how to access Claw's vibranium vault except for the man himself who had set the goddamned thing to blow up if the vault was tampered with. What I arrived at was a gunfight which could be attributed to the late arrival of the news. I wasted no time in killing all those who remained in minutes, all with a spear to their hearts or decapitated heads. Claw's vault, from what I could feel, had some kind of explosives that was set to go off against a certain level of vibrations. It was a genius workmanship. I sawed off the door of the vault with my laser beams, which had the incendiary device, and then dragged the entire thing away. I loaded the entire thing inside a truck and then drove to the hangar I had purchased in Cairo. Just this trip alone had taken almost 2/3 of my net worth. I didn't think much about it, as this trip alone already has made me more than $3 billion, and that was not counting whatever Nat and Steve managed to dig up. The adamantium was in Dubai, so all I needed to do was have my newly hired pilot fly me there for a day and then back to the States the next. And that was what I did. It was finally time to kit everyone up. I went back to the States after 10 days of raiding a few of the safes that I could, not gaining anything much other than some gold, diamonds, paintings. I did get a few millions in hard cash though. Was getting rich always this easy? I mean, all I did was spend 10 days abroad and now I'm returning home a billionaire. All I did was just rob some old fuckers and that's it. Why couldn't everyone just do what I did? Oh, that's right. They would die before got their first dollar. I immediately got to work after settling down and looking through all the earnings we made while also recounting to them everything that happened. I had gold, diamonds, adamantium, and vibranium. I would have to be pretty dull-witted if I could come up with a cool working aesthetics for Bucky's arm. I already had everything I needed, from the codes to the biological knowledge and finally to the main materials and some other questionable ones, like the melting chemical stuff. There was absolutely no way I wasn't taking some of that, which was everything. I had some working theories about the super soldier serum. Like everyone knows, it functions as the best base multiplier out there. What I wanted to do was tweak the multiplying factors of the serum to 500 from the initial 100. It wasn't just a simple ×5 multiplier but a ×5 peak human multiplier for every hallmark. A ×5 base strength was something they could get from a 200% increase in serum potency, and that was what they would get as a base with more rooms for improvement. After that point would be vast increase in potential. I didn't know yet how to draft in an ability as I haven't experimented on mutants to figure that out, but that would be for later, as the strength they would get from that would boost them way above the super soldier level, but that serum would only work for them as it was designed to meld on with someone who already had a version of the serum. If I were to give someone like Natasha that serum, then what would happen would either having a horrendous form of a female bodybuilder of the likes of Ronnie Coleman, or her strength would start bleeding out and she would die in a month's time as the serum wouldn't be able to properly meld with every part of her body. Imagine the consequence of it melding with her heart and not the arteries around it. Or parts of her brain. Or strengthening her bones but not her spine. The result would be catastrophic, and that was saying the least. I could make some sort of basic super soldier serum, but only Natasha would be qualified to take it. Yelena was too young for me to be completely sure about the success of it, and me giving her the serum would give her ideas. Why were teenage girls this had to deal with? It wasn't just me. No one in this household was comfortable with letting a girl like her out there, regardless of if she could slit a man's throat and walk away fine. There was a reason the Avengers wasn't that keen on Iron Man's decision of bringing in a young Peter Parker, regardless of how easily he stopped Bucky and Falcon. I had managed to dodge that particular conversation with her for the time being, but I wouldn't be able to stall forever, not when she sees me giving the rest of the household super soldier serums. Another part I didn't understand was why Nat was making me do this. She was Yelena's sister, for crying out loud. Why should the total, or rather, not so total stranger, be the one giving the adolescent teen sister explanations on why she should be patient? Maybe giving her the serum wouldn't be a bad idea after all. I shoved those thoughts to the back of my mind and concentrated on what I was doing. The serum only needed a slight tweak to it, and that was all. All it needed was for me to tweak the energy absorption ratio of the serum to the cells, and since the two subjects in mind already had the most stable version of the serum, it would make it easier for their body to absorb the excess amount of energy the serum would give them and also aid in its circulation. The first super soldier serum only gave peak human physique along with rejuvenating dead or deteriorating cells and slight increase in average life expectancy. My crack 'em up serum just multiplied that base by a few and then the potential by multitudes. The part that gave me a lot of headaches were their suits. They still needed them. While my serum would give them bolstered durability, I still didn't know to what extent and could only wait for them to take it before we could run those tests. Which brought me to another point, I still haven't told them about my plans for them and the serum. Hopefully that would take care of itself in due time. Back to their uniforms, since I have tons of vibranium just sitting around. I could afford to splurge quite a bit. A/N, finally at 100 chapters. Woo! I'm definitely happy for reaching such a milestone in something I decided to start on a whim. A big cheers! To everyone who supported me along the way. Hope you stay around till the end. 102.